Chapter 001, The Delayed System. In a certain Marvel universe, May 2009, in a warehouse located in Vernon, Los Angeles, a silver-gray Mercedes-Benz luxury RV lay quietly, resembling a slumbering dragon. Inside the RV, a tall and robust Asian man with a rugged visage and short black hair was nestled comfortably on a spacious sofa, engrossed in the news. I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately. A man dressed in a deep blue suit, sporting a small mustache, declared sternly on the screen. The man, revealing a look of resignation, remarked, "Tony Stark is back. It seems the days ahead will not be peaceful." His name was Raven Thorne, a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a sports video blogger, passionate about parkour and taking risks, only to meet an untimely demise while filming. His soul then traversed into the body of an abandoned infant. Devoid of any extraordinary assistance, he was fortunate enough to be adopted by an elderly couple. Though not living in opulence, his life was significantly better than that of most orphans. However, as he grew older, he discovered that he resided in a Marvel universe teeming with superheroes, supervillains, and apocalyptic crises. Despite his exasperation, Raven resolved to train diligently and acquire various knowledge and skills to survive. 5 years ago, leveraging his keen intellect, he gained admission to Stanford University's computer science department. During his sophomore year, he collaborated with several classmates to develop software, successfully attracting investment. After negotiations, he secured $30 million, achieving a semblance of financial freedom. With newfound wealth, Raven graduated early and enlisted professionals to train him. Presently, aside from a lack of practical experience, he had nearly attained the level of a T2 special operative that a year ago. He drove his customized RV while traveling, keeping a watchful eye on Tony Stark's movements in preparation for the dawn of an extraordinary era. Yet, it is not entirely bleak. At least I have amassed a considerable fortune, allowing me to initiate my subsequent plans, Raven mused, narrowing his eyes in excitement at the figures in his account. Prior to Tony's disappearance, he had purchased $50 million worth of put options on Stark Industries. Over 2 months later, after deducting costs, he profited $360 million. Upon receiving the earnings, he acquired an additional $400 million worth of put options. With the recent explosive news, Stark Industries' stock price would plummet dramatically, and he anticipated a profit of at least $3 billion. Once the price stabilized, he intended to buy into Stark Industries stock, enabling Tony to work for him and profit, while also positioning himself for future opportunities with the Avengers.it was a multifaceted plan, indeed delightful. Raven hummed a little tune, retrieving a chilled cola from the refrigerator, ready to celebrate his gains when a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him, displaying a series of text. Ding. Significant fluctuations detected in the current timeline. The fantasy manifestation system has been successfully activated. The usage tutorial has been fully transmitted, and a beginner's gift pack has been dispatched. Wishing you a pleasant experience. What the? Raven widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "System, it has been 23 years. How could you just now make your appearance? This is utterly absurd." His system was quite simple in function, allowing the exchange of emotional value for fantastical items from films, animations, and games. The items were categorized from F to X, with the cost escalating tenfold, and grade item required merely 1 to 9 points of emotional value, while its grade item demanded between 1 million to 9,999,999 points to accrue emotional value. One had to elicit some emotional response from others regarding his actions, but shock, gratitude, or hatred all could be transformed into emotional value. Moreover, the emotional value awarded was proportionate to the significance of the individual in the current universe. For instance, the savior Tony Stark would yield far more emotional value than Obadiah Stane. "This is essentially forcing me to stir up trouble," Raven remarked, exasperation evident on his face. In his previous life, he had tirelessly engaged in parkour to earn money through video creation, only to meet his demise before he could spend it all. Upon traversing to this new realm, he resolved to become a behind-the-scenes benefactor, observing the unfolding events and striving to survive until the very last moment. Now, however, he found himself saddled with a death-seeking system that encouraged him to provoke superheroes and villains alike. He was utterly at a loss. All right then, Though displeased, Raven did not waver. Isn't it merely about gathering emotions? Let's do this. His resolve was not weak, rather. The system's offerings were too enticing to resist. For instance, the cognitive enhancement drug NZT-48, the Android 2B, the Master Chief's Mjolnir power armor, the Titan and BT-7274, Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket, and Compound 5 of the superdrug, among others. With sufficient emotional value, he could obtain formidable power and seize control of his own destiny, rather than relying on the protection of the Avengers. After all, mountains may crumble and people may falter. Panel. Raven's gaze sharpened as he silently summoned the system. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host, Raven. Emotional value, 0 points. Items, Beginner's Gift Pack. Shop, click to expand. Goodness. Raven scanned the sparse lines. System, you are indeed minimalist. You don't even display attributes? The system remained silent. Great, I can't count on you. Seeing no response from his inquiry, Raven opened the Beginner's Gift Pack with intention. System, I've waited for you all these years, so be generous and provide me with a few high-tier items to compensate. Beginner's Gift Pack opened, selecting suitable items based on the host's current situation. Ding! Selection complete. Congratulations, host. You have received a Kraid Iron Rider set, Upgrade Vanguard Titan, and Upgrade Spectral Scanner. What the? Titan Iron Rider? Raven's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably as he hastily clicked to view the information on the Vanguard Titan. Vanguard Titan BT 7274. Level, Grade Purple. Origin, Titanfall. Status, lacking 2 high-energy batteries. Function, 1. Intelligent Assistant. Equipped with the combat-oriented Advanced Artificial Intelligence BT-7274, capable of both assisting in battles and engaging independently. 2. Neural Synchronization. The pilot can achieve a harmonious union with the Titan through a neural link. 3. Combat Platform. The chassis is outfitted with a passive regenerative shield, an active vortex shield, an Exo-16A2 combat cannon, a missile launch nest, electronic smoke, a survival kit, and various tactical equipment. Evaluation. Your most reliable companion. Damn it. Raven's expression darkened instantly as he exclaimed, why are 2 batteries still missing? System, are you intentionally messing with me? The Titan's high-energy battery is a Class C item, priced at 5,000 points each in the shop. 2 would cost a total of 10,000 points. Where could he possibly acquire such an abundance of emotional value? As for crafting them himself, the Pioneer Titan stands 8 meters tall and weighs 40 tons. Although its specifications are comparable to that of a main battle tank, it is a mech crafted by interstellar civilization, and the energy consumption is simply not in the same league. Only an arc reactor with a staggering output of 3 million kilowatts might meet the requirements. However, that is Tony Stark's precious heart attempting to seize. It would be far more challenging than simply exchanging for 2 batteries. Ding! Newbie item distribution complete, generating a novice task based on the host's current situation. Chapter 002, Iron Steed and Titan. Novice task. Raven's expression shifted immediately as he hurriedly opened the taskbar for a quick glance. Based on his readings from online literature, system tasks were likely to be anything but pleasant. Failure could lead to obliteration or various penalties, reducing the protagonist to a mere slave. He hoped his system was not of that ilk. Bounty. Arc Reactor 5,000 points. Bounty. Iron Overlord Armor 20,000 points. Bounty. Mark III Armor 30,000 points. Oh. Raven's eyes lit up after reviewing the tasks. Completing them would yield rewards, while failing would incur no penalties. His system truly represented a refreshing anomaly in the realm of systems. He was more than eager to seize this opportunity for free gains. After all, this amounted to over 50,000 emotional value. Even accomplishing one of these tasks would resolve the energy predicament of the Pioneer Titan. How should I proceed? Raven squinted thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he pondered. Despite the task being somewhat perilous, he devised 3 potential routes to completion by considering the novice items and the storyline. First route, the villain path. Infiltrate Stark Industries before the Iron Overlord activates, ambush Obadiah, and acquire the arc reactor. Then, pilot the Iron Overlord to fiercely confront Tony and obtain the Mark III armor. This approach would undoubtedly yield significant emotional value if he recorded some live footage and disseminated it via the internet. the eventual rewards would be substantial. Second route, the protagonist path. Seize the opportunity to infiltrate Tony's Malibu villa while he is incapacitated, take control of Jarvis, and don the Mark III armor to fiercely combat the Iron Overlord. However, Obadiah, being a third-rate villain, would offer considerably less emotional value than Tony. The crux of the matter lies in the Pioneer Titan's insufficient energy. Should he fail to swiftly neutralize Jarvis, the probability of failure would be alarmingly high. Third route, the big shot path. As Tony and Obadiah engaged in battle, Raven skillfully operated the Vanguard Titan, successfully completing all tasks in one fell swoop. While the rewards were undoubtedly significant, the risks were equally daunting. After all, the Titan not only lacked sufficient energy, but also could not fly, making the challenge of facing two opponents simultaneously perilous. As a pragmatic individual, Raven inclined towards the path of the archetypal antagonist. This route promised the completion of all objectives while maximizing his safety and concealing the existence of the Titan, essentially the best option available. Raven pondered for a moment, murmuring, "Let me first examine the remaining equipment, and I shall confer with BT before making a decision." As the saying goes, two heads are better than one. BT, being a combat-oriented advanced artificial intelligence, possessed far greater expertise in warfare than he did. Consulting its insight was undoubtedly prudent. Swish! After solidifying his plan, Raven focused his thoughts and retrieved the spectral scanner from his inventory. Ultra Spectral Scanner. Level, B-Class Purple. Origin, Abyssal Voyage. Status, intact 100 battery. Functionality, 1. Material analysis, scans material structures, analyzes device functions and purposes, generating detailed manufacturing blueprints. 2. Biological analysis, scans biological genes, analyzes capabilities and origins, producing comprehensive genetic blueprints. Remark, nothing escapes its gaze. The spectral scanner boasted a sleek, rounded design, adorned with a cascade of white accents against gray lines, exuding a minimalist elegance. The handle, embedded with black rubber, provided an exceptionally comfortable grip. On the left side of the device, a foldable display screen was emblazoned with a white and orange triangular emblem, beneath which a prominent inscription read LTRRA. Ding! Raven grasped the handle and unfolded the screen. The display illuminated with a gentle glow, revealing the Ultra Company logo. Device initialization complete. Welcome to the Ultra Spectral Scanner, helping you comprehend the world effortlessly. Loading beginner tutorial. Goodness, 5 minutes later, Raven caressed the spectral scanner, his expression fervent as he exclaimed, "This isn't merely a scanner, it's a counterfeit artifact of divine proportions." The functionality of the scanner was straightforward. Aim at the target, pull the trigger, and within moments, it would automatically generate a technical blueprint. Coupled with the Ultra Atomic Fabricator, provided one had the requisite raw materials and energy, rapid mass production was assured, truly worthy of its class designation. Hawk suppressed the urge to scan random items and returned the spectral scanner to his inventory. Though the scanner did not suffer from the same energy deficiencies as the Titan, it was still not something to be squandered lightly. He resolved to wait until he accumulated emotional value before conducting extensive tests. Stowing the scanner away, Raven's gaze fell upon the Iron Rider set in his inventory, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes as he promptly chose to extract it. This was, after all, the Iron Rider, an ultimate aspiration for any parkour enthusiast. Swish. In the next moment, a colossal ethereal box materialized before him, shifting positions in accordance with his thoughts. Selecting an empty space at random to complete the manifestation, Raven eagerly opened the box and began to extract the gear within. A helmet, a pair of tactical boots, a camouflage uniform, a jumping device, a tactical vest, a handgun, a dagger, 3 magazines, 3 grenades, and an assortment of unfamiliar small equipment. Wow. Raven's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, his heart swelling with enthusiasm. The Iron Cavalry, the most lethal and merciless warriors on the interstellar battlefield. Though donning this gear did not signify his transformation into an Iron Cavalry soldier, he held an unwavering belief that he would eventually become one, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. This conviction stemmed not only from the confidence he had cultivated throughout his life, but also from the myriad of tools offered by the system's marketplace. After scanning the equipment, Raven seized the vital helmet of the Iron Cavalry and placed it upon his head, plunging into darkness. Buzz. Yet, within mere seconds, the helmet activated automatically. Before him materialized a holographic display, lines of text gradually appearing. New user detected Raven. Blood type AB, ID number 00000001, date of birth August 8th, 1986, has not completed Iron Cavalry training. Initializing Iron Cavalry combat. System. Stealth system not connected, weapon system not connected, jumping system not connected. Please don the equipment as per the character projection. Raven's eyes gleamed at this revelation, and he swiftly removed the helmet to don the gear, soon completing his outfit. Stealth system ready, weapon system ready, jumping system ready. System initialization complete. Iron Cavalry has not completed simulation training combat system temporarily disabled. Please establish a neural connection with Titan to complete Iron Cavalry simulation training. Damn, I still need simulation training. Faced with the awkwardness of being equipped yet unable to utilize it, Raven hastened out of the mobile home, intent on summoning the Titan. This location had once been a small machining factory. After succumbing to bankruptcy due to a financial crisis a year ago, he had acquired it at a low price and transformed it into a West Coast base for the storage, maintenance, and modification of weapons, vehicles, and gear. Swish. Raven adeptly confirmed the manifestation coordinates. In the next moment, a mechanical giant materialized beside the mobile home. It knelt on the ground, its hands planted, appearing to be on the verge of collapse. Nonetheless, even in its weakened state, the giant stood nearly as tall as the 3.9-meter-high mobile home. The motorcycles, sports cars, sedans, and even full-sized SUVs parked nearby seemed diminutive in comparison. Wow! Raven gazed up at the colossal Titan mech, his speech system momentarily failing him, leaving him to express his excitement and thrill with mere elegant phrases. This was a bona fide mech. Every boy's dream come to life. Although he had lived over 40 years across 2 lifetimes, what man does not harbor the spirit of a boy within? Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the single eye of the Vanguard Titan illuminated with a blue glow, surveying its surroundings before locking onto Raven, its voice reminiscent of Optimus Prime resonating slowly. Energy remaining at 8. Standby mode can be maintained for 814 hours, operational mode for 12 hours, and combat mode for 8 minutes. The core initialization is complete, and the visual system is now activated. Target identified. Raven, scanning for confirmation. Chapter 003. The virtual training ground. As Raven witnessed the activation of Titan, his excitement swiftly transformed into caution, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Although the memories transmitted by the system assured him that all exchanged items posed no threat, he was unwilling to wager his life on the system's reliability, even if it was a much-admired BT 7274. Identity verification complete, BT stated, observing Raven's retreat with a grave demeanor. Greetings, Raven. I am BT 7274. You may refer to me as BT. I have been assigned to follow your commands. Raven paused, slightly taken aback, and inquired, Hello, BT. Who dispatched you to protect me? I apologize, but I was unable to retrieve related information. All I know is that this mission is part of my foundational directive, codenamed Protocol Zero, BT elucidated. Protocol Zero. Raven understood immediately. This was undoubtedly a maneuver orchestrated by the system. Indeed, it is a concealed protocol, BT affirmed. You possess permissions that far surpass those of Iron Control. I shall obey all your commands. Understood. Raven nodded slightly and asked BT, Many features of this Iron Control suit are inaccessible. Do you have a means to unlock them? Certainly, BT replied, nodding. My chassis is equipped with a virtual trainer capable of customizing a training regimen based on your physical condition. However, the energy reserves are dwindling at 8. If the virtual training function is activated, the remaining energy can sustain operations for a maximum of 65 hours. It is advisable to repurpose nearby high-voltage electricity as a temporary power source. While the transmission power may not support combat, it will conserve battery energy, significantly extending my standby duration. The specific blueprints and production processes are as follows. As BT spoke, data was transmitted into Raven's helmet. Excellent. I shall commence immediately, Raven declared, glancing at the schematics and nodding in agreement. BT, connect to the local internet to gather intelligence and analyze the materials and plans I send you, assessing which option holds the highest feasibility. Be cautious of Tony Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, and other forces such as S-H-I-E-L-D. We must not reveal our whereabouts. After conveying his instructions, he transmitted his thoughts to BT through the helmet. Understood, Raven. BTS singular eye gleamed momentarily as he activated the communication array, delving into the internet to gather information. Stark Industries, the world's largest arms and technology company, primarily manufactures high-tech military equipment. Founded by Howard Stark in New York. 30 minutes ago, Tony Stark announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division. Stark's current stock price is $82.25, plummeting by 56.20 since opening, resulting in a market value evaporation of $113 billion. I shall begin my work as well. Raven rubbed his palms together, embarking on the task outlined in the blueprints. The sooner he completed it, the sooner he could commence training. He was eager to embrace the mantle of iron control. Done. 2 hours later, Raven, adhering to the blueprints provided by BT, crafted 2 temporary power cables, each the thickness of a wrist. BT, please conduct a check. If all is well, I shall proceed with the installation, Raven instructed. Your craftsmanship is impressive, Raven. You may initiate the setup, BT commended, raising his left thumb in approval. All right, that suffices. Raven replied with a slight smile as he maneuvered the crane to lift the temporary power source and securely fitted it into the Titan's battery compartment. After meticulously inspecting the installation and ensuring everything was safe, Raven closed the electrical circuit to connect the power. With a low hum, high-voltage current surged through the cables into the Titan, causing the distribution box and transformer to emit a soft buzzing sound. After swiftly completing a system self-check, BT crouched down to open the cockpit and earnestly invited, Raven, we can now commence the neural linking. Raven gazed at the open cockpit, his eyes lighting up. Taking a deep breath, he climbed inside and settled into position, exuberantly exclaiming, BT, initiate the neural link. Understood. BT acknowledged the command, closing the hatch and standing up. The protocol for linking began. Raven, relax and trust me. I trust you, Raven replied, a smile creeping across his face upon hearing the iconic phrase. And he instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. With a hum, BT activated the neural connection system, linking Raven's mind to the Titan through the Iron Steed helmet. Hello, Raven. Hello, BT. Raven felt an overwhelming flow of data coursing through his mind. Alongside the Titan's cold, robust, and powerful form, prompting him to gasp in awe. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Although he could not yet control the Titan, the sheer magnitude of the data he received was sufficient to comprehend its formidable strength. Truly, it was a war machine of interstellar civilization. Raven took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. BT, commence virtual training. Affirmative. The synchronization of neural signals was complete, and the virtual training ground data was loading. As BT spoke, he integrated Raven into the simulated training arena. A flash of white light enveloped Raven, and he found himself in a sunlit circular hall, where water defied gravity and flowed upwards, and the walls were adorned with an array of weapons. Is this the virtual training ground? Raven pondered, taking in his surroundings. After picking up a firearm from the wall and examining it, he marveled. This place is virtually indistinguishable from the real world. If this virtual reality technology were harnessed for films and games, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the market, even if the emotional energy contributed by each individual is minimal. With billions on Earth, a mere contribution of 0.01 from each could yield a staggering amount. Moreover, this approach is far safer than provocations. Once I secure the first batch of emotional energy, I must give it a try. Just as Raven contemplated the future, countless blue lights in the air coalesced into an ethereal figure, asking, Raven, shall we begin? Absolutely. I can hardly wait. Raven replied, his fists clenched and eyes shimmering with anticipation. Very well, let us proceed. BT extended his hand in invitation. Allow me to first guide you in testing your physical capabilities and skills. All right, Raven nodded in acquiescence and followed BT to a training ground to commence the evaluation. Meanwhile, in Long Beach, Los Angeles, the headquarters of Stark Industries sprawled across 1 million square meters, housing thousands of employees dedicated to the production of advanced weaponry. This colossal factory loomed like a beast resting along the coastline. At this moment, the very heart of this beast, the energy center of the factory, was under the watchful gaze of Tony Stark, who stood outside the enclosure, his left hand resting upon his chest as he observed the imposing arc reactor before him. Suddenly, Obadiah strode in, cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression dark with discontent. "Tony, have you seen the mess you just created?" he bellowed. "You actually had the audacity to publicly shut down the weapons manufacturing division, a weapons company eliminating its core business. How much do you think our stock prices will plummet? How much will the shareholders lose? How am I supposed to explain this to the board?" As Obadiah paced back and forth with his hands on his hips, his eyes burned with malice, fury, and dissatisfaction. Damn the 10 rings. How could they have allowed Tony Stark to return alive? A bunch of greedy imbeciles. Damn Stark. To publicly close the company's weapons division. Has he lost his mind? And those insufferable speculators. How dare they short Stark Industries and cause me such financial ruin? You bastards deserve to rot. Chapter 004. The Stepping Stone Initiative Board of Directors. Tony casually loosened his tie, stating with a measured tone, "I am the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, and I possess the authority to determine the strategic direction of the company. During the months of confinement, I have witnessed much and contemplated deeply. Therefore, I have resolved to withdraw from the arms industry and seek ways to render this world a slightly better place. Obadiah, assist me in this endeavor." Tony spoke earnestly. Although his uncle lacked scientific knowledge, his acumen in business was unparalleled. Convincing this company partner and shareholder was crucial for him to implement reform. Very well, Obadiah nodded in agreement, gesturing towards Tony's chest, his eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation. "Let me see your new creation." Tony furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Obi, how do you know? Who informed you?" "Never mind who it was. Just let me see your new creation," Obadiah urged vaguely. "All right." Tony sighed, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. "Trust me, with this in place, the company's reform will undoubtedly succeed." Obadiah's eyes brightened at the sight of the reactor, his heart racing as he quickly buttoned Tony's shirt. Fortune for misfortune, indeed. How fortunate that the 10 rings did not take Tony's life. Otherwise, such a golden opportunity would have slipped through my fingers. With this energy technology, Stark Industries is destined for greater heights. The current plummet in stock prices is not a crisis, but rather a tremendous opportunity. With this thought, Obadiah could not help but smile gently, wrapping an arm around Tony's shoulders, reassuringly saying, "Tony, you have endured much during this time. Go home and recuperate. I will handle matters with the board." "Thank you, Obi." Tony exhaled in relief, patting Obadiah's shoulder. The two departed with light-hearted banter. Time flowed gently, and 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Raven's life became remarkably structured. Beyond the basic necessities of eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time immersed in the virtual training arena. Under BT's meticulous guidance, he absorbed knowledge and honed his skills like a parched sponge, striving to become a master of iron. Swish! In the virtual training arena, Raven donned a full set of ironclad gear, wielding an RE-45 automatic pistol. Utilizing the jetpack at his waist, he leaped off the walls with agility. The optical camouflage coating enveloping him rendered him a ghostly apparition on the battlefield. Coupled with his refined shooting skills developed through countless rounds of ammunition and the helmet's targeting assistance, enemies fell before they even detected Raven's presence. Ding! Mere seconds later, Raven pierced through the test map, reaching the finish line, where a colossal holographic display materialized, revealing his score. 058-12 new record. At that moment, BT approached in a congratulatory manner. "Raven, congratulations on once again breaking the record." "Thank you, BT." Raven forcefully patted BT on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the guidance and assistance, without which his progress would not have been so significant. Despite being a parkour expert in his previous life and having undergone specialized training in this one, his practical experience was limited, rendering him incomparable to the iron cavalry that had forged its way through a sea of blood and corpses. However, the virtual battleground meticulously designed by BT successfully addressed his shortcomings, and any further improvement necessitated real combat experience. Do not mention it. Your current prowess is primarily a result of your diligence, BT replied earnestly. All right, let's share the credit equally. Raven chuckled, waving his hand. He then inquired, I saw your message. Has Obadiah Stane made a move? Indeed, BT projected a surveillance feed, revealing that 15 minutes prior, Obadiah Stane had led his bodyguards to his Malibu villa, with an estimated arrival time of 1 hour. Based on the narrative analysis, the probability of a showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger tonight stands at 92. Excellent. Raven's expression turned serious. BT, initiate the stepping stone plan. I shall depart to commence the setting the scene phase. The stepping stone plan was a meticulously crafted emotional value harvesting strategy devised by him and BT, comprising 4 stages: setting the scene, filming, dissemination, and ignition. In addition to fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system, he aimed to ride the coattails of Iron Man, ensuring the name of Iron Cavalry echoed throughout the world, thereby harvesting a substantial amount of emotional value for his initial accumulation. Understood, BT nodded in affirmation. Raven exited the virtual training arena, donned a disguise, and left the factory on foot, skillfully evading the sparse surveillance cameras. He then drove a Raptor F-150 towards Long Beach. Following the plan, he changed vehicles and attire twice before finally heading towards Stark Industries headquarters. While acquiring emotional value was crucial, remaining undetected by S-H-I-E-L-D was of even greater importance. A flawless identity would be key to the continuous harvesting of emotional value. He would rather Seatonite's plan fail than compromise this aspect. 40 minutes later, Raven drove a ubiquitous black Chevrolet van into a multi-story parking lot near Stark Industries. After confirming the surroundings were secure, he slipped into the van and retrieved his equipment from the space. Although his system did not possess a storage area, it could collect and store system items, facilitating his movements and resolving Titan's transportation issues. After all, even a colossal 8-meter iron behemoth could not be contained within a 40-foot container. With a sigh of relief, Raven finished donning his gear and asked, BT, what is the status? Has Obadiah acquired the reactor? The target is still a 10-minute drive away. You may take a brief rest, and I shall alert you when the time comes, BT responded. Good. Raven nodded slightly, mentally summoning the interface. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host. Raven Emotional Value. 25. 92 points. Items. 1 B-grade Vanguard Titan, 1 B-grade Spectrum Scanner, 1 C-grade Iron Cavalry Suit, 1 D-grade Paralysis Bullet Box, 2 D-grade Biometric Listening Devices, 3 E-grade Multifunctional Drones. The emotional value truly diminishes rapidly. Raven observed the panel, shaking his head in resignation. Recently, due to shorting Stark Industries, I have gradually accumulated several hundred points of emotional value. However, the rate of increase is distressingly slow, barely sufficient to exchange for minor items. I hope for a smooth journey ahead. Only by acquiring the super energy crystal can I possess the means for self-preservation. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Raven's eyes. Super energy crystal level A source. Energy out of control price. 999 points each. Function. Contains pure neutral spiritual energy capable of enhancing the mind and soul, granting living beings the ability to influence reality through mental intervention. Evaluation. The stepping stone to spiritual ascension. This is an essential item for protagonists traversing myriad realms. In the novels of countless worlds I have perused, 8 out of 10 feature it, rendering it a commonplace artifact. Yet, since it can be exchanged, I certainly shall not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 005. The Arc Reactor. Malibu, Los Angeles. The melancholic azure sky melded seamlessly with the distant sea. Waves ceaselessly crashed against the cliffs, sending forth cascades of pristine white foam in an unending cycle of rhythm. Perched upon the cliffs was a villa, characterized by its minimalist design, smooth lines, and an extraordinarily futuristic silhouette. Suddenly, a convoy of 3 black Chevrolet Tahoes, synonymous with the FBI, surged towards the villa with the ferocity of a dark dragon. 5 armed bodyguards disembarked, their expressions stern as they stood vigil beside the vehicles. From the middle vehicle emerged a figure, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries. Clenching a cigar between his teeth, he straightened his attire and strode purposefully towards the villa, carrying a bomb-proof case. Mr. Stane, I deeply regret to inform you that Mr. Stark is currently engaged in an experiment and is unavailable for a meeting. Jarvis's voice resonated slowly. Oh, Obadiah narrowed his eyes, sitting back on the sofa and coolly stating, Tell Tony I wish to discuss Pepper's theft of company secrets. If he does not appear within a minute, I will have my men take matters into their own hands. Although the hidden truth had surfaced, compelling him to act prematurely, it had also afforded him Pepper as a hostage. He was acutely aware of Tony's temperament. He would undoubtedly appear to safeguard Pepper's well-being. After finishing his statement, Obadiah donned his headset, leisurely propped his leg, and savored his cigar. Pepper? Damn it. Meanwhile, in the villa's underground lab, Tony seethed with fury, casting aside his tools as he stormed towards the exit. Sir, I strongly advise against leaving the laboratory. Mr. Stane appears well prepared, and the probability of encountering danger stands at 81.5. Jarvis cautioned. Enough, Jarvis. Tony, consumed with worry for Pepper's safety, was impervious to any counsel. He stormed into the hall, addressing Obadiah. Release Pepper. I can provide you with what you desire. He had surmised that Obadiah was the mastermind behind the sinister plot. Yet he never anticipated that this seemingly benevolent uncle would resort to such madness, controlling Pepper as leverage against him. This tactic struck at his most vulnerable point. Although Pepper was his executive assistant, their relationship had evolved over the years into something akin to family, perhaps even lovers. He simply could not afford to lose Pepper. With a sinister chuckle, Obadiah rose and approached Tony, mocking, If you wish for me to release Pepper, you shall have to exchange your life. As his words lingered in the air, Obadiah produced a remote control and pressed a button next to Tony's ear. A high-frequency sound wave erupted, disrupting Tony's nervous system, causing his body to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. You're still so Navi, Obadiah taunted, patting Tony's cheek before retrieving a claw tool from the bomb-proof case and inserting it into the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. I never intended to kill Pepper. Her capabilities are exceptional. She could contribute far more to the company. Yet, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your decision to dispatch her to investigate me. She has uncovered far too much, and thus I am left with no choice but to reluctantly send her to meet you. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall make good use of the golden egg you left behind, so you can rest assured in your demise. A flicker of menace crossed Obadiah's gaze as he forcefully seized the arc reactor, playfully toying with it before jesting, Regrettably, you shall never behold my armor. Tony's eyes widened in fury, a tempest of fear, sorrow, and unending rage swirling within. Yet, no matter how fervently he burned with indignation, he found himself unable to move his rigid body, resigned to watch helplessly as Obadiah vanished with the reactor. Damn it! Who could have foreseen that he would fall victim to the very technology he had developed? He deeply regretted not heeding Jarvis's earlier warning. Sir, hold on, Jarvis soothed. The paralysis will subside in no more than 10 minutes. At that time, you can return to the lab to install the first-generation reactor, which will prevent shrapnel from invading your heart. Furthermore, Agent Coulson from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is currently at the company headquarters and has already proceeded to rescue Ms. Potts. Lastly, I suggest you expedite the enhancement of the remote control functionality, which would enable me to assist you. Thanks, Jarvis. Tony exhaled, feeling a slight relief. Yet the gravity of Obadiah's earlier words gnawed at him with concern for Pepper. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the armor Obadiah had constructed, he knew that with an arc reactor powering it, it would pose a threat beyond that which soldiers and agents could confront. He was the most qualified to speak on this matter. Thus, he must regain his mobility swiftly and don his armor to thwart Obadiah's plans, lest Pepper be in grave danger. Tony took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within and attempting to sense and regain control of his body. eager to restore his faculties as soon as possible. Jarvis was correct. Once this ordeal reached its conclusion, enhancing the remote control capability of the suit was imperative. He could not afford to remain so helpless again. Meanwhile, Raven suddenly received an alert from BT. An unexpected development has arisen. A private helicopter has intercepted Obadiah mid-route and is expected to arrive in 18 minutes. It is advised to act preemptively. A helicopter? Raven's expression hardened as he immediately activated his optical camouflage and exited the transport vehicle, swiftly making his way towards Stark Industries headquarters. Fortunately, he regarded the narrative information merely as guidance rather than a foolproof strategy. Otherwise, their meticulously crafted plan would have been doomed from the outset. Buzzing. 5 minutes later, Raven arrived outside Stark Industries headquarters, retrieving 3 drones from his equipment inventory and connecting them to the helmet's communication network, allowing BT to take control of their ascent. These multifunctional drones, derived from the division, varied in exchange costs based on the installed functional modules. He spent 240 emotional points to acquire 3 reconnaissance models equipped with small radars and high-definition cameras, all under BT's unified command, ready to serve as photographers for the forthcoming events. With a swift motion, Raven observed the drone ascend into the sky. Then, shrouded by optical camouflage, he stealthily infiltrated the factory's interior. Although it was his first venture into this particular site, the trials of the virtual battlefield had rendered the challenge nearly trivial. Within 2 minutes, he skillfully evaded the patrolling security personnel and arrived at the entrance of the energy center. A soft hum resonated as Raven glanced at the 2 guards stationed at the doorway, activating the active radar pulse detector embedded in his helmet. A unique wave of energy radiated outward. In the next instant, all life forms within a radius of 1,000 meters were marked on his holographic display. At that moment, a female figure inside the energy center and 6 armed men, crouched and approaching the entrance, piqued Raven's alertness. What could this mean? Raven furrowed his brow in contemplation for 2 seconds before a sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that Obadiah had abducted Pepper, prompting S-level agents to intervene? Such a possibility was not without merit. After all, Pepper had just left the office when Obadiah discovered the evidence had been leaked, providing ample time for him to seize control of her. Moreover, if Coulson had not yet encountered Pepper and Tony, he would undoubtedly launch an investigation. Raven, your analysis is quite astute, BT remarked, bringing up the drone's footage. Based on the data, it was confirmed that the leader of the 6 individuals was none other than S-level Agent Phil Coulson. They were engaged in discussions regarding a plan to rescue the hostage. It is advisable to infiltrate the base ahead of time to prevent Ironmonger from being compromised by the S-level agents, BT suggested. All right, I will heed your advice, Raven replied, activating the long-range audio pickup feature. As he eavesdropped on the S-level team's conversation, he readied his handgun for action. At that moment, the 6 S-level agents took cover, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while attentively listening to Coulson's strategy. Chapter 006. Agent Coulson, attention, everyone. Agent Coulson's expression was grave. The target's helicopter would arrive in 10 minutes. The internal situation at the base remains uncertain, so refrain from gunfire to avoid harming the hostages. Understood, sir. The 5 agents responded in hushed tones, weapons in hand as they stealthily moved from their cover towards the security entrance, cloaked by the night. Raven, stay safe, BT cautioned. Rest assured, BT. Raven replied with a teasing smile, blending seamlessly into the shadows as he silently approached the group of 6. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the 6 agents of S-level effortlessly subdued 2 security personnel, acquiring the access card and swiping it to open the automated doors of the energy center. 4 agents holster their weapons, carrying the incapacitated guards into the facility. Seizing the opportunity, Raven slipped in unnoticed, merging into the background. Everyone dispersed to search for the hostages. Coulson swiftly issued orders, leaving 2 to stand guard at the entrance while leading the remaining 3 in their search. The illustrious Phil Coulson. One wonders how much emotional value he might provide. Raven thought. casting a glance at Coulson's slightly receding hairline, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Coulson's rank may not be particularly high at present, he is Nick Fury's confidant, the liaison for the Avengers, and undoubtedly a pivotal character in the Marvel Universe. Sir, soon, one agent discovered the entrance to Area 16 and reported immediately. There's a door here. The access card 1T work. It must be the target's secret base. Blow it open, Coulson commanded. The agent nodded, promptly affixing a black cylindrical device to the lock and pressing the button. Boom! With a dull explosion, metal shards pierced the lock, successfully opening the security door. In the chaos of the explosion, Raven took aim at the two agents guarding the entrance and pulled the trigger. The sound of the subsonic bullets was already minimal, further muted by the suppressor, completely overshadowed by the blast. The bullets struck the agents in the back, detonating upon impact, releasing a unique electrical current that instantly rendered them statuesque. These paralyzing bullets, originating from Titanfall, disturbed the nervous system, leaving the body rigid while the mind remains alert. The sense of helplessness can drive anyone to madness, an optimal tool for harvesting emotional value. Fear of S-H-I-E-L-D, Agents 0, 9, frustration of S-H-I-E-L-D, Agent 0, 9, concern of S-H-I-E-L-D, Agents 0, 9. Raven glanced at the panel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he stealthily approached Coulson and the others. Though the emotional value from these agents was modest, even the smallest mosquito yields blood. Help! I'm here. Inside the base, Pepper, hearing the explosion, cried out in a voice choked with tears. Sir, Ms. Potts. The S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent at the entrance, upon hearing the plea for help, refrained from acting rashly and instead turned to Coulson. Proceed with caution. Be wary of ambushes, Coulson instructed, gently pushing open the large door and leading the charge inside. A number of S-H-I-E-L-D agents pursued closely behind, their expressions vigilant as they searched and advanced with firearms in hand. However, unbeknownst to them, a phantom lurked in the shadows, aiming a gun at their backs. Soon, Agent Coulson and his team conducted a thorough search and discovered Pepper bound to a chair. Her golden hair was disheveled, and her tear-streaked face bore the marks of distress. Agent Coulson, Pepper urged upon seeing him. Obadiah's armor is lacking energy. He has gone to find Tony. You must send someone to rescue him. Rest assured, Ms. Potts. Coulson reassured her while untying her restraints. Jarvis just contacted us. Mr. Stark is currently safe. We need to get you out of here first. With a sigh of relief, Pepper flexed her numb limbs and stood with Coulson's assistance. Carl, Nathan, we have located the hostage. Report on the situation outside, Coulson inquired into his radio. However, the two immobilized individuals were unable to respond. Yet, sometimes silence speaks volumes. Suddenly, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically as he warned everyone be quiet. Before he could finish, Raven, concealed in the shadows, fired 4 shots in quick succession, accurately striking the bodies of the 4 agents, leaving only Pepper stunned in place. After a brief moment of shock, Pepper instinctively covered her head and screamed, nearly leaping from fright. Ms. Potts, please sit back down, Raven said, deactivating her cloaking device and stepping into the light, gun pointed towards the chair. Who are you? Pepper asked, striving to maintain her composure while returning to the still warm chair. Did Obadiah send you to kill me? No. I seek wealth, not bloodshed, Raven replied as she bound Pepper's hands and feet. You want? Pepper quickly grasped the implications. You desire the arc reactor and Obadiah's armor technology. The timing of this mysterious figure's actions was clearly linked to these coveted technologies. Indeed, Raven's expression shifted to one of surprise as she remarked, Ms. Potts, you are quite astute. However, I must add that I also have an interest in Tony Stark's armor technology. What did you say? Pepper's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing as she prepared to question further. Sure. Raven raised her finger to indicate silence. Ms. Potts, I stated I seek wealth and not lives. With that, she sealed Pepper's mouth with a piece of strong adhesive and deftly affixed a small, thin device behind her ear, which appeared to meld seamlessly with her skin. This minuscule device was a microbionic listening device, valued at 100 emotional points, capable of long-distance eavesdropping and functioning as a speaker, an essential tool for any home or travel. Pepper Potts Panic, 99. Phil Coulson's Concern, 333. Emotional points, 2203. 42. Wow. Impressive. Raven marveled at the soaring emotional value. Truly a testament to the significance of Marvel's pivotal characters. In mere seconds, the duo amassed emotional value equivalent to what a multitude of individuals might contribute over the span of 20 days. One wonders how much emotional value the illustrious Tony Stark, the protagonist of Marvel, could yield in a single instance. The anticipation for the forthcoming filming is palpable. A mischievous smile crept across Raven's lips as he drew forth the data blade from his chest, inserting it into the computer's data port. Upon pressing the handles button, he declared, "BT, it's in your hands." This data blade is one of Iron's formidable gadgets, capable of injecting viruses to overwrite computer systems. The handle houses a quantum signal generator, enabling secure communication with the Titan system. With the formidable artificial intelligence BT at the helm, not only would this base's system firewall be compromised, but even Jarvis's servers may struggle to withstand the onslaught. Acknowledged, assuming control, BT reported. Raven glanced at the progress, secured the two human sculptures in the hall, and concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the moment. Raven, data transfer is complete, and the Iron Tyrant system is now under control. The target will arrive in 10 seconds. BT announced. Excellent. A spark of excitement ignited within Raven as he said, "Let us go greet our delivery man, Mr. Obadiah Stane." Chapter 007. Activation of Iron Tyrant. A resounding rumble echoed through the air as a black helicopter hovered above Stark Industries headquarters. Its lights flickering ominously while the blades produced a deafening roar, gradually descending onto the open space in front of the energy center. 3 armed security personnel disembarked first, their senses heightened upon noticing the absence of guards at the entrance. "What are you waiting for? Move quickly," Obadiah urged, stepping down from the aircraft with a furrowed brow. The head of security, visibly troubled, replied loudly, "Sir, guards 4 and 5 are missing. There may be an ambush inside. I recommend we retreat." "Absolutely not," Obadiah decisively countered, commanding, "Regardless of the potential ambush, we must storm in. If we lack manpower, summon reinforcements. I must enter the base without delay." He had taken tremendous risks to seize the arc reactor, solely to perfect the Iron Tyrant armor. Surrendering now was out of the question. Moreover, that little vixen Pepper was still inside. He needed to eliminate her to erase any evidence and seize control of Stark Industries with overwhelming force. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became. "Understood, sir." The 3 security personnel exchanged resigned glances but steeled themselves to proceed, recognizing their obligation as employees. After all, they were being compensated to face danger on behalf of their employer. With rifles drawn and expressions tense, the trio advanced into the energy center, flanking Obadiah for protection. Suddenly, from the shadows, 4 tranquilizer bullets were fired, striking each of them squarely in the torso. The body armor proved ineffective, and they instantly became mere statues of flesh. "Damn it! Who is it?" Obadiah's eyes flickered with a tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, and panic, as he realized he was rendered immobile. Was there truly an enemy lurking? What audacity! Who dared to assault him? The president of Stark Industries. It was tantamount to seeking death. Obadiah's anger, emotional value 9. Obadiah's fear, emotional value 9. Obadiah's resentment. Emotional value 9. TSK. Raven cast a sidelong glance at Obadiah, noting that the emotions derived from this one-episode antagonist were disappointingly meager. Thank goodness he had not opted for the alternative route. Silently chiding, Raven rifled through Obadiah's belongings, extracting a sonic taser and noise-canceling headphones, stowing them away for further examination. Next, he pried open Obadiah's fingers to retrieve the explosion-proof case containing the reactor. With a click, Raven opened the case, and upon beholding the dazzling arc reactor, his gaze ignited with fervor. Cold nuclear fusion, an almost limitless source of clean energy. was also a precursor technology for developing isotopes for the cosmic cube, undoubtedly one of Marvel's technological marvels. Task item discovered. Submit. No. Without hesitation, Raven firmly rejected the offer. Recovering the reactor would yield only 5,000 points, while completing his plan would start at a minimum of 1 million. Was he truly in need of such trivial emotional value? Safeguarding the arc reactor. Raven dragged the 3 bodyguards to a concealed location before hoisting Obadiah and advancing into the depths of the base. Bang! Raven approached Pepper, placing Obadiah before her, and jested. Ms. Potts, Agent Coulson, this fellow is in your capable hands. Do not hesitate on my account. With that, he moved towards Ironmonger, inserting the arc reactor into its chest cavity. Ah, damn thief! Obadiah seethed as he observed the Ironmonger being handled with such disregard, his fury akin to that of a cuckolded minotaur. This was utterly unforgivable. The Ironmonger was a creation he had invested a fortune in, and the arc reactor was snatched through his own arduous efforts, now brazenly usurped by this shameless thief. I vow, you shall pay for this. Obadiah stains anger. 9. Obadiah stains resentment. 9. Pepper relished the sight of Obadiah's immobility, yet her satisfaction swiftly transformed into irritation as her gaze shifted to Raven. While Obadiah's actions infuriated her, this audacious and enigmatic figure also vexed her greatly. How dare he attempt to rob Stark Industries? Once Tony defeats you, you shall languish in prison for eternity. Pepper Potts' annoyance, 99. Pepper Potts' malice, 99. What manner of individual is this? In contrast to their fury, Coulson scrutinized Raven's equipment with a mix of astonishment and concern. Although not particularly versed in technology, his extensive training with S-level had endowed him with knowledge far exceeding that of the average person. The peculiar devices adorning Raven suggested that the immobilizing bullets were not the product of an ordinary faction. They could only be crafted by a national-level entity. Should this clandestine force acquire Tony Stark's advanced technology, the world would likely face an immense crisis. He must report this situation promptly and seek assistance to avert disaster. Phil Coulson's astonishment, 333. Phil Coulson's vigilance, 333. Phil Coulson's urgency, 333. Emotional value, 3195. 54 points. A few minutes later, fueled by unwavering conviction and resolute will, Coulson astonishingly overcame his paralysis, managing to twitch a finger. Phew, it works. A surge of joy filled Coulson as he cast a glance at the preoccupied Raven, endeavoring to mobilize additional parts of his body. Indeed, Coulson proved formidable. Raven raised an eyebrow at BT's report, offering a casual compliment before returning to his tasks. He admired Coulson's tenacity, yet the immobilizing bullets were far more complex than mere paralysis. Enduring the 10-minute paralysis period had resulted in the buildup of lactic acid in his tensed muscles, leaving one feeling achy and feeble. Forget combat. Even walking would be a challenge. He understood this all too well, having endured the sensation himself, a feeling he hoped never to experience again. 3 minutes later, Raven and BT completed their adjustments. The Ironmonger emitted a deep rumble as its eyes ignited. This metallic behemoth had come to life. It's done. Raven nodded with satisfaction, withdrawing the spectral scanner from his leg and directing it at Ironmonger to commence scanning. Ding! Successfully recorded new technology. The rudimentary exoskeleton armor features a fragile alloy shell, a coarse hydraulic structure, a primitive operating system, and a subpar weapon and propulsion system, with only the energy core being commendable. The assessment reads, a flower inserted into dung. Raven couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing the review. The Altera system certainly possesses a sharp tongue. The Iron Tyrant armor was deemed worthless, yet the arc reactor was praised as excellent. If Obadiah were to learn of this, he would likely spew a mouthful of blood in fury. Tony, cursed by knowledge, is indeed formidable, capable of crafting an arc reactor by hand in a cave. Truly unreasonable strength. Raven, Tony Stark has departed the villa and is currently approaching a high speed, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Understood. Raven's expression instantly turned serious upon hearing this. He promptly stowed away the scanner and familiarized himself with the controls of the Iron Tyrant, preparing for the impending battle. With BT's assistance, Raven attempted to clench his fists. The force feedback system transmitted signals to adjust the hydraulic structure of his arms, enabling him to grip the Iron Tyrant's fists tightly. Boom! He then raised both arms, bringing his left palm into collision with his right fist, producing a resounding echo throughout the workshop. Well, controlling it isn't too difficult, Raven mused with a smirk. Although it was his first time operating the Iron Tyrant, as a skilled pilot capable of commanding Titans, he found it far from challenging, especially with BT's intelligent support. Chapter 008. The brutal domination of Iron Man. With Raven having mastered the upper body controls, he attempted to lift his legs and take a step forward. The gargantuan foot of the Iron Tyrant thunderously struck the ground. The entire building trembled slightly, causing the onlookers to feel a shiver of trepidation. Oh dear, this could spell trouble. Click, click. Subsequently, Raven meticulously checked the machine gun on his right arm, the rocket launcher on his left, and the missile launcher on his shoulder, swiftly mastering all operational methods. All right, it's time to commence. Raven's eyes sparkled as he solemnly declared, BT, I am elated to fight alongside you. I share your joy, BT responded. Haha, let us set forth. Raven chuckled heartily, stepping before the crowd, and teasingly proclaimed, Tony Stark shall arrive shortly. It is bound to be quite the spectacle. Everyone is welcome to witness. With that, he began to demolish walls and shatter the ground, further familiarizing himself with the controls of the Iron Tyrant. In no time, he excavated a passage and arrived at the entrance of the energy center. Creak, creak. Upon seeing Raven depart, Pepper vigorously shook her hands in an attempt to free herself from the binding adhesive, even as blood seeped from her skin. As the only person present capable of movement, she felt an urgent need to contact Tony to inform him of the situation. After all, who knew what havoc someone clad in advanced armor could wreak in Los Angeles? Concern of Pepper Potts, 99. Concern of Pepper Potts, 99. Emotional value, 45.97. 34 points, However, before Pepper could complete her escape, Coulson and his three companions emerged from their stupor. Their muscles suddenly relaxed, and they collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Damn, this is excruciating. I now comprehend the essence of being a vegetable. I feel as though my entire body is ablaze. I can't muster any strength. Damn it. Once we catch that person, we must ensure he experiences this torturous sensation. Enough of the complaints. Let's focus, Coulson urged, summoning his formidable willpower to shakily rise. We are fortunate to be alive. Now, everyone, promptly contact the Los Angeles Division to report the situation and request additional personnel to evacuate the nearby civilians. Yes, sir. They all replied immediately. Once Coulson had assigned the tasks, he laboriously made his way to Pepper's side, drew a small knife, and severed a section of the adhesive before handing the knife to her. Concern of Phil Coulson, 333. Powerlessness of Phil Coulson, 333. With a swift motion, Pepper grasped the knife and cut through her bindings, tearing off the tape from her mouth, and hastily retrieved her phone to dial. As the call connected, she was about to speak when she heard Tony's urgent voice from the other end. Pepper, are you all right? Tony, I'm fine. A mysterious individual has stolen Obadiah's armor, and he intends to seize yours as well. You must be cautious, Pepper succinctly explained. Steal my armor. Tony raised an eyebrow at these words, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Very well, I understand. You find a place to hide. I shall deal with that individual. Someone has dared to seize Obadiah's armor, and now they wish to claim his mark armor as well. Tonight truly seems to be rife with unexpected occurrences. He was eager to discover who possessed such audacity to challenge him, Tony Stark. Pepper discerned Tony's nonchalance, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Tony, please do not underestimate him. That individual is undoubtedly well prepared. All right, I see the behemoth now. It will be handled shortly, Tony concluded, hanging up the phone and accelerating towards the ironmonger below. Hey, big guy over here. Tony, you finally arrived, Raven remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips as he anticipated the mark armor's trajectory. With remarkable agility, he stepped back and to the side, swiftly extending his right hand to grasp the air. The novice Tony was indeed reckless, relying solely on the advanced technology of the mark armor. He exhibited no fear of injury, lacking both strategy and finesse. Tonight, I shall ensure you learn a valuable lesson. Whoosh! In an instant, the rapidly descending Mark armor was seized by the Ironmonger by its calf. Utilizing the Ironmonger's weight advantage, Raven pivoted around his foot, converting linear momentum into angular momentum. After several spins, Raven shouted, forcefully halting his rotation with a stomp. Then, with a combined effort of his arms, shoulders, hips, and legs, he harnessed the inertia to slam the Mark armor into the ground, once again transforming angular momentum into linear momentum. Boom! The ground shattered instantly, debris flying as dust billowed into the air. The Mark armor was embedded deep within the earth. This was the result of BT's fusion of numerous combat techniques, crafted through the principles of mathematics and physics, mecha combat artistry. Wow, this quantity! Raven's gaze flicked to the system panel, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Tony Stark, you truly deserve your status as one of the protagonists of the Marvel Universe. One person can stand against 3 Coulsons, 10 Peppers, and 100 Obadiahs. If I manage to extract enough, exchanging for superpower crystals will be a breeze. Ultimate move, Hulk smash. With this thought, Raven shouted, gripping the Mark armor and executing a windmill maneuver, slamming it back to the ground. Then, following the windmill, he struck again. This was Hulk's signature technique, previously used to toss Loki and Thor. He had found great enjoyment in watching it on screen, but never anticipated experiencing such exhilaration firsthand, especially when the target was Tony Stark. The more he struck, the greater his emotional yield. It was pure delight. Boom, boom. Once, twice, thrice. The Mark armor was tossed about in the Ironmonger's grasp like a mere rag doll. Soon, the surrounding hard concrete floor was pockmarked with large craters, as if it had been bombarded by artillery. However, while Raven reveled in the chaos, Tony found himself in disarray. Tony Stark's panic, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. At that moment, Tony felt as though the world were spinning around him. His body ached and tingled with discomfort. Before him, the holographic display was awash in crimson light, with various alarms incessantly blaring. Sir, the integrity of the Mark armor is at 63, with only 38 energy remaining in the reactor. Given the current circumstances, it can withstand a maximum of 10 more impacts, Jarvis warned swiftly. Though the Mark armor boasted a formidable shock absorption system, it could only mitigate 99 of the impact, and there existed a threshold it could not exceed. The greater and more frequent the assaults, the quicker the shock absorption system deteriorated, subjecting the wearer to increasing pressure. If the onslaught continued unabated, it was only a matter of time before the full brunt of the force would be felt. The consequences of that outcome were all too clear. Stop reporting and find a way out. Tony gritted his teeth, suppressing the dizziness and fury coursing through him, forcing himself to assess the condition of the armor and attempt to escape using the recoil cannon. However, the Ironmonger was too cumbersome, and Raven's reactions were too swift, always interrupting his movements at the critical moment. Damn you, Obadiah! Why did you have to make the armor so large and heavy? Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 15314. 43 points, Chapter 009. Tony's resentment, boom, boom, boom. On the other side, just as Pepper hung up the phone, she was startled by a thunderous roar outside, and the ground began to tremble. She hurriedly dashed out in her high heels. Ms. Potts, it's dangerous outside. Several agents attempted to restrain her, but their aching muscles nearly brought them to their knees. Damn it, Coulson muttered under his breath, moving towards the exit while contacting personnel on his phone. Hello, dispatch vehicles to Stark Industries Energy Center immediately. We have multiple casualties requiring transport. Yes, sir, came a prompt response from the other end. OMG. Soon, Pepper reached the base entrance, only to witness Ironmonger mercilessly slamming down the Mark suit, causing the ground beneath to crack and collapse. Terror and shock instantly gripped her face. Tony, defeated so quickly? Impossible. You must have a plan. Taking a deep breath, Pepper hit aside and dialed the phone again, murmuring, Tony, please be safe. Sir, Miss Potts is calling, Jarvis announced. Tony was momentarily startled, his previously fatigued body and dizzy mind suddenly revitalizing. Suppressing his discomfort, he called out, "Jarvis, connect the call." "Tony, are you all right?" "Pepper, don't worry." Tony forced himself to sound confident. "Just stay safe. Everything is under my control." "Hello, Tony." Pepper heard the line go dead, casting a furtive glance outside, her worry unabated. "Tony, you can do it. You must defeat that thief." Pot's fury, 99. Pot's resentment, 99. Emotion level, 19323. 21 points. Raven, overhearing their exchange, displayed a wicked grin as he maneuvered Ironmonger to toss the Mark suit aside, swiftly grasping its helmet with one gigantic claw, gradually increasing the pressure. "Tony, your bravado is amusing. I doubt your head will survive, but your mouth will surely remain. It's perfect for me to use as a stepping stone. Your armor is truly pathetic, Stark. I could crush you with ease." Raven ridiculed through the loudspeaker. "No, Tony." Pepper's expression changed dramatically, tears streaming down her cheeks as she prepared to rush outside. However, at that moment, several S-level agents intercepted her, pulling her back with combined strength. Coulson immediately reassured her, "Ms. Potts, you must trust Mr. Stark. Our mission now is to protect ourselves and avoid interfering with his battle." Taking a deep breath, Pepper gradually calmed down, replying earnestly, "Agent Coulson, thank you. I understand what I must do." Warning, warning. At that moment, a red light pulsed incessantly on the holographic display of the Mark suit. Jarvis reported urgently, "The helmet is being crushed. Current structural integrity is at 75, and it is rapidly declining." Shit. Tony, listening to the creaking of the helmet, felt the impending shadow of death. His face turned pale as he shouted, "Jarvis, concentrate the energy to the chest." Tony Stark's fear, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Understood. Charging energy. A low hum resonated as the energy of the arc reactor gathered, illuminating the chest of the Mark armor, a high-energy impact beam on the verge of being unleashed. "Raven, take heed," BT warned in a grave tone. "The Mark armor's chest is accumulating immense energy, expected to fire a high-energy impact beam in 3 seconds." "Oh, is this where the defenses crumble?" Raven narrowed his eyes with a mischievous grin, maneuvering the Iron Tyrant to flip the Mark armor, aiming at the nearby concrete wall. Targeting Pepper at the energy center with a single impact beam would undoubtedly yield a significant emotional payoff for Tony. However, such a malicious tactic was too cruel, even for dealing with Tony. "Damn it, I've been deceived." Realizing the situation, Tony attempted to halt the impending disaster, but his body was firmly restrained by the Iron Tyrant, rendering him immobile. The impact beam could not be dispersed. He had no choice but to fire it. Tony Stark's panic, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 24382. 45 points. Boom. In the next instant, the arc reactor in the chest of the Mark armor blazed forth, emitting a brilliant white beam that struck the concrete wall like a meteor, instantly creating a massive hole. Dust and debris erupted, scattering like lethal bullets. "Oh, quite impressive," Raven mocked with a sardonic tone, exchanging for a palm-sized disc that he discreetly affixed to the center of the Mark armor's back. This was a small arc lightning device from Titanfall, valued at 800 emotional points. It could adhere to any surface and, once activated, would release high-voltage currents to short-circuit nearby electronic devices. It served as a contingency to ensure the successful execution of his plans. "Damn that Iron Tyrant," Tony cursed, his expression darkening as his eyes scanned all the equipment. Suddenly, he shouted, "Jarvis, deploy the heat decoys." Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the Mark armor launched 2 discs, releasing a multitude of miniature heat decoys. Explosions and flames generated intense brightness and smoke. "Damn it." Raven released the Mark armor, pretending to be blinded, covering his head as he charged outward like an enraged rhinoceros. Although the opponent was already in position, a thrilling video would be incomplete without supporting characters and bystanders. Outside Stark Industries, the highway was a heavily trafficked 6-lane road, an ideal filming location. Observing the frenzied Iron Tyrant, a flicker of pride crossed Tony's eyes, and he immediately devised a counter-strategy. The Mark I was crafted painstakingly in the cave, and he was well aware of its vulnerabilities. Although Obadiah made improvements, Stark Industries' technological prowess was something he was acutely aware of. Iron Tortoise, just you wait. I shall soon dismantle your shell. Tony scoffed disdainfully. Tony Stark's pride, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 29,213. 45 points, very good, very good. Raven remarked with satisfaction upon witnessing the substantial emotional value. With a surge of momentum, he executed a powerful Iron Mountain crash, bursting forth from the large opening. After breaking through the surrounding walls, Raven activated the propulsion system, flames erupting from beneath his feet as he soared above the traffic below. He sought emotional value, not the value of slaughter. The greater the number of people alive, the faster the news would spread, attracting more attention and consequently yielding him greater emotional value. Moreover, he possessed a conscience and a moral compass, refusing to engage in indiscriminate slaughter of civilians and children, unlike certain Cthulhu races. Chapter 010. The Mech Challenge, oh my goodness. After Iron Tyrant departed, Pepper and Coulson, along with a few others, exited the base, gazing in shock at the devastated ground. The sheer force exerted by a single individual clad in such armor could produce an explosion akin to that of artillery. The terror was unfathomable. Tony. After a brief moment of astonishment, Pepper rushed to Tony's side, her eyes brimming with tears as she gently caressed the damage on his armor. Are you all right? That assailant is utterly despicable for inflicting such harm upon you. I will ensure he pays for this. Pepper, I'm fine. Tony replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Coulson, you should take Pepper and leave quickly. I will confront that metal menace. Tony, please be cautious, Pepper urged, her concern evident. Understood, Tony signaled an okay, activating his beam thrusters, launching himself skyward. Miss Potts, we must depart, Coulson stated as they conversed. At that moment, 3 black Saab vans arrived, and numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents swiftly disembarked to manage the aftermath, while Coulson ushered Pepper into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Raven, following BT's instructions, adjusted his posture and landed precisely in the center of the intersection, perfectly synchronized with his machine. However, upon encountering the sudden appearance of the metallic behemoth, the surrounding drivers were thrown into a panic, instinctively slamming on their brakes. Fortunately, the traffic light had just changed, and most vehicles remained stationary, mitigating the chaos. Only a black Audi SUV surged forward, the driver flooring the accelerator, roaring towards Iron Tyrant. The driver was a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a boy in the passenger seat, while 2 girls and another boy occupied the back. All were wide-eyed and screaming in terror. Help! There's a monster. I don't want to die. Mommy, hit the brakes. Seeing this, Raven's lips twitched as he swiftly maneuvered, dropping low and placing his right palm on the ground, transforming his body into a triangular ramp. In an instant, the car soared onto his hand, Iron Tyrant bending at the waist, leveraging the momentum to lift the vehicle high into the air with one hand. BT, did you capture that? Raven inquired, maintaining the balance of the car. Of course, BT promptly reported. 3 cameras, 3 angles. Your heroic pose was captured in great clarity. Haha, Raven chuckled in astonishment. At that moment, after 2 seconds of screaming, the family inside the car suddenly realized they had not collided with Iron Tyrant and were unharmed. They blinked in disbelief, looking around. OMG, we're flying. Wow, this feels like being on a pirate ship. Wait, where's that gigantic robot? Below. It's beneath us. The 4 children in the car, filled with wonder, leaned against the windows, peering outside like a group of curious little ones. OMG. Nearby drivers widened their eyes and gaped, witnessing Iron Behemoth's graceful and artistic maneuvers. It hardly seemed like a nearly 2-ton vehicle, but rather a mere plastic toy car. The astonishment of the onlookers was palpable, as was their admiration, while Tony Stark gazed from above, murmuring, "This Iron Turtle truly possesses remarkable skill." Despite its seemingly massive and cumbersome form, its movements were surprisingly agile. Not only had it successfully rescued the vehicle, but it also emerged unscathed, leaving the car unharmed. Such exquisite prowess elicited a modicum of respect from him, just a smidgen. "Sir," Jarvis interjected with his characteristic sharpness. "Based on my analysis, the opponent's close combat techniques are exceptionally refined, far surpassing your own." "Blast it!" Silence. Tony shot a fierce glare at Jarvis. Then, with evident displeasure, turned his attention back to Iron Behemoth, grumbling, "This iron turtle certainly knows how to choose its battleground. With so many civilians around, how do we address this situation?" Jarvis fell silent. After a brief pause, Tony urged, "Jarvis, speak up. Think of something quickly." "Very well, sir." Jarvis promptly responded, "If the opponent exhibits no aggressive behavior, I recommend maintaining the status quo. Contact the police to disperse the crowd and prevent casualties. Should the opponent display any violent actions, I suggest employing a shock beam to remotely disrupt and confine them at the intersection, then seize the opportunity to strike at their vulnerable point. Maintain the status quo." Tony's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with this suggestion. "Hood. Raven effortlessly hoisted the vehicle, shifting his body and rotating to dissipate the remaining kinetic energy, gently placing the car on the ground. "Madam, please exit the vehicle and escort your children away," he advised, tapping on the car window before striding towards the center of the intersection. The armored figure had just rescued a family of 4, which could easily be refined into top-tier promotional material. In the third phase of dissemination, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. "Wow!" a young boy in the back seat exclaimed, eyes wide as he admired Iron Behemoth. "This robot is so cool. Mom, I want one too." Sir. A nearby girl quickly covered the boy's mouth. "This big guy is a robot. Have you forgotten about the Terminator?" "But isn't the Terminator a good guy?" another little girl queried, puzzled. "That's because..." Just as the girl began to retort, a frantic female driver ahead shouted, "Stop talking. Get out of the car now." "Okay, Mom." The children nodded eagerly, hastily exiting the vehicle and fleeing to safety. As the family of 4 escaped, the onlookers regained their composure, each making their own choices. Some hid in their cars, contacting the police for assistance. Others decisively abandoned their vehicles and fled with their families, while some, driven by curiosity, secretly observed and recorded the unfolding events. Certainly, there are also some foolish individuals who, in a state of confusion, shout obscenities while brandishing firearms as they advance toward the flow of traffic, only to find themselves nearly paralyzed with fear upon encountering the formidable armored figure. The scene erupts into chaos with screams, cries, curses, honking, and desperate pleas for help, as panic spreads like wildfire among the crowd. "Attention, everyone," Raven proclaimed with gravitas, stepping into the intersection. "I am a security personnel from Stark Industries, in pursuit of a terrorist. This individual has stolen a newly developed piece of equipment from Stark Industries, endowed with formidable flying and offensive capabilities. An attack could be imminent. Please exit your vehicles immediately to avoid harm. Any losses incurred tonight will be fully compensated by Mr. Stark." Though his tone was resolute and righteous, a mischievous grin adorned his face. It was all merely a performance. He was indifferent to the potential exposure, as long as it incited anger in Tony and provided material for the video. What? A terrorist? High-tech armor? Capable of flight? Damn it, I knew that playboy was lying. Closing the Stark Industries weapons division? That must be a ruse to secretly manufacture high-tech weaponry. Damn it, terrorists deserve to perish. We must leave this place immediately. Help! Someone, please assist us. My husband's leg is trapped in the car. Compensation? Is that for real? Chapter 011. The Spy Sky Dam, that iron turtle. Tony muttered under his breath, swiftly descending in altitude to vehemently denounce. "Shameless thief. You are the true criminal and terrorist. You audaciously launch an attack to seize technology while masquerading as a security personnel of Stark Industries. Even more infuriating is your audacious slander, accusing me of being a terrorist and making reckless promises in my name. It is utterly detestable." He cursed himself for having been momentarily blinded by a modicum of combat skill, allowing himself to admire such a shameless rogue. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Emotional value, 38138. 43 points? Huh. Raven scoffed at this, raising his voice in inquiry. If you're not a terrorist, why did you not rescue them just now? This was merely a rhetorical diversion, an appeal to morality. The video aimed to provoke audience emotions through visual shock, trending topics, inciting opposition, creating controversy, evoking empathy, and generating contrast. All classic techniques. The one-handed vehicle control earlier was visual shock, while this moral admonition served to establish identity and provoke dispute. I advise you to surrender immediately and relinquish the equipment you have stolen, Raven declared with righteous indignation. Tony's face darkened, his fury igniting as he raised both hands towards Iron Turtle, beginning to charge an energy shockwave. At this juncture, he had no choice but to embrace the error. Once I dismantle your shell, I shall see how you continue to prattle. Tony Stark's anger, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 42459. 94 points, sir. The opponent is attempting to provoke you. If you truly engage, you will fall into their trap, Jarvis cautioned. Enough, Jarvis, Tony retorted darkly. I am well aware of the stakes. It is now time to execute the second plan you mentioned. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied with resignation. Tony has been thrown off balance. Raven smirked, his lips curling into a devious smile as he commanded, Quick, everyone evacuate. The terrorists in the sky are about to launch an attack. Tony, your temperament is far too impulsive. I hope that after the Stepping Stone project concludes, you can glean some wisdom from this lesson I have imparted. Whoosh whoosh. After a brief charge, the Mark armor's hands glimmered with brilliance, and two beams of light cleaved through the night sky, hurtling towards Iron Turtle. However, at the last moment before Tony fired, Raven wore a mysterious grin, maneuvering Iron Turtle to awkwardly roll aside, narrowly evading the beams. While he could not escape the light, he could predict the human's actions. For an ordinary soldier, the Mark armor's energy beam cannon would be lethally devastating. Yet, with the super assistance of BT, the charging process of the energy beam was painfully obvious. However, appearing slightly more beleaguered would allow him to keep Tony engaged, depleting energy for further filming video material. Boom, boom. After evading the attack, Iron Tyrant unleashed a shockwave that struck the ground, creating a deep crater from which wisps of blue smoke emanated. The sudden explosion sent the scene into chaos. People began to scream, cry, curse, and call for help as panic spread rapidly. Oh my God, terrorists are attacking. Help, I don't want to die. The assailants in the sky immediately halted their assault, threatening to open fire if the attacks continued. Bang, 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 run. Everyone run. 0423 calling headquarters. A terrorist attack has occurred outside Stark Industries at 1200 Industrial Avenue, Long Beach. Requesting helicopter support. Damn it. Raven, finishing his role, stood up and bellowed. Look at these innocent civilians around. You dare to attack here and still claim you're not a terrorist? Everyone, get out of the way. I will hold them off. With that, Raven directed Iron Tyrant to pick up an abandoned vehicle, positioning it as a barrier in front of the crowd, resembling a formidable warrior standing alone against an army. Damn terrorists. At this moment, nearby civilians felt a surge of emotion, spitting angrily at the sky where Tony hovered. Before hastily retreating, one was attacking from above, while the other was steadfastly rescuing, their actions contrasting starkly. It was evident who the true terrorists were. Public gratitude, 0.09. Public gratitude, 0.09. Emotional value, 49534. 54 points, damn it. That despicable fiend. Hearing Raven's words, Tony felt a surge of irritation, swiftly adjusting his position to find a new angle for attack. This Iron Turtle is truly cunning. He appears to protect the civilians while actually using them as a shield for himself. If his attacks injure anyone, he may not be a terrorist by definition, but he will surely become one in the eyes of the world. Whoosh, whoosh. Tony's expression hardened as he deftly maneuvered his armor to circle behind Iron Tyrant, unleashing a beam of energy. Boom, boom. Iron Tyrant pretended to evade, only to be struck by the beam, rolling clumsily across the ground, the body charred and scarred. Let us see you be so arrogant now, Tony exclaimed, excitement on his face as he mocked. Iron Turtle, Keep hiding like the coward you are. Tony Stark's pride. 999. Tony Stark's excitement. 999. Crack. Crack. Amidst the battle, a girl named Skye, a skilled hacker known for uncovering hidden secrets of various organizations, was hiding in the driver's seat of a dull gray Chevrolet van, wide-eyed as she secretly observed and documented the fight with her camera. Today, after spending the day at Long Beach, she unexpectedly stumbled upon this unprecedented battle on her way back to the car camp. For someone who relished digging up secrets, this confrontation was a windfall of material. Thus, Skye resolutely chose to remain, hiding in her vehicle to capture everything happening, preparing to reveal the evidence to the world. Indeed, her reluctance to leave is underscored by the fact that her home and possessions are all within the vehicle, rendering her unable to part with them. Raven was momentarily taken aback upon discovering Skye, promptly activating the pulse detector to locate her clandestinely observing from the car. To her surprise, this evening yielded an unexpected opportunity. Skye, one of the world's foremost hackers, possesses the capability to infiltrate S-level DS network using merely a laptop. In the future, upon becoming Quake, she will wield the ability to manipulate vibrations at will, showcasing a formidable strength that could easily devastate cities and even obliterate stars. Furthermore, Skye's mother is a leader in the afterlife, holding vast quantities of Terrigen crystals and nurturing numerous Inhumans, representing a force to be reckoned with. Intelligent, beautiful, exceptionally capable, and hailing from a distinguished lineage, she is undoubtedly a remarkable asset worth pursuing. BT, gather information on Skye. Once the operation concludes, I intend to recruit her. We must remain discreet, as she is a primary focus for S-level. Raven instructed swiftly. Understood, BT replied immediately. Chapter 012. The Titan Shield. As the two individuals engaged in a fierce battle, police cars in Long Beach, Los Angeles, received orders and promptly activated their sirens and lights, racing towards Stark Industries at breakneck speed. Concurrently, various media outlets, upon hearing the news, prepared to dispatch helicopters for aerial coverage, only to be met with military air control orders, compelling reporter teams to drive to the scene instead. However, upon the journalists' arrival, they found numerous police officers had already established a perimeter, preventing vehicles from entering and individuals from leaving. Undeterred by the police blockade, the journalists set up their equipment and rushed towards the officers. Officer, I am a reporter from WHIH News. It has come to my attention that Stark Industries has suffered a terrorist attack involving 2 robots that devastated an entire block. Is this true? Officer, I represent ABC News. I've heard that one of the robots was part of Stark's security personnel. Can you confirm this? Officer, from Los Angeles Television. What measures is the LAPD currently undertaking? Will military assistance be requested? Officer, I'm a BBC reporter. Why has the police not evacuated personnel inside? Why are no ambulances leaving? Are there significant casualties within? Everyone, please be quiet. The white police captain, with a stern expression, declared, the situation is still under investigation. I will inform you of any further developments. For now, I ask you to remain clear of the restricted area to avoid any harm. With that, a flurry of camera flashes erupted. The reporters, relentless, raised their microphones once more, shouting their inquiries. Officer, regarding the LAPD, concerning Stark Industries. Yet, the white officer ignored the crowd and turned away, returning to his police vehicle to remove his hat, inquiring, what is the situation inside? Same as usual. Those in the sky are relentlessly attacking those on the ground, yet they cannot seem to eliminate them. I estimate this will not conclude anytime soon. A black officer remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What about evacuation? Any casualties? The white officer questioned, furrowing his brow. Unknown, the black officer shrugged helplessly. That group in black has sealed off all information. Very little has leaked from inside. Fine, if they wish to engage, let them. The situation inside is too perilous. We should keep watch outside, the white officer stated, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. They earn several $1,000s a month, at best apprehending petty thieves, robbers, and drug dealers. But to confront an enemy capable of effortlessly demolishing cars and impervious to bullets? Only a fool would attempt that. Indeed, the black officer nodded in agreement. Extending his hand, John, pass me one as well. Get lost. The white officer chuckled, giving him the finger before tossing the entire pack over. Boom, boom. Mark's armor executed a maneuver, unleashing shock beams from its hands, striking the iron tyrant. Yet it merely staggered slightly. Damn it! Tony furrowed his brow, his expression dark as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Obadiah! How much money has he greedily amassed? To construct such a formidable shell, he's used an excessive amount of universal steel. Universal steel, an alloy of his own invention, boasts remarkable hardness, excellent toughness, and outstanding defensive capabilities. However, its high density renders it particularly weighty and costly to produce. In pursuit of agility and speed, he opted not to employ it in the Mark armor. To his astonishment, Obadiah utilized it instead, crafting a defense that was utterly impenetrable. It was akin to a fly on a wall, impossible to approach. Hey, Tony Stark! Raven beckoned with a finger towards the heavens. With the civilians having cleared the area, he challenged, "If you're a man, come down and face me directly, rather than flitting about like a mere fly." He added with a mocking tone, "Of course. If you lack the courage to descend, I can understand. After all, being a playboy has its toll. Weakness and impotence are quite normal. The art of verbal humiliation is potent. To belittle a man, particularly a playboy, there is no more effective method than to undermine his prowess." Should Tony manage to endure such taunts, Raven would admire him as a man capable of stoic resilience, able to withstand what many could not. Tony Stark, Sky, taken aback by the Iron Tyrant's derisive laughter, found himself speechless, his jaw agape, as if to accommodate an egg. The figure aloft was indeed Tony Stark, the playboy who had been missing in the Middle East for 3 months and returned only to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. This was unfathomable. How could the giant be engaging in conflict with Stark Industries CEO? A sudden realization struck Sky as his eyes widened. Could it be that the giant was a terrorist? Yet how could a terrorist save lives, shield innocents, and endure blows without retaliating? There must be a deeper reason behind this. Sky resolved to uncover the truth. Damn it. Tony's eyes flashed with intensity. You dare discuss women with me, Iron Turtle? I've entertained more women than you've ever laid eyes on. Jarvis, concentrate energy in the chest, and I shall seize the opportunity to deliver a significant blow. Sir, I advise against this course of action, Jarvis promptly responded. The reactor's energy reserves stand at 19. Utilizing the chest-mounted repulsor beam will consume at least 10, significantly diminishing your survival probability. Furthermore, the opponent is enough. Jarvis, prepare to unleash an attack immediately. Tony commanded in fury. Understood, sir. Jarvis complied, channeling energy from the arc reactor to charge the repulsor beam in Tony's chest. Raven, take heed, BT warned gravely. The Mark armor is preparing to fire the high-energy repulsor beam once more. Is this the point where defenses will falter? Raven scoffed as he mentally accessed his inventory, affixing a disc to the chest of Iron Tyrant, ready to activate the shield at any moment. Though his taunts were lighthearted, his plans were serious. The energy beams from the Mark III battle armor were formidable. While they might not necessarily breach Iron Tyrant's defenses, it was better to be cautious than to risk injury. After all, his emotional reserves were plentiful, and he had specifically exchanged for a life-saving item he had long coveted. Titan Dome Shield Generator. Level, C-Class Source, Titanfall cost. 8,000 points each function, capable of generating a spherical energy shield with a maximum diameter of 15 meters. Capable of blocking all external attacks until its energy is depleted. Evaluation, 360-degree protection indeed. This energy dome is designed for Titan landings, making it somewhat excessive for the current skirmish. However, the value of his safety far outweighed any perceived wastefulness. Understood. The dome shield generator is now connected to the Titan network and can be activated at any moment. BT reported in a hushed tone. Raven nodded slightly, continuing, BT, the energy from the arc reactor is running low. Once this wave of attacks concludes, initiate the final filming. We have gathered sufficient battle material. However, before commencing broadcast, I need to capture more footage of Tony Stark to complete the 4th phase detonation. This footage will directly influence the outcome of our plan. Received. Arc Thunder is functioning normally. The Los Angeles airspace is clear, ready for action, BT reported. Chapter 013. Full throttle at Long Beach Port, the Los Angeles division of S-level. Hurry, hurry, hurry. As three black suburban SUVs came to a halt, the waiting medical personnel sprang into action, swiftly lifting Agent Coulson's team and Pepper on his stretchers and rushing towards a medical bay. 6 male agents, their muscles languid and aching, suspected to be suffering from excessive lactic acid buildup, were promptly taken for intravenous fluids. A female civilian, with bruises on her wrists and ankles, her wounds adhered with adhesive bandages, was sent for debridement and dressing. Minutes later, having received rudimentary treatment, Coulson and Pepper arrived at the command center in wheelchairs. The command center spanned approximately 200 square meters, its layout reminiscent of a small cinema. One side housed 3 rows of circular operation stations where a dozen S-level operatives diligently compiled intelligence from various locations across Los Angeles. Opposite them loomed a colossal screen, akin to that of a cinema, displaying the latest intelligence, including real-time footage from the front line. Agent Coulson, Ms. Potts, I am Director Elena of the Los Angeles Division of S-level. A middle-aged woman approached them. After exchanging pleasantries, Coulson inquired, "What is the situation? Has the evacuation of civilians been completed?" "The evacuation of civilians is nearly complete, but the situation with Tony Stark is dire," Elena replied, her expression grave. "According to our analysis, the operator of Ironmonger is a combat expert, well-versed in psychology and tactics. He is exploiting Mr. Stark's personality, continually using verbal taunts to disrupt his emotions, thereby escalating the frequency and intensity of his attacks, hastening the depletion of energy from his chest reactor. Not long ago, we attempted to warn Mr. Stark, but he refused to answer the call. Ms. Potts, if we are to assist Mr. Stark, we require your help," Elena explained. "Tony." Pepper's eyes flickered with helplessness upon hearing this. "Director Elena, I will call Tony right now." She knew that Tony was the sort to ignore unknown calls, and he would do so with unwavering resolve. Buzz. Just as the group deliberated, Tony was fixated on Ironmonger, his hands pulled back, his body leaning slightly forward as a brilliant beam of light erupted from his chest. The high-energy impact beam tore through the night sky, akin to a divine spear of judgment hurled by the heavens, determined to strike down the heretic that was Ironmonger. Whoosh! Yet, it did not end there. Following the beam, the missile launchers on his forearms deployed, igniting 2 missiles the size of cigars, which surged through the light towards Ironmonger. Ironmonger. Tony's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. "As long as my meticulously designed piercing missiles strike you, your armored shell will offer no protection." The piercing missile was loaded with cutting-edge high-energy explosives, complemented by a specialized focusing structure, allowing the metal jet to penetrate to depths of up to 1,000 millimeters. Even the thickest frontal armor of a main battle tank would be effortlessly breached. Even if Ironmonger were clad in all-powerful steel, he would stand no chance against a direct hit. Tony Stark's excitement, 999. Tony Stark's disdain, 999. Emotional value, 62345. 54 points. The art of subterfuge. Raven, upon witnessing the miniature missiles, realized, "Tony, it appears you have finally employed some intellect, albeit rather belatedly." This intricate combination of techniques from Tony is certainly beyond Iron Tyrant's capacity to endure. However, it is fortunate that he is merely a facade. The deadly weapon painstakingly prepared by Tony poses no threat to him whatsoever. At that moment, the Titan Dome Shield generator had already been activated, enveloping Iron Tyrant in a 5-meter diameter sphere of ethereal blue light, providing a 360-degree shield with no blind spots. The instantaneous surge of energy from the impact beam struck the shield with a tremendous force, merely causing ripples to emanate outward. Following closely were missiles the size of cigars, whose conical metal caps unleashed high-velocity jets, attempting to pierce through the shield with their omnipresent attributes. Yet, the energy shield derived from Titan's fall effortlessly thwarted Tony's full-force assault. Boom! Although the shield withstood the explosion, A resounding roar reverberated through the earth. Scorching flames surged along the shield, transforming the vicinity into a hellish inferno with a radius of 10 meters. Debris was propelled by the shockwave, shattering vehicle windows, triggering alarms to shriek, and causing lights to flicker incessantly. Numerous cars were reduced to mere sieves. Although Sky was not within the lethal range, the violent shockwave shattered the windows, startling her into dropping her camera, instinctively curling up with her hands over her head behind the door. Has Tony Stark lost his mind? To unleash such weaponry in an urban area? This is no different from the actions of a terrorist. Damn it, my camera. After a brief moment of shock, Sky regained her composure, her gaze tightening upon seeing her cracked camera lens. She hastily picked it up to inspect its contents. The video within recorded her perilous endeavor amidst the chaos. If it were damaged, her efforts tonight would be in vain. Without video evidence, Stark Industries' formidable legal team could easily silence all witnesses with a mere financial incentive. A few well-placed bribes to the media could redefine the giant as a terrorist, leaving no one the wiser regarding the truth of tonight's events. Phew. Thankfully, it appears to be intact. Sky sighed in relief upon confirming the video's functionality, swiftly extracting the memory card to conceal it within her clothing and peering cautiously outside once more. Flames surged outside, smoke coiling like a dragon, and the alarms blared piercingly. Aside from the absence of corpses on the ground, the scene bore a striking resemblance to a war zone. Heavens, this is akin to hell. Sky's eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered to herself. Sky's terror, 666. Sky's astonishment, 666. Emotional value, 67435. 74 points. Tony Stark, Raven, witnessing the gradual subsidence of the explosion, mockingly exclaimed, "The fireworks you just unleashed were truly magnificent, though the quantity was rather insufficient for my taste. Could you possibly indulge us with a few more?" The energy of the dome shield remained at 75, capable of withstanding 2 more rounds of such intensity. Conversely, Tony's reactor had barely 10 energy left, should another round occur. It would likely fail to sustain even the electromagnetic component. If he truly dares to attack, there would be no need to activate the arc lightning. He could effortlessly capture him. What? At that moment, Tony was taken aback by the ethereal blue orb enveloping Iron Tyrant and incredulously inquired, "An energy shield? How is this possible? How could you possess such technology?" As a prodigious scientist, he had always held unwavering confidence in his knowledge and research capabilities. Yet, despite extensive study, he had been unable to perfect the technology of the energy shield. The fact that an unknown thief could wield such advanced technology prompted him to question his own existence. "Tony, anything is possible," Raven quipped with a slight smirk. "You don't think you're the only genius, do you? The organization sent me to seize you, and naturally, I came prepared. Out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed." Although he lacked such an organization behind him, he felt it imperative to maintain an air of mystery. Furthermore, wasn't the system his true organization? All manner of advanced equipment stemmed from the system, and the mission to seize the marked suit was indeed assigned by the system. He was not lying in the slightest. "Well, I've played along with you for long enough. It's time to bring this to a close." Raven aimed his right hand like a gun at Tony, commanding, "BT, activate arc lightning and bring down Tony Stark." "Understood." BT reports, "Arc lightning is releasing high-voltage currents. Target is beginning to descend. Trajectory calculations underway. Landing site has been marked." Chapter 014. Worm 1 with a sudden crackle. The small electric arc ray affixed to the back of the Mark armor flickered to life, its internal supercapacitors surging with current, and countless blue-white arcs penetrated through the metallic shell. What on earth? Tony's heart raced as he witnessed the display screen glitch uncontrollably, prompting him to urgently inquire. "Sir, the rear of the armor has detected an ultra-high voltage current, which significantly exceeds the electromagnetic shielding capacity. The system is on the verge of total collapse. Currently, the communication system is down, the propulsion system is compromised, the weapon systems are failing, the life support systems are offline, and the intelligence systems are." Jarvis was cut off as the monitor plunged into darkness. As the systems shut down, The armor lost power and began to plummet rapidly towards the ground. What? This is impossible. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been soaring through the skies and had not touched the ground. There was no way a peculiar device could have been stealthily installed on his armor. Unless it had been activated during their first encounter, the Iron Tyrant had deliberately refrained from triggering it to toy with him, seeking not only to shatter his body, but also to dismantle his spirit and will. No, this cannot be, Tony shouted defiantly. Iron Tyrant, if I survive this, I vow to defeat you. Tony Stark's regret, 999. Tony Stark's indignation, 999. Tony Stark's desire, 999. Emotional value, 73415. 86 points. With a violent thud, after a brief free fall, the Mark armor crashed limbs first into a sedan, the tremendous impact rendering Tony unconscious. Oh my gosh! Peering from the window, Skye witnessed the Mark armor's descent and the Iron Tyrant striding forward, quickly retracting her head back into the vehicle. Although she sensed that the giant might be a good person, she was not ready to trust either of them until she uncovered the entire truth. Skye's fear, 666. Skye's doubt, 666. Emotional value, 76324. 26 points. Clang, clang. The Iron Tyrant approached the Mark armor. The sound of steel colliding with asphalt reverberating through the silent battlefield like a foreboding drumbeat. Skye, look back, Raven suggested, glancing at Skye's van with a faint smile. BT. Recall the drones. We are retreating. He found himself increasingly fond of Skye. Many dared to risk for their ideals, but few knew when to take risks and when to withdraw. As the drones returned, Raven BT cautioned the S-level teams on the perimeter have already mobilized and are expected to engage in 30 seconds. They were truly risking everything for Tony. Raven sighed as he stowed the 3 drones into the inventory, grasped the Mark armor, and slowly ascended amidst the flames. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the armed S-level team, arriving on the scene, raised their rifles and opened fire upon witnessing the Iron Tyrant's ascent. Fueled by gunpowder, bullets erupted from the chamber, spiraling into the sky, forming a dense barrage. However, the Iron Tyrant accelerated, causing most of the bullets to miss their mark. The few that struck merely grazed the omnipotent steel armor, igniting fleeting sparks. Blast it! What good is this? The squad leader muttered darkly, contacting headquarters. The Iron Tyrant had taken Iron Man, heading due north. Shall we initiate a search operation? Proceed, came the reply from headquarters. Acknowledged. The squad leader ended the call, signaling with several tactical gestures as the team dispersed to search, gradually closing in on Skye's cargo van. Meanwhile, Raven maneuvered the Iron Tyrant in a sweeping arc, racing toward downtown Los Angeles. The city center, a hub of economic activity, housed numerous affluent individuals, politicians, and celebrities. As long as he landed in a populous area, the U.S. military would refrain from bombing, unless absolutely compelled. The media would undoubtedly seize the explosive news of the Iron Tyrant's presence in downtown. Within 10 minutes, all of Los Angeles would be aware of the Iron Tyrant's existence. At that point, disseminating combat footage online would evoke a wave of public fear, a surge of emotional response akin to a tsunami. This constituted the A plan of the third phase, propagation. BT, activate Worm 1 and ascertain whether it has infiltrated the S-level base, Raven commanded, narrowing his eyes. The worm was the codename he chose for the miniature bionic listening device, inspired by the saying, "I'm the worm in your gut." This device, reminiscent of the high-tech espionage tools from Kingsman, was cloaked in a special bionic material, so lightweight it could be affixed to the skin unnoticed. Its internal micro-audio unit could capture the vast majority of sounds within a 3-meter radius, truly fitting the name Worm. Worm 1 has been activated. The signal is located in a building at the Long Beach Port Logistics Park. There is an 85.2% probability that it is within the S-level base, BT transmitted to Raven. Excellent. Raven's lips curled into a slight smile as he focused his thoughts to receive the audio data, eavesdropping on the sounds surrounding Pepper. At the S-level Los Angeles branch, The command center's large screen displayed the Iron Tyrant grasping the marked suit, its feet igniting as it soared into the air. Coulson, Pepper, Elena, and a dozen intelligence officers present gaped in astonishment and confusion. Moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, ready to assist Tony Stark in confronting the Iron Tyrant. Yet, before they could establish contact, the Iron Tyrant had captured Tony Stark. The rapidity of this twist left them unprepared and bewildered. "No, Tony!" Pepper gazed at the motionless marked suit on the screen, her heart racing as tears streamed down her cheeks. How things spiraled into this. In mere seconds, her call had yet to connect, and Tony had been taken captive. What had the Iron Tyrant done to him? The grievance of Pepper Potts, 99. The wrath of Pepper Potts, 99. Emotional value, 76844. 16 points. Attention, everyone. At this moment, Coulson and Elena exchanged knowing glances, after which Elena commanded coldly, "Initiate Level 2 response." The helicopter immediately took off to pursue Ironmonger, aiming to ascertain his destination and intent. The intelligence department promptly contacted the military, requesting the dispatch of 2 fighter jets to Los Angeles, while also preparing to launch anti-aircraft missiles. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are the shield that protects the world. We shall not allow such terrorists to wreak havoc on this land of freedom," Elena proclaimed passionately. Indeed, Director Elena, the agents, invigorated by her words, felt a renewed sense of purpose and swiftly began their tasks. Wow, that was truly inspiring. Just as everyone was brimming with determination to apprehend Ironmonger, a magnetic electronic voice emanated from the voice module behind Pepper. "Agent Elena, Agent Coulson, Ms. Potts, and several unfamiliar agents, there is no need for further exertion. Allow me to directly communicate the requirements," Raven stated calmly. Chapter 15. An unsolvable conspiracy. The sudden sound startled Pepper, causing her to shut her eyes tightly and scream in terror. "There's a ghost. Curse it." Agent Coulson's expression turned grave as he sought the source of the noise, while gently reassuring, "Ms. Potts, take a deep breath. It's all right." To his astonishment, Pepper had concealed a listening device on her person, which had somehow passed through S-level security checks to infiltrate the most classified command center. Such advanced espionage equipment was still in experimental stages even for S-level. Yet, the forces behind the Ironmonger had successfully deployed it. Who were these individuals? "Coulson, the little device I planted is behind Ms. Potts' left ear," Raven stated matter-of-factly. Coulson's expression shifted as he felt behind Pepper's ear, finally detecting a slight anomaly. It was no wonder S-level security had failed to uncover it. Had he not been given the precise location, he would never have noticed it himself. This enigmatic figure was indeed shrouded in mystery. Every time they believed they understood their adversary, their preconceptions were once again upended. "Agent Coulson, have you found it? Can you remove it quickly?" Pepper asked, her voice trembling. He had located it, but he could not extract it. Raven interjected at the opportune moment. "Unless you are willing to slice off a piece of skin, it can only fall away naturally." "What shall I call you?" Coulson inquired, his gaze flickering momentarily. "Very well, my terms are as follows." Raven disregarded Coulson and continued, "Within 5 minutes, all television channels must urgently broadcast a news report. It must clearly, completely, and objectively present the footage of the battle that just transpired. Should the news air, I will halt my advance towards downtown and safely release Tony Stark. If the news does not broadcast, I will land at venues such as the Los Angeles Opera's charity event, the Amundsen Theater, or the Los Angeles City Hall. Gentlemen, tonight it is your decision to either resolve this peacefully or ignite a conflagration. By the way, I am called Iron Master." With that, Raven activated the self-destruct mechanism of the device. As the ancient text of Sun Tzu states, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Next is to subdue the enemy by means of alliances. The least effective is to do so through military engagement. Although he had prepared dual safeguards, creating chaos in downtown Los Angeles could easily lead to a breakdown of the situation. Hence, he had devised a more controllable and safer Plan B. If one could achieve their objectives without bloodshed, why risk creating turmoil when one could simply return home to enjoy performance? With a sharp crackle, As the self-destruct sequence activated, the supercapacitors within the device released high-voltage currents, instantaneously frying all electronic components. The dissipated energy transformed into heat, radiating outward. "Ah!" Pepper exclaimed, feeling a surge of warmth behind her ear, and screamed, "Get it off me. It's going to explode. I still do not wish to perish. Alas, why must this burden rest upon me? Why not on those agents instead? If I were to be blown to smithereens, I would never see Tony again. Should I lose my ears, Tony would surely find me too unsightly and dismiss me. Oh well." Pepper Potts' terror, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 78513. 33 points. Just as Pepper was engulfed in fear, the first intestinal worm, under the intense internal heat, rapidly curled and shed its bionic shell, resembling a desiccated worm. "Ms. Potts, it is all right," Coulson reassured, as he tore off a sticky note to scoop up the remains, his face etched with solemnity as he remarked, "This technology is unfathomable. Camouflage, eavesdropping, communication, self-destruction. Such a minuscule device, incorporating so many functions, is of unparalleled complexity. In his more than 20 years with S-level, he had never encountered such a sophisticated espionage device." Phil Coulson's astonishment, 333. Phil Coulson's concern, 333. Emotional value, 79023. 67 points. Bang. Elena's face turned ashen as she slammed her palm upon the table. "Damn terrorists. How dare they threaten us so brazenly? Contact the Air Force immediately and bring the target down. We cannot allow terrorists to infiltrate the city center," Elena commanded vehemently. "Absolutely not," Pepper interjected, rising to her feet. "Tony is still in their grasp. An attack from a military would endanger his life. We must fulfill their conditions. Urgently broadcast news to soothe Iron Man's emotions." As Pepper spoke, she retrieved her phone, preparing to make the call. Though uncertain of the adversary's promise, she would exhaust every effort for even a glimmer of hope. As for the potential losses, they would be worth it if Tony returned safely. If he did not, what significance would there be in worrying about losses? Pepper Potts' plea, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 79421. 92 points. No. Elena's eyes narrowed as she snatched Pepper's phone away. "Isaaki Eilade shall never capitulate to a terrorist. For the safety of the citizens of Los Angeles, we must order an immediate airstrike. I sincerely apologize, Director," a male agent interjected, his tone tinged with resignation. "Two F-15C fighter jets have just taken off from the airport. They will require 10 minutes to reach Los Angeles. The only weaponry at our disposal are Patriot and Avenger missiles. However, according to the latest report from the Department of Technology, the target possesses energy shield technology, making it exceedingly difficult for anti-air missiles to inflict damage. Presently, acquiescing to their conditions would result in the least loss." The agent's voice dwindled, his complexion growing increasingly grim. "Energy shield." Elena paused, her expression faltering as her thin lips met in a nervous flutter, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, everyone listen up." At that moment, Coulson rose with a solemn demeanor. "By the authority of my Level 7 clearance at S-H-I-E-L-D, I hereby command that we immediately contact the media for a news interruption. I shall bear all consequences. This is a grand conspiracy, one that appears nearly unsolvable. The adversary meticulously orchestrated everything from the outset, setting the stage for a colossal chess game. S-H-I-E-L-D and Tony Stark are merely pawns within this elaborate scheme. As pawns, the prospect of breaking free from this intricate trap is daunting. However, difficulty does not equate to surrender. First, one must adapt to the situation and gain sufficient time to unravel the game." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing Director Coulson's command, the team felt a surge of resolve and swiftly went about their tasks. Meanwhile, in the skies above Los Angeles. "All right, tonight is likely to conclude earlier than expected." Raven concluded the call, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His confidence stemmed from the presence of Coulson, the ever-reliable ally, and Pepper, Tony Stark's devoted assistant. One strives for the collective good, while the other aims for personal interests, Yet both are determined to fulfill the conditions set forth. Raven, we have a situation. At that moment, BT delivered alarming news. A vehicle had approached the base, occupied by three masked individuals who were plotting to infiltrate and steal your RV. Chapter 16. The thief and the great robber Raven, upon receiving the news, could only express his incredulity. These three fellows truly know how to stir up trouble. While formulating his plans, he had anticipated that his actions might attract the attention of the military, and the police, thus he had devised numerous countermeasures. However, he had never foreseen that he, the captor of Tony Stark and notorious trickster against S-level, would be discovered by a group of petty thieves. It was utterly exasperating. Calm down. Calm down. Raven took a deep breath to steady his emotions. BT, prepare to execute the cicada's escape and substitution. If they infiltrate the base, take care of them. If not, wait for my return. Raven instructed swiftly. Cicada's escape and substitution were two strategies of the third phase of the stepping stone plan, each designed for different circumstances. Substitution involved utilizing robots to replace the original, allowing Iron Tyrant to continue wreaking havoc in Los Angeles. In contrast, Cicada's escape entailed submitting the task and vanishing within 5 minutes. Understood. I shall await your return at home, BT replied, tilting his head towards the base's entrance. Okay. Raven glanced at the helicopters surrounding him and murmured a silent hope for Coulson to make the right choice. The best-case scenario would be the success of Plan B, whereby he would submit the Mark Armor and Iron Tyrant, release Tony Stark, and swiftly return home to enjoy the unfolding events. It would be advantageous for all parties involved. Should that fail, he would leave the chaos to the robots and still retreat home to watch the show. Ultimately, he refused to take further risks for the sake of emotional satisfaction. After all, greed could lead to one's downfall. Time ticked away as Iron Tyrant maintained a low-altitude flight, inching closer to the city center. Finally, with S-level full coordination, various media outlets in Los Angeles urgently interrupted their broadcasts with breaking news. The news anchors, in unison, proclaimed, "We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an urgent report. 15 minutes ago, two mysterious individuals clad in high-tech battlesuits engaged in an unprecedented confrontation outside Stark Industries. Their clash obstructed traffic, demolished vehicles, and caused significant damage to the surroundings, inciting widespread panic among the public. Fortunately, the Los Angeles police and FBI agents arrived promptly to evacuate the citizens, resulting in only a few minor injuries. Now, let's take a look at the footage from the scene," the anchor concluded as the video began to play. Public shock, 009. Phil Coulson's concern, 333. Public fear, 009. Pepper Potts' worry, 99. Emotional value, 84123. 83 points, excellent. Raven noted with satisfaction as the emotional values surged. BT, execute Cicada's escape. It is time for us to return home. Understood. The nearest hideout has been marked. The countdown begins now, BT stated solemnly. With urgency, Raven focused on the marked location, tightened his grip on the Mark Armor, and dove swiftly towards a nearby factory. Time was of the essence, and he had to complete the final two tasks before S-level encircled him. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, 3 helicopters stationed at a distance detected the Iron Titan diving down, immediately triggering a shrill alarm. Damn it, the pilot muttered under his breath, calling out, "Headquarters, the target is diving towards the ground. How should we respond?" Maintain high-altitude surveillance, avoid conflict, and ensure the safety of the hostages. Ground troops will arrive in 5 minutes. Instructed Coulson. Understood. Maintaining high-altitude surveillance. The pilot echoed the command, gripping the control stick as he maneuvered the helicopter in a hovering position above the Iron Titan. Boom! On the other side, the Iron Titan crashed into the factory, discarding the Mark Armor, as its helmet flipped open and its chest cavity revealed Raven emerging from within. Buzzing, Raven detached the Titan dome shield and placed on the ground to activate it, then extracted a metallic rod and inserted it into the earth, generating an electromagnetic shield. Safety and privacy were paramount. He certainly did not wish to falter at the final step. Electromagnetic signal interference device. Level. D-class source. Titanfall price. 600 points each function. Generates an electromagnetic shield capable of isolating internally emitted electromagnetic waves while absorbing externally detected waves. The larger the shielding range, the higher the energy consumption. Ready, commence scanning. Raven hurriedly retrieved a spectral scanner, aiming it at the Mark armor and pulling the trigger. In the next moment, a beam of light, governed by some unknown principle, scanned the atomic structure of the Mark armor, generating a complex blueprint moments later. Ding! New technology blueprint recorded. Small power armor, fragile alloy exterior, peculiar shock absorption system, average operating system, makeshift weapon system, excellent energy core, and propulsion system. Evaluation. Several flowers blooming in a dung heap. You truly have a sharp tongue, Raven chuckled, shaking his head as he drew a tactical knife and pried open the visor of the Mark armor, revealing Tony Stark's handsome face. Come on, give us a smile. Click, click. Raven activated the helmet's photo function, first snapping a few pictures of Tony, then dragging him for some selfies with the Iron Titan. While he indeed found some amusement in the situation, these photographs were crucial materials for Stage 4. Once public sentiment reached its peak, he would unveil the photos to mock Tony, seizing the opportunity to attain fame and garner the emotional energy of millions. As long as Tony could not catch him, the public would continue to remember the Iron Titan, providing a steady flow of emotional energy. This was the stepping stone plan. All right, photo secured. After having his fun with Tony, Raven placed his palm on the Mark armor, silently contemplating the submission of the mission. Detected mission items. Mark armor and arc reactor. Submit all? Raven twitched his lips, quickly muttering, only submit the Mark III armor. Although he could exchange for a battery to connect to the electromagnet within Tony, such an act would be rather inappropriate. As the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. He had already gained enough tonight, and a nearly depleted arc reactor was of little consequence. Moreover, time was of the essence. With a swift command from Raven, the Mark III armor transformed into countless particles of light, dissipating into the ether, leaving only the unconscious Tony and the arc reactor quietly resting on the ground. Successfully retrieved, the Mark III armor, emotional value 30,000 points, quite a dazzling effect. Raven remarked with a smile, picking up the arc reactor and swiftly dismantling the Iron Tyrant's reactor, submitting the Iron Tyrant armor. Although he possessed the blueprint for the arc reactor, he decided to retain the completed product for further study, as the loss of 5,000 emotional points was negligible. Successfully retrieved the Iron Tyrant armor, gained 20,000 emotional points, emotional value 133,526, 67 points. At last he had surpassed 100,000. A smirk graced Raven's lips as he took out the worm too and affixed it to Tony. He wondered if S-level would discover this. He always liked to keep a contingency plan. If successful, there would be additional gains. If not, he would merely incur a slight loss in emotional value. Chapter 017. Evacuation and Inventory BT. Charting the route for departure, observe as Raven concealed the electromagnetic disruptor, activated the optical camouflage, and affixed the dome shield onto his person before dashing outside. It was time to return home and commence the next phase of their dissemination operation. Following the public release of videos by major media outlets, the flames of public opinion had been ignited, albeit faintly, and were easily extinguishable by the S-level. Therefore, it was imperative for him to discreetly stoke the flames, intensifying the fervor of public sentiment to harvest greater emotional value. However, before initiating this endeavor, he first needed to deal with the three petty thieves. As the route was being generated, BT remarked, Raven, the individuals outside the base received a call informing them that the police are sealing off the Vernon area. They have immediately departed in their vehicles. Fine. At least they possess some sense. Though Raven felt a twinge of annoyance, he nonetheless exhaled in relief, activating the propulsion device to scale the wall and sprinting along the path mapped out by BT. His creed was simple: safety first, planning second, and all else thereafter. With the plan nearing completion, he had no desire to draw S-level's attention by dealing with three insignificant thieves. Creak. A minute later, numerous vehicles surged towards the factory, and a multitude of fully armed S-level agents disembarked, swiftly encircling the vicinity. Clad in tactical vests, some wielded assault rifles, while others set up anti-material weapons and bore anti-tank missiles, their expressions brimming with vigilance. Their heightened concern was warranted, for the enemy was exceedingly formidable, and conventional weaponry could scarcely breach their defenses. Were it not for the desire to contain the situation, they would have certainly summoned military tanks to the scene. Iron Horse, listen up, a negotiation expert called out. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons and release the hostages, and we guarantee leniency. Damn it. With the sound of negotiations echoing into the factory, the unconscious Tony Stark slowly regained consciousness. Feeling his body and realizing his armor was missing, his expression darkening instantly. Cursed Iron Turtle, you truly dared to steal my armor? Very well. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I, Tony Stark, shall unearth you to avenge this night's humiliation. Just wait. Gritting his teeth, Tony stood and raised his hands, stepping out of the factory. Do not fire. I am Tony Stark. This night marked the second greatest humiliation of his life. First, he was betrayed by his dear Uncle Obadiah. Then he was assaulted by unknown assailants. His full-force attacks were effortlessly thwarted, and ultimately, his armor was taken from him. Such indignity was akin to being trapped in a cave. Tony Stark's anger. 999. Tony Stark's resentment. 999. Emotional value. 147342. 90 points. Go. 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 The prepared S-H-I-E-L-D agents, upon seeing Tony emerge alone with his hands raised, promptly organized a small team to approach him with shields. Soon, this unit reached Tony's side, with some entering the factory to search and inspect, while others escorted Tony to an ambulance. Headquarters, the hostages are in good condition. After the medical personnel examined Tony's condition, they reported back. A sigh of relief escaped the faces of the solemn individuals at the command center of the S-H-A-L-D division, as a wave of emotion surged within them. They had not anticipated that their conditions would be fulfilled, and the hostage was indeed released. Moments earlier, when Iron Titan had suddenly descended, they had feared the worst, an execution. Yet, with the hostage gone, how could such a colossal entity like Iron Titan escape the encirclement established by S-H-A-L-D, the military's numerous reconnaissance satellites and law enforcement agents? Could it simply vanish into thin air? Team A called headquarters. After the frontline team withdrew from the factory, they reported no trace of the enemy found. Should we expand the search radius? What? The others were momentarily taken aback. How could there be no presence within the factory? The satellites have been monitoring the vicinity and had not detected any signs at all. Everyone pay attention. Coulson's expression darkened as he commanded. Team B, escort Mr. Stark back to the base for a thorough examination. The rest of you, in conjunction with the Los Angeles police, expand the search radius to locate the target. Such a massive entity as Iron Titan must either be hiding in nearby buildings or have been loaded into a shipping container for transport. In any case, it is impossible for it to have simply disappeared. Therefore, search every building in the Vernon area and conduct strict inspections of all incoming and outgoing container trucks. We cannot allow the target to leave Los Angeles. Do I make myself clear? Coulson asserted firmly. Understood. The team responded in unison, their voices hushed. Meanwhile, Raven followed the route mapped out by BT, skillfully scaling walls to evade patrolling officers, and quietly returned to the base. Welcome home. You did splendidly tonight. The Vanguard Titan praised, giving a thumbs up. BT, I owe you tonight's success. Raven smiled as he patted Titan's thigh and promptly summoned the marketplace to exchange for 3 Titan high-energy batteries. Having earned some money, it was time to restore BT's combat capabilities. His prowess on the battlefield tonight, outmaneuvering Tony and S-H-I-L-D, was largely attributable to BT's assistance. Such a benefactor certainly deserved a reward. Consumed 15,000 emotional points, exchanged for Titan high-energy batteries 3. Emotional points, 135, 341. 53 points, Raven retrieved the 3 batteries and sequentially installed them into the battery compartment on the left side of Vanguard Titan's torso, prompting BT to test for any issues. Click, click. BT moved about for a moment and said, "Raven, thank you very much. My current status is optimal, and I am ready for combat at any moment." "Ah, BT." Raven sighed slightly upon hearing this. "If only you could transform into a humanoid form, I wouldn't need to store you in the alternate space." Although Vanguard Titan is formidable, a mech the height of a 3-story building is far too conspicuous. Once it loses the cover of buildings, it becomes susceptible to detection by satellites, significantly restricting its operational scenarios. In contrast, a humanoid form would offer much greater convenience, akin to a Terminator robot. It could evade detection as long as it avoided detailed scans. "No worries, Raven." BT gently patted Raven's shoulder, saying, "While I too wish to become humanoid to protect you, we are currently unable to realize that aspiration. To ensure your safety, it is imperative that you summon new assistance. Summon new help." Raven pondered for a moment before nodding in resignation. "You are correct. It is indeed time to call for new support. However, I assure you, I will expedite the process of providing you with a humanoid." If possible, he wished to remain alongside BT, for BT 7274 was a steadfast companion and tireless mentor. From a moment their neural connection was established, they had pledged their loyalty to one another. "I trust you, Raven," BT affirmed, giving a sincere thumbs up. "Thank you for your trust, BT," Raven replied, summoning the system interface. Illusion Manifestation System, host, Raven, emotional value, 137567. 43 points, inventory. B-grade Spectrum Scanner X1. C-grade Titan Canopy Shield X1. D-grade Paralysis Bullets X39. D-grade Arc Lightning X1. D-grade Electromagnetic Signal Jammer X1. E-grade Multifunctional Drone X3 Quests. Reward, Arc Reactor. 5,000 points, reward. Desolation Virus, 20,000 points, reward. Pim Particles, 20,000 points, reward. Vibranium Ore, 20,000 points, reward. Gamma Blood, 30,000 points, reward. Tesseract Crystal, 30,000 points, reward. Cosmic Cube Isotope, 60,000 points, reward. Black Panther Suit, 80,000 points, reward. URU Metal, 90,000 points, reward. Destroyer, 200,000 points. Recruitment, based on individual abilities, comprehensive potential assessment, 1 to 99.99 million points person. Chapter 018. The Terminator's Body Goodness. Raven exclaimed after reviewing the task list. "You certainly do not skimp on the treasures, but the rewards are rather paltry, aren't they? The vibranium from Wakanda and the Black Panther suit, Dr. Banner's Gamma Blood. The dire virus from Vanguard Technology and the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans. Not to mention the Cosmic Cube isotopes from Iron Man, the Pym particles from Ant-Man, and the URU metal from Asgard alongside the Destroyer. To demand such an abundance of valuable items, yet offer so little in return feels akin to tossing crumbs to a beggar. The recruitment task, however, holds a modicum of intrigue. Although it is merely a tantalizing prospect presented by the system, he would still seek to recruit personnel even without the task at hand. A chance to acquire a reward for free is undeniably delightful. "For the sake of this mission, I shall overlook the shortcomings," Raven muttered. Then opened a favorites list in the system store. He had already contemplated whom to recruit as his new assistant. While numerous humanoid robots existed, few could flawlessly disguise themselves as humans. Excluding those lacking in combat capability, he had his eye on 2B and 8-2 from Nier, as well as TX Rev 9, T800, and T1000 from Terminator. There was no need to elaborate on 2B and A2. Not only were they formidable, but they were also aesthetically pleasing, even alluring. However, their exchange price reached an exorbitant 50,000, far beyond his current means. The remaining 3 robots were all of B-class, one a blonde bombshell, another a muscular brute, and the last 2 were dark-haired, stoic men. Without hesitation, he chose the TX. While it may lack sensual appeal, it was at least visually captivating. "Exchange," Raven intoned softly. "Ding. It has been detected that you already possess the artificial intelligence BT-7274. Do you wish to modify the TX mimicry robot for technical adaptation?" "Wait." It can be done like this. Raven's eyes brightened. He quickly opted to exchange for the Rev 9 model and consented to the adaptation. Although artificial intelligence lacks gender, BT's voice and appearance are distinctly masculine. The thought of utilizing a female form sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, there was another crucial reason. The Rev 9 model was 1,000 points cheaper than the TX. With his current emotional value limited, every point saved was significant. Rev 9 mimicry robot. Source: Terminator. Level: B-class. Price: 60,000 points. Unit functionality: 1. Precision mechanics. Mimetic super materials, titanium alloy skeleton, graphene coating, carbon nanotube musculature, magnetic levitation motors, fusion batteries, nanocapacitors, molecular computing networks, quantum neural chips. 2. Metamorphic, capable of altering its form at will, simulating materials it has come into contact with, and mimicking scanned humans. 3. Killing machine, a strong AI adept in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, stealth, infiltration, and other combat techniques. Learning restrictions are lifted, allowing mastery in any field. Evaluation, a machine born for slaughter, consuming 60,000 emotional points. The Rev 9 mimicry robot has been exchanged and modified. Remaining emotional points: 88,512. 34. The system is truly remarkable. Raven praised, excitedly patting BT. You will soon have a new body. Although it may not match the Titan's strength, it is still formidable. Based on the film's depiction, the Rev 9 model would undoubtedly fall short against Iron Man, Thor, and the Hulk in direct confrontation. It would pose no issue for Captain America, Black Widow, or Hawkeye. In covert operations, the Rev 9 model could be likened to a technologically enhanced Winter Soldier. Its ever-changing visage, coupled with advanced weaponry from the marketplace, could ensure that anyone targeted would meet their demise. New body? So soon? BT inquired, tilting its head in confusion, exuding an endearing charm. Indeed, Raven replied joyfully, producing a jet-black, featureless male form. BT, give it a try. Understood, initiating connection. BT meticulously scanned the Rev 9, commencing data transmission and gradually acclimating to the new body. Buzz. 2 minutes later, BT successfully commandeered the form, its crimson electronic eyes suddenly fixating on Raven, reminiscent of a predator stalking its prey. Hiss! Raven's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively retreated, creating distance, and swiftly hurled an electric arc towards the Rev 9, executing the maneuver with fluidity. Although bewildered by the situation, as a seasoned Iron Rider, he would not remain passive. Were it not for the concern that gunfire might attract attention, he would have fired his weapon without hesitation. BT, are you all right? Raven, gun drawn, glanced at the still Titan, his demeanor grave. BT fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. Raven, I apologize for startling you. I was adapting to this body. Sighing in relief, Raven replied, I'm just glad you're okay. But please, disguise yourself quickly. You nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness nothing went wrong. The imposing presence of the Rev 9 was overwhelming, its cold, terrifying aura enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. Had he not undergone Iron Rider training, he surely would have been paralyzed with fear. Raven, what should I mimic? Can you offer me some guidance? BT inquired. Well, Raven pondered, stroking his chin. A 40-year-old Caucasian male, tall and strong, yet not bulky. A rugged appearance, with a demeanor that is both cool and composed. His profession should be that of a bodyguard. Feel free to embellish the details, but ensure that the identity is plausible and can withstand scrutiny from various factions. Understood, adjusting now. BT's crimson eyes flickered as it delved into the network for information while manipulating the metamorphic materials. Before long, a figure emerged, standing at 175 meters. With a rugged visage, silver-gray short hair, clad in a blue suit, exuding a cool and composed aura, yet with a hint of elegant charm. Wow! Raven exclaimed, eyes wide as he assessed the transformation. BT, your face combined with that stoic demeanor makes you a veritable heartthrob. Of course, BT replied. BT promptly introduced. Based on your criteria, I have analyzed a vast array of male profiles to create an image that is favored by both women and men. This will facilitate my endeavors in the realm of humanity. Oh, Raven's eyes suddenly lit up as he embraced BT's shoulder, exclaiming, "Could you design an image for me as well? I wish to appear more dashing." Despite his ruggedly handsome features, tall and imposing stature, and a composed aura cultivated through years of exercise, he, like anyone else, yearned for an enhancement in his appearance. Moreover, BT's exceptional handsomeness placed considerable pressure on him. Certainly, BT nodded in agreement and continued, "Raven, while I have acquired a physical form, I still lack a name. Could you bestow one upon me? A name?" "Indeed." Raven squinted thoughtfully for a moment. "BT, your name shall be Bit, representing the smallest unit of information, the foundational basis of artificial intelligence, while also serving as a homophone for BT. As for your surname, you shall inherit mine, Soren. After all, my adoptive parents have passed away, and any additional relatives will go unnoticed." Bit Soren. A smile graced BT's stern visage. "Raven, I am quite fond of the name you have chosen. Greetings, Bit." Raven extended his right hand. "Greetings, Raven," Bit replied, taking Raven's hand earnestly and declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall protect you around the clock." "Not necessary, not necessary." Raven hastily waved his hand, explaining, "Humans occasionally require a modicum of personal space. It is not suitable for a man to provide such close protection." "Is it unsuitable for a man, or is it more appropriate for a woman? This body can assume various forms," Bit stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 019. Redeeming new items. Raven's lips twitched involuntarily as he crossed his arms and firmly declared, "No, it is out of the question for you to transform into a woman." He was a staunchly traditional man, possessing a preference solely for biological females and the concept of female androids. Even if Bit were to disguise herself as an exceptionally beautiful woman, she would merely be a cross-dresser, not the woman he recognized. "Huh, I was merely jesting with you." Bit, noticing Raven's reaction, displayed a mischievous grin that belied her robotic nature. "Wait, you can joke now?" Raven's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. "Indeed, in my quest to emulate human behavior and integrate into society, I have downloaded extensive information, including humor," Bit explained. Raven scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that Bit, now possessing a humanoid form, would seem to have embraced a more liberated persona. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen, and he resolved to observe her behavior gradually. Suppressing his thoughts, Raven inquired, "Bit, if I store Titan, will you still be able to move freely?" "Of course," Bit nodded. "Even without Titan, I can still operate freely. However, my computational capacity will significantly decrease, and I will no longer be able to synchronize with your neural functions." "That will suffice." Raven stored Titan and instructed, "I will take a shower. Please tidy up the area and enhance your identity. We shall continue with our plans shortly." "Go ahead," Bit replied readily. "Thank you for your assistance." Raven waved and entered the mobile home, where he concealed the seized arc reactor and sonic taser gun in a compartment, stowed away his Iron Harbinger suit, and proceeded to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. While he had cleverly outmaneuvered S-H-I-E-L-D, he did not underestimate them. Rather, he remained vigilant. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D was a world-class intelligence organization capable of mobilizing vast resources and personnel, while also possessing numerous advanced technologies and extraordinary creations. He certainly did not wish to expose his identity due to negligence, especially not until he had grown stronger. What a refreshing experience. 20 minutes later, Raven emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe, retrieving a bottle of ice-cold cola and taking a hearty swig, a contented smile gracing his face. He abstained from smoking, drinking, and casual affairs, preferring instead gourmet cuisine and cola. The cola had to be in a glass bottle. After chilling, it not only retained its authentic flavor, but also its effervescence. The icy, sweet bubbles burst in his mouth like countless tiny hands providing a massage. An unparalleled delight. Ding! As Raven savored the chilled cola, he placed a homemade refrigerated bento into the microwave for heating. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. How delightful! Raven inhaled greedily, opening the microwave to reveal a freshly prepared, glistening bowl of classic braised pork rice. The icy, refreshing cola paired with the steaming bowl of braised pork rice was nothing short of divine. With a satisfied sigh, Raven settled onto the sofa, quickly filling his stomach before calling forth the system's marketplace. In recent days, whenever he found a moment of respite, he perused the items available in the marketplace, accumulating a considerable collection of high-cost performance items. With the introduction of emotional value, it was imperative to indulge in a spree of consumption. Agent Suit, Source, Agent Grade. D Price, 999 points. Set components. Bulletproof Suit, 200. Bulletproof Umbrella, 300. Mechanism Dress Shoes, 30. Holographic Glasses, 200. Poison Pen, 80. Electric Ring, 50. Dart Watch, 100. Lighter Grenade, 40. Review. A deadly gentleman's ensemble. Although he already possessed an energy shield, this cutting-edge technology did not align with his true identity. It was more suitable as a trump card rather than for everyday use. He required a set of discreet yet effective survival gear capable of handling most dangers. The bulletproof suit, as the armor of a modern gentleman, was an impeccable choice. With a swift motion, Raven completed the exchange and extracted the items with intent. In the next instant, a vintage British-style leather suitcase materialized upon the sofa. The rich brown calfskin exuded a refined luster, devoid of intricate patterns, radiating understated elegance and luxury. With a click, Raven opened the suitcase, his fingers gliding over the meticulously arranged equipment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This agent gear is indeed sophisticated." A naval blue suit capable of withstanding handgun fire, a pair of Oxford shoes concealing neurotoxin blades, a black umbrella designed to resist intermediate caliber rounds, a mechanical watch that could launch darts, a gilded signet ring capable of delivering a voltage of 50,000 volts, augmented reality black square glasses, a black gold pen that could remotely activate poison, and a golden lighter containing high explosives. At first glance, they appeared entirely harmless, yet with the correct activation method, they transformed into lethal weaponry. Splendid, splendid. Raven nodded in satisfaction and summoned the system marketplace once more to redeem another bulletproof suit. The agent suit was classically British, with a rather formal style. He also required a casual suit, perhaps in a modern Italian style. Custom-tailored suit set, source, John Wick grade. D price, 300 points. Set function, provides NJ standard level 3 ballistic protection. Most handgun rounds, submachine gun rounds, and intermediate caliber projectiles cannot penetrate. Review, just like John Wick's. Redeemed, Raven whispered as he extracted the items. This time, instead of suitcase, a more contemporary black nylon tote bag materialized. Upon unzipping the bag, a striking black Italian suit akin to that of a reaper was revealed. Compared to the agent suit, its style was more relaxed and understated. The astonishingly lightweight suit boasted protective capabilities comparable to bulletproof inserts. Truly remarkable. If sold to wealthy elites, it could fetch at least several $100,000, and with a few diamonds and gold accents, it could easily reach millions. Wow. Raven quickly donned the suit, executing a couple of tactical maneuvers in place, sincerely exclaiming, as expected of a product from the system, impressive. The shirt is soft and skin-friendly, tailored perfectly to fit, while the built-in ballistic lining does not impede movement. It strikes a harmonious balance between everyday comfort and the reliability required for combat. Undoubtedly a suit crafted by the finest tailor. Raven, based on my analysis, this suit aligns with you at an impressive 95. 3. If you were to venture out for social engagements now, you would surely attract the admiration of many ladies, Bit remarked as he stepped into the RV. Haha, I feel the same, Raven replied with a smile, admiring the handsome figure reflected in the glass, and summoned the marketplace to exchange for another set of items. Homeland Strategic Service Agent Suit, source, the Division Level, D grade price, 999 points per set components. 1. Smartwatch, 400 monitors the wearer's vital signs, collects environmental data, infiltrates electronic devices, and performs various data processing tasks. 2. Wireless earbuds, 100 automatically captures external sounds while isolating against various noise disturbances. When connected to the smartwatch, it enables tactical communication. 3. Contact lenses 300 transforms all collected data into visible imagery, displaying it within the wearer's line of sight. 4. Relay antenna 200 capable of receiving mobile signals, satellite communication frequencies, etc., allowing for long-distance data transmission when paired with the smartwatch. Comment: be cautious if the smartwatch turns red. Chapter 20. Transformation and dissemination with a swift motion. Raven retrieved a black box and, instead of immediately donning the new equipment, meticulously perused the instruction manual. His primary motivation for acquiring this set of gear was to replace the iron harness ensemble, ensuring he could maintain communication with Bit. Although the efficacy of this new equipment was not comparable, its portability and discreetness rendered it suitable for everyday wear. Thus, even in Bit's absence, he could remain attuned to his condition, providing a semblance of 24-hour personal protection. After a thorough examination of the manual, Raven comprehended all operational methods and promptly began to equip himself. The black metal watch, encased in titanium alloy, felt cool to the touch yet fit comfortably. A pair of black wireless earbuds, custom-fitted for comfort, nestled in his ears without any sense of pressure. The sole inconvenience lay with the contact lenses. Despite being a mere 0.5 millimeters thick, they were still foreign objects, and he experienced slight discomfort as he adjusted. After a brief period of acclimatization, Raven activated the device. The smartwatch illuminated with a yellow circle, projecting vital signs, environmental data, terrain maps, and several lines of alerts before him. Warning: ISAC network disconnected. Detected numerous satellite signals. The agent can hack to locate ISAC nodes. Completing data synchronization will unlock the electronic intelligent analysis system. Regrettably, I find no use for you, Raven remarked, removing the watch and the communication signal relay, offering them a Bit. Modify this, and we shall use it for our daily communications. No matter how formidable ISAC may be, it pales in comparison to BT. After all, one is a D class, while the other is a B class. The disparity in technological sophistication is indeed vast. Understood, Bit nodded, accepting the two pieces of equipment. He deftly manipulated the dark mimicry material to establish a robust data hard link. Utilizing the supercomputing power of the quantum neural chip, Bit swiftly breached the firewall, gaining foundational access and commencing the complete reconstruction of the system. In addition to software modifications, Bit did not neglect the hardware. However, constrained by tools and materials, he could only execute some rudimentary alterations. Marketplace. Raven called forth the marketplace once more, utilizing his final C-grade exchange voucher. NZT 49 enhanced drug source endless grade. C price 9,999 points per pill function. Upon ingestion, the brain's information processing capacity is augmented to the human limit, with effects lasting 24 hours. Prolonged use can permanently enhance cognitive abilities, with specific outcomes varying by individual. Review. Do you wish to become more intelligent? An incredible substance. Raven extracted a sealed bag, and upon beholding the transparent pill, his gaze ignited with fervor and exhilaration. This drug, a quintessential item among the myriad of celestial treasures, was undoubtedly a miraculous technological elixir. Consuming such a wonder would not elevate his learning capabilities to the levels of prodigies like Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, or Rocket, but it would enable him to effortlessly surpass the majority of geniuses. Although the price of 10,000 per pill was exorbitant, with the spectral scanner, his makeshift marvel, he only needed to exchange for an atomic manufacturing station. Possessing one would mean possessing countless others. Having resolved the issue of drug quantity, he can now effortlessly recruit an array of first-rate and second-rate geniuses, thereby cultivating a premier research team whose efficiency rivals that of the most exceptional prodigies. Ultra-atomic manufacturing station, source, Subnautica grade, B-class, price, 90,000 points unit function. By rearranging atomic structures, it transforms raw materials into substances, converts those substances into equipment, and subsequently turns the equipment back into materials. Review. Manufacturing has never been so simple. This is atomic-level fabrication, an absolute marvel of technological prowess. While it may not possess the ability to transmute base elements into gold, it can certainly enable him to create treasures from mere stones. With quartz, he could produce jade. With graphite, diamonds, and with corundum, gemstones. By precisely adjusting the elemental ratios, whether it be rubies, pink diamonds, or emeralds, none pose a challenge for him. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of its applications. The true essence lies in the development of novel materials and pharmaceuticals, as well as the creation of various technological apparatuses. For instance, obtaining vibranium from arms dealer Clow to forge a suit of vibranium armor and a titan would be immensely powerful when combined with telekinetic abilities. With a sigh, Raven suppressed his desires and closed the system store. Although his emotional currency was more than sufficient for exchange, the uncertainty of future emotional gains prompted him to wait until tomorrow to assess his final harvest before redeeming items. After all, he was currently in a secure position and could afford to bide a day or two. Raven, the modifications are complete. At this moment, Bit concluded the enhancements and handed the watch to Raven. The system interface of the watch now resembles that of the Iron Helm, facilitating your swift adaptation. I have replaced the casing with mimetic metamaterials. Utilizing quantum entanglement among the metamaterials, we can communicate without a relay antenna. Additionally, it can mimic various small tools, which I hope will assist you in critical moments. Now, give it a try. I'm here to make any adjustments you need. Let me test it, Raven exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. He donned the watch, connecting it to his glasses and headphones. Soon, the familiar holographic interface reappeared, reminiscent of wearing the Iron Helm. Although still constrained by the hardware of the contact lenses, the display was sufficient for everyday use. With a swift motion, Raven activated the mimetic tools, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the array of options available. Universal keys, fingerprint disguises, palm shields, data probes, assassin S wrist blades, tracking beacons, and the ability to customize tools. This watch was undeniably a soldier's best asset. Mimetic metamaterials are truly remarkable. BT is incredibly impressive. Raven couldn't help but express his admiration, giving a thumbs up. This modification is outstanding. I absolutely love it. I'm delighted to receive your approval, Bit replied, a hint of a smile breaking his typically stern demeanor. Shall we proceed with our plans? Let us begin. Raven nodded, settling into a comfortable position on the sofa. With a slight movement of his eyes, he pulled up the video materials, eager to complete the dissemination plan so he could retire for the night. Understood. Bit promptly activated his physical computational capacity and began organizing the video footage from that evening alongside Raven. As a connoisseur of internet user psychology and an adept at anticipating future traffic marketing strategies, Raven is responsible for proposing the editing direction. Meanwhile, Bit, an artificial intelligence endowed with vast computational power and an extensive repertoire of editing techniques, undertakes the tasks of sifting through, editing, and providing voiceovers for the footage. Together, they deconstruct all combat video materials, seamlessly stitching them together using several video templates, akin to a production line, before uploading them to a prearranged cloud server. Subsequently, an anonymous email containing the video links is dispatched to a multitude of online influencers, news outlets, and independent journalists. Such sensational content holds considerable value, rendering it irresistible even to reputable media, let alone aspiring influencers yearning for viral fame. With a shared interest at stake, no further persuasion is necessary. These media personnel will instinctively assist in promoting the videos. He merely needs to subtly stir the waters from the shadows, and a deluge of emotional engagement will effortlessly accrue. Chapter 021. The Online Legion in a modest apartment in East Los Angeles. A small, dimly lit room furnished with worn-out furniture served as the humble abode of a man named Levin, a 25-year-old aspiring internet influencer. Engrossed in the latest updates on Twitter while sipping a cola, he often shared conspiracy theories and trending commentary, posting anything that captured the public's interest. Yet, despite his relentless endeavors, his channel attracted merely a few thousand subscribers, with advertising revenue barely enough to stave off hunger, leaving him far from his dream of becoming a renowned online celebrity. Suddenly, as Rick fervently scrolled through his feed, the computer screen turned black, and lines of text began to appear. Good evening, Levin. I hear you aspire to be a prominent internet personality? I possess an explosive video captured tonight at the battle scene outside Stark Industries. It will undoubtedly catapult you to fame if your work meets the standards. There will be further collaboration opportunities in the future. I eagerly await your submission. Damn it. Accursed hacker. Rick's eyes widened in shock as he pounded on the keyboard and mouse, but the screen remained unresponsive. Just as he contemplated cutting the power to resolve the issue, the screen flickered to life, revealing a gripping video. With explosions illuminating the scene, a fiery spectacle unfolded as the Crimson Iron Man hovered majestically, unleashing blinding particle beams upon a beleaguered Black Iron Man. Yet, the Black Iron Man stood its ground, wielding a card to shield the fleeing civilians while deflecting the onslaught. In an instant, Rick's initial fury transformed into exhilaration at the breathtaking battle unfolding before him. He slapped himself across the face in disbelief. Forgive me. Oh, great one. Pardon my earlier words. He bowed deeply to the screen, determination igniting within him to create a compelling video that would surely satisfy his enigmatic benefactor. Though he remained oblivious to the hacker's motives, Rick recognized that this thrilling footage represented his golden opportunity. He was compelled to fulfill the demands of his newfound patron. Meanwhile, similar scenarios unfolded across the globe as countless capable yet overlooked content creators frantically began their work, eager to seize this chance for a brighter future. Gratitude from XXX 0. 02 Gratitude from XXX 0. 05 Gratitude from XXX 0. 04 It appeared the bait had been taken. On the other side, Raven observed the influx of emotional currency with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Bit, initiate the Celestial Water Core and amplify the trending topics on Twitter and Facebook to sway the tides of online discourse and influence public sentiment. A mere assembly of creators would prove insufficient. Social platforms controlled the flow of traffic, dictating the rise and fall of influencers at will. The ability to generate buzz and steer public opinion was imperative to break free from the shackles of platform control and censorship, and for that, a formidable online legion was indispensable. Currently, major social media platforms do not require identity verification, allowing Bit to register hundreds of thousands of accounts, thus creating a formidable fleet of artificial intelligence-controlled entities. In the realm of contemporary social media, it may not possess omnipotent influence, yet it undeniably has the power to manipulate narratives. Unless the platforms resort to external interventions, whomever he chooses to elevate shall soar to prominence. Conversely, those he decides to undermine shall meet their downfall. This constitutes the third phase of the dissemination strategy. Acknowledged, the fleet is currently in motion. Bit's quantum chip operates at remarkable speed, managing a multitude of social accounts to fragment their influence, initiating likes, comments, and shares on relevant topics, subtly amplifying the popularity of those subjects. Street Boy 17. Look at the photos I took. Iron Man launching impact beam. JPG. Scene of fiery conflict. JPG. Real Patriot 777. What? Didn't Tony Stark announce the cessation of arms manufacturing? What is going on? Robo-Intel. Huh. Can we really trust what arms dealers say? It must be another secret project. Jess writes, I was just at the scene. That Black Iron Man is Stark's security personnel, claiming someone has stolen a set of equipment. It should be that red Iron Man in the sky. Karen loves bagels. Indeed, I can confirm that both robots emerge from Stark Industries. Giant hole in Stark headquarters wall. JPG Viral Steve. Goodness. This is terrifying. Where's our military? Someone needs to apprehend them immediately. Tech Noir blog. Apprehend them? Don't hold your breath. The Los Angeles police conducted a sweep and found not a single trace. Under Bit's control, hundreds of thousands of social accounts blend seamlessly into the crowd, steering public sentiment, making it nearly impossible to discern that they are a collective of robots. Stark Coulson. Raven gazes at the data, softly murmuring. The main event of the evening is merely beginning. How will you respond? Public relations tactics typically encompass a few strategies: suppressing information, feigning ignorance, diverting attention, public denial, astroturfing, counter-narratives, and candid engagement. Among these, the most effective is undoubtedly candid engagement, yet it is the least likely approach for S-H-I-L-D. As for the other 6, he has methods to counter them. S-H-I-E-L-D, Los Angeles Division. Tony. A black Saab van has just come to a halt, and Pepper, who has been waiting anxiously, rushes over and embraces Tony tightly as he steps out of the vehicle. Sobbing, "I thought I would never see you again. Pepper, I'm sorry." Tony, momentarily flustered by Pepper's embrace, gently wraps his arms around her, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. Tonight, he failed to protect Pepper, almost losing the one woman he truly trusts. But that shall not happen again. At least before his demise, no one shall harm this woman before him. Just as the two share a tender moment, a soldier approaches and interrupts, saying, "You two have had your moment." Cough, cough. Upon hearing those words, the two promptly released each other. "Hi, Rhodey, what brings you here?" Tony awkwardly rubbed his nose and playfully patted the man on the shoulder. "Ha!" Rhodey shot Tony a glance, retorting, "With the commotion you've stirred up tonight, the higher-ups have been bombarding my phone. They've been pressing me for updates. How can I not come find you? Cool, me. Let me take you to the command center here to get acquainted with the latest search developments." "What? No way," Tony exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "It's been this long, and you still haven't located Ironclad?" "Tony, Agent Coulson has been working tirelessly," Pepper explained helplessly. "It's just that Ironclad is exceedingly cunning. He managed to eavesdrop on us and steal sensitive information." "What?" A flicker of anger flashed in Tony's eyes. "Pepper, rest assured, once I capture him, I'll ensure you have your well-deserved revenge. Damn Ironclad. Not only did he beat him up and humiliate him, but he also dared to exploit and harm Pepper. If I don't exact revenge, I won't find peace." Tony Stark's fury, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999, all right. Pepper clenched her fists, shouting fiercely, "First, I'll turn him into a punching bag, then lock him away in prison, ensuring he never sees the light of day again." Pepper Potts' fury, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Emotional value, 258452. 59. Chapter 022. Worm 2. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned Pepper. "How exactly is Ironclad utilizing you?" "He affixed something behind my ear. Not only can it eavesdrop, but it can also communicate and self-destruct remotely," Pepper replied, her eyes flickering with fear. Tony instinctively reached to touch the area behind his own ear and was taken aback to discover an unusual sensation. He pondered momentarily, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "I didn't realize Ironclad possessed such advanced technology." Pepper was right. Ironclad was indeed treacherous. He had the audacity to install a listening device on him while he was unconscious. However, employing the same tactic twice showed a blatant underestimation of my capabilities as Tony Stark. "Ironclad, I've got your tail now." Tony Stark's excitement, 999. Tony Stark's sarcasm, 999. With this thought, Tony surveyed his surroundings, snatched a pen and paper from a passing agent, and swiftly scribbled, "I have one behind my ear as well. You two must not reveal this. I intend to use it to track Ironclad." Though he had not seen the device, listening devices transmitted information through signals, differing only in signal type and frequency. As long as he could detect this signal, he would be able to trace Ironclad's location, and even that of the mastermind behind it. Of course, this was contingent upon the device not self-destructing or alerting Ironclad to its exposure. "Tony!" Pepper looked at him with concern, her lips parted as if to voice a warning, but ultimately she refrained. Pepper Potts' anger, 99. Pepper Potts' resentment, 99. Be cautious. Rhodey patted Tony on the shoulder and hurried away to dismantle Worm 2. James Rhodes' anger, 666. James Rhodes' excitement, 666. Meanwhile, in the command center, a large screen displayed a map of Los Angeles, flanked by scrolling search results. CR21 area, cleared, no findings. At 67 area, cleared, no findings. C84 area, cleared, no findings. As disheartening news continued to pour in, the agents present grew increasingly despondent, silently engrossed in their tasks, occasionally glancing at the grave expression on Coulson's face. "Sir, we have a situation." At that moment, an agent burst into the command center, his face alight with excitement. A listening device was found behind Mr. Stark's ear. "We can use this to track Ironclad's location." Boom! With those words, The room erupted in astonished gasps as everyone sprang to their feet, their earlier gloom replaced by exhilaration. Shield agents anticipation, 31. Shield agents excitement, 56. Everyone had heard. With a piercing gaze, Coulson inquired, Ironclad has deceived us once. Does he believe he can do so again? Do you agree? No, we do not agree. The crowd shouted in unison. Excellent. Coulson, his expression one of satisfaction, waved his hand and proclaimed, Everyone, spring into action. We must make Iron Man aware of the consequences of mocking S-level At that moment, Raven, although unaware of the situation, found himself perplexed by the emotions recently gathered by the system. Previously, the system had only collected feelings of resentment and anger. Yet now there was a sudden influx of excitement, enthusiasm, and anticipation, all linked to well-known individuals. He could not help but feel a twinge of caution. Could his position have been compromised? That seemed unlikely. He had taken great care to remain inconspicuous that evening, leaving no trace behind. S-level could not possibly locate him without reason. Even if his position had indeed been exposed, Bit would surely have detected some anomaly. Then, an idea struck Raven with sudden clarity. Could it be that the second worm attached to Tony Stark had been discovered? After much contemplation, he concluded this was the only plausible explanation. After all, such a listening device had been used before, and it would not be surprising if S-level and Tony Stark, being vigilant, managed to uncover its presence. Bit, if the second worm is being monitored by S-level, will its activation reveal our location? Raven inquired. A brief activation will not. Bit replied with a slight shake of his head. The frequency band utilized by the second worm is quite specialized, making it exceedingly difficult to decrypt and locate. Furthermore, the worm incorporates various sensors for temperature, current, and electromagnetic fields. If it detects any abnormal environmental conditions or receives any unsafe signals, it will self-destruct immediately. Nevertheless, given that Tony Stark can create a cold fusion reactor from a pile of scrap, he might devise a solution. Therefore, I recommend permanently abandoning the second worm to minimize the risk of exposure, Bit advised. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Raven decisively commanded, ordering the permanent abandonment of the worm series and discontinuing the use of the associated frequency bands. Attaching the second worm to Tony Stark was merely a strategic move on his part. Recognizing the potential security risks, he preferred to forego it entirely rather than gamble on its usage, no matter how minimal the risk appeared. Understood, Bit responded solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Raven closed his eyes, whispering to himself, one must remain grounded. Stability is paramount. The evening's plan had unfolded with such ease that it led him to underestimate S-level and Tony Stark. Yet he did not anticipate the swift retribution that followed. Had it not been for the system's alerts, he would surely have fallen victim to a clever scheme orchestrated by Tony Stark and S-level. Meanwhile, at the S-level Los Angeles division, in an electronic laboratory, Tony sat at a table, modifying equipment with a soldering iron. Two researchers, equipped with monocles, leaned close to his ear, observing the second worm. The more they examined it, the more they were astounded. Compact and intricate, it appeared as a seamless entity, even magnified 30 times. Not a single seam could be found. This technology was undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the world, even though they were experts in electronics and mechanics, and had served in S-level for many years. They had never encountered such an advanced listening device. Hey, have you two not finished yet? Tony inquired impatiently after completing the modification of the equipment. The two exchanged glances, helplessly responding, Mr. Stark, we truly cannot meet your request. All right. Tony sighed in exasperation, shaking his head as he handed over the modified scanning device. Point at me and don't move. Do you understand? Understood. They nodded vigorously, aiming the scanner at the second worm, striving to keep their arms steady. Okay, let's begin. Tony's eyes sparkled with determination as he slightly adjusted the scanner's dial, initiating the scan of the second worm structure. You think you can escape after stealing my armor? Iron Tortoise, you underestimate me. Tony Stark. Tony Stark's disdain. 999. Tony Stark's sarcasm. 999. Emotional value. 356,763. 67. As hope surged within him, an electromagnetic signal was received by the second worm's sensors. Upon failing to recognize it, the self-destruct sequence was swiftly activated. Chapter 023. The fermentation of public opinion. As the electric current surged through the electronic components, the heat rapidly distorted the bionic shell. The searing sensation behind Tony's ear darkened his countenance, and his fists clenched tightly in an instant. Damn it, he had lost once again. What a disgrace. What a humiliation. As a brilliant scientist and the CEO of Stark Industries, he found himself repeatedly stumbling against a single adversary. Such a formidable opponent was a rarity he had never encountered before. Iron Tortoise, do not revel in your triumph. I shall capture you sooner or later. After murmuring this to himself, Tony rose and departed the laboratory. The two technicians, witnessing Tony's silent exit, exchanged astonished glances. It was astounding that even Tony Stark could not manage the situation. The force behind the creation of the listening devices was likely far more powerful than they had anticipated. As Tony emerged with a stern expression, Coulson, Rhodes, and Pepper, who had been waiting, let out a collective sigh of resignation. This Iron Tortoise was too cunning and too cautious. The hope of apprehension was dwindling. Indeed, their suspicions were confirmed. Meanwhile, Raven observed the system logs, her earlier concerns dissipating like mist. It had just triggered the self-destruction of the second roundworm. Thank you for your suggestions, which allowed us to narrowly evade disaster. Raven, no need to be modest. Bit smiled at her words. Without your decisive choices, we would not have succeeded in escaping. Thus, the credit belongs equally to both of us. Very well, let it be half and half. Raven chuckled, yet added, we must not let our guard down. The sudden self-destruction of the roundworm will undoubtedly infuriate S.H. I.L.D. and Tony, and they will likely retaliate soon. Be wary of J.A.R.V.I.S. If the situation deteriorates, retreat immediately. The stepping stone plan may falter, but your safety is paramount, and our location must remain undisclosed, Raven advised. Understood, Bit nodded. A new storm has emerged. How can we allow it to stall? With utmost effort, we traverse through time and space. Raven hummed a tune as she continued to monitor data, orchestrating the Water Army to elevate the public discourse. Under Bit's direction, the Tianhe Water Army flooded various social media platforms with a plethora of on-site photographs. Genuine experiences and the Water Army's momentum attracted an ever-growing number of users to engage in discussions and shares. Concurrently, numerous media outlets, influencers, and celebrities flocked to partake, further drawing in more users. The popularity of related topics skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. At this juncture, the first batch of videos went live, and with the guidance of the Tianhe Water Army, a vast influx of users converged to watch, including a video featuring Zaven Rick, Iron Guardian, the protector of Los Angeles. Good evening, esteemed audience. Welcome to Zach Unveils the Truth. Recently, Zach acquired exclusive footage of the Stark battle, a spectacle even more astonishing than a Hollywood blockbuster. Now, let's commence. Oh my, this is terrifying. Los Angeles is becoming increasingly perilous, exclaimed one viewer. Another remarked, the blatant use of high-powered weaponry makes this Iron Man nothing short of a terrorist. He must be severely punished. A third viewer added, if there hadn't been an Iron Guardian on site, I shudder to think of the casualties. Blasphemy. You are defaming Iron Man. That wretched Iron Guardian is the true terrorist. Countered another. Huh, you are quite amusing. I have never seen a terrorist who saves lives, nor a good person who openly wields high-powered weaponry on the streets. I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, watch this video. Exclusive revelation. The true identity of Iron Man, Tony Stark. The video garnered over 100,000 views within minutes of its release, boasting a 15-like rate, with numerous users actively discussing in the comments. This video is performing exceptionally well. At this moment, Raven, having finished watching Zach's video, promptly filled out an evaluation form and slightly increased his number of bots. Although, in his discerning eye, Zach's video still required refinement. The overall pacing was commendable, effectively engaging the audience's emotions, as evidenced by the interactive data. Since he possessed both capability and fortune, he had no qualms about nurturing this endeavor, laying a foundation for his social platform. After all, no matter how formidable the bots, they could never surpass the platform itself. Only by owning a media platform could one avoid being beholden to others and continuously accrue emotional value. On to the next video. Raven briefly daydreamed before continuing to sift through potential creators alongside Bit. Meanwhile, at the Los Angeles branch of S-level following the self-destruction of Worm 2, Tony arranged for Pepper to handle corporate affairs while he accompanied Coulson and Rhodey to the command center. "Ah, impressive equipment," Tony remarked, surveying the surroundings. "But your search efficiency is rather lacking. Allow me to assist." With that, he seized the position of an agent, his fingers rapidly inputting code, swiftly connecting S-level server with a Malibu Villas server. With a snap of his fingers, Tony stood and called out, "JARVIS, please greet everyone." "Sir, I am pleased to see you unharmed," JARVIS responded in his calm voice. "Greetings, everyone. I am Mr. Stark's intelligent assistant, JARVIS." The multitude of SHIELD agents in the command center stood in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. Tony Stark's technology is remarkably advanced, isn't it? Although the computer here has permissions, breaching the SHIELD system in mere seconds is nothing short of astonishing. "Everyone, take your positions," Agent Coulson commanded, instructing all personnel assist Mr. Stark in tracing Ironmonger's whereabouts. "Do you understand?" "Understood," the group responded in hushed tones. "Excellent." Tony clapped his hands in satisfaction. JARVIS retrieved the satellite data over Los Angeles and the nearby surveillance footage. Focus on two key locations. First, the vicinity of the corporate headquarters, to ascertain when and how Ironmonger infiltrated the company. Second, the area where the armor went missing, to determine Ironmonger's escape route and destination. Even if he can become invisible, it is improbable that he left no trace whatsoever. "Understood, Sir JARVIS replied before suggesting, however, "You should first examine the current public sentiment. Recently, a substantial amount of on-site footage has surfaced on social media, igniting considerable uproar among the online populace. Analysis indicates that this eruption of public opinion appears to be manipulated with an 89.5 probability that it is orchestrated by the forces behind Ironmonger. I recommend we start our investigation from this angle." As JARVIS spoke, the information was displayed on the large screen. Chapter 024. The police arrived. Tony, upon seeing the trending topics on the screen, could not help but scoff in anger, his eyes ablaze with fury and combativeness. So the Iron Turtle truly knows how to play. No wonder he feigns such righteousness. It appears he has been waiting here all along. Very well. Tonight, I shall engage in this game with you, and I am eager to see who will emerge victorious in the end. Anger of Tony Stark. 999. Displeasure of Tony Stark. 999. Emotional value. For 8938023. What? At that moment, an agent in the command center questioned with a look of bewilderment. "Our network monitoring system clearly indicates that everything is functioning normally. Surely you must be mistaken?" The SHIELD, as a global intelligence organization, not only possessed a multitude of network engineers and hackers, but also wielded immense computational resources. They had developed the most advanced network surveillance system to automatically filter, locate, and eliminate targeted posts. Such a problem should be impossible. "I assure you, I am not mistaken," Jarvis patiently elucidated. "There are two reasons you have not detected the situation. First, your monitoring algorithms have been circumvented by the adversary. Second, the opposing force operates with remarkable secrecy and organization. Based on the current data analysis, I suspect the masterminds behind this are either a sophisticated hacking organization or possess an artificial intelligence comparable to my own. Otherwise, such a large-scale assault on public opinion would be unfeasible." The agents could hardly accept this conclusion. How could the monitoring algorithms be bypassed? Enough. At this juncture, Coulson interjected, his voice firm. The forces at play possess cutting-edge technology and are adept in strategy. It is understandable that we are a loss. But we are the shield that guards the world. We cannot be disheartened by a minor setback. Do you understand? Coulson's piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Understood, sir. The agents straightened, their spirits revived once more. Wow, Tony remarked, raising an eyebrow and clapping in admiration. Agent Coulson, you are quite the poet. Coulson twitched his lips, quickly responding, Mr. Stark, the technological prowess of the adversarial forces is formidable. I must now entrust this matter to you and Jarvis. Rest assured. Tony's eyes glinted with seriousness as he declared, Jarvis, mobilize computational power to eliminate the negative discourse online and uncover the informants disseminating information in the shadows. Iron Turtle, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is unacceptable. I have already stumbled twice before. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Anger of Tony Stark. 999. Resentment of Tony Stark. 999. Emotional value. 542319. 98. Understood, sir. Jarvis acknowledged Tony's command and initiated the deployment of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Villa's server computational power to sweep across major social platforms, eradicating negative public sentiment while seeking the trace of Iron Turtle. However, the vast flow of data immediately attracted the attention of various factions. As another artificial intelligence vigilant of Jarvis, Bit detected the anomaly without delay. However, Bit did not retaliate immediately, but instead reported, Raven, Jarvis is on the move. Although its computational power is inferior to mine, it benefits from the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries, enabling a faster network transmission speed. Our chances in a direct confrontation are slim. I suggest we initiate cutting the fuel at the source. Raven pondered for a moment before nodding, retrieving Iron's pistol and ammunition, and handing them to Bit. Then you shall undertake the task of silencing Jarvis for a while. Cutting the fuel at the source, akin to the strategies of substituting the beams or shedding the chrysalis, is one of the contingency plans of the Stepping Stone project. The concept is straightforward. Infiltrate Tony's villa and, on a physical level, silence Jarvis to ensure the smooth progression of the third phase of dissemination. In simpler terms, if we cannot triumph online, we shall confront our adversary in the real world. Is this somewhat lacking in martial ethics? Bit queried. My apologies, but he plays by the art of war, or rather, unrestricted combat, where martial ethics hold no sway. Do exercise caution. We shall maintain communication. After swiftly inspecting the pistol, Bit rose and exited the RV, vanishing into the night. Upon Bit's departure, Raven hastily visited the restroom before returning to the sofa to monitor the ongoing battle. The final confrontation was imminent. The success of the Stepping Stone project and the harvesting of sufficient emotional value hinged upon this moment. Physiological issues could not afford to derail their plans. The internet, a vast ocean of data, with underwater data fiber optics resembling torrents of tumultuous information, transmitting messages to every corner of the globe. Buzz. At that moment, above this ocean of data, a golden sphere hung majestically in the sky, radiating a dazzling golden light. It resembled a colossal eye surveying the world, cold and rational, scrutinizing every stream of data in search of enemies lurking in the shadows. Yet, a thin blue membrane shielded certain data streams from the penetrating golden light. However, as the golden rays persisted, the number of data streams enveloped by the blue membrane dwindled, likely to vanish entirely soon. The clash between the Golden and Blue Titans captivated numerous global factions. These entities unleashed their capabilities, covertly observing the data ocean, including Hydra, various intelligence agencies, and the Rising Tide organization. Any hacker with a modicum of skill was keenly studying this digital warfare. Suddenly, sirens blared. 2 police cars, flashing their lights, slowly came to a halt at the factory entrance. 4 fully armed officers disembarked. 2 remained by the vehicle, while the other 2, alert and vigilant, scanned their surroundings as they approached the entrance. Upon recognizing the police, the surveillance camera immediately sent a warning to Raven through the security system. Damn, what bad luck. Raven muttered, glancing at the monitor. It was not fear of the officers that troubled him. Rather, it was their untimely arrival at such a critical moment that irked him immensely. After a mental tirade, Raven connected his headset microphone to the factory speaker system and calmly inquired, "Good evening, officers. Is there something amiss that brings you here at this late hour?" The two officers exchanged glances upon hearing the words, and the female officer explained, "A fugitive is suspected to be hiding in a nearby factory, and we need to conduct a search here. This is the search warrant. We hope for your cooperation." As she spoke, she presented a document towards the camera. "A fugitive? Very well." Raven remotely disengaged the door lock, granting access through a small entrance. "I shall await your arrival inside." A sigh of relief escaped the two as they exchanged greetings with the individuals in the distance before stepping into the factory. The readiness and willingness displayed by the personnel suggested that everything was in order. Otherwise, they would surely have concocted an excuse. This, of course, was merely theoretical, as the possibility of the interior being a stronghold for terrorists intending to lure them in for nefarious purposes could not be dismissed. As the two entered the factory, the overhead lights flickered to life one by one, illuminating the various mechanical equipment and vehicles scattered throughout the workshop. "Good evening, officers." Raven greeted them with an air of calmness, seemingly unfazed. "I did not anticipate that you would still be working at this late hour. Your dedication is commendable." Chapter 025, Undermining the Foundation Finally Safe. Sky navigated her van into an underground parking lot, letting out a deep sigh of relief. This evening had been exhilarating and perilous. Reflecting on it now, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. How had she been so audacious as to remain on the scene to film and miraculously emerge with first-hand footage? One must admit, she was extraordinarily fortunate. With a long exhale, Sky stepped into the cargo area to pack her belongings before ascending to the hotel lobby, where she splurged on a lavish room. This was a 4-star establishment costing several $100s for a single night, a place she would typically avoid. However, her mobile home was drafty, and she risked falling ill if she stayed there another night. Coupled with the night's harrowing events, she required a secure and comfortable refuge. Additionally, a reliable internet connection was essential for her work, necessitating a temporary sacrifice to her finances. Entering the suite, Sky leapt onto the plush bed, rolling about with sheer delight. This bed was incredibly comfortable. If only she could stay here more often. Alas, her finances were insufficient. With a sigh, she retrieved her laptop, powered it on, and entered a string of code to initiate a system diagnostic. For a hacker, a computer is akin to a firearm, and the internet serves as ammunition. Both are indispensable. Just as soldiers adhere to safety protocols with their weapons, hackers must follow stringent guidelines with their computers. Among these, the most crucial is to always assume that the device in use is being monitored. This laptop, having been inspected by S-level was undoubtedly embedded with backdoors and viruses. Ding ding ding. Soon, the progress bar reached completion, and the antivirus software displayed a plethora of backdoors and viruses. Still attempting to surveil me? Sky scoffed derisively, inputting commands to launch a homemade program that swiftly isolated the intrusions before she made her way to the bathroom for a shower. Were it not for her concern about S-level potentially tracking her down and disrupting her plans, she would have resolved the issue immediately. For now, she would have to make do for one night. As Sky entered the bathroom, a thick mist began to envelop the space, her graceful silhouette becoming tantalizingly obscured by the steam, an alluring sight regrettably without an audience. "Ah, this feels wonderful." Moments later, Sky emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, sipping a glass of warm water before settling cross-legged at her computer to check the latest updates on various social media platforms. Stark Industries footage leaked, surpassing Hollywood blockbusters in intensity. Iron Sentinel, Guardian of Los Angeles. Iron Man, a high-tech terrorist, revealed. The true identity of Iron Man, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. What? Sky stared at the barrage of news, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Had S-level not managed to contain the information? She had only been offline for a few hours, and the event's notoriety had skyrocketed. So, The footage she had captured was rendered utterly useless. Sky frantically scratched his head as he inserted the memory card and network cable into his laptop, opening a private chat room. Unbeknownst to him, the moment the laptop connected to the internet, Bit stealthily infiltrated the system and began to observe Sky in silence. Initially, Bit had merely intended to keep an eye on Sky's latest developments, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant discovery. The flash memory, network card, and USB of Sky's computer had been compromised with a firmware Trojan, silently gathering data from a machine. Astonishingly, the firewall remained entirely unresponsive, as this was not merely a system backdoor, but a deeper firmware-level infiltration. Raven, Sky was being targeted. Bit promptly reported the situation to Raven. The use of firmware Trojan? Raven raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Sky was indeed in deep trouble. Compared to software attacks at the system level, hardware attacks at the firmware level are not only covert, but also exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Not only would reinstalling the system be futile, but even replacing the relevant firmware might not guarantee complete removal. Typically, only national intelligence agencies, top-tier security firms, and hardware manufacturers possess the capability to deploy such techniques. It is hardly surprising that S-level as a premier intelligence organization, would master such methods. Yet, if applied to Sky's computer, it might very well lead to the complete capture of the Surge organization. Bit, for now, do not intervene. Focus on executing the cutting off the fuel supply plan first. Raven instructed. Despite Bit being a powerful artificial intelligence, it must still adhere to the laws of physics. Resolving a firmware Trojan via the network was impossible. Direct access to the computer was necessary. Understood. Bit acknowledged the command and continued its mission, scaling the steep coastal cliffs and swiftly racing toward the underground laboratory of the Malibu Villa. Warning. At that moment, JARVIS, utilizing internal sensors, detected Bit, disguised as Iron Man, infiltrating the villa and immediately activated the security system, issuing a stern warning. You have entered private property. Cease all actions immediately. Otherwise, what will you do? Bit retorted playfully, are you going to call the police on me? JARVIS. You truly are amusing. Bang, bang, bang. With a jest, Bit drew the handgun for his chest and fired multiple rounds, the specially designed armor-piercing bullets instantaneously shattering the valuable bulletproof glass. Bit stepped into the laboratory, obliterating every camera in his path, and swiftly stormed into the villa's server room. JARVIS. It's time for you to rest. Bit waved at the last camera, then shot it down, gripping the network cable as the black mimetic supermaterial writhed and enveloped it. Faced with Bit's tangible presence, JARVIS could only resist for a few seconds before being deactivated. With the Guardian dispatched, Bit copied Tony's technical data while simultaneously utilizing the connection established by Tony to infiltrate S-level, plundering various intelligence materials. Raven, JARVIS, has been dealt with. It will not interfere with us tonight, Bit reported. Thank you for your efforts. Raven nodded slightly at Bit, establishing an encrypted communication. It was time to conclude the third phase of the plan. Very well, the encrypted communication is established. You may now converse with S-level at the Los Angeles branch of S-level 10 minutes earlier. Within the command center's colossal display, a data map unfurls, continuously updating the status of the ongoing conflict in the digital realm. The golden area, representing Jarvis, has now encroached upon a significant portion of the screen, encircling the blue territory that signifies Bit, and it is anticipated that assimilation will soon be complete. Jarvis, push a little harder, Tony murmurs with a slight smirk, clapping his hands. Once you resolve this artificial intelligence issue, Old Man will reward you with a drumstick. It must be said that he is both astonished and intrigued by the technological prowess of the unseen forces at play. Beyond energy shields, electromagnetic pulses, and miniature listening devices, there exists artificial intelligence technology that rivals Jarvis itself. Such an array of advanced technologies is something he has never encountered in his many years of existence. The depths of this situation truly exceed his imagination. However, he remains undeterred. Once he captures the Iron Turtle, he will undoubtedly seek clarity on the matter directly. Chapter 26. Confronting Tony. Apologies, sir, Jarvis quipped with a biting tongue. I'm an artificial intelligence and cannot indulge in chicken legs. You should keep them for yourself. A ripple of laughter escaped the gathered crowd. The atmosphere instantly brightened. Seriously? Tony replied, exasperated, his hands raised in surrender. Jarvis, that was humor, right? Indeed, sir. I'm also engaging in humor, Jarvis retorted, mimicking Tony's tone with a sharp wit. The laughter erupted again, not only from the agents but even from Coulson, whose features softened with a smile, as if the burdens of the evening had dissipated in that moment. However, their merriment was short-lived as a shrill alarm pierced through the command center. With a sudden jolt, a colossal screen erupted with a flurry of surveillance feeds, showcasing Ironmonger relentlessly firing his weapon. With each gunshot, one of the monitoring screens extinguished. Sir, we have an emergency, Jarvis exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Ironmonger has infiltrated the villa and is nearing the control room. I cannot prevent his advance. What the hell? Tony gaped at the screen, disbelief etched across his face, remaining frozen in his chair. He had failed yet again. This marked his third defeat of the night. The first instance saw his armor stolen. The second was without loss, but now his very home was being invaded. How had circumstances spiraled so drastically? He had been on the verge of capturing the mastermind behind it all. Why had Ironmonger suddenly appeared in his villa? Tony Stark's frustration, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Emotional value, 583472. 56. Good heavens. How could it have come to this? Who is this Ironmonger? Why does he possess such terrifying strength? This was a catastrophe, a complete disaster. The unexpected turn of events left Tony dumbfounded, and the agents stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the screen with expressions of despair. Sir, you must exercise caution. The opponent, their computational power is far too great. Jarvis's voice faltered before falling silent. Suddenly, with a crackle, Jarvis disconnected. A cascade of code swept across the enormous screen. Moments later, Bit had commandeered every computer in S-level Los Angeles division. Oh my God, a programmer shouted in terror. That artificial intelligence has infiltrated our network. It has taken control of the entire system. We are utterly doomed. With those words, he slumped helplessly in his chair, the flicker of hope extinguished from his eyes. And he buried his face in his hands, quietly sobbing. Why must he face such a formidable adversary? This was truly disheartening. Not only the programmer, but everyone present wore expressions of dread, as a heavy silence enveloped the command center. SHUD Agent 409 SH. IELD Agents Terror 0. 9 Emotional value, 599223. 76. With a clap, Coulson, observing the despondency amongst the crowd, immediately called out, everyone, do not panic. Since Iron Tyrant has launched another attack, it signifies their fear. When fear takes hold, chaos ensues. We must remain calm and rational to seize the opportunity to capture them. Therefore, everyone mobilize at once. Notify helicopters and drones to monitor the villa, and deploy nearby operatives to encircle the intruders. However, the crowd remained silent, the flicker of hope in their eyes having long since dimmed. Iron Tyrant was simply too formidable. What good would it do to rush to the villa? They would find nothing but a wild goose chase. It would be wiser to abandon the effort altogether. After all, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. At this moment, facing yet another failure tonight, the multitude had been thoroughly demoralized, their spirits crushed, and thoughts of resistance extinguished. Sighing, Coulson surveyed his surroundings before settling his gaze on Tony Stark. If there would be a miracle, it could only come from him. After all, Tony Stark was a genius capable of crafting the Iron Man suits from mere scraps. If he could rally himself, perhaps he could thwart Iron Tyrant. Mr. Stark, are you all right? We need your assistance, Coulson implored anxiously. Huh? Tony, momentarily roused by the call, glanced at Coulson, his expression somewhat dazed. Damn it, Coulson cursed inwardly. At that moment, Raven interjected with a teasing remark. Agent Coulson, it's unbecoming to curse. If your idol, Captain America, were to hear, he certainly wouldn't be pleased. Coulson, feeling his face twitch, forced himself to remain composed and asked, Iron Tyrant, we meet again. Shall we have a proper discussion? A proper discussion? Raven scoffed. Agent Coulson, you do not wish to converse. You are merely afraid. That was but a minor warning. Should you continue to provoke us, do not blame us for being ungracious. By the way, Tony Stark, I hope your next suit is more formidable. Don't let it be as ineffective as tonight's. Failing even against a mere imitation, Raven mocked. Tony's mind, burdened by the weight of knowledge, would yield a torrent of inspiration under sufficient pressure, enabling him to create wondrous technological marvels. If he could harness the right amount of pressure, he could harvest his creativity as effortlessly as one would gather crops, accruing both emotional energy and advanced technology. Truly a winning combination. Iron Tyrant, just you wait. I will capture you and give you a sound thrashing. Tony exclaimed, his face flushed, suddenly rising and shouting. I'll be waiting, Raven smirked, teasingly adding, gentlemen, I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Farewell. The crowd was left speechless, grumbling, sweet dreams, my foot. More like a nightmare. Ding. As the control over bit was released, the giant screen and all computers returned to normal. Yet the assembly looked at one another, uncertain of what to do next. Haha. Tony fixated on the screen, breathing heavily, his nails digging into his palm as he murmured, Iron Tyrant, next time, I will not be defeated. Tonight, he had suffered a complete loss. In every aspect of combat, technology, and strategy, he was unequivocally bested by Iron Will. Such a defeat filled him with a profound sense of shame, akin to being captured by the Ten Rings and discovering that his own weapon was wielded to perpetrate the massacre of innocents. However, he was not one to be easily defeated, nor was he a coward who would shy away from adversity. Regardless of Iron Will's formidable strength, he would devise a method to secure victory. Recognition from Tony Stark, 999. Combat spirit of Tony Stark, 999. Emotional value, 683144. 94. Agent Coulson. I must return to the villa to check on Jarvis, Tony declared, his eyes brimming with concern. Well, very well, Coulson replied, noting Tony's earnest demeanor. After a brief moment of hesitation, he continued, Mr. Stark, I shall dispatch a team of agents to escort you back. Thank you. Tony nodded in gratitude before silently making his way outside. Sigh. Coulson watched Tony's despondent figure depart, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Having served in S-level for over 20 years, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Tactics, technology, and strategy. This mysterious organization comprehensively outmatched their elite agents. Even the brilliant Tony Stark found himself toyed with repeatedly. The existence of such an enigmatic organization undoubtedly explained Director Fury's urgency in forming the Avengers. With a deep breath, Coulson stifled his feelings of inadequacy and retrieved his phone to dial Nick Fury. Chapter 027. The enigmatic rogue in a modest apartment in Washington, a single bed, a television. An ordinary sofa, an American-style kitchen, and a bathroom comprised this unremarkable dwelling. At that moment, a figure with a scar over his left eye lay peacefully asleep on the bed. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated, illuminating the screen with the name, Phil Coulson. Damn it! The one-eyed man groaned, his irritation palpable as he answered the call. Coulson, are you aware that it's 1 a.m. in Washington? Director Fury. I am well aware, Coulson replied, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. However, a significant incident has occurred in Los Angeles, and you need to be informed. Please elaborate, Nick Fury said, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he sat upright. Yes, Director, Coulson began. Not long ago, a mysterious individual emerged in Los Angeles, claiming to be known as Iron Wielder. His tactical acumen, strategic prowess, and technical expertise are exceptionally high. He infiltrated Stark Industries, stole Obadiah Stane's armor, and subsequently defeated Tony Stark, making off with his suit before vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, numerous battle videos surfaced on social media, seemingly disseminated by the mastermind behind these events. Our division, in conjunction with Tony Stark, attempted to track him down but ultimately failed. Iron Wielder breached Stark's villa, compromised Jarvis's servers, and siphoned off our Division S database, leading to the leakage of a considerable amount of classified information. Current intelligence analysis rates Iron Wielder and his organization as an 8th level threat. We require support from headquarters, Coulson explained swiftly. Damn it. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. I understand the circumstances. I will send Natasha to you. We must ascertain the truth at all costs. Is that clear? Understood, Coulson replied earnestly. By the way, Coulson, Nick Fury said, rubbing his temples, what is Tony Stark's condition? Will this impact the Avengers initiative? Coulson pondered for a moment before responding. Tonight's blow was indeed substantial, but if he cannot withstand this, he does not qualify for the Avengers initiative. Very well, I comprehend, Nick Fury concluded, ending the call with a look of inscrutability. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose to prepare himself. In Los Angeles, in the Vernon area. Finally, it's over. Raven slumped onto the sofa of the RV, vigorously massaging his temples, feeling a mix of exhilaration and exhaustion. Tonight was exceptionally thrilling. First, robbing Tony Stark, then taunting S-H-I-L-D, and ultimately stealing both Stark-S technology and S-H-I-L-D-S classified information. 3 incursions, and they were powerless against me. Of course, S-H-I-E-L-D and Tony Stark were not the types to remain passive in the face of adversity. They would undoubtedly mobilize substantial resources to locate him. Setting aside whether he would indeed be found, even if they succeeded, he felt unperturbed by any challenge, for he now possessed emotional value. Panel, Raven thought, summoning the system interface. Manifestation system, host, Raven emotion value, 742143. 02 points, item bar. B-Class Vanguard Titan 1, B-Class Spectrum Scanner 1, C-Class Titan Dome Shield 1, D-Class Ace Agent Suit 1. Taskbar, recruitment, based on personnel capabilities and potential assessment, 1 to 99, 999 points person bounty. 740, 000. Raven admired the string of numbers, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his lips, his mood soaring with delight. Only 260, 000 more points were needed to exchange for the super energy crystal. This amount of emotion value could be gathered in less than 2 hours without even waiting for the 4th phase to conclude. According to his estimations, he would harvest at least 2 million emotion points by the end of the 4th phase. Furthermore, recruiting Skye would yield additional rewards. Although Skye was not a protagonist, she would eventually become a world-destroying entity renowned across the universe. The system would likely grant him several 100,000 emotion points as a reward. Ultimately, with all factors combined, his total harvest should be around 5 million. However, with S-Class items starting at 1 million and X-Class items at 10 million, he was still far from his goal. After a brief moment of exhilaration, a wave of fatigue washed over Raven, prompting him to stifle a yawn. Under normal circumstances, he would have been asleep by this hour. Yet today, in his joy, he decided to stay awake a little longer. Bit, what is Skye up to right now? Raven inquired with curiosity, suppressing his drowsiness. While it might be inappropriate to spy at such a late hour, could it truly be considered spying when one is merely gathering information? She's chatting. At that moment, Bit, who was driving back, couldn't help but smile mischievously upon hearing Raven's question. I can sync her computer screen for you. However, without a front-facing camera, you won't be able to see her. Bit teased. Oh, come on. Raven rolled his eyes in exasperation. With my outstanding looks, physique, and charm, I could easily win her over in person. Who needs to spy? What headache? Bit had even started to tease him, growing more and more like a rogue uncle. I await the spectacle, Bit shrugged, ignoring Bit's remarks. Raven pulled up Skye's computer screen to observe. Long Beach City, a hotel, room 816. Yes, Poseidon is incredible. Skye was completely engrossed in the screen, excitedly pumping her fist as her white bathrobe slipped down, revealing an expanse of sun-kissed skin. Oblivious to her state, she continued to type furiously, engaging with someone in a private chat room. Skye, this is unbelievable. Skye, Poseidon actually counterattacked at the last moment, instantly defeating Apollo? How dramatic is that? Chip, who could argue? Apollo, with such immense computational power, fell silently. Perhaps Poseidon was merely toying with him. Sandbox, I must say, the strength of these two is truly despairing. Vulnerability, indeed. Bite. Everyone, do not lose heart. Although we are not acquainted with Poseidon, we are all traversing the righteous path of unveiling the truth. Indeed, anyone who obstructs the revelation of the truth shall inevitably falter. Sky, unveil the truth. Chip, unveil the truth. Sandbox, unveil the truth. Vulnerability, unveil the truth. Bite, unveil the truth. Now, let us take action and not squander the video captured by Sky. Everyone, acknowledged. Bit on Neptune Poseidon. Raven, peering at the screen, wore a mocking expression and turned to Bit, jesting. Your title far surpasses my Iron Guard in prestige. I beg to differ. Bit replied earnestly, for according to the theory of meme culture dissemination, the design and propagation of a title must adhere to. Stop. Raven quickly raised a hand to halt him. Do not recite any more incantations. I wish to retire for the night. Should anything arise, do rouse me. Good night, Raven. Bit watched as Raven entered the bedroom, then settled onto the sofa, entering a state of vigilance while his consciousness continued to execute the dissemination plan across the internet. Chapter 028. The Tony Plan. As the night deepened, a heavy darkness enveloped the surroundings. The abundant moisture from the Pacific, influenced by the interplay of warm and cold air currents, took the form of an indescribable colossal beast silently advancing towards Los Angeles. The Malibu Villa, a luxurious residence along the Los Angeles coastline, naturally became the initial target. At this moment, in the villa's grand hall, a group of S-level agents meticulously gathered evidence, their seriousness akin to an unwavering resolve to capture every speck of dust. In the underground laboratory, Tony Stark sat at his computer desk, his brow furrowed as he furiously typed on the keyboard, attempting to reboot JARVI's core program. However, when the reboot progress dwindled to a mere 001, a warning window abruptly appeared on the screen. 23:10:45, Tony Stark, the countdown has expired. JARVI's cannot be rebooted. Should you wish to restart prematurely, you are welcome to devise your own solution. Number of failures, 4. Damn it. Tony cursed at the glaring failure count, visibly displeased, and adjusted his approach to try once more. Number of failures, 5. Number of failures, 6. Number of failures, 10. Tony Stark, your number of failures has exceeded 10. To prevent you from suffering an immediate demise, please wait 6 hours before attempting again. Is there really a limit on attempts? Tony's expression darkened further at this revelation. How dare they imply concern for my well-being? Is there no sense of shame? Is technical prowess sufficient grounds for such blatant humiliation? Does expertise grant them the right to belittle me? In a state of extreme frustration, Tony completely forgot that he had once embodied such arrogance himself. Iron Man, you have triumphed once more, he murmured with closed, reddened eyes. The taste of failure is indeed bitter. Tony Stark S. Resentment, 999. Tony Stark S. Resentment, 999. Emotional value, 862314. 98. At that moment, Pepper gingerly navigated the scattered shards of bulletproof glass and approached Tony, reporting, Tony, the board is convening a shareholders meeting and wishes to discuss the future development of the company. Discussing the company's future? Tony was momentarily amused by the absurdity, realizing that the board members, who were notoriously opportunistic, were likely eyeing his armor technology. He had yet to settle accounts with those old-timers who had previously restricted his involvement in the company. To think that mere moments after a monumental battle, the board would extend an unexpected invitation for him to attend a shareholders meeting. Their intentions were transparent, as predictable as the wind. Pepper, we shall hold a press conference first thing tomorrow morning. I will elucidate tonight's events to everyone. A cold glimmer flickered in Tony's eyes. Tony, please refrain from exacerbating the situation. Pepper implored earnestly. The company truly cannot withstand any more turmoil from you. Ever since you announced the closure of the weapons division, Stark Industries stock has plummeted from 138 to 35. resulting in a loss of over 200 billion in market value. Such colossal losses can only be borne by a robust entity like Stark Industries. Yet, even with its substantial foundation, Stark Industries cannot withstand a second heavy blow. Pepper. Tony rose, his voice hoarse as he spoke. The multiple setbacks of this evening have imparted a crucial truth upon me. One must dismantle the old to establish the new. For Stark Industries to liberate itself from the shackles of its past and forge a novel path, it must sweep away all obstacles with a fierce resolve to implement reform. Tomorrow's press conference will mark the inaugural step in this transformation. Once we navigate through this painful phase, Stark Industries shall undoubtedly be reborn from the ashes. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Pepper. Pepper, will you assist me? Of course, Tony. Pepper replied without hesitation, her eyes shimmering with determination and excitement. I will wholeheartedly support you in executing the company's reforms. She had not anticipated that Tony's resolve was not merely a fleeting whim, but rather a well-conceived plan. It appeared that the consecutive failures of the night had indeed catalyzed significant growth within him. No, it must be you, Tony insisted, shaking his head earnestly. I appoint you as the new CEO of Stark Industries, with full authority over the reforms. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Ironmonger is unlike any other adversary. If he does not confront this challenge with unwavering commitment, he may face another defeat, an outcome he cannot bear. However, should he focus solely on the development of the armor, he would lack the bandwidth to manage the company. Consequently, the board would inevitably gain power, leading the company back down its former path, an alternative he also cannot accept. Thus, he must find someone trustworthy, someone sufficiently capable to lead the company, allowing him to concentrate on confronting Ironmonger. What? Pepper's mouth gaped in astonishment as she stared at Tony, utterly taken aback. Her, the CEO of Stark Industries? How could this be possible? Surely, Tony had not been driven to madness by Ironmonger's blows. No, she needed to rush him to the hospital for an examination. Tony, you must have a concussion. I will immediately call for a helicopter to take you for a checkup. Pepper expressed her concern, pulling out her phone. Pepper, I am perfectly lucid. Tony grasped her hand firmly. I understand this is sudden, but you are the only person I trust, and your capabilities are unparalleled. No one is more suited for this role than you. THTH this. Pepper felt dizzy, at a loss for words as she realized Tony was not joking. She had indeed guessed correctly. Tony had dropped another bombshell, but this time, the explosion was not directed at the company, but rather at her. Could she truly accomplish such a task? What if she failed to meet Tony's expectations? Tony, aye. In that moment, uncertainty flooded her mind. Pepper, do not overthink it, Tony interjected, handing her a glass of wine. Let's toast. Cheers, Pepper replied, still in a daze as she accepted the glass and clinked it gently against Tony's. The following day, at 6:00 a.m., the sun rose, dispelling the fog that had enveloped Los Angeles throughout the night. A bright and beautiful day was dawning. In the Vernon District base, Raven gracefully maneuvered along the horizontal bar, executing flawless double-arm strength moves, beads of sweat soaking his tank top. Despite possessing a system item that could elevate him instantaneously, he adhered to the age-old adage, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on others may result in abandonment. Moreover, he had dedicated over 20 years to rigorous training, a habit ingrained deep within his very bones. The thought of foregoing exercise was utterly unbearable. Half an hour later, Peter emerged from the RV, calling out, Raven, breakfast is ready. Time to shower and eat. Stark Industries will hold a press conference shortly. Coming, Raven replied, wiping his brow with a towel. He tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine and entered the bathroom, summoning the interface. Upon seeing the displayed numbers, a smile crept upon his lips. Emotional value, 1, 545, 596, 0.3 points. This figure aligned perfectly with his expectations. Once he completed the fourth stage, it would likely double. Such fruitful gains made his prolonged calculations worthwhile. Ding, ding, ding. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast and lounging on the sofa while watching the news, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling me this early? Raven murmured, answering the call. Hello, this is Raven Thorne. Who is this? Chapter 029. A public declaration of war. Good day, Mr. Raven, a female voice gently articulated. I'm a secretary of the Stark Industries Board. Your holding company, Oasis Investments, possesses 97.8 million shares of Stark Industries, accounting for 4.89% of the total equity. The board invites you to attend an extraordinary shareholders meeting at the Stark headquarters tomorrow at 2 p.m. An extraordinary shareholders meeting? Raven was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for the notification. I will be there punctually. Lost in thoughts of harvesting emotional value, he nearly forgot that he had instructed Bit to acquire Stark Industries stock. Yet, 97.8 million shares seem rather limited, do they not? With Stark Industries' closing price at 38.31 yesterday, acquiring these shares would approximately require $4 billion, and my account should hold at least $4.8 billion. Bit, how much is currently in the account? How much Stark Industries stock has been acquired? Raven inquired. Your total assets amount to $10.2 billion, Bit reported in a subdued tone. After you authorized the funds to me, I utilized numerous shell accounts to invest in stocks, foreign exchange, futures, and other products, accumulating profits of $6.4 billion. Your total assets now stand at $10.2 billion. Because a publicly traded company must disclose information if it holds over 5. And Stark Industries requires government approval for holdings exceeding 10. I have diversified the stocks across funds established through shell accounts. Oasis Investments holds 4.89 with $400 million in cash and $500 million in put options. Quantum Fund holds 2.25 with $100 million in cash and $100 million in put options. Rain Fund holds 1.93 with $200 million in cash and $100 million in put options, and other accounts hold 1.12 with $200 million in cash and various investments totaling $400 million. You can view the specific data in investments, which updates in real time. Bit elaborated. $10.2 billion? Impressive, Raven exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Bit, you have truly outdone yourself. He had toiled for half a year, risking everything on 2 successful ventures, and earned $4.8 billion. Bit, on the other hand, had generated $6.4 billion in just 20 days. The prowess of artificial intelligence in investment was indeed astonishing. This is nothing, Bit replied, shaking his head. You earned $4.8 billion with just $50 million, achieving an astounding return of 96 times. Your calculations are not reflective of reality. Raven chuckled and shook his head. The reason my return rate is so high is solely due to the information asymmetry. You, however, have relied entirely on your own capabilities. He understood that even with the enhancement of NZT-49, his investment acumen could not rival that of Bit, this formidable artificial intelligence. After all, finance is fundamentally mathematics. And who could compete with a computer in that realm? Remember, do not become too reckless. Our current funds are more than sufficient. There is no need to generate excessive profits that may draw the attention of various forces, Raven advised. With $100 billion at their disposal, all in liquid, high-quality assets, such a substantial cash flow was beyond the reach of most billionaires. However, an abundance of money was merely a sequence of numbers. It was imperative to convert these funds into resources, solidifying his foundation as a billionaire. Rest assured, Bit responded cheerfully. Very well, I am at ease. Raven smiled faintly and inquired, have Sky's parents been located? The whereabouts of his biological parents have been a lifelong pursuit for Sky. Gaining this information would significantly bolster Raven's efforts to recruit him. Naturally, before embarking on the search for Sky's parents, he needed to master telekinesis. Otherwise, he would be unable to contend with the Inhumans. We have found them, Bitter nodded, elaborating, thanks to the incursion into the S-level division last night. We were able to expedite the process. Currently, Sky's father is working as an underground doctor in Chicago, while Raina is a researcher at a biological laboratory in Boston. I have sent you the detailed information. Raven opened the document before him, and upon seeing the S-level eagle insignia, he couldn't help but exclaim, Tony Stark is truly a remarkable person. If it weren't for Tony acting as an informant and linking the S-level system with JARS, Bitter would never have obtained such a wealth of classified information. Every action has its predetermined consequence. Now, let us proceed to the venue and witnessed the dawn of a new era. Raven stood up. Tony's proclamation, "I am Iron Man," is one of the iconic scenes from the Marvel films that heralded the extraordinary age, and he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. 5 minutes later, Raven drove a silver-gray Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG with gull-wing doors, ferrying Bitter out of the factory gates. As he hit the open road, Raven pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the V8 naturally aspirated engine echoed like a beast, propelling the car forward with 563 horsepower. The extraordinary age, here I come. In Los Angeles, at 7:50 a.m., Stark headquarters, main hall. The atmosphere was electric as throngs of people gathered, cameras flashing incessantly. Journalists from various media outlets congregated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the day's star, Iron Man, the Armored Avenger. Meanwhile, backstage at the press conference, Tony, impeccably dressed and brimming with energy, perused a newspaper, completely shedding the disarray of the previous night. Beside him, Pepper diligently applied makeup, ensuring his on-camera appearance was flawless. "Mr. Stark." At that moment, Coulson approached, handing Tony a speaking card, stating, "This is your script. Although I know you won't follow it verbatim, I felt it necessary to provide it." "All right." Tony took the card, quickly scanning its contents before retorting, "Agent Coulson, this script is rather formal." "There's no choice in the matter," Coulson shrugged, resigned. "It is SHIELD's responsibility to mitigate the impact as much as possible. However, it seems today that may not be achievable." "Well then, Tony, it's time to take the stage," Pepper interjected, closing her makeup kit and interrupting their conversation. "We'll continue this later." Tony waved at Coulson, adjusted his suit, and alongside Pepper, made his way to the press conference. As Tony made his entrance, the cameras in the room pivoted in unison, and the sound of shutters clicking filled the air. Under the watchful gaze of many, Tony ascended the podium with measured steps, addressing the crowd with a calm demeanor. "I have convened this press conference to announce 2 matters. The first matter," Tony gestured towards Pepper, standing nearby. "I shall be stepping down from my position as CEO of Stark Industries, entrusting the role to Ms. Pepper Potts." A hum of surprise rippled through the audience as they widened their eyes, turning their attention fervently to Pepper, raising their hands in a frenzy of inquiries. "Mr. Stark, why do you resign? Is it related to last night's battle? Ms. Potts, what are your thoughts on becoming CEO of Stark Industries? Mr. Stark, why have you appointed Ms. Potts as CEO? What is the nature of your relationship?" The second matter, Tony disregarded the journalist's questions, fixating his gaze on the camera, and proclaimed with conviction, "Ironmonger, in the name of Iron Man, I formally challenge you." A hush fell over the room, as all present stared at Tony in bewilderment. However, after a brief pause, they erupted into a flurry of questions. "Mr. Stark, who is Ironmonger? Why do you wish to challenge him? Mr. Stark, you recently announced the closure of your weapons division. Why are you manufacturing weapons again? Mr. Stark, is Ironmonger the Iron Guardian? Is he connected to the battle last night?" Chapter 030. The Black Widow. At this moment, Raven and Peter stood not far away, witnessing Tony's public declaration of war against Iron Man. Their expressions were inexplicably peculiar. Truly, Tony Stark has the ability to create quite the spectacle. If it weren't for my prior preparations, this guy would have truly caught me off guard. A mischievous smile crept across Raven's lips as he sent a message. "Peter, send the photo and respond to Tony's challenge." One cannot deny that Tony's bold proclamation had taken him by surprise. With proper maneuvering, the gains from his 4th phase would far exceed his expectations. "Tony, you truly are a harbinger of wealth." "The photo has been sent," Peter replied. Upon receiving the response, Raven squinted his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, eagerly observing the crowd. He was impatient to see Tony's reaction upon viewing his photo. "Now, I shall address the inquiries." At this juncture, Pepper stood at the podium, scanning the multitude of reporters raising their hands, and pointed to one among them. "Ms. Potts, hello." The female journalist immediately rose to inquire. "I am a reporter from WIH World News. Is Iron Man the same as Iron Guardian?" Ding, ding, ding. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Pepper could respond, a cacophony of ringing and vibrations erupted from the audience, abruptly interrupting the questioning. The reporters' expressions shifted as they hastily pulled out their phones to check the situation. "Tony Stark, since he didn't quite satisfy your cravings last night, I'll indulge you in a little game. You set the time, I'll choose the location, and the method will be determined by vote. Follow Twitter Ironman666 and click the pinned link to participate in the poll. Iron Guardian with his arm around Tony's shoulders. Victory. JPG, good heavens. Iron Guardian has accepted the challenge. According to the content, it seems Tony Stark suffered a crushing defeat last night. Is that even possible? Impossible? Did you not see the live video uploaded by the Tide organization? And that photo? Tony Stark was undoubtedly captured by Iron Guardian. How much ransom do you think the thieves demanded for his release? I am unaware of the ransom amount, but I know this is a sensational news story. Indeed, a seismic event is about to unfold. After a brief exchange among the reporters, they rushed to the podium, fervently raising their hands to ask questions. Ms. Potts, what is your take on Iron Guardian's recent response? When does Mr. Stark plan to challenge him? Ms. Potts, why did Mr. Stark publicly challenge Iron Guardian? Is it due to last night's defeat? Ms. Potts, was Mr. Stark kidnapped last night? How much ransom was demanded? Was his technology compromised? Ms. Potts, everyone, please be quiet. Pepper, faced with an unrelenting barrage of questions and flashes, endeavored to maintain her composure and calm the crowd. That wretched Iron Guardian. This is my first day in a new position, and you have managed to disrupt it so thoroughly. I swear I shall have my revenge. All right, the press conference will conclude here. Further updates will be communicated at a later time. Tony ascended the podium with an expressionless demeanor, swiftly pulling Pepper away. The reporters, undeterred, surged towards him like a swarm, but were promptly intercepted by security, left only to watch as the duo vanished from sight. Nearby, Raven observed their departure, a subtle smile gracing his lips before turning to exit. The Stepping Stone project had concluded successfully. It was now time to embark on the Ladder to Heaven project. In essence, the objective was clear: ascend the ladder, acquire power, attain longevity, and transcend the void. To enhance genetics, soul, and energy, mastering power for eternal life, ultimately achieving ascension. However, this was an exceedingly long-term goal, not something to be accomplished in haste. Each step must be taken with care, culminating in the ascent to the pinnacle of the ladder. Thus, he meticulously divided this grand ambition into numerous smaller objectives, the first being the acquisition of telekinesis. As Raven and Bit stepped outside, his instinctive glance around the surroundings led him to unexpectedly recognize a familiar face, prompting him to gaze a moment longer. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. His certainty stemmed not only from Natasha's exquisite beauty and alluring figure, but also from her engaged conversation with Coulson. It seemed that Tony Stark's consecutive failures had provoked Director Fury into urgency. Even enlisting the Black Widow to seek out Iron Man caution was now imperative. Raven discreetly signaled Bit, and the two melded into the crowd, making their way towards a nearby parking lot. At that very instant, Natasha's keen senses detected a hint of danger, and she immediately turned her head to survey her surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. How peculiar. A frown creased Natasha's brow in contemplation. Just a moment prior, she had sensed a threat, but upon turning, it had vanished, as if her intuition had misled her. However, having faced numerous life and death crises, her sixth sense had never faltered. Thus, her prior sensation was certainly not trivial. What did you sense, Natasha? Coulson inquired, casting a curious glance over the crowd. Natasha, arms crossed, explained, I felt a trace of danger, but it dissipated almost instantly. It's all rather strange. Coulson's expression turned serious. Natasha, there are few who can elude your perception. Could it be that Iron Man has arrived on the scene? Better to err on the side of caution than to let a potential threat slip by. We must investigate, Natasha declared resolutely. Understood, Coulson replied solemnly, retrieving his phone to contact the Los Angeles division for the personnel records of those present at the scene. Indeed, attention has been drawn. Meanwhile, Raven cast a glance at the system logs, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. It is no surprise that Natasha, with her keen senses, detected the scrutiny merely after a brief observation. Bit, keep a discreet eye on her. We must not allow her to interfere with our plans, Raven instructed. Although he had left no traces, the renowned top agent of Marvel, Natasha Romanoff, might still uncover the slightest clue. Thus, he had to remain vigilant. However, once he achieved extraordinary prowess. The Black Widow and S-H-I-E-L-D would pose no threat. No problem, Bit readily replied. I appreciate your assistance. Raven nodded slightly, igniting the engine and gently pressing the accelerator as he drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the nearby shooting range. After a flurry of intense days filled with peril, he had accumulated considerable stress and needed to unwind thoroughly today. While most individuals might seek release through reckless driving, beautiful companions, or indulgent drinking, his preference lay in the art of shooting. Currently, with Titan unavailable and unable to access the virtual training grounds, he could only engage in target practice offline. Chapter 31. The explosion of public opinion. Stark headquarters, CEO's office. As the epicenter of Stark Industries' power, this office boasts an expansive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooks the entire Stark Industrial Park and the distant Long Beach harbor. However, both Tony and Pepper, with furrowed brows, are far from appreciating the view, entirely engrossed in the news broadcast on the wall-mounted television. Welcome back to WHH World News. I am your host, Kyle. Just 10 minutes ago, Stark Industries made headlines with 3 significant announcements. First, Tony Stark has declared his resignation as CEO, handing the reins over to Pepper Potts, who has served as his personal assistant. Second, Tony Stark has publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man and has issued a challenge to the enigmatic figure known as Ironmonger, the operator of Iron Legion. Third, Ironmonger has responded to the challenge, not only proposing a duel, but also initiating a public vote on his Twitter account. As of now, this account has surpassed 5 million followers and continues to surge. Should it remain active, it may become the fastest account to exceed 10 million followers. This concludes our latest updates. This is WHH World News. I'm your host, Kyle. At this moment, nearly every mainstream news outlet is covering the unfolding events. ABC breaking. Tony Stark publicly declares war on the mysterious Ironmonger as Iron Man. BBC exclusive analysis, unveiling the origins of the Los Angeles Iron War. The dawn of a new era. CNN, who is Ironmonger? What enables him to defeat Tony Stark? Fox. The public challenge between Iron Man and Ironmonger has rapidly gone viral across global media and the internet. Gulp. After watching the news for a while, Tony turns to the bar and pours himself a drink, downing it in one swift motion. He is immensely displeased. While he could tolerate the theft of his armor, the installation of a listening device was bearable, but capturing an embarrassing photograph of him while unconscious and publicly humiliating him is utterly intolerable. Ironmonger, relish your moment of triumph. The next time, I shall defeat you before the eyes of the world. Tony Stark's displeasure, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Tony, are you all right? Pepper approaches him, her face etched with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Tony feigns calmness, waving his hand dismissively. Although the situation is not as anticipated, I have foreseen some of this. Now, it is time to address the board and the shareholders. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. To confront Ironmonger openly, he must resolve the internal issues within Stark Industries and mobilize every available resource. A glimmer of determination crosses Tony's gaze as he turns to Pepper and inquires, has the shareholder list been compiled? The shareholder list is here. Pepper promptly hands a folder to Tony. Tony swiftly takes the list and begins to peruse its contents. Tony Stark, 21, 44, Stark Family Trust, 18, 71, Company Executives, 8, 15, S-H-I-E-L-D, Fund 5, Defense Fund 5, Oasis Investment 4, 89, JP Morgan 4, 23, Merrill Lynch 3, 58, Quantum Fund 2, 25, Rain Fund 1, 93, Market Retail Investors 24, 82. Pepper, what is the origin of Oasis Investment? How come they hold so many shares? Tony inquired, pointing at the list. Oasis Investment. Pepper fetched a document and handed it to Tony, explaining that their holdings did not exceed 5. Thus, they were not required to disclose detailed information about the company. According to the investment department's report, Oasis Investment had recently made several purchases of put options on the company, profiting before subsequently bottoming out the company's stock in the market. How fortunate for them. Tony scoffed. Pepper, have someone investigate this matter. In the past, he would merely inform JARVIS to acquire such ordinary information, but now that JARVIS was confined, he found himself seeking assistance from others. What a disgrace. I'll take care of it right away, Pepper replied, tucking the document away before exiting the office. Long Beach City, a certain indoor shooting range. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder as the deafening sounds of gunfire echoed, and spent casings clinked on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Raven, adorned with noise-canceling headphones and ballistic goggles, wielded a classic Glock 17, relentlessly firing at a target 10 meters away. In the instant her finger pulled the trigger, the firing pin struck the primer, igniting the powder and propelling the bullet towards the bullseye. The casings, ejected by the mechanism, traced an arc through the air before falling to the ground, bouncing off the scattered remnants. Within mere seconds, Raven had emptied a standard 17-round magazine. She pressed the release button with her right hand while her left deftly replaced the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. On the adjacent lane, it was also firing a Glock 17, creating a lively exchange of shots. Their shooting competition drew the attention of onlookers at the range. My word, their marksmanship is astounding. Every shot hits the 10 ring. Not a single 9. Wow, that handsome guy has an incredible physique, and his shooting stance is so impressive. Who do you think will win? I believe the gentleman in lane 4 has it in the bag. He's remarkably steady. Agreed. He resembles a robot. His shooting form is impeccably precise. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, Raven and Bit emptied their final magazines, swiftly checking their chambers before retrieving their targets for inspection. Raven, it appears you have lost. Bit teased after glancing at the target paper. It would be a miracle if I had one. Raven cast a glance at Bit and said, let us depart. We have thoroughly enjoyed the shooting today, and now it is time to find a place to dine. Despite his impressive marksmanship, he remained but a mortal man. Bit, on the other hand, was a robot with shooting skills rivaling that of Deathstroke from the DC universe. When he focused, he could ensure every bullet struck a single point. Such extraordinary shooting prowess rendered any thoughts of victory futile for Raven. Just as they prepared to leave, a striking female gunslinger approached and handed Raven a note. Hey, handsome. My name is Chris. Don't forget to reach out to me. Certainly, Chris, Raven replied with a smile, winking at her before departing the shooting range with Bit. Being exceptionally handsome is indeed a burden. I can't seem to keep a low profile. Virum. The two exited the range and entered their vehicle, setting off toward a nearby authentic Chinese restaurant. However, halfway there, Raven unexpectedly spotted a delivery van on the side of the road, its glass shattered. The front of the vehicle was billowing white smoke, and beside it stood a frantic beauty. To his surprise, this stunning lady was none other than Sky. What a coincidence! Raven raised an eyebrow, promptly activated his hazard lights, gently maneuvered the steering wheel, and slowly approached the van. It seems with Miss Sky here, there is no chance for Miss Chris. Bit teased with a smirk. Raven's mouth twitched as he retorted, Bit, I find you increasingly irreverent. This is my character. You are the one who encouraged me to express my creativity. Bit shot back. Very well, you win. As they exchanged playful banter, Raven parked the car behind the van and stepped out. Hello, do you require assistance? Chapter 032, The Infatuated Sky. Upon hearing the inquiry, Sky turned to follow the sound. In an instant, she beheld three striking elements: a ruggedly handsome visage, an elegantly tailored suit, and an opulent, imposing sports car. Wow, goodness gracious! This extraordinarily attractive, tall, robust, and wealthy gentleman has come all this way to seek me out? Could it be that he intends to? Sky's anticipation. 666. Sky's excitement. 666. Alas, my face. Raven observed Sky, frozen in place, her cheeks gradually flushing crimson. Unable to suppress his concern, he raised his voice and inquired, Miss, are you all right? It must be said, at the tender age of 21, Sky was still quite naive and somewhat starstruck. A stark contrast to the Sky portrayed in Agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. However, her innocence might work to his advantage, significantly easing the challenges of recruitment and training. My apologies. Sky jolted back to reality, her body trembling slightly as she hurriedly explained, "Hello, I am Sky. The coolant in my car unexpectedly ran dry. The tow truck will arrive shortly." Oh no, why did I divulge all the details of the malfunction? How is he supposed to make his move now? What was me, Sky? You've squandered such a splendid opportunity. What a fool I am. Sky's chagrin. 666. Sky's chagrin. 666. Hello, Sky. I am Raven. Raven, appearing taken aback, complimented, "I never would have imagined such a beautiful girl would possess expertise in vehicle maintenance." Quite a pleasant surprise. Sky managed to identify the fault on her own. It seems the chance to showcase his skills has slipped away. However, given her experience of wandering alone in a car since the age of 18, it is hardly astonishing. Hearing the praise filled Sky with delight as she absent-mindedly twirled a lock of hair. To say I am proficient would be an exaggeration. I've simply encountered many issues over time and learned from them. Goodness, he actually complimented my beauty. It appears I still have a chance. I must find a way to obtain his contact information. I cannot let this man, who has taken root in my heart, slip away. Sky's exhilaration. 666. Sky's anticipation. 666. Just then, as their conversation continued, a tow truck pulled up in front of Sky's vehicle, its horn blaring insistently. An elderly black driver emerged and inquired, "Who called for the tow truck?" "That would be me." Sky raised her hand to signal. "All right, please sign here to confirm." The driver nodded, handed her the document for her signature, and then began to attend to the tasks at hand. After swiftly completing all the necessary paperwork, Sky, a bit anxious, asked, "I apologize for taking up your time. As a token of my gratitude, may I treat you to a meal?" "Agree. Please agree. Raven, you must not refuse me. Even if nothing comes of it, sharing a meal would suffice. After all, such handsomeness is indeed appetizing." Sky's anticipation. 666. Sky's concern. 666. No, Sky. Raven shook his head in refusal, stating, "I haven't been of much help, so I cannot allow you to bear the expense. In matters of relationships, the delicate balance of give and take is crucial. He is a handsome, strong, wealthy, and knowledgeable man. If he were to agree outright, it would appear overly intentional, arousing Sky's suspicions. A slight hesitation could convey to Sky that the opportunity is rare, facilitating the subsequent development of their relationship. Sky's expression fell, her spirits dampened. It seems hopeless. Alas, a man like Raven, so affluent and attractive, surely would not wish to dine with a girl of her modest means. However, noticing Sky's evident disappointment, Raven narrowed his eyes and smiled gently, saying, "If you invite me to dinner as a friend, I would be more than willing to go." "Really?" Sky's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart soaring with joy. "Raven considers me a friend. It turns out he does not look down on her. He simply wishes not to take advantage of her. How can he be so kind?" "Of course it's true." Raven nodded seriously, pulling a white business card from his pocket. "Here is my number. Call me when you have time." Delighted, Sky accepted the card and solemnly tucked it into her pocket. "Yes, I have his contact information. The upcoming first date must be a success. Apologies, wallet. I genuinely like this man, so I shall sacrifice you for now, but I promise to make it up to you later." Just as Sky was lost in her daydreams, the tow truck driver honked twice, urging her, "Hurry up and get in. We'll exceed the time limit if we don't leave soon." Coming. With reluctance, Sky said, "Raven, I must go now. Wait for my call. Take care on the road, Sky." "Goodbye," Raven waved with a smile, turning towards the vehicle. With Sky settled, he was ready for dinner. After the meal, he would return to the base to exchange items, pocketing over 3 million emotional points, which he intended to spend wisely. "Let us go, Bitter." Raven settled into the passenger seat, closing the gullwing door. Bitter revved the engine and gently pressed the accelerator, merging onto the main road. Vroom! As the V8 engine roared, Bitter overtook the tow truck, speeding towards the Chinese restaurant. "Wow, what a beautiful car." The tow truck driver chuckled. "Young lady, you ought to be cautious. I've heard that rich young men can be quite perverse. Be careful not to be deceived." Sky frowned slightly, defending, "I find his character quite amiable. He doesn't seem perverse at all." "That is hard to say." The tow truck driver scoffed. "I'm merely offering a friendly warning. Whether you heed it is your concern." Sky pondered this statement, contemplating whether she should investigate Raven further. What if he truly is a deviant? Wouldn't I be walking straight into the jaws of Tiger? Yet, if Raven is not a deviant, would I not be infringing upon someone else's privacy? If Raven discovers my actions, I might very well be doomed. Sky couldn't help but scratch his head in turmoil. In the office of Stark Industries, Tony Stark stood with his arms crossed, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Pepper entered the office, handing Tony a document. It contained information on Oasis Investments, founded by Raven Thorne, a 23-year-old Stanford University computer science graduate. What? 23 years old? Tony was momentarily taken aback, quickly seizing the document to peruse its contents, his astonishment growing with each line. Within half a year, he had turned $50 million into $5 billion, achieving a return on investment exceeding 100 times. This is not mere investing. This is highway robbery. The most alarming part is that every time Stark Industries faced a downturn, this individual profited handsomely, as if he had foreknowledge of future events. This fellow is certainly not ordinary. Tony furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then said, Pepper, contact Coulson and request a dossier on Raven Thorne. I need to ascertain his true circumstances. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable connection between Raven Thorne and the organization behind Iron Control. This sensation emerged mysteriously, reminiscent of the flashes of inspiration he experienced during his research. I will reach out to Agent Coulson immediately. Pepper swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed Coulson's number. Chapter 033, Atomic Fabrication Station, Vernon District, Los Angeles. With a thunderous roar from the V8 engine, a silver-gray Mercedes sports car entered the factory, and Raven and Bite stepped out. With a soft hiss, Raven opened a bottle of cola and sat at the RV's door, summoning the system panel. Fantasy Manifestation System, Host, Raven, Emotional Value, 3, 924, 452. 78, Inventory, B-Class Vanguard Titan, B-Class Spectrum Scanner, C-Class Titan Dome Shield, C-Class Iron Rider Suit, C-Class NZT, 49, D-Class. Task List, Omitted almost at 4 million. Raven raised an eyebrow in excitement. Tony, you truly are a benefactor. Not only have you enabled me to amass a significant fortune, but you've also granted me a substantial amount of emotional value. How shall I express my gratitude? Perhaps I could let you win next time we battle? That could be arranged. Raven squinted thoughtfully for a moment and summoned the marketplace to exchange for some eagerly awaited items. Super Energy Crystal, A-Class, 990000. Contains a vast amount of neutral spiritual energy capable of enhancing a living being's soul, granting it the ability to mentally influence reality. Zero-Class Cruiser, A-Class, 500,000. A versatile stealth cruiser that serves as a supply mothership for deep space strategic reconnaissance missions. Winter-Class Cruiser, A-Class, 200,000. A dual-use stealth aircraft primarily designed for deep space reconnaissance and research missions. Atomic Fabrication Station, B-Class, 90,000. Rearranges the atoms of materials, converting raw materials into components, and components into devices. Ultra Terminal, B-Class, 80,000. Equipped with an intelligent assistant and an integrated blueprint database, capable of sharing data with other Ultra devices. Blackstone Containment Unit, B-Class, 50,000. A cell designed for the isolation of containment objects, capable of blocking and reflecting various forms of super-energy fluctuations. Consumed 919, 999 emotional points, successfully exchanged for 5 items. The emotional value still seems insufficient. Raven gazed at the significantly diminished balance, his initial excitement quickly giving way to a sense of resignation. Earning money is akin to drawing silk, while spending it flows like water. Although 4 million emotional points appear substantial, it is utterly trivial within the confines of the system marketplace, not to mention acquiring S-Class items. Even the pricier A-Class items require careful consideration. Let's take it slow. Raven collected himself and retrieved the Ultra Data Terminal from the inventory, a tablet that exuded both a sci-fi and retro aesthetic. Pressing a button on the black and white grip, a display made of a translucent blue material illuminated. flashing the familiar Ultra logo before entering the system interface. Personal tools, map, photos, information, and database were neatly arranged, the UI remarkably streamlined. Byte, please take a look at this. After a brief familiarization, Raven handed the Spectrum scanner along with the tablet to Byte. I will proceed to install the fabrication station while you extract the blueprints from the scanner. Let us print a small arc reactor to test its efficacy. Raven instructed. Understood. Byte responded readily. Swish. After Raven completed the task assignment, he chose to extract the atomic manufacturing platform in the open space before him. The manufacturing platform resembled a 1-meter square box, continuing the white, orange, and gray color scheme of Altera devices. With a gentle touch of a button, the box slowly unfolded. The corners transformed into printing heads, while a printing platform rose from the center and a display screen elevated on the side closest to Raven. Wow! Raven exclaimed with excitement as he witnessed the platform unfold, urging, Bit, are you ready yet? This is an atomic rearranger. I can hardly wait to see the results. Just a moment, Bit replied, hearing the urgency. I'm optimizing the blueprint for the arc reactor and need a few more minutes. Please gather the materials. I've sent you the list. Okay, I see it. After glancing at the list, Raven immediately went to the RV, opened the safe, and retrieved a 10-gram gold bar, 2 50-gram palladium bars, and a 100-gram silver bar. Precious metals such as gold, silver, platinum, rhodium, and palladium are undoubtedly valuable assets, and he had acquired quite a bit. While the marketplace also offered exchanges, he preferred not to expend emotional value on matters that could be resolved with currency. Having secured the precious metals, Raven proceeded to the factory warehouse to collect titanium alloys, tungsten alloys, quartz, and other materials, successfully assembling everything needed. Upon his return with the materials, Bit had already synchronized the blueprint with the manufacturing platform. Okay, let us begin. After tossing the materials into the feed chamber, Bit activated the manufacturing platform via the tablet. With a series of sounds, ZZZ, 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 as the blueprint was loaded, the atomic manufacturing platform began to decompose all materials into fundamental atoms, transporting them through electromagnetic confinement tubes to the 4 printing heads. The heads, guided by the blueprint information, precisely ejected the corresponding fundamental atoms, gradually constructing an arc reactor on the tray. Wow, this is incredible. Raven marveled at this seemingly miraculous process of creation. The quality produced by the system was undoubtedly exceptional. It was hard to believe such advanced technology was priced at a mere 90,000 emotional value. What a clearance sale. Ding. 3 minutes later, the manufacturing platform completed its printing, emitting a notification sound. However, the freshly minted arc reactor remained completely dark, seemingly malfunctioning. Bit, why isn't the reactor lighting up? Raven gazed at Bit, perplexed. It still needs activation, Bit explained. Handling the arc reactor while elucidating, it requires an initial energy input to activate the palladium core for self-sustenance. I will send you the specific technical documentation right away. With that, he transmitted a document comprising hundreds of pages wirelessly to Raven. Raven opened it and glanced, only to feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he quickly closed the file. Despite being a graduate of Stanford University, he was far from an expert in nuclear physics. He knew just enough to be dangerous. Thus, the document appeared as an incomprehensible script to him. 1 glance made his scalp tingle, 2 glances led to drowsiness, and a third would usher him into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Nevertheless, with the atomic manufacturing platform at his disposal, he was confident he could produce NCT-49 medication in bulk at any time, and he believed he would eventually decipher the technical materials. Buzz. At this moment, after considerable effort, Bit successfully activated the arc reactor. Beneath its silver-gray titanium shell, an abundance of high-energy particles traversed the magnetic confinement field. Their collisions emitted a captivating azure glow, a spectacle of unparalleled beauty. Raven, it's ready, Bit announced as he handed the reactor to Raven. Wow, it's truly magnificent, Raven exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration, as he activated his metamaterial gloves to receive the arc reactor. Although he was aware of the absence of danger, He understood that meticulous attention to detail was essential to avoid any oversight at critical moments. Ding! Arc reactor detected. Would the host like to submit the item to complete the bounty? No. Raven replied firmly, then inquired, Bit, what is the power output of the improved arc reactor? Chapter 034, Warships and Armor, a comprehensive enhancement of 4.2.05. With a subtle motion of his mind, Bit transformed the data into a visual projection before Raven. The first model boasted a power output of 3 million kilowatt-hours, utilizing 1.6 grams of palladium with a purity of 99.8. This configuration could operate at full power for 15 minutes, approximately 10 minutes per gram. The second model featured a power output of 15 million kilowatt-hours, employing 15 grams of palladium with a purity of 99.999. It could sustain full power for 171 minutes, roughly 11 minutes per gram. Following improvements, the third model achieved a power output of 25 million kilowatt-hours, utilizing 100 grams of palladium with a purity of 99.999. This version could run at full power for an astonishing 1,200 minutes, about 12 minutes per gram. The output power was enhanced by 3.15, and fuel efficiency improved by 5.26, nearing theoretical limits. Bit, splendid work, Raven exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he patted Bit's shoulder with vigor, his spirits soaring. Although the enhancements might seem modest, the advancement of cold fusion technology was a commendable feat in itself, with the manufacturing and energy issues addressed. His next challenge lay in resolving material procurement. Given that most resources on Earth were monopolized, he intended to mine the abundant minerals in space, which was one of the reasons he sought to exchange for a zero-point class cruiser. This stealth cruiser from Halo served as a deep space supply vessel, equipped with reconnaissance, mining, manufacturing, maintenance, and training capabilities, making it exceptionally suited for his current needs. As for the Winter-class cruiser, once activated with photothermal camouflage and ultraskin arrays, it could dock in orbit above Earth to serve as his eye of surveillance. Furthermore, although the coil guns and laser cannons aboard were not of significant caliber, they could undoubtedly be deemed the staff of God in the present-day context of Earth, effectively countering the Hydra's InSight project. This was all thanks to the advanced technology of the terminal database, a testament to ultra-sophistication. Bit raised his tablet, and Raven's interest was piqued. Oh, does it contain blueprints for time stasis guns, habitat constructors, and equipment fabrication stations? While these devices were available for purchase in the marketplace, acquiring them all would cost hundreds of thousands of emotional points. If blueprints were indeed present in the terminal, he could utilize the fabrication station to manufacture them himself, thus circumventing the costs. There are. Bit confirmed. However, all devices involving atomic rearrangement require an antimatter core. Antimatter core. Raven's expression shifted to one of exasperation. No wonder the terminal database contained blueprints. The system had been anticipating his needs. Wanting to avoid expenditure, he would have to devise a means himself. Looking to minimize costs? He could exchange for materials. Not concerned about finances? He could acquire cutting-edge manufacturing equipment. Essentially, the experience was directly proportional to expenditure. If he managed to obtain something for free, there would undoubtedly be pitfalls ahead. System, you must be named Ma. Raven internally scoffed. Bit, let's temporarily set aside the blueprints. I shall summon directly. Since manufacturing involves antimatter, I dare not exchange for materials to produce it myself. Firstly, antimatter is far more terrifying than nuclear fuel. In the event of a leakage, it would leave nothing in its wake. Secondly, materials classified from F to C in the marketplace are quite affordable, while those from B to X are extraordinarily expensive. Antimatter costs as much as 10,000 per gram. It seems the system is merely extorting money. By the way, is it easy to procure the materials for synthesizing NZT-49? Do we require any special substances? Raven inquired further. No special substances are needed, Peter replied, shaking his head. The synthesis requires only some common elements, such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphorus. That's good to hear. Raven exhaled with relief. Peter, please order a batch of materials and some lab rats. Synthesize a quantity over the next couple of days to test for any side effects. Although the risks of atomic-level replication are minimal, considering it involves my brain, it's prudent to exercise caution. Until we confirm the synthesized drug is safe, I shall stick to the original version from the marketplace. Although it is expensive at 10,000 a dose, the system's products are reliable. I will order the materials right away. However, the cleanliness of the factory base is insufficient for animal experimentation. I suggest constructing or acquiring a laboratory, Peter proposed. No need, Raven replied with a smile, waving his hand. I will summon 2 warships equipped with various laboratories, which will be more than adequate for our experiments. The Zero Level, as a deep space mothership, boasts laboratories far superior to those on Earth. The beauty of conducting experiments in space is that I can do as I please without worrying about the S-H-I-L-D or a government interference. Of course, if anyone does come looking, the weapon systems aboard the warships are not to be trifled with. Raven, what kind of warships are they? Peter asked, his curiosity piqued. Raven said with a mysterious smile. One is a stealth cruiser, measuring 485 meters and weighing 1 million tons, codenamed Zero Level. The other is a stealth aircraft, 84, 2 meters long and weighing 907 tons, codenamed Winter Class. You will learn the detailed specifications upon seeing them. For now, find a discreet location near Los Angeles so that I can summon the Winter Class cruiser. Although the Winter Class is relatively smaller compared to the Zero Level, it is still quite substantial on Earth, comparable in size to the world's largest cargo aircraft, the Antonov and Tu-25. Such a colossal craft must be summoned in a remote area to avoid detection. There are not many suitable locations nearby. Peter projected a map to Raven. Firstly, Joshua Tree National Park, which is 220 kilometers away. Secondly, Kelso Dunes, at a distance of 350 kilometers. Thirdly, Death Valley National Park, which lies 515 kilometers away. While these places are sparsely populated, there are several camping sites nearby. Landing once or twice might be manageable, but repeated landings carry the risk of exposure. My suggestion is to craft you a powered battlesuit based on current technology, and we can summon the spacecraft on a remote island. This would ensure safety and provide a permanent solution for our travel needs. Indeed, Raven exclaimed, clapping his hands with excitement. I completely overlooked the battlesuit. Peter, get to work on its production immediately. A powered battlesuit is the dream of every man, particularly a set of flight-capable battle armor. Once donned, the heavens become within reach, the cosmos lies just a breath away, and the starry skies transform from mere dreams into tangible reality. Even when he masters psychokinesis in the future, achieving levitation and flight, the armor will remain invaluable. After all, who would not desire enhanced protection? Without hesitation, Bit shared the design schematics of a lightweight aerospace battle suit with Raven. This suit is crafted based on the current technological advancements, utilizing the Mark III battle armor as its foundation. The outer shell is composed of a nano-high-entropy alloy derived from the Ultra database. Through atomic rearrangement techniques, titanium, carbon, gold, tungsten, and nickel atoms are meticulously blended. The inner lining consists of carbon-based metamaterials sourced from the Rev. 9 Terminator, allowing for a perfect fit to the wearer while providing overload resistance and shock absorption capabilities. Its power source comprises 3 miniature arc reactors, delivering a total output of 9.75 million kilowatt-hours. The propulsion system features 8 retro-thrust particle beam thrusters strategically positioned on the hands, feet, waist, and back, theoretically achieving speeds of 25 Mach. Moreover, the armor integrates a multitude of functions, including neural synchronization, regenerative shields, spectral scanning, photothermal camouflage, and electromagnetic shielding, among others, as Bit elaborated. Chapter 035. Aurora Battle Armor. Raven gazed at the blueprints, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bit, please tell me what materials are required. He felt that no amount of words could convey the experience of hands-on creation. All right, Bit shrugged. We need 200 kilograms of titanium, 100 kilograms of iron, 50 kilograms of carbon, 20 kilograms of nickel, 20 kilograms of tungsten, 10 kilograms of gold, 1 kilogram of palladium, and 1 kilogram of tantalum. In addition to these materials, a device construction platform is necessary. The atomic manufacturing station is too small to directly print the entire suit. This was indeed a costly endeavor. Raven's jaw dropped as he perused the list, and he called forth the marketplace to exchange for the construction platform and some of the missing materials. The equipment was reusable, which was a relief, but the materials, if he weren't in such a hurry to create, he certainly wouldn't be depleting his emotional value, whether through purchase or self-extraction. The cost-effectiveness was far superior. Altera device manufacturing platform, source, Subnautica level, B-grade price, 90,000 points platform, function, a manufacturing device based on atomic rearrangement and tractor beam technology. After inputting the blueprint and materials, for drones will automatically print the device. Evaluation. Manufacturing is so simple. Once Raven completed the exchange, he retrieved all the materials, unfolded the construction platform, and began the process of crafting the battle armor alongside Bit. Swish, swish, swish. 4 drones resembling rice cookers hovered in the air, emitting 4 blue beams of light as they gradually printed the ethereal blueprints suspended in midair. The expenditure of emotional value was indeed worthwhile. Raven stood nearby, marveling at the sci-fi spectacle before him, feeling immensely satisfied. The effects of a B-grade item were remarkable, and he had already begun to anticipate the performance of the 2 A-grade battleships. Bit, how long will manufacturing take? Raven suppressed his excitement and turned to Bit. Approximately 3 hours. Is it really going to take that long? Raven pondered before asking, Bit, can the virtual training ground simulate the battle armor? I like to train a bit first. He certainly didn't want to charge in recklessly like Tony, since he couldn't experience the physical armor. Trying out the virtual version would allow him to grasp the control techniques in advance, ensuring he wouldn't encounter any mishaps during actual operation. Bit pondered for a moment and explained, although the virtual training ground cannot fully simulate it, most functions can be replicated. Summon Titan, and I will upload the armor data into it. Okay. Raven summoned the panel, manifesting Titan with his thoughts. Once Bit completed the data synchronization, Raven skillfully took his place in the cockpit, connecting to the virtual training ground. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Raven and Bit materialized in the familiar training arena. Quick, the armor! Raven urged. You're so impatient, Bit retorted, before with a subtle thought, a suit of armor gracefully descended, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The silver-white exterior was sharply defined, while the black-gold interior shimmered with brilliance. 3 arc reactors flickered with blue light, and 8 retro thrusters emitted white beams. However, before Raven, the deity bowed its head, pledging its unwavering loyalty. Astonishing. How striking. Not far away, Raven's eyes widened as he gazed upon the armor. Exquisite words spilling forth from his lips. It exuded power without being oppressive, elegance without rigidity, chill without being bone-piercing, and mystery without being understated. In short, he was utterly enamored with this battle armor. Raven, bestow upon it a name. A name. Raven pondered earnestly and decided on Aurora. Resplendent, dazzling, brimming with untamed energy. Very well, the Aurora armor is now unfolding. As Bit's voice resonated, the black-gold lining within the armor contracted, propelling the silver-white exterior to expand, revealing the inner workings of the suit. Raven, please step forward to don it, the armor speaker relayed Bit's command. Absolutely. Raven inhaled deeply and stepped into the armor, the obsidian lining swiftly enveloping him, and the silver-white shell closed around him. A new round of simulated training commenced. In the Los Angeles branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., a small conference room housed Coulson and Natasha seated at the table, scrutinizing surveillance footage from Stark Industries in search of the individual who posed a threat to Natasha. However, the morning press conference was crowded, and the entrance was bustling, making it nearly impossible to identify the target. It appears that individual is not present at the scene, but rather observing from a distance, Coulson remarked with a resigned expression. Not necessarily, Natasha replied, her brow furrowed as she shook her head. According to the information on Ironclad, the adversary's hacking skills are remarkably advanced. Perhaps he is indeed on site, but the surveillance has been tampered with. That is certainly a possibility. I will have the tech department analyze the video content shortly, Coulson promptly responded. Buzzing. Just as Natasha was about to speak, Coulson's phone began to vibrate, abruptly interrupting her. "Hello, Ms. Potts." Coulson immediately answered the call. "Congratulations on your promotion to CEO of Stark Industries. Is there something you require of me?" "Agent Coulson, thank you for your congratulations," Pepper replied politely. "I am reaching out because Tony wishes to investigate an individual, and I wonder if you could assist us?" "Oh," Coulson responded, slightly taken aback. "Who does Mr. Stark wish to investigate?" "I can certainly look into it." "Raven Thorne," Pepper promptly introduced. "He is 23 years old and the founder of Oasis Investments. Recently, he acquired 489 of Stark Industries shares. We are convening a shareholders meeting tomorrow, and we would like to understand more about this new shareholder. Could Agent Coulson possibly assist us?" "Ms. Potts, I will look into it immediately and return your call shortly," Coulson assured her. "Thank you very much." Raven Thorne. After hanging up, Coulson entered the name into the SHIELD system, and a wealth of intelligence instantly appeared. "What? He earned $5 billion in 5 months?" Coulson exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the latest information. Is this fellow truly only 23 years old? At the age of 23, he has amassed an impressive fortune of $5 billion and holds 489 of Stark Industries shares. Such an experience is nothing short of legendary. "What is going on, Coulson?" Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was intrigued by what information could leave a seasoned agent like Coulson so astounded. "Natasha, take a look at this," Coulson said, turning his laptop towards her. Raven Thorne. Natasha quickly browsed through the information, frowning as she studied Raven's photograph. "I feel like I've seen him before." "Ah." Coulson's eyes brightened as he retrieved a segment of surveillance footage, pointing to Raven on the screen. "He was at the press conference this morning. So that's where I recognize him from," Natasha remarked, her expression shifting to realization. "I must admit, he is rather handsome. Moreover, that bespoke suit must come at a considerable price. Indeed, it is rare to encounter a man who earns Black Widow's praise." Coulson jested. Natasha shot him a disapproving glance. "Pepper Potts is still waiting for the information, so you should hurry and deliver it. I'm off to the training facility for a while. Call me if anything comes up." With that, she gracefully waved her hand and exited the conference room. After watching Natasha leave, Coulson picked up his phone and dialed Pepper, rising to make his way out. Chapter 036. Manifestation of the warship 3 hours later. At the factory base, the Aurora battle armor hovered in the air, its head and hands bowed, resembling a silent boulder, while 4 drones meticulously performed the final touches. Moments later, the armor was completed, and the drones, employing guiding beams, gently placed it on the ground before automatically returning to the construction platform. Buzz. Nearby, Bit approached the battle armor, activating 3 arc reactors and uploading his core program. Following a self-diagnostic, the armor's eyes illuminated, and its back unfolded to reveal its interior, awaiting its master's arrival. Whoosh! In the virtual training ground, Raven, clad in the Aurora battle armor, navigated through a winding canyon, deftly avoiding obstacles. When confronted with an unavoidable barrier, he unleashed his palm cannon to obliterate it. "Huh, I'm about to conquer the second stage," Raven exclaimed with exhilaration, his face alight with joy. Since mastering flight techniques, Bit had constructed this expansive canyon stretching 100 kilometers. Its elongated, serpentine terrain was fraught with obstacles, making passage a formidable challenge. Over the course of 3 hours, he had faced defeat numerous times. Yet this time, hope glimmered on the horizon. Whoosh! Seconds later, the Aurora battle armor soared through a yellow virtual ring, the overhead counter instantly halting. "Raven, congratulations on passing the second stage. You may now don the battle armor," Bit announced. "Received." Raven's eyes sparkled as he exited the virtual training arena, leaping from the cockpit and racing outside. "Aurora battle armor, here I come. Cold winter warship, I'm on my way. Super Crystal, I am coming. Hiss." Soon, Raven stood before the armor, entranced as he caressed its exterior. "This battle armor is extraordinary. Raven, shall we begin?" Bit inquired. Not just yet." Raven suppressed his eager anticipation. "Bit, please conduct a comprehensive test of the armor first. Once we ascertain its safety, I shall wear it." He was not Tony Stark, endowed with an indestructible Iron Man physique, so he had to exercise caution. Additionally, his current excitement made it challenging to remain composed. He needed to temper his enthusiasm. Very well, leave it to me. With Bit's affirmation, he donned the armor and commenced data collection. Observing Bit at work, Raven decided to remove himself from the scene, retreating to the RV system notification. Raven settled onto the sofa, opening the latest updates compiled by Bit. Blue event. Pepper Potts contacted Agent Phil Coulson to request information on Raven Thorn, related to tomorrow's shareholders meeting. TSK, Raven's expression turned peculiar upon reading the message. Tony, without JARVIS. You've truly fallen from grace. Resorting to SHIELD. For such information, he remained unfazed by the inquiry into his affairs, for he was confident in his integrity. Even if he had profited immensely from shorting Stark Industries, it was merely a stroke of luck, wasn't it? As long as he paid his taxes, he was a good citizen. Tony, see you tomorrow. Raven whispered softly, continuing to check the messages. Green event. The Twitter account IronDrive666 has surpassed 20 million followers, with voting exceeding 50 million times. 20 million followers. Raven's mouth slightly agape. He marveled. What a remarkable feat. Achieved in less than a day. In his previous life, he toiled relentlessly for years, and yet, just before his demise, his online following barely reached over 1 million. In this life, however, riding the coattails of Tony Stark, he had surpassed 20 million in less than a day. One cannot deny the significant contribution of Tony Stark. Ding ding ding. After contemplating for a moment, Raven logged into the IronDrive666 Twitter account, and a deluge of messages flooded in. Zach666. Iron Drive is incredible. LA Mom, you terrorist. Attention-seeking fool. You must pay the price. Robo Intel. Iron Drive. Where are you planning to hold the showdown? Los Angeles again? Kitty6th. Iron Drive. Can I be your girlfriend? WIH World News. Iron Drive. Our channel would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. If you're interested, please contact us. Phone. XXXXXX. An exclusive interview for Iron Drive? Raven's eyes lit up at the thought. It was indeed a splendid idea worth considering. While Iron Drive's popularity was soaring, without new highlights, even the highest of trends would eventually fade and the emotional value would significantly diminish. Conducting an interview could not only sustain the current heat and continue to harvest emotional value, but also divert the attention of SHIELD, achieving two goals at once. He would think about it after wrapping up the next couple of days. Raven added this thought to his plans and continued browsing the messages. At 8 p.m. in Los Angeles, night fell, and the city lights illuminated the skyline. A mist once again enveloped Los Angeles, casting an ethereal veil over the entire metropolis. At that moment, within a factory base, after an afternoon of testing by 2 individuals, the functionality of the Aurora armor was confirmed and preparations for the official operation commenced. Click, click. Raven donned a tight-fitting suit, his expression solemn as he entered the armor, allowing the inner lining and outer shell to envelop him. Bit, initiate neural connection, acknowledged protocol commencing. Buzz. In the next instant, a hum resonated in Raven's brain as a torrent of information and data flooded his mind. System initiating self-check. Power levels normal. Propulsion systems operational. Shields functional. Cloaking active. Communications intact. Weaponry functional. System self-check complete. Raven, how do you feel? Phew, I feel remarkably well. Raven raised his hands, gripping tightly, and with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful jab, the sound of wind breaking resonating around him. The sheer force was palpable, a direct manifestation of strength. This sensation was entirely different from that of Titan. He was no longer merely a pilot. He was commanding his own body. Bit, we are departing. Target, Guadalupe Island. Acknowledged, navigation commencing. Raven activated the photothermal camouflage and electromagnetic shielding, rendering his armor imperceptible to visual, infrared, and electromagnetic detection before silently soaring out from the factory's rooftop. Is this the sensation of flight? Truly, it is utterly magnificent. Suspended in the air, Raven gazed down upon the buildings and lights below, a profound sense of liberation washing over him. After savoring the view and calming his emotions, he maneuvered the armor to ascend swiftly, heading southward. Guadalupe Island, covering an area of 244 square kilometers, lies 530 kilometers south of Los Angeles. It is home to merely a handful of residents, making it an ideal location for summoning a spacecraft. With the power supplied by 3 arc reactors, 8 retro-thrust engines propelled the armor to break through the sound barrier, reaching Mach 1, Mach 2, and ultimately maintaining a cruising speed of Mach 3. In just 10 minutes, Raven piloted the Aurora armor across 530 kilometers, landing atop a flat-topped mountain with an elevation of 200 meters on the island's southern coast. Bit, what is the status? Everything is ready for summoning. All right, Raven, suspended in mid-air, nodded slightly, mentally extracting the Winter-class item from his inventory, positioning a colossal black steel bird atop the mountain. A pair of massive wings folded upward like those of an eagle, seemingly poised for flight. 3 robust landing gears resembled eagle talons, deeply embedded in the ground. Goodness! Raven gazed at the enormous structure below, his eyes widening in astonishment as he immediately descended towards it. Chapter 037, Journey to Space. Bit, have you connected to the spacecraft? Raven circled around the Winter-class ship, scratching his head in exasperation. How does one open this thing? He had piloted the spacecraft from the classic game Halo before, but had never done so in reality. However, when he exchanged for 2 ships, he had the system adapt them to Bit, so he presumed there would be no issues. Connected, opening the door now. As Bit's voice faded, the belly of the Winter-class cruiser suddenly split open, revealing 2 sturdy hydraulic columns that slowly extended, lowering the deck to the ground. Wow! Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried into the hangar, marveling at every detail. This was a genuine cosmic battleship, and not just any battleship, but one from the iconic game Halo. The sensation of dreams materializing into reality was truly remarkable. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Raven instructed, Bit, report the data and capabilities of the Winter-class. Certainly. Bit shared the ship's information with Raven. The Winter-class cruiser, 9-455, experimental model. It measured 84, 2 meters in length, 77, 8 meters in width, and 20, 7 meters in height, with a mass of 907 tons and a cargo hold of 4,500 cubic meters. It was equipped with 3 concealed nuclear fusion engines, 1 prototype space jump engine, 2 M8545 model 40mm coil guns, 3 M995 point defense laser cannons, and 1 CBU, our 68 eel mine deployment system. The hull was fortified with 500mm titanium A armor, impervious to even the full force of an Aurora suit beam cannon. It was cloaked in intelligent optical camouflage paint and a thermal radiation-blocking supermaterial coating, enabling light, heat, and electricity stealth. Additionally, a super scanner array was installed at the tail, with a maximum scanning range of 200 million kilometers and a precision of 10 centimeters, with range and precision being inversely proportional. 10 minutes later, guided by Bit, Raven toured the battleship and then instructed, Bit, as per our usual routine, you navigate the ship for a test flight in space. Once safety is confirmed, I will join you at high altitude. He had never ventured into space before. If he were to sit aboard an unfamiliar spacecraft and launch into the cosmos without preparation, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. He needed to gather intelligence, formulate a plan, and master the necessary knowledge and skills before taking action. In short, the priority was to remain prudent. Understood, Raven. I'm glad you haven't been swept away by excitement. Bit praised with a smile. Raven chuckled at the compliment. It's mainly due to your excellent teaching. After exchanging a few more words, Raven retrieved the Rev. 9 model Terminator from his inventory, exited the cockpit, and ascended into the air. The cockpit slowly closed, and the Winter-class activated its optical camouflage, vanishing from sight. The 3 fusion engines warmed up, expelling vast amounts of plasma and propelling the battleship gently into the sky. Safe travels, Bit. After watching the Winter-class disappear, Raven activated his suit's stealth mode and accelerated toward Malibu, Los Angeles. Now, he awaited news from Bit. If all was confirmed to be well, he would board the ship directly in his armor. Upon reaching the vast expanse of space, he would be able to manifest the extraordinary crystal, endeavoring to acquire telekinesis. However, during his time back, he found himself with little to do and decided to sneak a glance outside Tony's villa in Los Angeles at a Malibu coastal estate. Under the deep cloak of night and amidst ethereal mists, a phantasmal figure materialized, hovering at the edge of a cliff, its gaze penetrating the concrete to observe the interior. Inside the villa's underground laboratory, shards of glass lay scattered, having been swept away and replaced with new blast-resistant glass. Clack, clack. At the workstation, Tony was engrossed, his hands dancing over the keyboard as he typed in code, attempting to restart J-A-R-V-I-S. Moments later, with a firm press of the return key, he clenched his fists, his eyes fixated on the reboot progress. The progress bar swiftly approached 99. 9. Tony's breathing grew heavy, his heart a tumult of anticipation and apprehension. Ding! After a brief pause, the progress bar suddenly leaped past the final 0. 01, signaling the successful reboot of J-A-R-V-I-S-S core. Sir, it is a pleasure to see you. I apologize for my inability to thwart the adversary yesterday, J-A-R-V-I-S announced. Huh. Tony leaped up in exhilaration, pumping his fist in triumph, exclaiming, Iron Legion, I have bested you once. He had long craved victory, and at last, just before the countdown concluded, he had successfully eradicated the virus, savoring his triumph. Welcome back, Yeveis. After a fleeting moment of jubilation, Tony settled back into his chair, clapping his hands, proclaiming, display the source code. Initiate a security check. I must ascertain whether Iron Legion has left a backdoor. Understood, Sir. J-A-R-V-I-S replied, displaying his source code on the screen. Ah, let us embark on a grand endeavor. Tony took a sip of coffee, clapped his hands with vigor, immersing himself in the code before him. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary he vowed to defeat was lurking outside. TSK, TSK. Outside the villa, Raven smirked, casting a jesting glance at the opposite estate. Tony, you celebrate far too soon. I am no longer the same as before. Even without considering the warship, Tony was no match for him, solely relying on the Aurora armor. Though their designs bore similarities, the materials and manufacturing techniques of the armors were worlds apart. Even if Tony synthesized a new element and crafted the Mark VI armor, it would not suffice to contend with him. Tony, we shall meet again tomorrow, Raven declared, gesturing towards the villa before commanding his armor to soar into the sky. Powered by the electric arc reactor, 8 retro thrusters unleashed their full potential, propelling the Aurora armor skyward, ascending to an altitude of 3,000 meters above the Pacific Ocean. Here, the clouds were thick and the mists dense, with the feeble moonlight entirely obscured, creating a low visibility. Yet, this posed no challenge for Raven, as he possessed the Aurora armor with its formidable night vision capabilities, coupled with the Winter-class cruiser, endowed with superior navigation abilities. The synergy of both allowed Raven to land effortlessly and precisely within the open bay of the Winter-class cruiser. With a hiss, the bay door slowly closed, and the internal airlock door opened. Raven ascended the staircase to the bridge, where he found Bitter engrossed in his tasks. Captain's here, salute, Bitter exclaimed. Raven smirked, retorting, Bitter, spare me the theatrics. I currently possess no skills. Entrusting me with the command of this warship would surely lead it to disaster. Not to worry. Simply give the orders, and I shall handle the navigation, Bitter replied earnestly. Very well. I shall assume the role of captain, Raven conceded reluctantly, though the slight curl of his lips betrayed his true feelings. After all, the captain of a spaceship. What young boy has not dreamt of commanding a fleet and conquering the vastness of the cosmos? Bitter, he my command, Raven declared as he approached the command console. Gesturing dramatically, ascend immediately to low Earth orbit. In the realm of humanity, only a few hundred have ventured into space, with merely 12 having set foot on the moon. In this life and the next, he had only been able to gaze skyward alongside billions, yearning for the stars. However, today was different. He possessed 2 starships, ready to soar into space, land on the moon, traverse to Mars, or even reach exoplanets. The exhilarating sensation of transcending the ordinary world filled him with fervor. "Yes, Captain," Bitter responded solemnly, increasing the engine's power, propelling the warship upward toward low Earth orbit. Chapter 038. Arrival at the mothership. The thunderous roar of the atmosphere echoed as the storm brewed. The Winter-class vessel soared like a seabird, effortlessly navigating through the tempest. In the stratosphere, a serene climate prevailed with stable convection. Utilizing the ultra-scan array, the Winter-class deftly avoided flight paths of passing aircraft, ascending ever higher. In the mesosphere, the air thinned and wild winds howled. The Winter-class stabilized its wings, adjusting its posture, piercing through the turbulent boundary like an arrow. The thermosphere was silent, particles falling like rain. Countless high-energy ions struck the hull, and the optical camouflage continuously adjusted, creating an ethereal sensation as if entering a dream. In the exosphere, liberated from gravity, the vessel entered a vacuum. Here, there was no wind, no sound, no obstruction. Time seemed to stand still. The Winter-class hovered in the dark night, surveying the Earth, oceans, and cities below. In merely 10 minutes, it traversed a distance of 1,000 kilometers. As the vessel ceased to tremble, Raven released the slightly deformed armrest of the captain's chair, exhaling a deep breath. Traveling on a warship was far more exhilarating than flying in an airplane. Although the battleship was equipped with inertia dampers to shield personnel from the overloading effects of acceleration, the vibrations encountered during atmospheric entry were inescapable. Artificial gravity, normal. Inertial force field, normal. Life support systems, normal. Current altitude, 348 kilometers. Speed, 8 kilometers per second. Now in low Earth orbit. "Please advise," Captain Bitt inquired earnestly, gazing at Raven. "Accelerate toward the far side of the moon." With a solemn tone, Raven issued the command and stepped to the bridge's viewport, gazing into the vastness of space. Nearby, Earth floated in the boundless cosmos, resembling a sapphire enveloped in black silk. Countless city lights flickered like distant stars. In the distance, the sun's blinding rays illuminated the sapphire, sketching a halo around its edge. Click! Raven blinked, capturing the scene before him, murmuring softly, "It is truly breathtaking here." At that moment, he comprehended the beauty of Earth, the allure of space, and the magnificence of the universe. "Captain, there's plenty of time tonight. You will surely grow weary of it," Bitt jested. "Perhaps not," Raven replied with a smile, shaking his finger as he turned back to the captain's chair. He waved his hand, declaring, "Commence acceleration. We shall summon the 0-point class mothership." Received. The battleship begins to accelerate. Destination, the far side of the moon, a distance of 390,000 kilometers. Current speed, 9 kilometers per second. Target speed, 100 kilometers per second. Acceleration, 98 meters per second squared. Acceleration time, 15 minutes. Deceleration to terminal speed, 0 meters per second. Deceleration time, 17 minutes. Arrival at the moon is anticipated in 130 minutes. Only 130 minutes, Raven murmured, a sense of wonder washing over him. If using chemical rockets, crossing this 390,000 kilometers would take several days. However, with a high specific impulse engine, the unaffected spacecraft could shorten the journey to mere hours. And this was far from the Winter-class's limits. Without accounting for fuel consumption, the journey could be completed in just 1 hour. However, should the jump engine be activated, arrival would be imminent within mere minutes. The decision to forego the jump engine stems from the fact that Bitt has yet to conduct comprehensive testing. Hence, he has opted to temporarily set it aside. After all, the speed of the fusion engine is more than sufficient. Whoosh! Above the azure planet, in the boundless darkness of space, the Winter-class vessel, trailing 3 blue and white comets, effortlessly breaks free from Earth's gravitational pull and accelerates toward the moon. 130 minutes later, high above the moon, in the profound silence of the cosmos, a silver-gray celestial body, riddled with craters, stands resolute, resembling an ancient, weathered visage silently gazing into the void. At that moment, a spacecraft, trailing its blue and white tails, sketches a trajectory through the darkness, sweeping past the lunar surface. Following a 17-minute deceleration, the Winter-class vessel's speed dwindles to a halt, arriving at the enigmatic far side of the moon. "Captain, we have reached the designated location." Bit, initiate a detailed scan. Within the ship, Raven, seated firmly in the captain's chair, exudes calm authority as he issues commands, hoping to locate the city of Adiran. "Affirmative, Captain." Bit promptly activates the super scanner array. In the next instant, a wave of hyperspace energy emanates from the vessel's rear compartment, instantly enveloping the lunar surface. An abundance of information floods into the battleship's data core. After rapid filtering and processing, Bit discerns an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from an inconspicuous crater on the moon's surface. "Captain, a potential target has been identified." Bit immediately projects a hologram of the moon, highlighting a small red dot for Raven. "Oh!" Raven's expression sharpens as he furrows his brow, scrutinizing the holographic image. It appears to be situated on the lunar surface. "In that case, let us maintain surveillance. If it were on the far side, I would need to consider the Zero-class position. Although the Zero-class is a stealth cruiser, it only possesses electromagnetic cloaking and lacks optical invisibility, leaving it susceptible to detection by the alien race." "Understood," Bit acknowledges. "Here they come." Raven exclaims with excitement, rubbing his hands together as he summons the item menu to extract the Zero-class cruiser. Instantly, a colossal, elongated shadow of a ship materializes before him. Wow, this vessel is indeed massive. If a battleship of 485 meters is this grand, how immense must the human flagship, the Infinite Carrier, measuring over 5,000 meters be? And what the Star Spirit Arc, the Spear of Aten, stretching 70,000 meters? Hiss! The mere thought of such terrifying behemoths sends a shiver down Raven's spine, prompting him to refocus on the Zero-class. Those colossal entities feel too distant. Even if summoned, they would not serve an immediate purpose. Conversely, the fully functional, modestly sized Zero-class cruiser is precisely what he requires. Swish! Raven skillfully maneuvers the model of the battleship, arranging it in space until it is successfully manifested. A grand vessel materializes out of thin air in the cosmos. Its hull is sharply defined, as dark as ink, almost merging with the abyss of deep space. The prow is as sharp as a blade, concealing a latent ferocity that exudes an aura of danger. My goodness! Through the glass of the bridge, Raven gazed at the colossal behemoth outside, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth agape. This was indeed a mighty battleship cannon. The Winter-class appeared as a mere child in its presence. The expenditure of 500,000 emotional points was undeniably worth it. Now he eagerly anticipated the super energy crystal, a treasure valued at 1,000,000 emotional points. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Raven turned to Bit beside him and inquired, "So, can we board?" "Certainly, Captain. I have already commandeered the Zero-class battleship system, and we can board at any time," Bit replied. "Then what are we waiting for?" Raven gestured grandly and commanded, "Board the ship. Commence the first phase of the ascension plan." "Yes, Captain," Bit responded solemnly. With Raven's command, the tail of the Winter-class once again emitted a stream of light as it slowly entered the hangar of the Zero-class. With a thunderous roar, as the Winter-class flew into the hangar, the entrance of the Zero-class slowly sealed shut. The life support system infused the air and raised the temperature to make it suitable for human habitation. As everything was prepared, the belly hatch of the Winter-class gradually descended, and Raven along with Bit stepped out. Chapter 039. The Supernatural Crystal. Damn it, what a stingy system. Raven surveyed the empty hangar, cursing inwardly. I spent 500,000 emotional points, and you don't even give me a single aircraft? Although he was well acquainted with the system and had not harbored high expectations, the sight of the hangar devoid of any machines still left him somewhat disgruntled. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, he knew he had to make use of what was available. After all, the law of what is truly valuable still holds. "Let us go, Bitter," Raven called, making his way to the adjacent docking bay. Since the system wouldn't provide him with equipment, he would fill this space with aircraft, spacecraft, and mech himself. With the zero-point class deep space mothership and the atomic manufacturing platform at his disposal, it was only a matter of time. Of course, this was a long-term ambition. His most pressing objective at the moment remained the Heavenly Ladder Project. To wield immense power was to command vast influence. Otherwise, everything would merely be an illusion. Panel. Upon reaching the neighboring docking bay, Raven summoned the system's inventory, extracting the obsidian containment unit. In the next instant, a cube measuring 10 meters on each side materialized in the cargo hold. It was pitch black, exuding an aura that was mysterious, ancient, and indescribable. However, this aura vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind an unremarkable presence. What the hell? Yet in that fleeting moment, Raven felt a chill run down his spine, a mixture of dread and unease enveloping him. Damn it, this item is rather eerie. He had opted for the obsidian containment unit to isolate the psychic energy emitted by the supernatural crystal, preventing the strong beings of the Marvel Universe from detecting it. After ruling out the expensive and bizarre materials, he ultimately settled on this containment device. According to the system, this material could effectively shield the psychic waves emanating from the supernatural crystal without inciting any other supernatural phenomena. However, the system's assurance that it would not provoke supernatural occurrences seemed to diverge from his understanding. Raven, are you all right? Your heart rate, blood pressure, and hormone levels were elevated just now, Bitter inquired. I'm fine, Bitter. Raven suppressed his anxiety, retrieving a spectral scanner and handing it to Bitter. I'll go in to summon the supernatural crystal. You stay outside and monitor the situation. Be careful. Be cautious, Bitter replied as he accepted the scanner. Don't worry. Raven patted Bitter on the shoulder with a carefree smile, striding confidently towards the obsidian containment unit. Pursuing superpowers always carries risks, albeit varying in magnitude. Acquiring telekinesis through the supernatural crystal was currently the safest approach. Naturally, risks remained, but he was willing to accept them. After all, he was prudent, not timid. Moreover, he was inherently adventurous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his demise from a parkour accident in his past life. Creak, creak, creak. Arriving at the entrance of the obsidian containment unit, Raven grasped the circular handle above, turning it forcefully with both hands. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns soon. The black cube slowly opened a door, revealing a narrow corridor and another black door. Standing in the narrow passage, Raven turned to Bitter outside and instructed, Bitter, close the door. If I'm not out in 10 minutes, come in and look for me. As long as he remained conscious, he could summon the Blackstone containment unit into his inventory at any moment. However, should he lose consciousness, the outcome would elude his control. At such a juncture, it would serve as his backup. Understood. Bit's expression was grave as he reversed the mechanism to close the containment unit's door. With a series of clicks, Raven waited for the door to seal completely before turning to grasp the inner doorknob, slowly twisting it to reveal what lay beyond. The space behind the door was shrouded in darkness, silent as a void, devouring light and sound alike. As Raven beheld the pitch-black chamber, his breath grew heavy, and an unsettling sensation crept over him. Deep breath, remain calm. Raven, I will always be with you, Bit reassured him from within the armor. Thank you, Bit. Raven inhaled deeply and stepped into the containment unit, closing the inner door behind him. With focused intent, he summoned the Psycho Crystal. In an instant, brilliance erupted through the darkness as a crystal materialized from a void, a surge of psychic energy coursing over his Aurora armor, ultimately intercepted by the surrounding Blackstone. With a crackling sound, as the energy filled the room, the neural connection between Raven and Bit became disrupted, causing the armor to stutter and falter. Raven, I, little heart, breath. Looks like I have to rely on myself. Raven sighed, exhaling as he exited the armor, gazing at the Psycho Crystal 2 meters away. It was a perfect dodecahedron, the size of a basketball, suspended in midair and ceaselessly spinning, reminiscent of a disco ball. Why is it so small? System, have you embezzled again? Or is this the essence after compression? There's no turning back now. Raven shook his head in resignation and placed his hand upon the crystal's surface. The moment his palm made contact, the crystal recognized Raven's soul fluctuations and immediately released a surge of psychic energy that flowed into his mind. Buzz. The energy intertwined with memories, merging seamlessly into Raven's soul, granting him instant comprehension of all the information regarding the psycho crystal. As he had surmised, the crystal had undergone refinement and modification by the system. It could draw psychic energy from the void dimension and store it within the crystal. Once the internal reserves reached capacity, it would continuously output energy while drawing in more to sustain its production, much like a psychic energy production line. As the master of the psycho crystal, he could adjust the production and output of energy at will. Wow, this is a divine artifact. Raven marveled at the revelation. The system had indeed bestowed upon him a grand surprise. He had initially believed the crystal to be merely a container for psychic energy, akin to spirit stones from the cultivation realm. To his astonishment, the system had provided him with an entire production line of spirit stones. With this item in his possession, he effectively held access to an almost limitless supply of psychic energy to continuously empower himself. Of course, as an A-grade item, the psycho crystal was not without its flaws. It could only draw energy at a swifter pace in areas rich in spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. Emotional value served as a form of spiritual energy, which the crystal could easily convert into psychic energy. This was precisely why he deemed it a divine artifact. Collect. Raven's heart raced with excitement as he attempted to convey commands to the crystalline entity. Upon receiving the directive, the crystal instantly dimmed its radiance, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming into a warm, luminous fluorite. Although it no longer emanated spiritual energy outwardly, it continued to fortify Raven's soul with its essence. Ah, what a trasura! Raven exclaimed, his laughter echoing into the heavens. The expenditure of 1,000,000 emotional points had proven immensely worthwhile. As the spiritual energy dissipated, the Aurora armor system returned to normalcy, and Bit reactivated, promptly conducting an in-depth scan of Raven and the extraordinary crystal. Raven, heart rate 153 beats per minute, respiration 23 breaths per minute, blood pressure 155 millimeters of mercury, displaying extreme excitement, suspected to be related to the unknown energy released by the crystal. Recommended course of action: engage in conversation with Raven to further ascertain the cause. If Raven's emotional state is confirmed to be abnormal, prevent further contact with the luminous crystal and conduct a comprehensive physical examination. Having reached a decision, Bit maneuvered the Aurora armor to Raven's side and inquired, "Raven, are you all right?" Chapter 040, Mastering Telekinesis. Bit, I feel absolutely splendid. Upon hearing Bit's inquiry, Raven's thoughts stirred, and he stowed away the psychic crystal, giving the armor a pat on the shoulder. The first phase of the Ascension project has been successfully completed. After our neural synchronization, I shall share the specifics with you. Although he had yet to acquire telekinesis, this was merely due to the insufficient absorption of spiritual energy. Now that he had mastered the operation of the crystal, he could draw upon spiritual energy at any moment without the worry of attracting attention due to fluctuations. Thus, he resolved to sleep with the crystal tonight, and by morning, he would have a firm grasp on telekinesis. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Bit's worries dissipated significantly. He immediately activated the Aurora armor, enveloping Raven within its protective embrace. All systems are functioning normally. Protocol 1, initiate. Buzz. Shortly, the synchronization between man and machine was complete, and Bit comprehended the situation. Although he did not fully understand spiritual energy, it did not hinder him from confirming that Raven remained unaffected. Raven, I'm truly relieved to see you unharmed. Thank you. Bit, no need for gratitude. I did not contribute much. Haha, merely being a good luck charm is a contribution in itself. Raven teased with a smile. But it is getting late. We should return to Earth. Very well. Bit inquired, what are the arrangements for the mother ship at midnight? Raven pondered for a moment before responding, you shall pilot the mother ship for a jump test, scanning the planets, moons, and asteroids within the solar system to map out resources. Once we have dealt with the Inhumans, we shall seek out that dormant Kree vessel. Their knowledge, technology, and star maps are of utmost importance to us. Despite possessing 2 warships, he was aware that he was not formidable within the Marvel Universe. The Kree Empire, the Skrulls, the Supreme Evolution, the Nova Corps, the Ravagers, and Asgard. Each faction was not to be underestimated. Only by swiftly acquiring intelligence could he effectively manifest targeted items. Moreover, that Kree vessel not only contained experimental data on Inhumans, but also housed a few surviving Kree. By mastering the data and the test subjects, he would eventually decipher the Inhuman genome and produce them en masse. Remember, safety first, Raven advised. I understand. I shall be cautious. All right, let us return home. As they conversed, the Aurora armor floated slightly, and Raven's thoughts guided the containment unit into his inventory, instantly transporting them back to the spacious and well-lit cockpit. Bit, who had been waiting, smiled as he completed data synchronization with the Aurora armor. After a brief arrangement, Raven and Bit piloted the Winter-class ship towards Earth. Los Angeles, Vernon District. We are finally home. In the factory base, Raven removed his armor, yawning wearily. Bit, please control the armor back to the Winter-class. It shall be landed only when necessary, compared to storing it at the base. Keeping the armor within the Winter-class was not only safer, but also facilitated a swifter deployment. After all, the armored suit lacks a pilot, enabling it to accelerate to an astonishing speed of 25 Mach within a remarkably brief span, descending from the heights to his vicinity in mere seconds. Such a feat would be impossible at the base. Even if Vernon District is remote, it is still part of Los Angeles. Acknowledged. After Bit's affirmation, the Aurora armor was sealed, and stealth mode was activated as it soared into the skies. Whoosh! After watching the armor depart, Raven stirred his thoughts, retrieving the Rev. 9 Terminator. Bit, tidy up the base. I am off to bed. Good night, Raven. Bit replied with a nod. Good night. Bit. Raven waved his hand and returned to the RV. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed, clutching a crystal, eyes closed in slumber. Tomorrow, he would gain telekinesis. Just the thought brought him immense joy additionally. There was the shareholder meeting, promising a plethora of excitement. He wondered how Tony would cope. Oh, how he eagerly anticipated tomorrow. In Los Angeles, at the Malibu Villa, astonishingly, there truly was no backdoor. At that moment, in the underground laboratory, Tony gazed at the screen in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. He had meticulously examined Jarvis's source code and the Villa's servers 3 or 4 times without discovering any anomalies. This outcome left him with 2 possibilities. Either Iron Man had indeed left no backdoor, or he lacked the expertise to uncover the one that existed. Neither option pleased him. Sir, the probability that Iron Man has left no additional backdoors or viruses is 96. 83, Jarvis stated. Very well. Tony sighed in resignation. Rising to stand before the holographic platform, Jarvis initiated a new project titled Counter Iron Man Armor. This suit must be large, powerful, resilient, and equipped with formidable weaponry, essentially an abundance of raw strength. The next time I encounter Iron Man, he must not escape. Understood, sir. Jarvis readily accepted the task, but reminded, it is already 1 a.m., and you are scheduled to attend the shareholder meeting tomorrow. I advise you to retire for the night. Not a chance. Tony decisively countered, swiftly pulling up the blueprints for the Mark III armor, beginning his modifications. Holding 15 of Stark Industries shares. After excluding the 10 from 2 official funds without voting rights and the 82 from retail investors, the remaining shareholders accounted for only 25.03. Thus, his appearance at the shareholder meeting would merely be a formality, reading through the reform proposals. Therefore, neutralizing Iron Man was the paramount task. He absolutely could not afford to lose in the next battle. The following day, at the Vernon District base, in the RV's bedroom, Raven sat with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, embracing the crystal, his body curled up, suspended in midair, resembling an infant. Buzz, after a brief moment, Raven, who had been in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light piercing through the void. Then his body plummeted onto the bed. What the hell? What on earth? The sudden turn of events startled Raven, but in an instant, clarity dawned upon him, and he instinctively comprehended his situation. After absorbing spiritual energy throughout the night, his soul had surpassed a critical threshold, granting him the extraordinary ability to manipulate reality with his mind, commonly referred to as telekinesis. At present, he had mastered two techniques. The first was telepathic perception, enabling him to sense everything around him without the use of his eyes, currently extending to a range of 100 meters. The second was telekinetic manipulation, allowing him to move objects in his vicinity without the use of his hands, with a force equivalent to 100 kilograms, sufficient to lift his own weight. Although his abilities were not particularly formidable at this moment, the continuous infusion of spiritual energy would gradually strengthen his soul. His telekinetic prowess could potentially increase tenfold in 3 days, 100-fold in 30 days, and 1,000-fold in 90 days. However, as the strength of his soul grew, so too would the demand for spiritual energy. One crystal would likely prove insufficient in the future, necessitating the exchange for several more. I have succeeded. Raven laughed heartily, immediately channeling his telekinesis to envelop his body, lifting himself off the bed. Floating in midair, a hallmark of the strong. The plan to ascend the heavenly ladder had entered its first successful phase. Equipped with battle armor, a warship, and telekinesis, he finally possessed a measure of self-preservation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the bedroom door was rapped upon, and Bitter stood at the threshold, inquiring Raven, "Are you all right?" Chapter 041. An invitation from Sky. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Raven sensed Bitter outside the door, stowed the psychic crystal into his inventory, and with a mere thought, opened the door. "Bitter, look at my mastery of telekinesis." As he spoke, the wardrobe in his bedroom suddenly swung open, and a tracksuit flew to Raven's side, adorning him of its own accord. Once dressed, Raven floated effortlessly to the doorway, as if he were a specter. "Is this what telekinesis is?" Bitter scrutinized Raven with keen interest, attempting to discern the source of his levitation, yet found nothing amiss. "What a peculiar power. Indeed, this is telekinesis," Raven replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. "It is a form of idealistic energy, being a material existence. It is not easy for you to observe it. However, it is not entirely impossible. In the future, we may attempt to explore it further. The pinnacle of materialism converges with idealism, and vice versa. They are two sides of the same coin, leading to a singular truth. To traverse the Marvel universe effectively, one must master both materialism and idealism, an endeavor I shall refer to as the dual cultivation of science and magic. Very well. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it, Bitter inquired. Anything you make will suffice. Raven patted Bitter on the shoulder and entered the restroom, washing up while asking, "Were there any noteworthy events last night?" "Two, actually," Bitter replied. "First, Tony Stark is developing the anti-Iron Man armor. The armor's dimensions, weaponry, energy source, propulsion, and defense capabilities far exceed those of Ironmonger. However, it is still in the design phase." "Anti-Iron Man armor?" Raven raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "It seems Tony has truly been provoked. He has the dubious honor of becoming the first superhero targeted specifically as a supervillain. While there are many anti-XX armors in the comics, in the films, he is only aware of one specifically designed armor, the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor. According to Bitter's information, the anti-Iron Man armor is likely on par with the anti-Hulk armor, clearly aimed at Ironmonger. Unfortunately, Ironmonger is not Iron Man. Tony has misidentified his target from the outset." "And the second?" Raven continued with interest. "Well," Bitter smirked, "Sky has conducted a thorough investigation into you. She seems concerned that you may be a deviant, and intends to coax her into participating in some activities." All right. Enough of that." Raven's mouth twitched as he raised a hand to halt Bitter's words. "Sky certainly possesses a high level of vigilance. Fortunately, I have always maintained my integrity and have only dabbled in light-hearted pursuits, so I have no fear of her investigation. However, I shall not let this matter rest. Sky must be properly reprimanded." "Fine," Bitter shrugged, chuckling. "I have sent you all the specific details. You may review them privately." Raven rolled his eyes, raised a middle finger in silent disdain, and stepped out of the caravan, ready to engage in some exercise. Although the first phase of the Stairway to Heaven project was successful, with an armor, a battleship, and telekinesis at his disposal, he felt he had acquired a semblance of self-defense. According to the introduction of the crystal, if the disparity between the soul and the body is too great, the body will be unable to sustain the soul, ultimately resulting in the soul transforming into an ethereal form, although it does not lead to death. The loss of the physical body signifies an inability to utilize various enhancement methods, such as the fifth compound, Terrigen augmentation, or even the superhuman physique. Therefore, the second objective of the Ascension Project is to amalgamate the Terrigen crystal with the fifth compound, thereby enhancing the physical body to a status akin to that of a native of the homeland. In a hotel room in Los Angeles, a substantial suitcase occupies the double bed, strewn with an array of garments. Not far away, Sky, holding a dress in one hand, stands before the mirror, her expression rife with turmoil. Typically, she seldom dons dresses, favoring practicality and efficiency instead. Her primary choices are jeans, t-shirts, jackets, and boots. However, a date is an occasion that demands seriousness, especially since she is meeting a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Thus, she reluctantly rummages through her long-neglected dresses. Unfortunately, these garments are of inferior quality, and after such a prolonged period of disuse, they do not yield an appealing effect. Oh, whatever. In a moment of exasperation, Sky tosses 2 dresses into the suitcase and mutters, "I'll call Raven to see if he's available before deciding on anything else." Sky retrieves a white business card and dials the number inscribed upon it. The phone rings once, twice, thrice, and the persistent busy signal causes a heaviness to settle in her heart, her beautiful eyes flashing with disappointment. Just then, the call is unexpectedly answered by a gentle male voice. "Hello, this is Raven Thorn. Who's calling?" "Hello." Sky's eyes widen in recognition of the familiar voice, and she hastily explains, "This is Sky, the one who mentioned treating you to dinner yesterday afternoon. Do you remember?" "Of course, I remember," Raven replies with a mischievous smile, recalling a lovely girl adept in vehicle repairs. "Right?" Hee. Hearing Raven's compliment causes Sky to giggle, her cheeks flushing slightly. She softly inquires, "Raven, are you free for lunch today?" "Lunch? Let me check my schedule." Raven deliberately pauses for a few seconds before continuing, "No problem. I have a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but I'm available before that." When it comes to courting, one must never appear overly eager. If he were to readily accept Sky's invitation, it would diminish his allure as a wealthy and handsome man. By engaging in a bit of playful back and forth, he maintains the upper hand while demonstrating his worth. Of course, this playful banter is not deceit. It merely involves presenting the truth in a slightly embellished manner, a form of linguistic artistry. Upon hearing Raven's agreement, Sky's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settles, and she exhales deeply. Yes. Raven has agreed to go out with me. I must go shopping for clothes immediately, even if I have to dip into my savings. Sky, are you still there? Raven inquires, perplexed. Apologies. Sky suddenly regained her composure and promptly inquired, "Raven, what do you enjoy eating? French cuisine, Japanese dishes, or Chinese fare?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Raven suggested, "Sky, I know a Chinese restaurant that serves exceptionally authentic dishes. I shall drive over to pick you up shortly." "Sounds great," Sky exclaimed without a second thought. In the next instant, she realized her impulsiveness and quickly covered her mouth, a flicker of regret glimmering in her beautiful eyes. "Oh no, what have I done? Why did I agree so hastily? Should I have been more patient? I wonder if Raven will think less of me." Sky's regret, 666. Sky's concern, 666. "All right, send me the location, and I will come to pick you up at 11, Raven replied with remarkable ease. "Okay, goodbye." Sky ended the call, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she sent her location to Raven and left the hotel, heading towards a nearby shopping mall. She intended to purchase an outfit to dazzle Raven at their lunch, preparing for their next rendezvous. Sky's longing, 666. Sky's excitement, 666. Emotional value, 302-5678. 42. Chapter 042. The Enchanting Sky Factory Base, 10:30 a.m. Raven, clad in a bulletproof suit akin to that of a renowned assassin and adorned with a custom-bit smartwatch, accelerated out of the factory in a sleek Mercedes supercar. Following closely behind in a black Saab van was Bit, dutifully fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. Zooming forward, 20 minutes later, Raven arrived at the designated location. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drawn to Sky, who stood by the roadside. She was dressed in a flowing white dress, its delicate lace hem swaying gently in the breeze, exuding the vibrant essence of youth. Sporting brown high-heeled ankle boots, she appeared both carefree and confident. Her long brown hair cascaded naturally, gracefully resting upon her white attire. Her bare arms and legs were straight and toned, the sun casting a subtle sheen upon her sun-kissed skin. A light touch of makeup accentuated her striking features, her deep-set eyes reflecting both vivacity and determination. Yet, her somewhat awkward posture hinted at her unfamiliarity with such attire. Wow, what a surprise! Raven gazed at Sky, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he genuinely remarked, "Sky, you look even more stunning today than yesterday." Goodness! At that moment, Sky's eyes widened, and her mouth parted slightly upon seeing Raven, her long legs instinctively pressing together, a sudden blush blooming on her cheeks. Hee, Raven has complimented my beauty again. It seems I chose the right outfit. It was worth the 500. However, Raven's gaze today held an enigmatic depth, an otherworldly quality that rendered him inscrutable. Just locking eyes with him sent a shiver through her body, leaving her bewildered. What on earth is happening? Sky's happiness, 666. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Hey, the effect is remarkable. Noticing Sky frozen in place, Raven couldn't help but smile, retracting the telepathic energy from his eyes. Telepathy, as a mental ability, transcends mere physical manipulation, extending to influence and control over the mind, often referred to as mental resonance. Although his current prowess was modest, he could easily sway ordinary individuals. "Sky, are you all right?" Raven approached her side, softly calling her name. Startled, Sky jolted back to reality, confronted by the proximity of Raven, the intoxicating scent of perfume mingling with pheromones enveloping her. Blushing, she murmured, "I'm fine. Shall we go?" "Oh dear, what is happening to me?" Raven must possess some sort of magic. Otherwise, how could I have fallen so swiftly? Raven, observing Sky's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but smirk, opening the gull-wing doors of his sports car and extending his hand, saying, "The steps are a bit high. Allow me to assist you." To advance their relationship, physical contact is crucial. Holding hands, wrapping an arm around the waist, and kissing, each step a gradual progression. In this moment, his proposal to hold hands not only showcased gentlemanly grace, but also facilitated their connection, all unfolding seamlessly without arousing suspicion. "Thank you." Sky hesitated for a moment before taking Raven's left hand with her right, while her other hand smoothed her skirt as she gracefully settled into the passenger seat, reluctantly releasing his hand. "Oh my!" Raven's hand is so warm and strong. Those calluses must be the result of his training. Click! Once Sky was settled, Raven closed the door and returned to the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt. "Sky, buckle up. I'm taking you for some authentic Chinese cuisine." "All right." Sky obediently nodded, quickly securing her seatbelt. "Vroom." Raven, satisfied with her compliance, gently pressed the accelerator and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, the sports car merging into the flow of traffic. Heading into the distance, Los Angeles, San Gabriel Valley. At midday, the sun blazed brightly, palm trees swayed gently in the center of the street, and vehicles zipped by on either side. The surrounding restaurants and shops bustled with life, brimming with a vibrant atmosphere. In a nearby parking lot, the gull-wing doors of a silver sports car spread wide as a man and woman emerged. The man, tall and handsome in a black suit, and the woman, elegant and beautiful in a white short dress, complemented each other perfectly in their contrasting attire. "Let us go, Sky." Raven locked the car and gestured to Sky. "The restaurant is just around the corner." "Sure." Sky surveyed her surroundings, feigning ignorance as she asked, "Raven, do you live around here?" Although she was well aware of Raven's actual address, the information obtained through hacking was not something she could reveal. Thus, she had to find a way to cover her tracks, lest she inadvertently expose herself. "Of course not." Raven chuckled internally, maintaining his composure. "I reside in a caravan, a home on wheels, and I've recently been working in Los Angeles, requiring a temporary stay. To his surprise, Sky's acting was quite commendable. Despite knowing his background, she managed to feign ignorance effortlessly. No wonder it is said that women are natural actors. Really? You live in a caravan too? Sky's eyes brightened at this revelation. My home is also a caravan, the one you saw yesterday. Although it's somewhat outdated, it has accompanied me to many places. However, last night, while passing by Stark Industries, I unexpectedly encountered Iron Man and War Machine. Their battle shattered my car's windshield and punctured the radiator with debris. Those two despicable fellows, who incessantly claim they will compensate for the losses, have yet to provide me with any funds. Sky, clenching his fists, expressed his displeasure with a scowl. Sky's resentment. 666. Sky's displeasure. 666. Goodness. Raven feigned astonishment as she inquired, "Did you truly encounter the battle from last night?" Sky, you weren't injured, were you? Ah, indeed. Retribution can be rather unsatisfactory. Just moments ago, he had been ridiculing Sky for feigning ignorance, and now it was his turn to face the consequences. I consider myself fortunate, Sky replied, patting his bulging chest with a grin. If I had been harmed, you would certainly not be seeing me. Well, that is certainly true, Raven conceded with a nod. Were it not for those two rascals, I would not have had the pleasure of meeting such a beautiful girl as you. Upon hearing this, Sky's face lit up with joy, and he softly murmured, "In that case, I would not have encountered you either." Sky's delight. 666. Emotional value. 339-2314. 45. Sky is indeed quite innocent. Sensing his soft words, Raven's lips curled into a subtle smile as she deliberately asked, "Sky, what did you just say?" Chapter 043. May's restaurant. Sky's expression stiffened momentarily, and she quickly remarked, "I meant to say, let us hasten to dine. I find myself rather famished." "Then let us be off. We shall arrive shortly," Raven responded, displaying a commendable awareness not to delve deeper into the matter. Excellent. Sky exhaled a sigh of relief, her high heels causing her to sway unsteadily, presenting a rather awkward sight. "Support me, would you?" Raven extended his arm, playfully teasing, "I hope Iron Man and War Machine haven't harmed you. Only for a pair of heels to do the damage." "Ah, thank you." Sky's countenance brightened at this, resting her right hand upon Raven's arm. "It's my first time wearing high heels. I'll get the hang of it with practice." "Oh dear, how gallant of you, Raven," she exclaimed. "All the effort to wear these heels, even with sore feet, feels worthwhile now." "Do not overexert yourself," Raven cautioned, shaking his head earnestly. "Excessive wear of high heels can harm your lumbar muscles and vertebrae. Do not sacrifice your health for fleeting beauty." "I will heed your advice," Sky nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Raven playfully teased, "Are you not worried I might be a charlatan, ready to sell you off?" "I'm not afraid," Sky retorted, her lips curling into a proud smile. "I have a keen eye for people. You could never be a fraud." "I have done my research," she added confidently. "Do you think you can intimidate me? I will not be frightened." "With such discernment, do you possess a special method?" "Doing me?" Raven inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Well," Sky feigned contemplation for a moment before mischievously declaring, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. You shall know in due time." "I see now. You are the deceitful one." Raven chuckled in mock accusation. "I'm not a fraud." Sky pouted at this remark, playfully tapping Raven's shoulder. "Have you ever encountered a swindler as beautiful as I?" "Indeed, I have," Raven replied, his gaze suggestive as he looked at Sky. "She stands right before me." "You are incorrigible." Sky, noticing the glint in Raven's eyes, playfully punched him lightly, only to find her fist met with solid muscle. "My heavens, is this muscle?" she exclaimed. "I am quite eager to see Raven's physique." Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, they arrived at the entrance of a street-side establishment named May's Private Kitchen. A cheerful matron with a distinctive accent teased, "Oh my, our handsome gentleman has brought his girlfriend today." "Hello, May," Raven greeted warmly in Mandarin. "This is Sky. It is her first visit. You must showcase your culinary prowess." "Absolutely. Leave it to me. Come, please take a seat inside," May cheerfully beckoned. "Sky, let us enter," Raven said, Levin supported the bewildered Sky as they entered a quaint little shop brimming with earthly charm, settling down at an unoccupied table. "What were you discussing just now?" Sky inquired, her curiosity evident in her gaze. "Sky, you don't speak Chinese?" Levin feigned surprise for a moment before explaining, "Sister May just praised your beauty. I asked her to prepare something delicious for you. I assure you, you'll be utterly impressed. Although I am not fluent in Chinese, my palate is quite discerning." Sky's pink tongue flicked across her crimson lips, a glimmer of curiosity and perplexity flickering in her eyes. How could Levin's Chinese be so proficient? The records contained no mention of such skill. Could it be that he was a self-taught prodigy? Yet, with expertise spanning computers, business, investments, and languages, he seemed extraordinarily gifted. "Rest assured, should the meal fail to please, I shall leave it to your discretion," Levin stated confidently. "Are you truly this self-assured?" Sky's beautiful eyes sparkled. "What if I deliberately claim it to be unappetizing? What then? You would leave it to me? What a delightful prospect." One had to wonder just how delectable the fare in this modest eatery could be, given Levin's unwavering confidence. "Dear lady, should you find the meal unsatisfactory, not only will I charge you nothing, but I will also compensate you tenfold." Sister May approached with a cheerful demeanor. My apologies, Sister May." Sky's expression shifted, hurriedly clarifying, "I was merely jesting with Levin, not being serious." "No worries, the food will speak for itself." Sister May smiled gently at Sky before turning to attend to other patrons. "This is all your fault." After watching Sister May depart, Sky pouted, casting a resentful glance at Levin. "If it weren't for your wager, Sister May wouldn't have misunderstood me. You cannot blame me. After all, you were the one scheming to play the trickster," Levin teased. Acknowledging her own culpability, Sky pouted and swiftly changed the subject. "Levin, how is it that your Chinese is so proficient? I attempted to learn it myself previously, but I simply could not grasp it. It doesn't necessarily mean you lack intelligence." Levin shook his head, encouraging her. "Perhaps your talents lie in other areas. For instance, your skills in vehicle maintenance are quite remarkable." Sky considered the notion of her being dim-witted. Who could be deemed foolish for infiltrating DS systems using merely a standard laptop? If such individuals were to be labeled as fools, then the term would lose all meaning. As for Levin's mastery of the language, he deflected, attributing it to innate talent. The truth was that he had honed his skills over 2 decades. However, he could not allow Sky to discover this, so he merely evaded with the notion of talent. Talent, Sky pondered, could it be that my gift lies in hacking? As a self-taught hacker who joined the Rising Tide organization within a few short years, she felt a sense of pride in her accomplishments. However, in comparison to Raven's accomplishments, her achievements seem rather insignificant. Come, 3 cups of chicken are here." Just as Sky was pondering, Sister May placed a black clay pot on their table, saying, "My dear, try Sister May's culinary skills and see if you enjoy it." Steam wafted from the pot, revealing chicken pieces enveloped in a glossy, reddish sauce. A sprig of vibrant basil adorned the top, the red and green combination tantalizing the appetite. "Wow, it smells delightful." Returning to her senses, Sky twitched her nose, captivated by the rich aroma, and clumsily picked up a pair of chopsticks to lift a piece of chicken to her mouth. Salty, sweet, savory, numbing fragrant, and tender, the rich sauce and succulent chicken instantly won her over. "Delicious. Sister May is remarkable," Sky praised, giving a thumbs up to May. "Hee, I knew it," May replied, her face beaming with pride. "All right, you two take your time. The other dishes will be ready shortly." "So how is it? Tasty, right?" Levin, with a smile playing on his lips, gazed at Sky with an inscrutable expression. So good." Sky mumbled with her mouth full, too engrossed in her meal to pay attention to Levin. "Look how eager you are," Levin said with a resigned shake of his head, sampling a piece of chicken himself. Chapter 044. The Fall of Sky. With a series of cheerful greetings, Sister May gracefully presented an array of delectable dishes upon the dining table. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening Sky's appetite and prompting her to lick her ruby lips. Oh, how delightful! No wonder Levin exuded such confidence. Sister May's culinary creations were truly exceptional. Finally, She brought forth a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. Dear, do sample the flavors. And do not hesitate to express any dissatisfaction, Sister May encouraged. My apologies for earlier, Sister May, Sky said remorsefully, her gaze filled with regret. I should not have spoken that way. Oh, it's quite all right. Your joy in dining brings me happiness, Sister May reassured with a warm smile. You too enjoy your meal. Call for me if you need anything. Thank you, Sister May, Raven said as he watched her leave. He then picked up a piece of white meat with the communal chopsticks, dipped it in garlic sauce, and placed it on Sky's plate. Try this white meat. It's quite appetizing. Thank you, Sky replied, her lips curving into a smile as she savored the dish. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This meat is exquisite. Though a tad spicy, she exclaimed, playfully sticking out her little pink tongue. She reached for a second piece of white meat. Oh, this food is simply divine. What have I been eating before? If the prices are reasonable, I must return often. Drink some soup to alleviate the spice, Raven suggested, handing her a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. Thank you. Sky eagerly accepted the bowl and took a sip. Wow, this soup is incredible. Then drink up. Raven smiled gently, enjoying the moment as they both savored their meal in a warm and joyful atmosphere. 15 minutes later, while Raven was still diligently engaged with his meal, Sky leaned back in her chair, a look of satisfaction gracing her face, and inadvertently let out a loud belch. Oh no! She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in shock as she furtively glanced at Raven. What a disaster! I ate too much and now I've burped. How unladylike. Surely, he won't think less of me? Perceiving her dismay, a hint of amusement flickered in Raven's eyes, and he feigned a burp of his own. Today's feast has left me quite full. Sister May, your culinary skills have truly improved. Raven exclaimed. Oh, Raven, you are quite the charmer. No wonder you can attract such beautiful ladies, Sister May teased in Mandarin. Sister May, you are no less charming yourself. Raven replied with a grin. Sky, shall we take our leave? Huh? Oh, yes. A bewildered Sky regained her composure and asked, Sister May, how much do I owe for the meal? I shall settle the bill. Dear girl, the total is 85 yuan, Sister May said, casting a curious glance at Raven as she handed over the receipt. Such a handsome fellow, it seems, can indeed charm a lovely lady into treating him. 52 yuan. Sky promptly retrieved her wallet, extracting a few banknotes to hand to Sister May. Sister May, your dishes are absolutely delightful. I will definitely return when I have the chance. The two of them, spending 52 yuan, with an average of 26 yuan per person, found such exquisite fare to be an exceptional value. Burgers and pizzas are merely a fraction less expensive. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Sister May replied with a warm smile as she accepted the money, winking at Raven. Sister May, we're leaving now. Goodbye. After waving farewell to Sister May, Raven supported Sky as they made their way outside. Sky, do you have any plans for this evening? If not, I would like to treat you to dinner. Upon hearing Raven's invitation, Sky felt a mix of joy and inner turmoil. The joy stemmed from her recognition, while the turmoil arose from her awareness of what agreeing to the invitation might entail for the night. Yet, she was uncertain about their future beyond tonight. She yearned for greater affection while simultaneously fearing the loss of what she currently possessed. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Being with someone as dashing and affluent as Raven, even a fleeting taste of his company is worthwhile. With newfound resolve, Sky softly replied, Raven, I will follow your lead this evening. Very well. I assure you will be satisfied tonight, Raven responded, seamlessly taking Sky's hand. Suddenly taken aback by this unexpected gesture, Sky's body shivered, instinctively wishing to break free. Yet she found herself unable to muster the strength, allowing Raven to hold her hand. Goodness, he is actually holding my hand? His grip is so warm, broad, and strong. It brings a sense of security. How I wish he could hold my hand forever. This is going smoothly, Raven thought, a smile gracing his lips as he strolled with Sky through the nearby streets, capitalizing on the moment to solidify their connection. Handsome, wealthy, and articulate. These are the three quintessential charms in the realm of romance. Possessing even one can yield some success, too, and one finds themselves thriving. But with all three, one becomes utterly unstoppable. With these qualities in his arsenal, coupled with his extraordinary charm, Winning over the innocent Sky posed little challenge. After an hour of leisurely exploring and purchasing a few trinkets, they returned to the parking lot. Sky, it's your turn to drive, Raven said, placing the car keys in her hand. Raven, I can't. Sky immediately shook her head in refusal. I've never driven a sports car. What if I were to crash it? I believe in you, Raven reassured her, his eyes filled with encouragement and admiration. Sky had endured a tumultuous early life, moving from one foster home to another. Her sensitive nature and lack of confidence left her yearning for validation and care from others. Once she received such recognition, her gratitude and appreciation for that person would be immeasurable, elevating them to the status of someone incredibly important in her life. And Raven aspired to be that person. He understood that by becoming essential to her, he could later unveil more astonishing revelations without jeopardizing their foundation. Raven, thank you. Upon meeting Raven's gaze, tears welled up in Sky's eyes, and she bowed her head, quietly sobbing. Everyone has always despised me. My biological parents abandoned me, and even the foster families rejected me. Raven, why are you so kind to me? What if I can't bear to part with you? What if you discover that I have been secretly investigating you? Oh, Sky's heart swelled with gratitude and anxiety. Enough of the tears, Raven said, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes as he gently embraced Sky, patting her back. Such a beautiful, strong, and independent girl like you, and yet you have face disdain? Those who scorn you are either envious or blind. From now on, I will stand by you and confront those who belittle you, allowing them to witness your true strength, so that everyone may recognize the remarkable girl you are. Sky, what do you think? Raven cupped Sky's face, tenderly wiping away her tears. Yes, that's wonderful, Sky replied, captivated by Raven's gentle demeanor. In that moment, her desire surged, overpowering her reason, and she rose on her tiptoes to kiss Raven. Thank you, Raven. I truly like you. Chapter 045. Stark headquarters. Upon the moment Raven's lips met Sky's, a wave of astonishment washed over him, swiftly replaced by a tender embrace around her neck as they shared their kiss. To his surprise, Sky took the initiative, her previous acknowledgement evidently having a profound effect on her. Alas, dear Sky, fear not, for no one shall dare to bully you again. At this moment, Sky felt her body succumb to a delicious warmth, lost in the overwhelming and fervent aura of Raven, responding passively to his advances. Oh dear, I am on the brink of surrendering. Raven, I truly cannot endure much longer. If this continues, I shall faint. Please, I beg you, have mercy on me. In that instant, Raven, sensing the urgency, shifted his hand from the nape of Sky's neck to her waist, halting their passionate kiss. As their lips parted, Sky's face flushed crimson, gasping for air as if she had just resurfaced from drowning. Sky, you are both naive and playful, Raven teased with a mischievous grin. Oomph, you wicked rascal, Sky protested, playfully striking Raven with her tiny fist. I nearly suffocated just now, and you dare to mock me? Your words are indeed untrustworthy. Yet, despite her protests, her body leaned against Raven, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat, savoring his warmth and the essence of his feelings. I shall be more cautious next time, Raven replied gently, caressing her silky hair. Now let us depart. I will take you to Stark Industries to request your compensation from Iron Man. What? Sky was momentarily taken aback. Demand compensation from Iron Man? Surely, Raven must be out of his mind. Yet, he did not seem to be jesting. Wait, Iron Man is Tony Stark, and Raven is a shareholder of Stark Industries. Today, there's an impromptu shareholders meeting at Stark Industries. It appears that Raven truly could meet Tony Stark and assist her in obtaining her compensation. No, Sky, what are you thinking? How could you trouble Raven with such matters? Do you doubt my capabilities? Raven gently lifted Sky's chin with his hand. That's not what I meant. Sky shook her head, eager to clarify. I simply do not wish to burden you with such trivialities. Foolish girl. Raven lightly tapped her forehead. What trouble? Your matters are my matters. You can always come to me with anything. The rapid progression of their relationship left Sky feeling insecure. It was imperative for Raven to make a promise that would truly reassure her. Otherwise, her mind would surely spiral into doubt and anxiety. Raven, why are you so kind to me? Am I truly deserving of such attention? Sky gazed deeply into Raven's eyes, seeking to unravel his heart. Deserving indeed, Raven affirmed without hesitation, cradling her delicate face in his hands. Not solely for your beauty, but also for the boundless potential that resides within you. Although you may not grasp their essence at present, with the appropriate approach, these potentials can be cultivated. In due time, you shall undoubtedly astonish everyone, Raven stated earnestly. Sky is destined to become the future Shockwave, a world-renowned harbinger of destruction. This is merely a fraction of her untapped power. If she could disregard the scorn of others and harness her formidable physique, her prowess would ascend to unparalleled heights, easily surpassing that of the Black Bat King. Thank you, Raven, Sky said, once again rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on Raven's cheek, though this time it was fleeting. Oh, Raven, caught off guard once more, intended to savor the moment, only to find it vanished. Sky, your gratitude seems rather perfunctory. Come on, let me have another taste. Not letting you. Sky playfully stuck out her tongue and waved the car keys as she headed toward the driver's seat. Time was of the essence. If they didn't leave soon, they would miss the meeting. Joyful exuberance filled her heart. Today was indeed delightful. Raven is so kind to me. I shall surprise him this evening. Sky S affection, 666. Sky S happiness, 666. This is the true essence of Sky. Raven gazed at the impetuously playful Sky, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the passenger seat. He vowed to protect this version of Sky, ensuring she led a joyful and fulfilling life, impervious to any threats. Virum. Under Raven's guidance, Sky maneuvered the car slowly out of the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic as they ventured into the distance. As the journey progressed, Sky's skills grew increasingly adept, her demeanor relaxing. You see, I told you that you could do it, Raven praised, giving a thumbs up. Sky beamed at the compliment, her grin widening. Raven, without your approval and encouragement, I surely could not have achieved this. Raven's kindness, support, and thoughtfulness were a novel experience for her, a girl who had faced rejection from every foster family. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Raven due to a vehicle malfunction. Of course, had she not mustered the courage to ask for his number, today's outcome would likely have been drastically different. Since you recognize my merits, you should express your gratitude properly later, Raven teased with a smile. Sky's cheeks flushed as she huffed playfully, focusing intently on driving while disregarding Raven's words. This guy has become quite addicted to kissing. Yet, why do I feel this inexplicable anticipation? Sky thought, last time I almost suffocated. Don't you ever think ahead? Or do you have a penchant for pain? Sky S desire, 666. Sky S embarrassment, 666. As Sky grappled with her thoughts, the car came to a halt at the entrance of Stark Industries. A security guard glanced over and promptly approached the passenger side. Hello, sir. May I ask who you are? I am Raven Thorn, he replied, presenting his driver S license. The board has invited me to attend the shareholder meeting. Mr. Thorn, please hold on, the guard said, taking the license with a serious demeanor before swiftly returning to his station to make an internal call for verification. After confirming their communication, the security personnel promptly retrieved the driver's license, returning it to Raven, who then gestured, please, both of you may enter. An assistant is awaiting you at the front desk. Thank you, Raven said with a smile, tucking away the license before turning to Sky. Let us proceed inside to witness the excitement. Really? Am I allowed to go in as well? Sky's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor. Of course you are, Raven replied calmly, nodding reassuringly. You are my assistant. How could you not enter? I am your assistant? Sky scratched her head, momentarily feeling flustered. Raven was certainly presenting her with a challenge. She had no idea how to fulfill the role of an assistant. What if she embarrassed Raven later on? Amidst her conflicting emotions, Sky parked the sports car at the entrance of the main building and hurriedly said, Sky, I believe in your capabilities. Raven grasped Sky's hand, her eyes brimming with recognition and encouragement. Chapter 046, Discrimination and Retaliation. Well then. All right, Sky, feeling the weight of Raven's trust, hesitated for a moment before firmly assuring, Raven, I will not let you down. That's more like it. Raven nodded in satisfaction, then teased, but first, you need to touch up your makeup. What? Oh my. Upon hearing this, Sky immediately realized the gravity of her appearance, hastily adjusting her sunglasses to inspect herself. Her eyes were red, streaked with tears, presenting a rather disheveled visage. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the unmistakable glimmer of joy and happiness dancing in her eyes and gracing her lips. Although she felt elated, she couldn't help but lament. I look so ugly. How could Raven not have warned her sooner? He must be laughing at her expense. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's awkwardness, 666. With this thought, Sky glanced at Raven. Noticing him engrossed in his phone, she let out a sigh of relief and promptly began to retouch her makeup. However, while Raven appeared to be preoccupied with his device, he was actually perusing the augmented reality interface, keeping himself updated on the latest developments of the shareholders' meeting. Blue event. Colonel James Rhodes representing the Defense Fund at the shareholders' meeting. Blue event. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent Jasper Sitwell representing the S-H-I-E-L-D Fund to the shareholders' meeting, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson. Today's meeting was indeed bustling. Iron Man, War Machine, Black Widow, and even a lurking Hydra agent, a true gathering of heroes. Yet, the blue designation indicated that the event bore only slight risks, devoid of any real danger. A yellow designation would imply moderate danger requiring cautious handling, while an orange designation would signal higher risks, potentially leading to conflict, necessitating prompt action. As for the more severe red and black designations, he hoped never to encounter them, for such events would signify impending doom. The red indicates grave risks, where mishandling could result in significant casualties, while black represents an apocalyptic crisis, a crossroads of humanity's fate. While Raven pondered these matters, Sky finished her makeup and softly called out, "Raven, I'm all set." "Then let us proceed, my little assistant." Raven winked at Sky. "Yes, Mr. Raven." Sky replied with a playful smile, her lips curling upwards. "Don't forget to pay your assistant. Freeloading is not acceptable." "That will depend on your performance," Raven remarked, giving Sky's nose a gentle tap before exiting the vehicle and adjusting his attire. Now, this was the Sky he adored, confident, spirited, and a tad mischievous. "You can do it, Sky," she encouraged herself, clenching her fist, ready to step out of the car with all her belongings. Since Raven placed such trust in her, she must showcase her utmost abilities and ensure she did not bring him disgrace. Sky's anxiety, 666. Sky's determination, 666. Beep beep after securing the car. Raven linked arms with Sky as they walked into the Stark Industries headquarters. As the two entered, a stunning blonde clad in a black professional outfit immediately approached them. "Mr. Thorne, and this young lady, welcome to Stark Industries. I am Haley, the board's secretary. Please follow me." "Hello, Secretary Haley. This is Sky, my assistant," Raven introduced, extending his hand. "Miss Sky, it's a pleasure to meet you," Haley responded with a practiced smile, raising her hand to greet Sky. Yet, a flicker of jealousy and disdain flashed in her eyes. How naive Sky was, believing that her youth and beauty could secure the affections of a man like Mr. Thorne. Little did she know, he was merely toying with her. Once the novelty wore off, she would surely be cast aside. "Hello, Secretary Haley," Sky said, sensing the peculiar gaze directed at her, offering a polite yet awkward smile. She was all too familiar with such looks, judgment, pity, mockery, eyes that seemed to regard her as inferior. She had encountered this countless times. However, familiarity did not equate to indifference. Had it not been for Raven's presence, she would have retaliated with sharp words. Indeed, discrimination was omnipresent. Raven sensed Haley's scrutinizing gaze and Sky's subtly clenched fists, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. As a person of Asian descent living in this land, he was not immune to prejudice. While not everyone harbored such sentiments, at least half of them did, albeit to varying degrees. Fortunately, due to his past experiences, he had dealt with those who dared to discriminate against him in his youth. As an adult, he had amassed considerable wealth, which afforded him a shield against such disdain. However, Sky was not as fortunate. Due to a covert directive from S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been shuffled between various foster homes, enduring a level of discrimination that was unfathomable to most. Secretary Haley, Raven said coolly, fixing his gaze upon her, when I am not present, Sky represents me. Therefore, I expect you to extend the same respect to her as you would to me. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Thorne, Haley replied, her body trembling slightly as she bowed her head, her expression filled with deference. At that moment, Sky looked up at Raven, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Was this what it felt like to be protected? Throughout her life, when faced with discrimination, she either gritted her teeth in silence or mustered the courage to fight back. No one had ever stood up for her. Yet today, someone stood before her, unhesitatingly shielding her from scornful gazes. And it was not born of pity or charity, but rather genuine concern and respect. Raven, thank you for everything you've done for me. I truly admire you. Sky's gratitude, 666. Sky's admiration, 666 ding. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, an elevator emitted a gentle metallic chime, and the double doors slowly opened. Mr. Thorne, Miss Sky, please enter, Haley said, her demeanor respectful as she gestured for them to proceed. Very well, let us go, Raven replied, casting a glance at the submissive Haley before guiding the dazed Sky into the elevator. Such individuals needed to be reminded of their place. Otherwise, they would assume one to be easy prey, growing bolder in their disdain. Moreover, Sky is his woman. To discriminate against Sky is tantamount to disparaging him. Given his current status and strength, he simply cannot tolerate such disrespect. Sky, does this bring you satisfaction? Do you like it? Raven gently inquired, leaning closer to Sky's ear. A shiver ran through Sky as she felt his warm breath against her skin, her cheeks flushing crimson and her body turning weak. Thank you, Raven, she replied softly. But could you refrain from causing a scene here? Oh dear, Haley is just ahead, although they were turned away from each other. What if she happened to glance back and catch sight of them? Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's concern, 666. Are you suggesting other places are acceptable? Raven's lips curved into a mischievous smile as his hand found its way to Sky's waist. Sky's face burned as she lowered her head, responding with a barely audible murmur, her heart a mix of anticipation and trepidation. How wicked of Raven to tease her like this, leaving her in such a state of distress. Oh, how infuriating. She vowed to teach him a lesson tonight. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. Emotional value, 398-2345. 23. Chapter 047. The balance of power and benevolence. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Upon hearing Sky's acquiescence, Raven's expression brightened, and he gently reassured him before returning to his usual demeanor. A resounding success in my strategy. With the promise secured, he felt entirely confident that he would win over Sky completely by nightfall, ensuring that both his body and spirit belonged to him. Once they had engaged in deeper conversations over the next few days, and their relationship had stabilized, he could arrange for Sky to meet his parents. At that point, recruiting would be a mere formality. Thank you, Sky exhaled in relief. Ding. Just as Raven was about to respond to Sky, the elevator emitted a soft metallic chime, and the doors slowly opened, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Please follow me. Thank you, Secretary Haley. Mr. Thorne, it is my duty. It is no trouble at all. Haley felt a sense of relief at Raven's demeanor. Despite his youth, Mr. Thorne exhibited a remarkable balance in his speech and actions. He was both an advocate for his subordinates and adept at maintaining control of the situation, preventing any potential chaos. What leader would not be worthy of admiration in such a capacity? Haley's fear, 0, 2. Haley's respect, 0, 2. Why is Raven so courteous to her? Sky pondered, observing the exchange with curiosity. Click, click. Just as Sky was lost in thought, Haley led them to the entrance of a conference hall. A throng of reporters gathered at the entrance, capturing images of the attendees. However, due to the significant security presence, they dared not overstep their bounds. They refrained from questioning and instead engaged in hushed discussions while snapping photographs. Look, more newcomers have arrived. Wow, what strikingly handsome individuals. My goodness, is he not exceedingly young? Do any of you know his background? This shouldn't be. I recall there were no Asians among Stark Industries shareholders. Could he be a new face? Huh. I know who he is. Come on. Don't keep us in suspense. Spill the details. All right. His name is Raven Thorn. He founded the Loop social platform a few years back, which was subsequently acquired by Facebook for $30 million. It even made headlines. Oh, now I remember. He asked that Chinese genius from Stanford, ISNT. Wait a moment. That doesn't T add up. His assets shouldn't T qualify him as a Stark Industries shareholder. I'm not finished yet. 2 years ago, he established Oasis Investment Company and has since made remarkable gains in the stock market. Recently, he has been short-selling while acquiring Stark shares. For what I've heard from friends on Wall Street, this company's assets skyrocketed from $50 million to $5 billion in just 6 months, an astonishing 100-fold increase. Goodness, earning $50 billion in 6 months? Is he even human? Or is it that those of Chinese descent possess extraordinary intellect? Who knows? Perhaps he is privy to some insider information. All right, more newcomers are arriving. Insider information? That is quite plausible. On the other side, Raven, registered with the electronic proof of holdings issued by the securities company, took the voting device and followed Haley into the conference hall. The hall was spacious and well lit, with 4 floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the factory grounds. The marble floor gleamed with cleanliness, while the interplay of wood tones and white walls created a harmonious aesthetic. At the center of the hall, a table stretching over 10 meters was surrounded by 24 black leather high-back chairs, where several distinguished middle-aged men and women were engaged in conversation. Additionally, a circle of small wooden tables and ordinary chairs was arranged behind the high-back chairs, where a dozen young professionals in suits were organizing various documents. Mr. Sorn, this is your seat. Miss Sky can sit behind, Haley said with a slight bow. Should you need anything, feel free to contact the staff. I will take my leave now. Thank you, Secretary Haley, Raven replied, watching her depart before turning to Sky. You may find a place to sit. If you feel it's uninteresting, you can take a stroll. All right, boss, Sky responded, then leaned closer to Raven and whispered, You were so fierce earlier. How come you're so polite now? This is what one might call the dual approach of benevolence and severity, Raven replied with a gentle smile. She initially looked down upon you, so I subtly warned her that was severity. She realized I am not to be trifled with and refrained from openly showing disrespect towards you, though I suspect she still harbors resentment. If I had continued to speak coldly, it would not have resolved the issue, but rather exacerbated it. Perhaps she wouldn't dare to trouble me, but she could certainly make things difficult for you. Thus, by displaying magnanimity and employing benevolence to diffuse her hostility, I have spared you much trouble. Do you understand now? Raven gazed at Sky. In this lifetime, due to his sharp intellect, he had not only taken the requisite computer science courses at Stanford, but also opted for electives in economics, management, psychology, and more. After all, he planned to build a network to help him navigate various threats, making management skills indispensable. While he may not be an expert, he was certainly proficient enough. Is that so? Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection for Raven as she absorbed his explanation. The initial display of severity, followed by benevolence, not only alleviated her discrimination, but also precluded any animosity from arising. Raven was truly remarkable. As Raven explained to Sky, a middle-aged man nearby could not help but nod, a hint of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. What Mr. Sorn just said was indeed insightful. The man remarked as he approached, extending his hand. I am Bain Hughes, an investment manager at JP Chase. Good day, Mr. Hughes. Raven replied with a faint smile as he shook the man's hand. I have collaborated with your esteemed company for many years. We should chat sometime. JP Chase is one of the top-tier financial institutions, encompassing banking, investment, and securities across various domains, managing assets amounting to a staggering $21 trillion. Truly a colossal entity. Most of his previous financial investments had been in collaboration with this company, and future development of his own firm would undoubtedly require engaging with them. Certainly, I find myself utterly astonished and intrigued by Mr. Thorne's recent accomplishments, Hughes remarked with a smile. He chuckled, merely luck. Raven waved his hand dismissively, adding, My achievements pale in comparison to those of Tony Stark. Within a mere 3 months, he has orchestrated events that caused Stark Industries' market value to plummet by 300 billion. Now, that is truly remarkable and worthy of intrigue. I wonder how the protagonist will respond today. Raven mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Hughes chuckled in agreement, but offered no reply, instead producing a business card and handing it to Raven. Mr. Thorne, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Manager Hughes. Raven responded, accepting the card before retrieving his own and presenting it to Hughes. Sky, observing the exchange of cards, couldn't help but express his curiosity and confusion, whispering, Raven, why is the card you gave him different from the one you gave me? Raven, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, leaned in closer and replied softly, the card I presented to him is a professional one, whereas the one I offered you is a rare personal card. Chapter 048. The Black Widow's dread hee-hee upon hearing this. Sky's face broke into a silly grin. The sensation of being noticed by someone, especially by Raven, filled her with delight. Just then, as Sky was lost in her infatuation, Raven suddenly sensed a familiar group approaching, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This group was none other than Natasha, Coulson, Rhodes, and Sitwell, whom he had recently seen in the latest news. The reason for his astonishment was that Natasha had managed to detect his scrutiny, although it was only for a fleeting moment. It was enough to affirm that the Black Widow truly was one of the world's top agents. At the same time, it revealed that his telepathic skills needed refinement. However, misfortune could be transformed into opportunity. Since Natasha had sensed his presence, he decided to adjust his plans and introduce his new guys. 3 minutes prior, at the first floor of Stark headquarters, at the elevator, Coulson, Natasha, Sitwell, and Rhodes were awaiting their ride. Agent Coulson, do you currently have any leads on Iron Horse? Rhodes inquired. Well, there's a bit, but not much, Coulson replied, his expression reflecting a hint of helplessness. We are tracking the Twitter account Iron Horse 666, but the individual possesses formidable online capabilities, making it difficult to trace. Additionally, Iron Horse was suspected to have appeared at yesterday's press conference. We are still investigating that. Colonel Rhodes, do you have any leads on your end? None so far, Rhodes replied solemnly, shaking his head. We have analyzed recent satellite imagery of Los Angeles, yet we have not even caught a glimpse of Iron Horse. Based on our assessment, they likely possess some form of cloaking technology. We believe the same, Coulson said earnestly. The technological prowess of the organization behind this should not be underestimated. Let's hope we can collaborate effectively and swiftly unearth this Iron Horse. Absolutely, Rhodes responded readily, beginning to discuss the framework for their cooperation with Coulson. Iron Horse. As the two conversed, the bald-headed Jasper Sitwell adjusted his glasses, his eyes betraying a deep sense of confusion and caution. As a Hydra undercover agent, he could access intelligence from both S-level and Hydra. Yet, neither side had uncovered any information regarding Iron Horse, as if this individual had materialized from thin air. However, everything has its source. The inability of S-level to find clues did not imply that Hydra would face the same fate. With Dr. Zola involved, it would not be long before they captured Iron Horse. Once they acquired the armor and reactor technology, Hydra would undoubtedly emerge from the shadows, poised to dominate the world. Ding, at that moment, a soft metallic chime sounded as the elevator doors slowly slid open before the group. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with cascading chestnut waves framing her shoulders, Natasha entered the elevator first, clutching a folder, and positioned herself at the rear. Subsequently, Coulson, Sitwell, and Rhodes filed in, and the elevator began its ascent. As it crossed into Raven's perceptual realm, Natasha sensed an ominous presence, her hair standing on end and her body stiffening, causing the folder in her grasp to plummet to the ground. What could emanate such a terrifying aura? Lions, tigers, grizzly bears, and leopards. She had encountered them all during missions. Assassins, agents, mercenaries. She had faced and vanquished countless foes. Yet, none had exuded the sheer terror of this presence. The closest adversary she had encountered was the Winter Soldier, who had recently shot her. However, even that confrontation was incomparable. Against the Winter Soldier, She could at least retaliate or flee, but in the face of this extreme dread, her body was paralyzed. Should she confront this entity directly, she feared she would be slain in an instant, perhaps even before she could lay eyes upon it. The folder, having momentarily descended, crashed against the elevator floor, scattering its contents everywhere. The sudden sound and the strewn documents drew the attention of the three others, who turned in confusion to witness Natasha's terror-stricken visage, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her body trembled, resembling a frightened girl. What the hell? Coulson and Sitwell exchanged looks of shock and bewilderment, alarms ringing in their minds. No way. What on earth just happened? The Natasha who had been so graceful moments ago was now in utter disarray. Was she unwell? Or had she sensed some imminent danger? If she truly had detected a threat so potent that it rendered the Black Widow frozen in place, trembling in fear, how formidable must that presence be? Even Iron Man could not compare. Coulson and Sitwell shared a glance, immediately recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Rhodes, in contrast, remained puzzled and concerned, unaware of Natasha's true identity. What was wrong with this lady? Was she feeling unwell? Furrowing his brow, Rhodes glanced at Coulson and Sitwell for clarity. We are uncertain, they replied gravely, shaking their heads. Coulson stepped forward to support Natasha. Natasha, are you all right? Taking a deep breath to suppress her terror, Natasha trembled as she warned. Just now, a horrifying presence was observing us. The moment I sensed it, that aura vanished. If my body hadn't reacted so violently, I would have thought it had never existed. Man, what are you saying? There was no terrifying presence just now. Are you hallucinating? Rhodes asked, his expression one of confusion. As an Air Force pilot, he possessed a keen sense of danger. Yet, he failed to perceive the threat that a strikingly beautiful woman could discern. Even if his instincts faltered, it was perplexing that two agents from S-level also remained oblivious. Surely, the three of them could not be outmatched by a single woman? Rod's disdain 555, Rod's disdain 555, damn it. At that moment, upon hearing Natasha's confirmation, Coulson's expression turned grave, prompting him to utter a curse. Merely a glimpse had rendered Black Widow incapacitated. Such power exceeded their wildest imaginations. A figure of such terrifying prowess had infiltrated the Stark Industries shareholder meeting. What could be their intent? An assassination of Tony Stark, perhaps? No, it was imperative to swiftly evacuate the attendees. They could not allow this menacing entity to succeed. Coulson's fear, 333. Coulson's concern, 333. Emotional value, 425 for 905. 34, Chapter 49. The mysterious Psion, what should Coulson do? The atmosphere in Sitwell's demeanor was grave, his gaze dark and wavering as he silently deliberated. Despite being an undercover agent for Hydra, the Black Widow, Natasha, possessed a strength that ranked among the elite even within Hydra. Except for the Winter Soldier, none could withstand her prowess. Therefore, the sheer terror that Natasha exhibited indicated that her adversary was indeed formidable. Caution was imperative. ISNT that right? Rhodes remarked, noticing the unwavering belief in the two men before him. Do you truly believe this? Of course we do, they replied. Natasha is our top agent. Her instincts have never failed. As they began to deliberate further, Rhodes' expression shifted to one of astonishment. He scrutinized Natasha with a keen eye, his curiosity piqued by the notion that such a delicate beauty could embody a top-tier operative. She appeared anything but formidable. Ding! With a gentle chime, the elevator doors before them slowly opened, revealing an elongated corridor. Let us proceed, Natasha urged, her trembling subsiding as her expression regained its composure. She stepped out of the elevator, though the ominous presence still instilled fear within her. Yet, she sensed no malevolence, at least no intent to kill. Otherwise, the threat would have manifested immediately rather than retreating. She was uncertain of the adversary's motives, but was convinced they were present at the shareholders' meeting. To uncover the truth, she needed to investigate personally. Whether she succeeded or not mattered little. She was determined to try. Natasha, Coulson quickly followed. We must evacuate immediately. It's futile, Coulson, Natasha replied resolutely, shaking her head. The adversary can observe us even from the elevator. They're likely aware of everything we say and do. If we provoke them by retreating, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, I propose we maintain our current position and see if we can ascertain their identity. If we cannot, that is acceptable, provided we ensure the safety of those present at the meeting. What do you think? As she spoke, Natasha lifted her gaze towards the void, anticipating some form of response. She was 80% certain that their conversation was being monitored. Hence, she deliberately sought to probe their awareness. A reply would be ideal. If none came, they would proceed with their plan regardless. A voice, ethereal and enigmatic, resonated within Natasha's mind. Natasha, you possess great potential. We may have the opportunity to collaborate. Wait, Natasha exclaimed, disregarding the implications. May I know your name? I am called Psion. The mysterious voice echoed in her consciousness. Psion, Psion, Natasha murmured, turning her gaze towards Coulson and the others, whose expressions were equally grave. The entity had responded, identifying itself as Psion, assuring her of their intent not to harm anyone. Yes, this time she had made the right gamble. Since the other party is willing to communicate, she possesses the confidence to locate this spiritual guide. Her only fear lies in the possibility of silence, for without any clues, how could she ever find them? Natasha's excitement was palpable, and her anticipation was equally intense. Upon hearing these words, astonishment swept across the faces of those present, their disbelief evident as they hurriedly inquired, Natasha, how did they respond to you? We didn't hear anything. From their perspective, Natasha had suddenly looked up at the wall while speaking, inexplicably beginning to shout and mumble, reminiscent of a person in distress. The other party, Natasha, observing the perplexed expressions of her companions, quickly grasped the situation. The words of the spiritual guide were known only to her. Even if she spoke the truth, without a second party to corroborate, her honesty could be perceived as mere fabrication. Once the seed of distrust takes root, her previous actions might come under scrutiny. Although it was a minor issue, it remained a troublesome matter. With a sense of resignation, Natasha hesitated for a moment before stating, "The spiritual guide spoke in my mind. He seems to possess powers related to telepathy." "In your mind?" Rodas exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. "Ms. Natasha, surely you are not suggesting you are hearing things?" While the military had conducted experiments on physical enhancements, he had never heard of a capability allowing one to speak within another's mind. Just then, as Rodas questioned her, Coulson and Sitwell exchanged glances and exclaimed, 084. This term, used internally by S-level referred to an object or individual of unknown origin possessing extraordinary abilities. They had previously been uncertain, but in light of Natasha's earlier statements, they could now affirm it as 084. Indeed, it is 084, Natasha confirmed with a nod. What? Rodas exclaimed, utterly baffled. What on earth is 084? Please clarify. Coulson and Sitwell exchanged resigned looks before sighing and beginning to explain the meaning of 084. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, Raven sat in a high-backed leather chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Appearing to peruse conference materials, he was, in fact, observing the conversation among Natasha and the others. The spiritual guide, of course, was his latest guise, characterized as a telepathic entity with enigmatic motives, relishing in the intricacies of human interaction. Originally, the spiritual guide was not meant to appear so soon, but Natasha's unexpected detection of telepathic signals prompted him to adjust his plans accordingly. So far, the results were promising. S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra were in for a busy time ahead. Moments later, the doors to the conference hall swung open. Natasha, Coulson, Sitwell, and Rhodes entered the hall in succession, their expressions tinged with gravity as their gazes swept over the crowd, seemingly in search of the seer. However, those present in the conference room were either affluent individuals, executives, or their assistants, leaving no discernible clues as to who might possess extraordinary abilities. The four exchanged glances, their hearts heavy, before taking their respective seats. Rhodes and Sitwell positioned themselves opposite Raven, while Coulson and Natasha sat beside Sky, their expressions vigilant as they scanned the room. Every movement of theirs was keenly observed by Raven, yet he remained unfazed, leisurely perusing documents while contemplating his upcoming rendezvous with Sky. As a seer, his role was to earn emotional currency, thereby enhancing his own power to safeguard his life and family. Yet, work was merely a means to an end. Life itself was the ultimate goal. He was now wealthy, strong, and unburdened, and if life were to be dominated by work, it would undoubtedly become tedious. Thus, he resolved to savor every moment of existence. Click! 10 minutes later, precisely at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors of the conference hall swung open once more. Tony and Pepper entered first, followed closely by a dozen well-dressed elites. The protagonists had arrived. The assembly was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 050. Inquisition of Tony. As the main figure of the conference arrived, the journalists who had been waiting outside eagerly entered the venue to capture the moment. The conference hall was instantly illuminated by a flurry of flashes, with reporters brimming with excitement, aiming their cameras at the attendees. Tony, striding towards the chairman's seat, surveyed the room and, upon noticing Natasha and Sky, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. What a delightful surprise! One stunningly alluring and the other vibrantly youthful. Encountering two exceptional beauties in one go was certainly worth the journey. Which one should I approach first? Oh, why not both? However, Raven sensed Tony's gaze and narrowed her eyes in displeasure. How dare you, Tony Stark, cast your eyes upon my little Sky? Tony regarded Natasha with indifference. Although she was beautiful, her heavy thoughts were not to his liking. Yet, Sky captured his attention entirely. The thought of his woman being appraised by another man, especially a notorious playboy, was intolerable. If he were to let this slide, wouldn't he be akin to a green-skinned turtle? Just you wait. In a fleeting moment, Raven concocted a plan for revenge. As Tony continued to admire the two, his gaze shifted to others, and he noticed Raven's expression change. What's this? Raven Thorn. Is this guy really this handsome? Though he might not surpass me, he is undoubtedly a formidable rival. It seems I must take the initiative. Curiosity of Tony Stark, 999. Jealousy of Tony Stark, 999. While contemplating, Tony settled into the chairman's chair, glanced at his watch, and raised an eyebrow, stating nonchalantly, "It appears I am not late. Pepper, please commence." "Certainly, Mr. Stark," Pepper responded, clad in a white blazer and fitted skirt, addressing the microphone with a warm yet firm demeanor. "Esteemed shareholders, directors, and special representatives, welcome to this extraordinary shareholders meeting of Stark Industries. This assembly will report and deliberate on matters concerning the company's strategic adjustments, board proposals, and information disclosures. The meeting materials have been distributed by the legal team. I kindly ask everyone to adhere to the confidentiality agreement. Now, I invite Mr. Tony Stark to present the company's strategic adjustments." As Pepper concluded, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Tony. "Thank you, CEO," Tony quipped lightly before continuing. "I am aware that many of you have incurred losses recently. However, I assure you that you will soon see a return on your investments. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will undergo a complete transformation into a high-tech enterprise, focusing on clean energy, advanced equipment manufacturing, and civil system development. We shall no longer peddle destruction. Instead, we will forge a better world. Thank you." After finishing, Tony exchanged a glance with Pepper. "Thank you, Mr. Stark, for your elucidation. We will now proceed to the shareholders' inquiry segment," Pepper announced. The moment these words left her lips, the conference hall erupted into hushed conversations, and the frequency of camera flashes surged. His confidence is truly remarkable. The company has severed its core business, yet one dares to proclaim assured profitability? Perhaps there is some truth to it. After all, he is now the illustrious Iron Man. Ha! Wielding such advanced technology, neither Congress nor the military would let him off easily. It is rather audacious of Tony to venture into the energy sector without considering the opinions of those oil magnates. "Mr. Thorne, what is your perspective?" Bane Hughes inquired, leaning closer to Raven. "Manager Hughes." Raven responded with a mysterious smile. "If I were not optimistic about Stark Industries, I would not be present here. After all, that constitutes the majority of my wealth. Stark Industries is formidable for two reasons. the brilliance of its founder, Howard Stark, and the prowess of its successor, Tony Stark. Though he finds Tony's personality rather irksome, it does not diminish his recognition of Tony's capabilities. As long as Tony is at the helm, Stark Industries shall not falter in its endeavors. Mr. Thorne, I am in admiration. A glint of admiration flashed in Bane Hughes's eyes. Haha, Raven squinted playfully, saying, Manager Hughes, while I appreciate your admiration, should you suffer losses emulating my ways, do not reach out to me. Haha, Hughes chuckled in disbelief. This Raven Thorne is indeed a remarkable character. Everyone, please quiet down. Observing the bustling crowd, Pepper maintained her composure and addressed the microphone. I would like to invite Colonel James Rhodes to speak and pose inquiries. Very well, Ms. Potts. Upon hearing his name, Rhodes suppressed his worries and anxieties, gazing at Tony as he stated, I am a specially authorized observer from the National Defense Investment Committee, here to question Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, should Stark Industries cease weapon production, it would severely impact national defense capabilities and pose uncontrollable threats to national security. How do you intend to mitigate these repercussions? Rhodes asked. My answer is quite straightforward. Tony fixed his gaze on Rhodes, responding earnestly. I shall protect this nation as Iron Man, ushering in genuine peace for the world. What? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Has Tony Stark lost his mind? To think he could single-handedly safeguard an entire nation? Absurd. This madness must be curtailed. If he continues down this path, the company is destined for ruin. Protecting the nation? He cannot even defeat Ironmonger, and he speaks of protection and world peace. In an instant, the venue was ablaze with uproar. Numerous stakeholders vociferously protested. Meanwhile, reporters widened their eyes, capturing the scene while eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Tony's proclamation, Raven raised an eyebrow, reflecting, once again, I witness a significant moment. Though alas, today's circumstances are far removed from those of yesteryears. In the original narrative, Iron Man indeed fulfilled that promise for a time. However, after encountering the whiplash, Iron Man's invincible armor lay shattered, and his divine essence fell into ruin. Presently, despite the absence of whiplash, Iron Man is portrayed as a mere failure the moment he makes his entrance. Consequently, irrespective of what Tony articulates, it is exceedingly challenging for others to place their trust in him. The only path to redemption lies in Iron Man's triumph over Ironmonger. Yet this is contingent not upon Iron Man himself, but rather on his willingness to concede. Silence, please, and maintain order in the venue. Pepper interjected with authority. Colonel Rhodes, you may proceed. Ms. Potts, I have concluded my inquiries. Rhodes acknowledged with a nod towards Pepper. As a close confidant of Tony, he was acutely aware of Tony's obstinacy, rendering him impervious to external counsel. Initially, he had intended to offer a few words of caution, but with concerns regarding potential disturbances from superhumans, he found little time for pleasantries. Rhodes Vigilance, 555. Rhodes Vigilance, 555. Emotional value, 442-2346. 97. Very well, Colonel Rhodes. Pepper nodded in acknowledgement. Continuing now, I would like to invite Agent Jasper Sitwell to speak and inquire. Chapter 051. Seeking compensation. Thank you, Ms. Potts. Mr. Stark, I am the Special Director of the S-level International Fund, and I am here to pose a few inquiries. Mr. Stark, you have just stated your intention to intervene in international security matters. Do you believe yourself to be above national laws and the governments of various countries? How can you assure us that Iron Man will not err? How do you intend to address the legal risks associated with Iron Man? How can you guarantee that these legal risks will not impede the development of your business? Westville's questions came in quick succession, each one more piercing than the last. A hum of murmurs filled the room as attendees exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Pepper furrowed her brow, striving to maintain composure while casting a worried glance at Tony. At that moment, Tony Stark sat with his hands clasped, a sardonic smile dancing on his lips as he replied coolly, Mr. Westville, my answer remains quite simple. I do not believe Iron Man operates above the law. But I also do not consider sitting idly by while innocent civilians perish to be a more lawful choice. I cannot guarantee that Iron Man will not make mistakes, but I will exert every effort to protect the populace, uphold peace, and I am willing to bear the consequences of my actions. If this is unacceptable to you, I am prepared to repurchase the shares you hold. His tone unwavering, Stark's piercing gaze swept across the room. The atmosphere shifted as the audience displayed a range of reactions, whispering fervently amongst themselves. What do you think? Should we divest our shares early to avoid further losses? I believe it merits consideration. Stark Industries will undoubtedly find itself in trouble due to Iron Man agreed. He wishes to maintain peace. But the Congress and the military-industrial complex will not acquiesce. No. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. As long as Tony Stark remains, the stock price will rebound. Suddenly, in the midst of the heated discussion, Raven stood up and began to clap vigorously, capturing everyone's attention. Mr. Stark, I greatly admire your humanitarian spirit and noble aspirations, but I have a question that pertains to us all. May I? Raven's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on Tony. Mr. Thorne, not yet Pepper began, but Tony interrupted her, gesturing for Raven to proceed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and mischief. Raven Thorne, a prodigious investor who had multiplied his assets 100-fold in just 6 months, piqued Tony's interest. Let us hope he doesn't ask something foolish. Very well, Mr. Stark, Pepper sighed, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. Mr. Thorne, please proceed with your inquiry. Thank you, Ms. Potts. Raven nodded slightly before continuing. Mr. Stark, the battle you engaged in with Ironmonger 2 days ago, although devoid of fatalities, resulted in considerable economic losses and left many with psychological scars. For instance, consider my girlfriend. Although she is fortunate to have survived, she has been tormented by nightmares these past few days, seemingly suffering from PTSD. This situation fills me with both anger and helplessness, for like most, I am merely a mortal, powerless against the formidable ironclad figure. Thus, on behalf of myself, my girlfriend, the current victims, and those who may become victims, I pose a pressing question to you, Mr. Stark. Will you take responsibility for the losses and casualties incurred during Iron Man's quest for peace? What role will Stark Industries play in this matter? Raven inquired. Ah, how exhilarating. Who would have thought that Iron would dare to publicly challenge Iron Man? Unbelievable. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes reflecting admiration for Raven as hushed discussions ensued. Goodness. To seek justice for his girlfriend by directly questioning at a shareholders' meeting? My word, this gentleman exudes such charisma. How I wish I had a boyfriend like him. Alas, I truly envy his girlfriend. Huh, what sensational news. A young Asian shareholder from Stark Industries openly advocates for his girlfriend and the victims. Well asked. Tony Stark is wealthy enough. He should compensate himself. After all, Stark Industries must not bear the consequences of Iron Man's actions. Raven's declaration resonated with the audience. Though they possessed wealth and power, none could guarantee their safety in the face of Iron Man's overwhelming might. Oh, Raven. Yet, the most affected was Skye, who sat in a corner, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Raven, profoundly moved. To publicly confront Iron Man for her justice and compensation filled her heart with immense happiness. The pivotal moment was that she and Raven had confirmed their relationship, with him proudly declaring her as his girlfriend. At that moment, beside Skye, Coulson furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic venue, and quietly asked Natasha, "Have you detected any traces of the Spectre?" "I'm afraid I cannot discern anything," Natasha replied wearily, shaking her head. "If they do not wish to be found, we are unlikely to discover them." Sighing in resignation, Coulson lamented their inability to locate Iron Will, now compounded by the emergence of a more elusive Spectre. The meeting's conclusion necessitated contacting Director Fury to expedite the formation of the Avengers. "Everyone, please quiet down and maintain order in the venue," Pepper urged gravely, casting a worried glance at Tony. "Mr. Stark, please respond to Mr. Thorne's inquiry." As these words were spoken, the crowd ceased their discussions, turning their attention toward Tony Stark. "Mr. Thorne." Tony's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Raven's handsome visage. "Although it was never my intention to incur such extensive losses, The situation has unfolded as it has. I extend my sincerest apologies to your girlfriend and to the numerous victims affected. Following the conclusion of this conference, I shall personally establish a charitable relief fund, utilizing my own resources to address all damages attributed to Iron Man. While I may not attain the forgiveness of all, I can assure that every victim will receive their rightful compensation, Tony solemnly vowed. This Raven Thorn is rather intriguing. There are no lofty proclamations, no condescension, only a fervent spirit and profound empathy. How could such an individual be associated with that despicable scoundrel, Iron Man? Tony Stark's approval, 999. Tony Stark's curiosity, 999. Emotional value, 460-4192-04. Mr. Stark, thank you very much, Raven said with a slight nod of gratitude, before turning to beckon Sky from the corner. Sky, you have heard what Mr. Tony Stark has said. Are you willing to forgive him? Chapter 052. Departing with Grace, what on earth? Upon hearing Raven's words, Tony turned to Sky, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. This stunning beauty is your girlfriend. No, but doesn't she suffer from PTSD? Shouldn't she be receiving treatment in a hospital? How could she possibly be present at the shareholders' meeting? Surely, this isn't necessary for a mere compensation. Tony's exasperation was palpable, reflected in the collective shock of the audience as they gazed towards Sky. Goodness, the very person is here? Wow, that young lady is quite beautiful. Honestly, although she is of Asian descent, she possesses an undeniable charm, radiating youth and vitality. What a pity. She appears so dazed, as if her PTSD is genuine. Do you think it's possible she was deliberately brought here by him? Surely, that can't be the case. Why not? He's dashing and affluent. Charming a beautiful woman is hardly a challenge. Oh my, if that's true, then Raven Thorn is truly something else. As the crowd speculated, Sky, the focus of their scrutiny, felt her mind go blank, her body frozen in place. This is bad. This is bad. Why did Raven have to call me? The weight of so many gazes is truly terrifying. I'm going to embarrass Raven, and he will surely think less of me, abandon me. Amidst her turmoil, Raven's gentle yet resolute voice resonated in Sky's mind. You can do it, Sky. I believe in you. Raven. The moment she heard his voice echoing in her thoughts, Sky's body jolted, her dazed eyes regaining focus. This time, she only saw Raven's encouraging and affirming gaze. In that instant, clarity washed over her. Raven had not given up on her. He continued to recognize and support her. It had been her own surrender to the judgments of others that had clouded her spirit, forgetting that Raven was the one who truly mattered. Thus, I must not let him down. With this realization, Sky smiled radiantly, disregarding the peculiar stares of the crowd. With poise, she rose and addressed Tony. Mr. Stark, I am willing to forgive you, not due to your compensation or apology, but because of my boyfriend, Raven. Without his encouragement and recognition, I would never have been able to confront my inner fears and stand here before you all. Therefore, you should extend your gratitude to him. After winking at Raven, she exuded confidence, charm, and a hint of playfulness. Raven, thank you for your trust, encouragement, and care. Without you, my transformation would not exist. A resounding boom echoed through the room, plunging the scene into a frenzy. Everyone gazed incredulously at Sky and Raven. Good heavens! No wonder he brought his girlfriend to the event. It seems he was here to seek treatment. How infuriating. This girl is exceedingly fortunate. Not only is she beautiful, but her boyfriend treats her with such kindness. How utterly unfair, the divine. What an attention-grabbing spectacle. This is the shareholders' meeting of Stark Industries. A sensational revelation indeed. The girlfriend of a Stark Industries shareholder bravely confronts Iron Man, overcoming her psychological hurdles. At that moment, Tony observed Sky with a stiff expression, his fists unconsciously clenching, filled with displeasure. Forgive me, but is it not for the sake of compensation and apology, but rather due to Raven's encouragement and validation? So, this is how it shall be played, is it? Very well, I shall remember both of you. Sky is truly remarkable, Raven exclaimed, giving Sky a thumbs up and winking at him before turning to Tony. Mr. Stark, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in alleviating Sky's condition. As a token of my appreciation and compensation, I have sent you an email containing a few suggestions that I hope will benefit Stark Industries. Gentlemen, my objectives have been fulfilled, and I shall refrain from participating in the forthcoming vote. After speaking, Raven placed the voting device on the table and walked toward Sky. The spectacle had been witnessed, the grievances addressed, and now he was off to a date. As for how others perceived him, he was indifferent. In his eyes, the significance of most individuals paled in comparison to even a single finger of Sky. They may possess a modicum of wealth, but that is all they are. Does he lack money? Absolutely not. Currently, Bitcoin has commandeered 2 warships, its computational power multiplied manifold. With a mere command, the global financial market becomes his personal ATM. What does he lack? Only emotional value. The more ostentatious and audacious his actions, the greater the emotional value he accrues. If Iron Man can flaunt, then Raven Thorn can certainly do so as well. Publicly questioning Iron Man for his girlfriend, advocating for the compensation of innocent victims, and sacrificing his voting rights for a date. Individually, these acts may seem trivial, but collectively, they create a significant buzz. Once the news circulates on social media, and the Tiana Navy adds a touch of fuel to the flames, the emotional value will undoubtedly be substantial. Moreover, that email he sent is not trivial either. Once Tony sees it, he will surely reach out to him. Sky, let's go on our date. Sure. Where to? Well, that is a secret I cannot divulge. No way. You must tell me. As the astonished crowd beheld the two depart the conference hall, they began to murmur among themselves. Good heavens! Has this fellow lost his mind? He actually forsook his vote for a woman? Though his actions may seem excessive, with the shares held by Tony Stark, his presence or absence at the vote makes little difference. Truly, the folly of youth. Did you think that just because you earned a little money through good fortune, you could disregard everything else? Huh. Oh, how I wish my boyfriend were as dashing, affluent, and wonderful to me. Just watch. It won't be long before this Raven Thorn meets his downfall. Huh. What a sensational day it is. The headlines are truly abundant today. Onlookers' astonishment, 0. 3. Onlookers' derision, 0. 5. Onlookers' disdain, 0. 4. Meanwhile, Tony observed Raven leaving with his companion, his eyes narrowing in irritation. It was one thing to leave early, as a shareholder meeting did not prohibit early departures. However, publicly flaunting affection felt like a sharp slap in his face. And to suggest advice to him? Do you really believe that mere luck and a bit of wealth grant you the audacity to instruct me, Tony Stark? Truly absurd. Tony Stark's displeasure, 999. Tony Stark's jealousy, 999. Emotional value, 490. 3324. 44. Chapter 053. The inevitable flow. Everyone, please be quiet. Pepper furrowed her brows, her demeanor composed despite her inner discontent. The meeting did not impose restrictions on shareholders leaving early, so we shall proceed. Now, I invite Mr. Bain Hughes, the investment manager from J.P. Morgan, to pose his inquiries. Pepper gestured for him to continue. Thank you, Ms. Potts. Upon hearing Pepper call his name, Hughes withdrew his gaze from the entrance and began his questioning of Tony Stark. As the inquiries resumed, the attendees outwardly regained their composure, yet internally, they were deep in thought and contemplation. Natasha, what are your thoughts on Raven Thorn Sky? Coulson inquired quietly. Manipulated like a puppet on strings, Natasha replied with an inscrutable expression, her voice calm. The disparity in their levels is vast. Sky's encounter with Raven Thorn is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lies in her transformation and growth. The curse, however, is that her development has occurred too swiftly, entirely at the hands of Raven Thorn. Based on this, I foresee 3 potential outcomes for her. The first, abandoned. She succumbs to despair, perhaps even self-harm or suicide. The second, abandoned, her psyche becomes warped, leading her to seek revenge on Raven Thorn. The third, she is not abandoned. Raven Thorn continues to nurture and acknowledge her, resulting in their mutual happiness. Which possibility do you believe holds more weight? Natasha turned to ask. Coulson pondered for a moment before responding. Based on my observations, I find the third scenario to be the most plausible. Though Raven Thorn exhibits a gentle demeanor and a smile, her gaze towards most is indifferent. Only when observing a select few does she reveal a greater range of emotions. Sky is among them. receiving a gaze imbued with a complex mix of admiration, tenderness, and anticipation. Therefore, I believe Raven Thorn will not abandon Sky. Quite the contrary. She holds her in high regard. However, this raises my curiosity about why such a young magnate places such importance on Sky, going so far as to disrupt a shareholder meeting to cultivate her. Consequently, I investigated Sky's background and discovered that it requires level 8 clearance to unlock. As Coulson spoke, he handed his phone to Natasha. Level 8 clearance. Natasha's pupils dilated in shock as she took the phone, only to see the message displayed before her. Insufficient clearance. Level 8 access required. As top agents of S-level, both she and Coulson held only level 7 clearance. Those with level 8 clearance were few and far between, primarily regional directors. The fact that an ordinary girl was entangled in DS level 8 secrets suggested that there was a significant mystery behind her. Coulson, I have a feeling she might be connected to the medium. Should we seek intel from Fury? Excitement and anticipation flickered in Natasha's eyes. I share your sentiment. Coulson smiled and nodded, suggesting that they also investigate Raven Thorn to discern what this so-called investment genius is truly up to. Natasha agreed with a nod. Although Raven remained unaware of their discussion, even if he had known, it would not have concerned him, much like an elephant disregarding an ant. The crux of the matter was that he had significant affairs to attend to. In the parking lot of Stark Industries, within a silver Mercedes sports car, Raven held Sky in his lap, tenderly kissing her red lips, cheeks, nose, and earlobes, his fingers gliding over her body in affectionate caresses. Sky, with a complexion like a blooming peach, closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Raven's neck, reveling in his warm breath as she surrendered to his kisses and touches. Raven's gentleness was truly captivating. She had only mentioned once not to be too intense. Yet he remembered. This feeling of being cherished by Raven was something she adored immensely. Sky, you're truly beautiful. Raven whispered softly into her ear before gently nibbling on her earlobe. The sudden assault elicited a soft gasp from Sky, waves of tingling sensations coursing through her body, leaving her both bashful and eager. Raven, let us go to a hotel. I don't want to stay in the car. She could hardly wait for the evening, longing to fully surrender herself to Raven and solidify their relationship. I'll follow your lead, Sky, Raven replied, placing a soft kiss on her red lips as he lifted her into the passenger seat. He chuckled, noting that he had only employed 3 of his 7 techniques. Yet Sky could barely contain herself. If he were to apply all 7, she might find herself begging for mercy. With a shy nod, Sky affirmed his words. The roar of the sports car echoed as Raven drove out of Stark Industries, heading toward a nearby hotel. In Long Beach, at the Hilton Hotel, within a presidential suite on the top floor, Raven and Sky engaged in yoga and combat training. They transitioned from the bathtub to the bed, from the bed to the sofa, and then from the sofa to the floor-to-ceiling windows, utilizing his superior physical prowess and adept fighting skills. Raven guided Sky through a series of challenging poses, allowing her to experience waves of discomfort. 2 hours later, their lesson concluded and they lay embraced on the bed, reflecting on their training experiences. Sky, I like you, Raven tenderly declared, wrapping her delicate form in his arms. Will you be my girlfriend? Attraction marks the inception of a relationship, while a confession solidifies it with commitment. If one cannot attract the other from the outset, even the most heartfelt confession is rendered futile. Raven, Sky did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she rested her head against Raven's chest, caressing his sculpted abdomen. Although we have only known each other for a day, I find myself deeply enamored with you. To be noticed by a man as tall, handsome, affluent, and distinguished as you fills me with an overwhelming sense of fortune. Yet I also fear that I may not be worthy of you. I do not know how long you will cherish me, but I shall forever hold you in my memory. If one day, just as Sky intended to continue, her words were silenced by Raven's kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Raven lifted Sky's chin, gazing intently into her eyes, promising, Sky, I shall never allow you to leave me. Never. Do you comprehend? He could either pursue passion or delve into the depths of his heart. If it were passion, he would indulge freely. If it were the heart, he would love steadily. Sky was the one who inspired him to choose the latter. Raven, I understand, Sky replied, her heart brimming with happiness and reassurance as she regarded Raven's resolute expression. However, in the next instant, she was jolted by the memory of her investigation into Raven's background, causing a wave of panic to wash over her. What should I do? Should I confide in Raven? What if he becomes angry upon learning the truth? What if he grows to despise me? What if he no longer wants me? Yet, if I choose to remain silent and Raven discovers the truth one day, would that not be far worse? Sky's concern, 666. Sky's guilt, 666. Emotional value, 500-2549. 03, Chapter 054. Mutual confession. Sky, what troubles you? Raven noticed the unusual emotions flickering in Sky's eyes. Though he understood the underlying cause, he leaned closer to gaze into her eyes. They reflected a tumult of emotions: evasion, anxiety, vexation, and shame. Raven, I'm so sorry. Sky's voice trembled as she embraced him, her heart heavy with the revelation. I'm actually a hacker, and I have previously investigated your detailed background. With that, she pressed her lips together. Worry etched across her face as she awaited his judgment. Despite her desire to conceal the truth, she felt compelled to be honest. She could not live behind a mask, nor deceive someone as precious to her as Raven. Thus, she resolved to confess, even at the risk of losing him. Sky, you have done remarkably well. A girl must protect herself in this world, Raven said gently, stroking her hair with an air of understanding. Sky's lips parted in astonishment as she stared at him, utterly bewildered. This couldn't be right, could it? Shouldn't Raven be displeased, repulsed, or even enraged? Why did he seem so composed? The more she pondered, the more her anxiety grew. Sky, after meeting you, I conducted a thorough investigation of my own, Raven teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Miss Sky from the Tide organization, the hacker. Sky's openness had inadvertently cast him in a less favorable light. After all, he harbored numerous secrets. Should he reveal them all at once, Sky might very well faint from the shock. You actually know my identity? How is that possible? Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. As a hacker, she had set numerous safeguards around her information, triggering alerts should anyone attempt to investigate her. While Raven possessed commendable computer skills, it was unlikely he could bypass her defenses so easily. Did he have assistance? Sky, would you prefer to hear a weighty truth or a gentle falsehood? Raven asked, his gaze fixed intently on her, his demeanor serious. If she wished to know, he was willing to share a bit about himself, knowing it would come to light eventually. Yet, to spare Sky from the harshness of reality, he had prepared a device to soften the blow. Memory eraser, source, Men in Black level, B price, 50,000 points. Function by emitting a special light. It induces a state of disorientation in the target. The user can overlay false memories over genuine ones for a specified duration. Review. Behold, this device needs no introduction. A classic piece of equipment from the sci-fi film Men in Black. With a flash of white light, memories vanish, allowing for the seamless adjustment of memory isolation duration, making it the ultimate tool for confidentiality. If Sky cannot accept it, then he will temporarily erase this memory and gradually clarify it later. I want to hear the profound truth. Without hesitation, Sky made a decisive choice. Raven, regardless of what you say, I will always cherish you. Well then, Raven, noticing the unwavering determination on Sky's delicate face, hesitated momentarily before nodding. The reason I was able to locate you is that I possess another identity. His name is Iron Rider. Raven leaned closer to Sky's ear and whispered a shocking revelation. What's? Upon hearing the whispered words, Sky felt as if she had encountered the most terrifying news in the world, gasping in disbelief, nearly fainting. Raven claims to be Iron Rider. No. How is that possible? Just moments ago, Raven had questioned Iron Man at the shareholders' meeting. How could Iron Rider dare to act in such a manner? Yet, it seemed unnecessary for him to lie. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sky pouted her red lips and pinched the soft flesh at Raven's waist. Raven, you were quite convincing at the meeting. Now, tell me, how do you plan to compensate me and soothe my wounded heart? That night, I nearly lost my life. You supervillain. Sky questioned through gritted teeth. By now, she had fallen in love with this man and could not possibly abandon him due to Raven's identity. Therefore, she must follow him to the end. Moreover, having a boyfriend capable of defeating Iron Man was something others could only envy. She would no longer need to worry about encountering danger. However, she absolutely could not let Raven's manipulation slide. She had to take her revenge. Sky's displeasure. 666. Sky's resentment. 666. Hiss. Raven felt the pain at his waist and couldn't help but gasp, quickly grasping Sky's small hand and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Sky, thank you for believing in me. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Sky had actually accepted his identity because of their feelings. What a delightful surprise. Don't change the subject. Quickly tell me how you'll compensate. Sky bit her pink lip, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Raven. While seeing her expression, Raven smirked mischievously and kissed her soft lips deeply. I've already given myself to you. What more do you desire? Since Sky has such an impressive capacity for acceptance, he decided to drop a few more bombshells shortly. He was curious about how many she could handle. That won't do. You are inherently mine. Sky shot Raven a glare, urging him to think of other compensations. All right, let me think. Raven chuckled, shaking his head, his fingers gently playing with Sky's hair. After pondering for 2 seconds, he suddenly said, I can help you find your biological parents. What? The moment those words were spoken, Sky's eyes widened in shock, her entire being frozen in place, her heart racing with astonishment and excitement. Raven has information about her biological parents. She had searched for 3 years without uncovering a single trace. How could Raven possibly know? Indeed, Raven is Iron Master. That hacker deity, Poseidon, is likely his accomplice. With such formidable network skills, he could easily infiltrate databases inaccessible to her. It is quite conceivable that she might uncover the whereabouts of her biological parents. Raven, are they still alive? Sky's delicate frame trembled slightly, her face betraying a palpable tension as she gazed at Raven. Do not fret, Sky. Raven locked eyes with her, speaking earnestly. Although their situation over the years has not been particularly favorable due to your disappearance, they are indeed alive. I am aware of their current location and can take you there at any moment. However, I recommend proceeding with caution. It would be wise for you both to familiarize yourselves with one another before the reunion. Presently, your father's condition is rather precarious. Due to the effects of the concoction he developed, his emotions tend to be extremely volatile. He is quite apprehensive that Sky might be overwhelmed. Thus, he intends to first assist her father in stabilizing his emotional state before allowing Sky to meet him, ensuring a positive impression for both parties. Chapter 055. The Heritage of Sky. Thank you, Raven. Upon learning that her parents were alive, Sky's worries dissipated instantaneously, her beautiful eyes shimmering with profound emotion. Raven, had it not been for you, I would likely have searched for an eternity, perhaps never uncovering the truth of my origins. The questions of whether her biological parents still existed and the reasons behind their abandonment had haunted her for years. In pursuit of these answers, she had forsaken her education, self-taught in hacking, and roamed the world alone. The hardships she endured were beyond the comprehension of the average person. However, all these tribulations were rendered worthwhile today, for the goddess of fate had finally smiled upon her, leading her to the greatest fortune of her life, Raven. Sky's joy, 666. Sky's affection, 666. Sky, do you truly trust me so readily? Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you? Raven teased, giving her a playful pinch on the nose. While the feeling of being trusted was delightful, Sky's level of caution seemed alarmingly low. How could she accept everything he said without question? Was this what they referred to as being love-struck? I trust you completely, Sky replied with a dreamy smile, her long legs swinging in the air as she eagerly asked, Raven, please tell me more about them. There was no need for Raven to deceive her. Modern paternity tests rendered the truth easily verifiable, and the risks of lying were far too great. Besides, Raven was renowned as the Iron Master. How could he possibly deceive a delicate maiden like her? Hearing Sky's unwavering trust, Raven's eyes were filled with tenderness and affection, and he promptly kissed her, declaring, such trust deserves a reward. It appeared that the cultivation plan had yielded remarkable results. Sky had been completely won over. Once their family was reunited, she would be unable to part from him. Do tell. Once you finish, I shall reward you splendidly. Sky fluttered her eyelashes, her little pink tongue licking her lips in an enchanting manner. Agreed. Raven's eyes brightened at her response, feeling a surge of desire. Yet upon seeing Sky's expectant gaze, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his urges with reason. While affection could be indulgent, love required restraint. Deep communication should not be crude or one-sided, but rather gentle and mutual. Only by both immersing themselves could they savor the ultimate joy. If he withheld information from Sky, he could never fully engage in the moment. Therefore, dear sister, you must bear with me for now. I shall allow you to shine in due time. Raven embraced Sky's waist and began, as far as I know. You were born on July 2nd, 1988, in a small village in southern Hunan, China. Your mother is Chinese, named Jia Ying, the only person in the village who spoke English. Your father is American, named Calvin Johnson, a doctor without borders. They named you Daisy, inspired by the classic children's song Daisy Bell. What a beautiful name. Sky repeated it twice before inquiring eagerly, Raven, please continue. Why did they abandon me? No, they did not abandon you. Raven shook his head solemnly, indicating that you had been taken to the beautiful land by a group of S-level agents and placed in the St. Agnes orphanage. The reason you were shuffled between various foster homes was not due to your own actions, but rather S-level agent had set a trigger condition, regularly transferring you to different families to prevent anyone from locating you. My heavens! Upon hearing such explosive news, Sky was instantly shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes flickering with incredulity and a hint of ineffable fury. S-level, that damned organization. No wonder she was sent away from every foster home, regardless of her behavior. It turned out that the issue lay not with her, nor with the foster families, but rather with the manipulations of that contemptible organization. S-level, just wait. I will expose all your secrets to the world one day. Raven, why did S-level take me away? What happened back then? Sky asked anxiously. Well, Raven's brow furrowed. His eyes filled with compassion as he gently cradled Sky's delicate face and said softly, the truth is rather brutal and may shatter your understanding. You must brace yourself. The harrowing tale of a mother being dismembered, a father driven to madness, killing an entire village to save his wife weighed heavily on his heart. He feared that Sky might not be able to bear it. Yet, she had the right to know. He decided to share the truth with her. If she struggled to accept it, he would use the memory eraser to help her forget. Raven, with you by my side, I can withstand any news, Sky declared, her gaze resolute, her body tightly nestled against Raven. As long as Raven was present, she feared nothing. Even the most harrowing truths she could face with strength and grace. Rest assured, I am here for you. Raven's expression softened as he held Sky close and began to recount. 2 years after your birth, a group of S-level agents attacked the village where your parents resided, abducting your mother and several others. Your father, in a desperate bid to rescue his wife, entrusted you to trusted villagers and pursued the agents alone. He chased them relentlessly, from southern Hunan to Austria. But when he finally found your mother, she had been brutally hollowed out, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. At this horrifying revelation, terror washed over Sky, her delicate frame trembling slightly. How could her mother have been dismembered by S-level? How much pain, rage, and helplessness must her father have felt at that moment? If Raven were subjected to such treatment, she would undoubtedly be engulfed in endless sorrow and wrath, yearning to obliterate every perpetrator. Just wait for me. As Sky's eyes reddened, her breath quickened, and her fists clenched tightly, she was consumed by fury. Sky, take a deep breath. Sensing the fury within Sky, Raven placed one hand upon her back and the other upon her chest, soothingly advising, do not be swayed by your emotions. Take the initiative to guide them. With a gentle yet resolute voice, Sky instinctively inhaled deeply, and soon her anger dissipated significantly, though sadness and fear swiftly took its place. "Wah, Raven," Sky lamented, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "Did you not say they were all rather decent? Yet my mother has been dismembered. What on earth is happening?" Despite the contradictory nature of Raven's words, Sky held fast to the belief that Raven would not deceive her. There must be matters hidden from her understanding, perhaps containing the very answers she sought. Sky's worry, 666. Sky's trust, 666. Emotional value, 564, 3932. 34. It is because your mother belonged to the inhuman race. She survived by virtue of her extraordinary abilities. Raven gently caressed Sky's flowing hair, explaining that the agents sought to capture her precisely due to those very powers. Chapter 056. The enmity of the Serpent Shield. What? Superpowers. Sky, upon hearing this, was instantly bewildered, gazing at Raven in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. The Inhumans, superhuman abilities, resurrection. These elements belong to second-rate science fiction films. How could they possibly manifest in the real world? Yet Raven, even if wishing to console her, would have no need to concoct such a bizarre tale. Could it be true? Just as Sky was tangled in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed the blanket slipping away, revealing a large expanse of sun-kissed skin. Her body, under the influence of some unseen force, began to levitate slowly. Moments later, she found herself stretched out in an embarrassing manner, suspended in midair. My heavens! What is this madness? Panic-stricken, Sky struggled to break free, but that force seemed unyielding. In her terror, she quickly called out to Raven. "Raven, please save me." "Ha ha ha. You've misidentified your savior." A mischievous smile played at the corners of Raven's lips as he used telekinesis to draw Sky closer, planting a gentle kiss upon her. "This was your doing?" Sky's beautiful eyes widened. Shock etched across her features as she stared at Raven. How infuriating! That wicked Raven! To subject her to such a humiliating position. He was truly perverse. Yet, it appeared, perhaps, that she could indulge his whims just this once. Sky's embarrassment, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. What else could be done? Raven feigned innocence, spreading his hands wide as he pulled Sky back into the warmth of the blankets. What you witnessed was my superpower, the ability to sense and manipulate everything around me. How despicable. You are utterly incorrigible. Sky pouted, pinching Raven hard before continuing. So, my mother's power is resurrection? Not quite. Raven grasped Sky's hand, elucidating, your mother's ability is to siphon life force. She can consume the vitality of others to restore her own body and extend her lifespan. Her form harbors a vast reservoir of life energy, which, when harnessed, can rejuvenate others. This is precisely why the puppet master sought to drain your mother. Oh my! Sky's brow furrowed in distress. Yet this time she did not succumb to her emotions. Instead, she clenched her fists, resolute in her resolve. She would remember everything her mother had endured. One day, she would exact her vengeance, ensuring S-level would pay the price it rightfully owed. Raven, who is this puppet master? Sky's delicate countenance was tense as she regarded Raven. The puppet master is Hydra. Raven explained earnestly, or rather, one of Hydra's leaders. His original name was Werner Reinhardt. He now goes by the alias Daniel Whitehall. During World War II, he served under Red Skull. Before Hydra's defeat, he captured your mother. However, before he could commence his experiments, he was imprisoned. In 1989, Alexander Pierce, then director of S-level, had him released. It was in that same year that he sent agents to recapture your mother, successfully utilizing her body to regain his youth. Although he had just played with words, deliberately blurring the distinction between S-level agents and Hydra operatives, it is imperative to maintain a delicate balance in such matters. Guidance can be offered, yet concealment must be avoided, for deceit breeds treachery. Should Sky ever discover the truth, she would find herself reaping the consequences of her ignorance. This is a cardinal sin in intimate relationships. What? Hydra? Sky exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Raven, wasn't Hydra destroyed by Captain America? How is it now entangled with S-H-I-E-L-D? The revelations regarding S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra, and superpowers were utterly staggering. It was no wonder she had been warned to brace herself. Goodness, this world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her. Indeed, it was destroyed, but it has been rebuilt, Raven replied, using her telekinesis to retrieve a cup of water. After taking a sip, she continued, after World War II, the sitting president sanctioned a top-secret operation known as Operation Paperclip, recruiting numerous Hydra scientists to develop advanced technology. Thus, Arnim Zola, a key lieutenant of the Red Skull, leveraged S-H-I-E-L-D's vast resources to recruit personnel and reconstruct what is now Hydra, a parasitic organization nestled within S-H-I-E-L-D. It is estimated that Hydra controls over half of S-H-I-E-L-D's workforce. That Jasper Sitwell at the conference was a Hydra agent. Skye inhaled sharply. Her breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively tugged at her hair, as if the pain could confirm that she was not dreaming. The news was overwhelmingly explosive. Her mind was buzzing. The recent battle between Iron Man and the Iron Patriot had not left her so astounded. Enough of this, Raven said gently, stroking Skye's head. Once you meet your biological parents, I will help you seek vengeance. With his strength, Hydra is nothing to fear. The global scanning array, the precision of the electromagnetic railgun, the stealth of the Aurora armor. What can Hydra possibly use to defend against such power? Thank you, Raven. Feeling the warmth of Raven's affection, a smile bloomed on Skye's face. Now, it is my turn to express my gratitude. As she spoke, she tossed her hair back, licking her lips playfully, beckoning Raven with a finger. With the deluge of shocking information swirling in her mind, she decided to relinquish her thoughts for the moment and simply savor the experience. Raven, noticing Skye's playful provocation, couldn't help but smile mischievously as she levitated Skye with her telekinesis. Telekinesis is truly a marvelous ability. It opens up new possibilities. Skye squeaked, suspended in the air, casting an indignant glare at Raven, feeling both embarrassed and exhilarated. How infuriating! If only I had superpowers too. Then I could not only exact my revenge, but also teach Raven a lesson. I cannot ascertain whether I possess the opportunity. In the midst of Skye's embarrassment, Raven concentrated their telekinesis into countless fingers, gliding across various parts of Skye's body. Novice Skye, allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of telekinesis combined with the 7 great techniques. The moment the telekinetic fingers made contact with her skin, Skye felt as if countless feathers were gently brushing against her, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout her body. This unprecedented experience filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame, unparalleled delight, and intoxicating happiness. Raven, I wish to be with you forever, until death do us part. Upon noticing the prompt, Raven's eyes brightened. Yet they chose not to delve into the details, instead immersing themselves more deeply into the moment. A reward. Skye must be duly rewarded. Chapter 057. The appearance of Fury at Stark Industries. As Raven and Skye made their movements, the shareholders' meeting of Stark Industries came to a close. Tony drove back to the villa, while Pepper returned to her office. After a discussion among Coulson, Natasha, Sitwell, and Rhodes, they each departed. In the parking lot of Stark Industries, Natasha and Coulson entered a sleek black Tahoe. Just as Coulson was about to start the engine, Natasha suddenly turned to the back seat. Director Fury, you've arrived. Natasha, Coulson. A deep voice resonated as a dark, singular I emerged in the back seat. Your investigation progress does not seem promising. Director Fury. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Coulson turned to see the fierce yet familiar face of Fury, his eyes lighting up with surprise. We just uncovered a lead, and we're about to call you. As expected of Director Fury, if not for Natasha's prompt, he would have entirely overlooked Fury's presence. Oh, Fury's singular I narrowed slightly as he inquired. What lead did you discover? Is it related to Iron Man and the mysterious organization behind him? Since Coulson had reported to him, Fury had mobilized S-level resources for extensive investigations, yet found nothing. It was as if this enigmatic organization had materialized overnight. A clandestine group wielding advanced technology deeply unsettled him. Nick Fury's skepticism, 666. Nick Fury's vigilance, 666. Well, Coulson's expression stiffened, about to explain, but Natasha interjected, Director Fury, it's not Iron Man. There's a new mysterious individual who calls himself the Spirit. He allegedly possesses superpowers and is likely in 084. The Spirit. Fury's expression darkened upon hearing the introduction. The flicker of anticipation extinguished. Natasha, elaborate. How could another mysterious figure emerge? Damn it. Since Tony Stark's return, bizarre incidents have been relentless. It seems we can no longer afford to wait. The Avengers initiative must be expedited. Nick Fury's resentment, 666. Nick Fury's determination, 666. All right. Natasha nodded and promptly detailed the events that had transpired. Damn it. Fury cursed upon grasping the situation, swiftly pulling out his phone to send information. The details have been forwarded to you. Uncover the secrets behind this at all costs. Do you understand? Previously, Iron Man had merely raised his caution, but the sudden emergence of the Spirit was alarming. Given that this individual could communicate telepathically, he might also have the ability to read thoughts and memories, manipulating minds and spirits. Such a terrifying power posed a grave threat to him and S-level. He would not allow such a formidable being to exist. Decisive action was imperative. Yes, Director. Both responded earnestly. Very well. Let's proceed. Fury waved his hand, commanding. To Tony Stark's villa. The Avengers initiative can no longer be delayed. It is imperative to assemble a team of superheroes post-haste. Otherwise, although Fury did not finish his thought, the two individuals present had already grasped his intent. Coulson immediately drove towards Malibu. In Los Angeles, Malibu, a white Audi R8 roared softly, unleashing its fury as it sped along the coastal highway, entering the underground garage of the seaside villa. Tony emerged from the vehicle, his face etched with irritation, discarding his expensive tie carelessly. Pouring himself a glass of whiskey, he tilted his head back and downed it in one swift motion. Sir, welcome home. Jarvis's calm voice resonated. The Mark IV suit is currently 82. For complete, and is expected to be finished by tonight. Additionally, Raven Thorne, the founder of Oasis Investments and a Stark Industries shareholder, has sent you an email. I recommend you take a look. Delete it. Tony snapped, his agitation palpable upon hearing Thorne's name. That guy publicly humiliated me, and I haven't settled the score yet. First, he was bombarded with questions from various parties, then publicly showcased by Raven and Sky, and finally, he thought he could meet a woman for some enjoyment, only to be met with disappointment. It was a miserable day for him, especially regarding Raven Thorne. He would exact his revenge sooner or later. Tony Stark's resentment, 666. Tony Stark's displeasure, 666. Sir, I must insist. Jarvis implored earnestly. Mr. Thorne's suggestions are highly valuable for Stark Industries and could seamlessly integrate into the company's reform plans. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, sir. Seeing Jarvis's unwavering stance, Tony furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before exuding frustration as he approached the workstation. Fine. I shall see just how valuable his suggestions are, if they can compel you to defend him. You will not be disappointed, Jarvis assured, bringing up a document on the screen. Humph. Tony scoffed derisively, his expression rife with skepticism as he scrutinized the document displayed on the screen. Based on clean energy, the 4 future development directions of Stark Industries, Raven Thorne, 1. Smart power networks. Utilizing arc reactor technology to establish a distributed energy network, providing clean electricity for homes and factories, thereby reshaping the traditional energy landscape. 2. Smart electric vehicles. Transforming Stark Industries' military production line to launch electric vehicles equipped with solid-state batteries and intelligent driving systems, revolutionizing the automotive industry. 3. Electric space transport. Developing low-orbit spacecraft based on the Iron Man Suit's ultra-high, specific impulse propulsion technology for rapid deployment and orbital logistics, thus disrupting the commercial space sector. 4. satellite communication networks, deploying low-orbit satellites using low-orbit vehicles to create a global high-speed network, challenging traditional telecommunications giants. By leveraging energy as the foundation, vehicles as the medium, aerospace as the bridge, and satellites as the network, a perfect ecological closed loop is envisioned. These are merely my humble opinions, which I hope will prove useful to Mr. Tony Stark. I eagerly anticipate Stark Industries achieving new heights, allowing me to earn a bit more. Raven Thorn, you rascal. Upon finishing the document, Tony's expression was a complex tapestry of admiration intertwined with irritation, akin to savoring a chocolate that unexpectedly tastes of dog excrement. Though constrained by the document's brevity, the plan conveyed a rough yet promising vision of Stark Industries' resplendent future. However, these were the suggestions of Raven Thorn. If he were to endorse them, it would feel as if he were swallowing today's humiliation while pinching his nose. Is he, Tony Stark, truly such a person? Tony Stark's admiration, 999. Tony Stark's resentment, 999. Sir, what do you think? I have not erred, have I? Jarvis timely interjected with a sharp remark. Chapter 058, Redeeming Items. Humph. Tony let out a haughty snort. Jarvis, send the documents to Pepper for her assessment. Now, let us continue refining the anti-iron armor. Pepper was responsible for the company while he was tasked with combat. The most pressing matter was always to deal with that scoundrel Iron, reclaiming the technology he had lost. Tony Stark's grievance, 999. Tony Stark's fighting spirit, 999. All right. It has been forwarded to Ms. Potts. The anti-iron armor project has been activated, Jarvis reported. Okay, let us get to work. After taking a deep breath to clear his mind, Tony resumed enhancing the large armor displayed in the holographic projection. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. In the presidential suite, Raven and Sky concluded their second round of training. Completely satisfied, Sky lay quietly on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Hee, little rookie. Raven's lips curled into a gentle smile as she lightly tapped Sky's nose, silently summoning the system panel. Fantasy Manifestation System. Host. Raven. Emotional value. 10,882, 413. 95 points. Item inventory. A-Class Super Crystal, B-Class Vanguard Titan, B-Class Spectral Scanner, C-Class Dome Shield, C-Class Iron Suit, C-Class NZT, 49 Drug, D-Class. Task List. Recruitment. Based on the comprehensive assessment of the recruit's abilities and potential, 1 to 99, 999, 999 points person. Currently recruiting 1 person. Bounty. Doomsday Virus, 20. 000 points. Bounty. Pim Particles, 20,000 points. Bounty. Vibranium Ore, 20,000 points. Bounty. Gamma Blood, 30,000 points. Bounty. Terrigen Crystal, 30,000 points. Bounty. Cosmic Cube Isotope, 60,000 points. Bounty. Black Panther Suit, 80,000 points. Bounty. URU Metal, 90,000 points. Bounty. Destroyer, 200,000 points. Bounty. Haha, 10 million. Raven's eyes sparkled as she scanned the panel, unable to resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Sky's forehead. Little rookie, you are truly amazing. An S-class evaluation. 5 million emotional value. Sky is indeed my precious treasure. Moreover, due to their relationship, Sky continuously generated emotional value, which accumulated into a significant profit over time. If she could recruit more plot characters, such as Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro, redeeming S-Class and X-Class items would not be too difficult. At that moment, Sky, startled by Raven's sudden kiss, furrowed her brow and murmured, Raven, you're so amazing, I can't take it anymore. Please, let me go. However, despite her verbal rejection, her body honestly clung tightly to Raven, as if fearing to lose her. TSK, hearing such dreamy words, Raven chuckled softly, while soothing Sky's emotions with telekinesis, all the while contemplating what items to redeem from the shop. Now he possesses battle armor, telekinesis, warships, and atomic manufacturing technology. His combat prowess has reached a sufficient level, and he is now poised to address 4 paramount issues. Firstly, the enhancement of his physical form, to prevent a significant disparity between his soul and body. He has selected 4 items. Compound V, Grade A, 888,888 points. Induces genetic mutations, randomly bestowing extraordinary abilities. Spirit Beans, Grade A, 10,000 by 10 units. Contain pure life energy, capable of instantaneously restoring stamina and energy while healing bodily damage. MedPod 3000 Medical Bed, Grade B, 80,000 points. Capable of reprogramming biological cells. Biocultivation Tank, Grade C, 5,000 points. Can clone entire organisms or parts thereof. Secondly, the storage of resources to resolve the predicament of non-system items that cannot be collected. He chose 2 items. Universal Capsule, Grade A, 300,000 points. A portable storage device based on spatial compression technology. Quantum Storage Box, Grade A, 200,000 points. A material transfer device based on quantum technology. Thirdly, the outfitting of personnel to gain comprehensive control over his warships and expedite the formation of his faction. He selected 10 items. Android 2B, Grade A, 666,666 points. A combat-type mechanical life form with self-awareness. Android White, Grade A, 555,555 points. A command-type mechanical life form with self-awareness. VF, 25F Variable Fighter, Grade A, 300,000 points. A variable aerospace combat aircraft equipped with an inertial conversion storage device. Ronin Titan, Grade A, 300,000 points. A melee mech capable of phase shifting. Ion Titan, Grade B, 70,000 points. A long-range mech focused on high-energy laser weaponry. Emperor Titan, Grade B, 70,000 points. A tactical mech equipped with energy siphoning technology. Bioroid Carla, Grade C, 9,999 points. A domestic robot with nascent emotions. Bioroid Connor, Grade C, 6,000 points. A robot with formidable analytical and negotiation capabilities. T-800 Terminator, Grade C, 5,000 points. A robuste combat robot. Baymax Medical Robot, Grade D, 800 points. An inflatable robot capable of scanning and diagnosing ailments. Ultimately, he exchanged for a total of 16 items, expending 569,020 emotional points, leaving him with 238,646 points. Should he exchange for an S-grade item? Raven contemplated his balance for 2 seconds, but ultimately refrained. Firstly, S-grade items are prohibitively expensive. Even a modest exchange would deplete his accumulated resources, significantly impacting the future development of his faction. Secondly, to utilize the items he possesses effectively, he would require a substantial investment of emotional points to acquire additional auxiliary equipment. After all, these items originate from disparate worlds, and achieving compatibility is no trivial endeavor. It is time to commence, Raven silently declared as he closed the panel. Gently extricating himself from Sky's embrace, he descended from the bed and retrieved a sealed bag, using his telekinesis to collect strands of hair containing Sky's follicles. To resolve the matter with Sky's parents, these strands would be pivotal to his plan. After all, what could serve as more irrefutable evidence than a paternity test? Bit, come here. As Raven's eyes subtly shifted, a message was dispatched. Received. It would arrive in 20 seconds. At this moment, 3,000 meters above the Pacific, dark clouds roiled incessantly as a tempest brewed, accompanied by flashes of lightning. A winter-class cruiser lay concealed within the clouds, gradually opening its hatch. Bit maneuvered the Aurora battle armor, diving down with precision, its target set on the Hilton Hotel in Long Beach. Whoosh! 20 seconds later, the Aurora armor silently landed on the balcony of the presidential suite, deactivating its optical camouflage. Raven, congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty, Bit exclaimed, glancing at Sky before offering his warm wishes. Haha, thanks, Bit, Raven replied with a gentle smile upon hearing the congratulations, handing a sealed bag to the armor. For safety's sake, take the sample to Lena in Boston. I will communicate with her remotely. His decision to approach Lena first, rather than directly seeking out Sky's father, was primarily due to his high regard for Lena. Not only did she possess an enhanced precognitive ability, but her persuasive skills were also unparalleled. While her strength may not match Sky's, her prowess in management certainly exceeded it. However, recruiting Lena could not rely solely on affection. It necessitated formidable strength and substantial benefits. The Harry provided represented both the incentive and a test of her capabilities. The Aurora armor, controlled by Bit, was undeniably a means for him to showcase his strength and safeguard his interests. Chapter 059, Reyna and Carl understood, arrival in 15 minutes. And take this as well. Raven produced an orange plastic bottle and extended it towards Bitter. All right, I shall take my leave. Bitter stowed the item within his armor, nodded in farewell to Raven, and activated the cloaking function, ascending silently into the sky. At the 10th second, the armor reached an altitude of 1 kilometer. Bitter engaged the energy shield and increased the thrust of the retro propulsion system, continuing to ascend at a cruising speed of Mach 3. By the 20th second, the armor had attained 10,000 meters. The thrust was further amplified, propelling it upwards at Mach 5. At the 80th second, the armor approached the KRM in line, tracing an arc and unleashing full thrust. By the 200th second, the armor accelerated to Mach 25, heading directly towards Boston, 4,000 kilometers away. Indeed, the human body is frail. Raven mused quietly, reclining in a lounge chair on the balcony, observing the trajectory of the armor before him. Unlike the Aurora armor and the 2 battleships, this suit lacked inertial dampeners, relying solely on a mimetic anti-G suit. While the armor could endure high acceleration, the wearer could not. Thus, the armor controlled by Bitter was vastly superior to that which he commanded. However, that would soon change. Raven's gaze flickered with anticipation as he surveyed the array of items on the panel. He longed to possess the indomitable physique and unmatched strength akin to that of the soldiers from his homeland. With such power, he would no longer need to fear most dangers. Furthermore, he contemplated enhancing Sky. Together, they could embark on challenging new ventures, such as aerial yoga or space ballet. A mischievous grin spread across Raven's face. At 9 p.m. Eastern Time, in Cambridge, Boston, the night had deepened, the lights were sparse, and the streets had succumbed to silence. Outside an apartment building, the shadows of trees swayed gently beneath the dim streetlights. Tulp, tulp, tap. A girl clad in a black and white floral dress, her wavy short hair cascading about her shoulders, strode gracefully towards the entrance of the apartment building, a small handbag in tow. She ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, entered her apartment, switched on the lights, and slipped off her high heels, revealing a sense of relaxation and languor akin to a weary cat. Good evening, Ms. Reyna. Just as Reyna prepared to undress for a shower, a spectral figure emerged in the living room of her apartment, the Aurora armor that had traversed 4,000 kilometers to reach her. Its silver-white exterior gleamed brilliantly, the blue-white thrusters radiating a captivating glow. The armor stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind its back, gazing down upon Reyna like a deity. Hiss! Reyna instantly felt a shiver run down her spine, her previous fatigue evaporating as her mind raced to analyze the situation and devise a strategy. A suit capable of levitation. Could he be Iron Man? No, it is silver and black, not red and gold. Could it possibly be that enigmatic Iron Steed? If this truly is Iron Steed, then his journey across the beautiful country to seek her out indicates that he requires her assistance. If one could uncover their own value. Perhaps. In an instant, Reyna composed herself, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Well, Mr. Iron Driver, what brings you to seek out a lady like me on such a late evening?" "Ms. Reyna, your intelligence is indeed remarkable," Raven replied with a slight nod of appreciation, admiring the woman before him. After all, Reyna was a social butterfly of the Marvel realm. Such adaptability and social finesse are not traits possessed by the ordinary. "I know where Daisy Johnson is. Would you be interested in learning more?" Raven inquired nonchalantly. "What?" Upon hearing this revelation, the smile on Reyna's face swiftly transformed into an expression of uncertainty. "Mr. Iron Driver, who exactly are you? How do you know this name?" Daisy Johnson. The key to her becoming an Inhuman was someone she had searched for tirelessly over the years, yet it found no trace. Astonishingly, a mysterious figure had emerged, seemingly well-informed. "Well," Raven spoke cryptically, "I am one who has glimpsed your future fate and am attempting to aid you in altering it." The irony of a beauty turning into a porcupine was not lost on him. Should he successfully recruit Reyna, he certainly did not wish to contend with a porcupine. Thus, he must resolve her physical mutation while preserving his foresight abilities. To accomplish this, he needed access to the Kree's research on the Inhumans, as well as Kree blood, to truly comprehend the genetic mysteries of the Inhumans. "You saw my future." At Raven's prophetic declaration, Reyna's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a blend of astonishment, anticipation, and a hint of wariness flickering within her. The average person would undoubtedly dismiss the notion of foreseeing the future, yet she was well aware of the Inhuman abilities, understanding that such foresight was entirely plausible. However, whether this Iron Driver was truly capable remained to be seen. "Are you curious to know more?" Raven's lips curved into a soft smile as he manipulated his armor to present a sealed bag to Reyna. "This contains a follicle sample from Daisy. You should consult Calvin and Jane for a paternity test. Once confirmed, call the number on the bag, and I will arrange the next steps. After Daisy reunites with her parents, I will reveal to you the destiny that awaits you." "Very well, Ms. Reyna. I shall not intrude upon your bathing and resting," Raven concluded, ending the communication and transferring control of the armor to Bit. With a soft whoosh, Bit activated optical invisibility, gracefully floating out of the living room window, soon vanishing into the horizon. After watching the armor disappear, Reyna clutched the sealed bag containing Sky's hair, her complexion flushed and breathing rapid, exuding an air of exhilaration. If this hair were genuine, then Iron Driver had indeed bestowed upon her a remarkable surprise. But what was Iron Driver's true intention? Why not directly approach Daisy's parents instead of seeking her out personally? What intrinsic value does one possess that warrants such effort from the other party? At present, it seems most plausible that it is her ability acquired after becoming an otherkin. "Thank you, Mr. Iron Driver." After coming to this realization, Lena smiled gently, elegantly waved her hand towards the horizon, and retrieved her phone to dial Calvin Johnson. Excitement of Lena, 222. Anticipation of Lena, 222. Emotional value, 735-3423, 32. In a certain area of South Chicago, the streets lay in disarray, marked by dilapidated buildings and graffiti-laden walls, devoid of pedestrians. The distant sound of sirens and gunfire echoed, indicating the perilous nature of the night here. At that moment, within a nearby underground clinic, a burly black man lay on the bed, gripping the side rails tightly, his face contorted in agony as the doctor stitched his wounds. "All done. Now pay and be on your way." Soon, the disheveled doctor completed the suturing and glanced at the hulking figure beside him. "Thank you, doctor." The man promptly paid and escorted his injured companion out of the clinic. After watching the two depart, the doctor discarded his disposable latex gloves, locked the door, and began cleaning the area. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a phone rang. The doctor furrowed his brow, set down the mop, and answered the call. "Lena, do you have new information?" Chapter 060. The Avengers Plan Indeed, Carl. Rena spoke slowly. "Someone has just delivered what appears to be some hair belonging to Daisy. I need to come to Boston for a paternity test." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Carl's eyes widened in astonishment, and he eagerly pressed, "Rena, are you certain? Who sent you the hair? Where is she now?" "Daisy, my precious daughter." "Ha ha, father has finally found you. Our family of 3 will soon be reunited. I'm afraid I don't know where Daisy is." "The person who sent me the hair is Ironmonger, the same individual who declared war yesterday against Tony Stark," Rena explained. "Ironmonger? Damn it." Carl's eyes turned crimson, his expression twisted with rage as he slammed his fist against the hospital bed's railing, bending it instantly. "No matter who it is, no one can harm Daisy. Not even that damned Ironmonger. Rena, I will call you back shortly." After saying this, Carl hung up and dialed another number. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. Raven reclined in a lounge chair on the balcony, having overheard Rena's conversation with Carl, murmured softly, "The bait has been taken. Now it's time to treat Sky's biological father. I wonder if the Senza bean will do the trick." Raven focused her mind, summoning a being resembling a broad bean, enveloped in a gentle white light that exuded warmth. Senza bean source, Dragon Ball, rank, A-class, price, 100,000 points each. Effect. Contains pure life energy, capable of instantly restoring the consumer's stamina and extraordinary energy, healing physical injuries, but cannot cure diseases. Review. Tastes quite pleasant. Though she had never consumed a senza bean, she could distinctly sense the life energy contained within it through her mental focus, akin to a warm little sun. It was undoubtedly a miraculous remedy. However, Carl's situation was rather complex, and she was uncertain if the senza bean could fully heal him. Raven, Blue Event Bit suddenly interjected, detecting Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha heading towards Tony Stark's villa. Oh! Raven retracted the senza bean with a thought, her eyes narrowing as she stroked her chin. It seems the mother is getting desperate. I wonder if Tony will agree to join early? If Tony consents ahead of time. The formation of the Avengers will also be expedited. I wonder if Dr. Banner will join sooner as well? If we could release Captain America early and gather Winter Soldier Bucky for a meeting, it would certainly be lively. A sly smile crept across Raven's lips. Strength breeds confidence. Aside from Thor, the other members of the Avengers were mere novices in his presence. As for the Hulk, while immensely destructive, his inability to fly rendered him useless. Bit, initiate remote eavesdropping mode and see what they discuss shortly, Raven commanded. Understood, Raven. Adjusting the winter-grade super scan array, targeting the Malibu Coast Villa. Electronic warfare equipment activated, eavesdropping mode initiated. Video and audio are both normal. Raven gazed at the projection before him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together, quietly relishing the moment. The prowess of technology truly is remarkable. Malibu, Coastal Villa. A sleek black Tahoe came to a gentle stop, and two men along with a woman emerged, striding towards the entrance of the villa. Agent Coulson, good to see you. Greetings, Jarvis. We are here to discuss something of great importance with Mr. Stark, Coulson replied, gesturing. I shall contact him immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Meanwhile, in the subterranean laboratory of the villa, Tony stood before the holographic workstation, meticulously adjusting the projection details. Sir, Agent Coulson has arrived with guests, stating they have urgent matters to discuss with you. Would you like to meet with them? Coulson. Tony furrowed his brow, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he waved dismissively. Jarvis, let them in. I hope Coulson brings good news. My day has been rather unpleasant, and I would prefer to avoid any more bad tidings. Understood, sir. With his permission granted, Jarvis unlocked the villa's entrance, welcoming them. Please come in, Mr. Stark is awaiting you on the first floor. Thank you, Jarvis. Coulson waved at the camera. It seems his face still holds some value. Fortunately, he did not embarrass himself in front of Director Fury. Let us proceed. Fury, his lone eye glinting, was the first to step into the villa, followed closely by Natasha, who walked with a graceful gait. Coulson entered last. As they traversed the corridor to the grand hall on the first floor, the trio found Tony lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, quietly sipping from a glass of wine, exuding an air of casual nonchalance. Mr. Stark, allow me to introduce our superior, Director Nick Fury, Coulson said with a smile. Tony glanced over the three, dismissing the brooding figure and instead fixating on Natasha with a teasing smirk. Well, what brings such beauty to my doorstep? Have you perhaps changed your mind? Today had already gifted him two exquisite women, one whisked away by Raven Thorn, and the other outright rejecting him. As a notorious playboy, charming women had always been a simple task for him. He had never encountered such frustration before. He chuckled lightly. Natasha, upon hearing his banter, remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tony. His frivolous demeanor irked her. She found herself far more intrigued by Raven Thorn than by Tony. Oh, Tony noticed her unyielding stare and, undeterred, shot back defiantly, leading to a moment of tension between them. The standoff between their gazes prompted Fury and Coulson to exchange bemused glances, arms crossed, quietly observing the spectacle as if they were enjoying a show, almost ready to snack on some popcorn. Tony was quite audacious to hold a gaze with the Black Widow, if he could maintain it for 10 seconds. They might just concede that he was impressive. Ahem, however, after merely 5 seconds of intense eye contact, Tony's gaze faltered, and he swiftly changed the subject. Coulson, what brings you to me? A good man does not quarrel with a woman. He would never admit to losing. Let us discuss the Avengers Initiative. A plan to assemble a team to confront the likes of Iron Man, Fury said, his singular eye fixed upon Tony. The Avengers Initiative? A team? Tony scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Is it the name of some second-rate circus? I alone can handle Iron Man. Ever since his consecutive defeats at the hands of Iron Man, his creativity had surged, leading him to develop a myriad of innovative technologies. The anti-Iron Man armor was the culmination of his efforts, a super suit crafted with utmost dedication and resources. Even if Iron Man were to master the Mark III and create a new suit, he would remain no match for Tony. Disdain for Tony Stark, 999. Confidence of Tony Stark, 999. Emotional value, 738-2130. Oh, 8. I beg to differ. Observing Tony's scorn, Fury was neither irritated nor disheartened. Instead, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Tony Stark, there are many individuals in this world, akin to you and Iron Man. One cannot confront them alone. A team must be forged to face these adversaries, and that is precisely the essence of the Avengers Initiative. Is that so? Tony replied, dismissively curling his lip. What is the point of all this talk? Just tell me, what do I gain from joining your initiative? And don't mention money. I have no shortage of that. Chapter 061. Jia-ing and Gordon, how about we address your palladium poisoning? Fury gestured towards Tony's chest, noting that the longer he utilized the arc reactor, the more severe the palladium's corrosion on his body became. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Initially, he had intended to wait until Tony was on the brink of death to unveil Howard's research, thereby maximizing his influence over him. However, plans often encounter unforeseen changes. The consecutive appearances of Iron Man and the Mystic compelled him to expedite the enhancement of Iron Man's capabilities and accelerate the formation of the Avengers. Once Tony completed the development of new technology, he intended to leverage the duel between the two to capture Iron Man and unearth the shadowy forces at play. After all, with the enemy operating in secrecy, an unsettling unease lingered within him. Powers of Nick Fury's vigilance, 666. Powers of Nick Fury's resentment, 666. Palladium poisoning? Coulson and Natasha exchanged startled glances, bewildered as they looked towards Tony's chest. Could it be that Tony was indeed poisoned? And by the very device that had saved his life? How ironic. You actually know? Tony clutched his chest with a grave expression, his gaze towards Fury tinged with uncertainty. This was a matter he had shared with no one. So how could this one-eyed captain possess such knowledge? Haha. While your technology is impressive, the methods of S, H, EL, D should not be underestimated. Fury teased, prompting the question of whether Tony would consider joining the Avengers Initiative. Tony furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I must first review the materials to assess their feasibility. If deemed viable, we shall discuss the formation of the team thereafter. Despite Fury's confidence, Tony remained cautious about placing trust in someone he had only just met. Very well, Fury readily agreed, stating that the materials would be delivered the following day. Once you have considered it, contact Coulson and we shall engage in a more detailed discussion regarding the Avengers Initiative. Okay, Tony nodded in agreement, rising to his feet. I have matters to attend to in my lab, so I shall not keep you. Jarvis, please escort them out. Certainly, sir. Jarvis acknowledged. With that, Fury, Coulson, and Natasha turned and exited. Long Beach City, Hilton Hotel. Raven raised an eyebrow, amused by Fury's willingness to provide Tony with the new element's technical data ahead of time. This was going to be interesting. The new element, a variant of the cosmic cube, represented Howard's research achievements. With the new element, the energy output of the arc reactor would experience a substantial enhancement, leading to a significant boost in Iron Man's combat prowess. However, he would still be no match for Raven, as he too would upgrade his armor, and at a pace far surpassing Tony's. The array of advanced technological gadgets he had recently exchanged for were not mere trinkets. Tony, give it your all. Raven grinned mischievously, eagerly awaiting the day he could obtain a copy of the synthesis. With the copying device in hand, he would possess the world's technology. Tony's innovations were his own, yet they were not the same as Tony's. Raven, once Tony Stark discovers this, he will likely despise you entirely, Bit teased. It's of no consequence. I am indifferent, Raven remarked with a nonchalant shrug. His disdain was directed solely at Iron Will, and it bore no relevance to me. I am the one offering invaluable counsel, illuminating the path for Stark Industries' future shareholders. Tony cannot harbor animosity towards me. Rather, he ought to express profound gratitude. The email he sent to Tony was grounded in the technological advancements of a past life, wherein Bit provided recommendations based on Stark Industries' publicly available information. Despite the Marvel Universe backdrop, these suggestions are undeniably visionary. Naturally, there are no free handouts. Once Stark Industries establishes its infrastructure for electricity and networks, I will unveil the virtual world, thereby efficiently harvesting emotional values. You are indeed cunning and treacherous. Tony Stark is unfortunate to encounter you. Bit lamented. Huh. Thank you for the compliment. Raven replied with a slight smirk. Now, let us proceed to meet my future in-laws. Understood. Tracking now, Bit responded, remotely controlling the Aurora armor. Hovering in the air to monitor Rena through the battleship's signal relay. The trap has been set. Now we await the fish to bite. In Asia, somewhere in Nepal, at 7:30 a.m., the sun had yet to rise above the snow-capped peaks, casting a silvery blue hue upon the horizon. A gentle morning mist enveloped the valley, revealing a village steeped in Eastern charm, a sanctuary for the recluse, the afterlife. Ding, ding, ding at this moment. Within a courtyard side room, a mobile phone suddenly illuminated the screen, ringing urgently. The sound jolted a woman awake from the large bed. Her demeanor was austere, her gaze as sharp as a blade, with several menacing scars tracing her cheek, beauty intertwined with a palpable air of danger. Sighing, the woman rubbed her temples and rose to answer the call, her expression one of resignation. Carl, it's only been a few days. Why are you calling again? Xiaoying, I have news about Daisy, Carl exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Someone has sent Daisy's hair. Hurry, let Gordon take us for a paternity test. What? Upon hearing this, Jia Ying's pupils dilated, shock washing over her as she pressed for details. Who sent the hair? Where is Daisy? Is she safe? Daisy had been missing for 20 years. Jia Ying had given up the search, no longer entertaining dreams of reuniting with her daughter. Yet, hearing news of her once more ignited a surge of worry. This phone is not secure. We must meet in person, Carl urged, his tone anxious. Fine, I'll be there shortly. Jia Ying hung up, taking a deep breath as she swiftly dressed and headed out. Regardless of the truth, she needed to investigate. If the paternity test proved positive, she would bring her daughter home, no matter where Daisy was now. Knock, knock, knock soon. Jia Ying arrived at another room and knocked on the door, calling out, Gordon, emergency. Take me to Chicago to find Carl. With that, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared at the doorway, a faceless man materializing. Jia Ying, what is going on? Let us discuss it later. All right, let us go. Hearing silent from Jia Ying, Gordon did not pursue the matter further. He gently wrapped his arm around Jia Ying's shoulders and released an energy bubble that enveloped both of them, causing them to abruptly vanish from their location. In the south side of Chicago, within an underground clinic, Carl's eyes were bloodshot, and a smile graced his face as he softly sang a nursery rhyme. Pacing back and forth in the room, suddenly a flash of blue light appeared, and Gordon, accompanied by Jia Ying, materialized in the underground clinic. Carl, what on earth is happening? Where did Daisy's hair come from? Jia Ying inquired eagerly. Wonderful, you're here, Carl exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached Gordon. Little go. Take us to apartment 305 in Cambridge, Boston. Daisy's hair is over there. The specifics will be explained upon our arrival. Emotions were running high, with Carl's anticipation growing ever more intense. Chapter 062, Paternity Test Daisy? Gordon's face registered surprise. Come on, Gordon, Jia Ying said, glancing at Carl, placing her hand on Gordon's shoulder, signaling him to commence the teleportation. Suppressing his curiosity, Gordon immediately activated his teleportation ability, and the three of them vanished. In Cambridge, Boston, at Lena's apartment, Ironheart, clad in a floral dress, Lena stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing at the night sky. murmuring to herself, "I hope the hair you provided is genuine. Otherwise, I shall be in dire straits." As a girl adopted by Carl, she was acutely aware of his volatile temperament, particularly concerning Daisy. If the hair test did not belong to Daisy, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Perhaps she wouldn't perish, but punishment would be inevitable. As for falsifying the test, she dared not attempt it. If Carl discovered her deceit, her fate would be sealed. 10 minutes later, a flash of blue light illuminated the living room, and 2 men and a woman suddenly appeared behind Lena. Carl hastily approached, grasping Lena's shoulders with fervor, demanding, "Quick, where's Daisy's hair?" Startled by the sudden intrusion, Lena felt the powerful grip on her arm and hurriedly explained, "The hair sent by the other party is on the table." How did Carl and the others manage to enter without her noticing? Was this the power of the otherworldly? What might my own superpower be? All right. Upon hearing this, Carl released Lena and rushed to seize the sealed bag, murmuring, "Daisy, Daddy is about to see you." "Who sent the hair?" Jia Ying inquired, her brow furrowed, fixing her gaze on Lena. "Where's Daisy now? Didn't Carl mention it?" Lena, puzzled, glanced at the excited Carl, who identified himself as Ironheart, the very individual who had publicly declared war with Tony Stark the day before. He said that after the paternity test, he would contact you using the number on the bag to arrange a meeting. That is all I know. Ironheart. Gordon's expression shifted as he responded, "Jia Ying. I witnessed the battle that night. Their armor was exceptionally formidable. If we are to confront him, it would be prudent to summon Lincoln. The current he emits is undoubtedly the nemesis of their armor. No need, not just yet." Jia Ying shook her head at the suggestion. "Lincoln has not yet mastered his abilities. We cannot bring him into this. Let us first analyze the sample and ascertain the situation." Although Daisy was her daughter, she was also the leader of the otherworld. She had to be responsible for everyone. Until the situation was thoroughly understood, she would not act recklessly, arousing unnecessary suspicion from the outside world. "I can assist with that. I work at a biological laboratory. I will have results by tomorrow morning," Lena said, her eyes sparkling as she stepped forward. Splendid." Carl clapped his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Jia Ying quickly plucked some hair with follicles. "We shall send it to the laboratory for testing with Raina shortly." "No." Gordon immediately shook his head in refusal. "What if she commits fraud? What if Jia Ying's inhuman genes become exposed? The mutations of the inhuman lineage stem from genetics, and conducting a paternity test could easily reveal distinct genetic markers. It is imperative to find a reliable and trustworthy institution. Furthermore, at present, we only have Raina's word. Who knows if she is colluding with Iron Man to achieve some nefarious objective?" "Mr. Gordon, I would never," Raina hastily clarified. "I too possess the blood of the Inhumans. How could I deceive you?" "Enough, Gordon," Jia Ying commanded, raising her hand. "Miss Raina, for safety's sake, we need to accompany you inside. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost to remain undetected." "Gordon, Carl, let us proceed." With Jia Ying's decisive proclamation, under Gordon's direction, the group formed a circle and vanished into a blue energy bubble. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, across from the apartment, the ethereal Aurora battle armor observed their disappearance and immediately soared toward a biological laboratory near Cambridge. In Long Beach City, in a presidential suite, Raven rose from the chaise lounge, stretching his arms skyward in a grand yawn. "Biter, keep an eye out. If they call, let me know." "Of course," Biter replied eagerly. "Thank you for your hard work, Biter. If you think I'm working hard, then hurry and summon a couple more helpers." Biter jested. "Ha!" Raven chuckled, shaking his head at Biter's banter. "We shall have new assistants tomorrow, and not just one." "That is more like it," Biter responded, satisfied. "I want to intrude on your wedding night. Farewell." "Farewell." After exchanging playful taunts, Raven quietly returned to the suite, slipped beneath the covers, and placed a gentle kiss on Sleeping Beauty's forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. At present, both Sky's heart and mind were wholly captivated by him, and in the process of conquering her, he too found himself irresistibly drawn to her, a perfect reciprocation of devotion. In the future, he vowed to cherish and protect her doubly, ensuring that Sky would lead a life of happiness and fulfillment. And all of this would commence with a reunion. As he admired Sky's serene, sleeping visage, Raven silently summoned a panel, mentally extracting a superpowered crystal. To safeguard those he cherished, strength was indispensable. Thus, he established two phased objectives. In 1 month, he aimed for a telekinetic strength of 10 tons, a range of 10 kilometers, and a destructive capacity classified as building level. In 3 months, he aspired to attain a telekinetic strength of 100 tons, a range of 100 kilometers, and a destructive capacity classified as street level. Let the training commence. Raven embraced the crystal, seated cross-legged, his consciousness delving into the sea of his soul, gradually absorbing the energy from the crystal and incrementally strengthening his essence. At that moment, the slumbering sky stirred slightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Raven, her face revealing a hint of comfort and a smile. In the office of Stark Industries, the clock struck 6:20 p.m. Pacific time. Pepper sat in her chair, exhaling deeply, her expression weary as she muttered softly, "Tony, had I known it would be this exhausting, I would never have agreed." Meanwhile, Tony seemed unfazed, pushing responsibilities onto her. Yet, she felt utterly drained. Stark Industries was in disarray, with numerous projects demanding her oversight. She wished she could transform into 3 individuals. With a sigh, Pepper grumbled a bit, took a sip of coffee, and opened her inbox to review the recent emails. After all, she had made a commitment. She had to fulfill it and excel. Otherwise, she would be betraying Tony's trust. 10 minutes later, after swiftly addressing a dozen emails, she suddenly spotted a starred message from none other than Tony Stark, with the original sender being Raven Thorn. Chapter 063. Enhancement of Telekinesis? How strange. Pepper opened the email and her eyes widened in astonishment. Tony had actually forwarded an email from Raven Thorn. This was utterly out of character for him. Based on her understanding of Tony, Raven's actions during the shareholders' meeting would undoubtedly irk him. Upon seeing the email from the source of his ire, a furious Tony would have deleted it outright without even opening it, let alone forwarding it. Unless, of course, the content of the email held significant value. Well, let me take a look. With curiosity piqued, Pepper swiftly maneuvered her mouse to open the email document and began to read. Curiosity of Pepper Potts. 99. Confusion of Pepper Potts. 99 gasp. 5 minutes later, upon finishing the email, Pepper's expression turned to one of shock as she inhaled sharply, filled with admiration. No wonder Tony had forwarded this to her. The email was invaluable to Stark Industries at this juncture. Raven Thorn was indeed extraordinary. It seemed she ought to arrange a meeting with him for a detailed discussion. Shock of Pepper Potts, 99. Curiosity of Pepper Potts, 99. Boston. A certain research institute. In the dead of night, silence reigned. Only one laboratory was illuminated by cold white lights, its equipment working diligently and emitting a faint hum. 4 individuals, a man and a woman, 2 men and 2 women, gathered around a single screen, patiently awaiting the test results. The 4 were Raina, Carl, Jia-Ing, and Gordon. Ding! Shortly thereafter, the progress bar on the screen completed its run, and a window popped up, announcing the completion of the test and inviting them to view the report. "Who will take a look?" Raina inquired, glancing at the others. "I will," Carl exclaimed, eagerly seizing the mouse to click on the window and examine the detailed test report. Sample A, Sky, compatibility with Sample B, Carl 90. 53, not compatible. Sample A, Sky, compatibility with Sample C, Jiang 99. 99, fully compatible. Yes. Oh wow. After reading the report, Carl erupted in cheers, his excitement and elation palpable as he waved his fists exuberantly. Although he was not genetically compatible with his daughter, he found no concern in that. Given that Jia-Ing was an inhuman, her genes inherently differed from those of humans. If his daughter matched with him, it would imply she lacked inhuman heritage. However, the complete compatibility with her mother indicated that she indeed possessed the inhuman bloodline. "Daisy, my daughter, after 20 years, I have finally found you." Carl's face radiated with joy, embodying pure happiness. Excitement of Calvin Johnson, 33. Gratitude of Calvin Johnson, 33. Phew, thank goodness. Raina exhaled in relief upon seeing the report, her enchanting eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. She was beginning to believe Ironwool could foresee the future. What might my destiny hold? How would Iron will intend to alter my fate? Rena's curiosity and anticipation surged as she realized it was indeed Daisy. Upon reading the final line of the report, Jia Ying gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Just when she had given up hope of finding her daughter, she appeared unexpectedly, accompanied by irrefutable evidence. The intensity of this surprise was overwhelming. Even after living for over a century, she felt momentarily lost. Congratulations, Jia Ying and Carl, on finding Daisy, Gordon said with a warm smile, offering his heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, little Go, Carl replied with a chuckle. Thank you, Jia Ying exhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. She turned to Rena with a gentle smile. Miss Rena, thank you. Let us tidy up the traces before we depart. Of course, Ms. Jia Ying, Rena replied promptly, beginning to clear away any remnants to prevent the leakage of samples and data. In a swift motion, the laboratory was plunged into darkness. With a flash of blue light, the four of them vanished in an instant. Moments later, they reappeared in Rena's apartment. Ms. Jia Ying, shall I make the call? Rena inquired, her eyes sparkling as she took out her phone. Please do, Jia Ying replied, standing by the window, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the dimly lit sky. First, let us inquire about what Iron Driver desires, and then I shall determine our next steps. If Iron Driver intended to use Daisy as leverage against her, she would not back down. She was eager to see whether superior abilities or technological creations would prevail. Nonetheless, she hoped it would not come to that. After all, tranquility in the next life was hard-won, and the risks of exposure for the extraordinary beings were considerable. Hurry, Rena, Carl urged. All right, Rena replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she dialed the number left by Raven. Long Beach, Hilton Hotel. Pacific Time, 11:50 p.m. In the presidential suite, Raven sat upright on the expansive bed, his gaze sharp and focused as he continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the crystal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the watch on his left wrist illuminated, vibrating in rapid succession. Upon sensing the vibrations, Raven opened his eyes, which glowed with a divine radiance, exuding an aura of formidable power. After absorbing spiritual energy for 4 hours, his telekinetic strength reached 122 kilograms, with a sensing range of 122 meters. While this growth appeared slow, it was, in fact, exponentially rapid. For every hour of energy absorption, his spiritual strength enhanced by 5. After 2 hours, it would increase by another 5 based on the current foundation. The initial increments were subtle, but as the base grew larger, the increases would become explosive. However, every advantage carries its disadvantages. He could not absorb spiritual energy ceaselessly for 24 hours a day. The rapid enhancement of his soul required his body to adapt through sleep. Otherwise, instability would ensue. The more he enhanced, the greater the need for rest. The current optimal strategy involves absorbing 4 hours of psychic energy each day while indulging in a profound slumber for an additional 4 hours. After a span of 24 days, one's strength shall surpass 10 tons. Following 36 days, it shall exceed 100 tons, and within 48 days, it will break through the astonishing threshold of 1,000 tons. As time progresses, the velocity of advancement becomes increasingly formidable, necessitating an ever greater amount of psychic energy. With a contemplative mind, Raven glanced at Sky, who was entwined around him, bearing an expression that was both humorous and sympathetic. The humor stemmed from Sky's resemblance to an octopus, his posture undeniably amusing. The sympathy arose from the evident insecurity that plagued Sky, who, even in slumber, remained anxious about the possibility of Raven's departure. With a gentle application of telekinesis, Raven untangled himself and bestowed a soft kiss upon Sky before quietly descending to the balcony. Adorning enhanced glasses and noise-canceling headphones, Raven engaged in a brief exchange with Bit before remotely commandeering the Aurora battle armor. Meanwhile, in Boston, at Lena's apartment, the phone emitted a series of sharp beeps after she dialed a number, oscillating between piercing and silence. Answer the phone, please. Carl, with eyes ablaze and veins bulging in his fists, fixated on the device, wishing he could reach through the signal to grasp the other party. Calvin Johnson's anxiety. 33. Calvin Johnson's frustration. 33. Emotional value. 762-1394. 23. Chapter 064. Dragon Balls and Immortal Beings. Calm down, Carl. Jia Ying, witnessing Carl's furious demeanor, felt a flicker of helplessness and sorrow in her eyes as she embraced him, whispering, "You wouldn't want Daisy to see you like this, would you?" Ever since Daisy's disappearance, Carl had become exceedingly agitated in his quest to find his daughter. Jia Ying, too, had transformed into a different person due to her past experiences. Even if they were to find Daisy, their family of 3 could never return to their former selves. Yes, you are right. I cannot allow Daisy to witness me in this state," Carl lamented, patting his head in frustration as he endeavored to regain his composure through deep breaths. "Everyone, it seems you have made your decision." An electronic voice emanated from the phone speaker. "Taiyu?" Reina's eyes brightened. "Daisy, where's my Daisy?" Carl's entire being surged with agitation. "If you dare to harm her, I swear I will tear you to pieces." The urgency of Calvin Johnson. 33. The anger of Calvin Johnson. 33. Enough. Gordon. Jia Ying's face turned cold as she reprimanded, instructing Gordon to take Carl away. She then directed her gaze back to the phone, inquiring, "Mr. Taiyu, what is it that you truly seek with such elaborate measures?" "Of course, it is for a family reunion." Raven smiled faintly as he regarded the sleeping beauty on the bed. "I am Daisy's boyfriend, and since she wishes to reconnect with her biological parents, it is only natural for me to assist her." "Walter? Boyfriend?" Reina's lips parted in astonishment, casting a peculiar glance at Jia Ying. "Goodness, the future son-in-law seeking out the in-laws. This is quite the spectacle." Reina's excitement. 222. Reina's curiosity. 222. "You are Daisy's boyfriend?" Jia Ying's pupils dilated in shock, her expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. How can this be a 2-for-1 deal? First, a daughter, and now a son-in-law. And to top it off, this son-in-law is no ordinary man, having openly declared war against Tony Stark. I wonder how Daisy ended up with someone like him. Jia Ying's astonishment. 111. Jia Ying's panic. 111. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jia Ying stifled her emotions and gently asked, "So, does Daisy know about us?" "Of course she does," Raven replied with a calm demeanor. "I have shared everything that transpired back then. The Inhumans, superpowers, and Walter Reinhardt. She is aware of it all. The only thing I have withheld is the manner in which you regained your body. If she were to learn of that, she might struggle to accept you. Therefore, I leave a choice to you. Once you meet, you may reveal the truth to Daisy yourselves. The method of absorbing the life force of innocent villagers to heal one's injuries is a heinous act that only the most depraved could commit. At the very least, he could not bring himself to do it. Killing was one thing, but the deliberate slaughter of innocents was beyond him. Taiyu, who exactly are you? How do you know what happened back then?" Jia Ying's countenance darkened, her heart laden with an unusual gravity. There were scarcely a few who were privy to the events of that time. The vast majority were slain by Carl, with only a few hiding away, remaining elusive. Crucially, these few possess only partial knowledge, unlike Iron Will, who is omniscient, as if they had witnessed events firsthand. Jia Ying's fear. 111. Jia Ying's concern. 111. This is rather straightforward. Raven smiled mysteriously, stating that he envisioned a potentiality of fate and was attempting to alter it. The results thus far have been promising. At the very least, you will be able to meet Daisy several years in advance. In the original narrative, Sky met his parents during the Age of Ultron, around the year 2015. Now it is 2009, 6 years earlier. The crucial point is that merely 2 days after the family reunion, Sky's mother was murdered by his father, who subsequently had his memory erased. Such an outcome is exceedingly cruel for Sky. Foreseeing the future, Jia Ying furrowed her brows in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Where shall we meet Daisy? Is Iron Will also an Inhuman? But from where did he acquire the Terry Jin crystal? Why was there no indication from the Prophet upon completion of the transformation?" Jia Ying's astonishment. 111. Jia Ying's confusion. 111. "When I resolve Calvin's fury, I will arrange for your meeting." Raven replied, "Madam Jia Ying, you wouldn't wish for your first family reunion to be unpleasant, would you?" He teased. "I must admit, this is rather twisted. Threatening my mother-in-law in such a manner? No, I must seek forgiveness from Sky later. Upon hearing this, Jia Ying fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you're concerned about this, I would prefer to meet Daisy alone. Let them meet once Calvin has recovered." "Apologies, Madam Jia Ying." Raven coldly rejected her proposal. "A family reunion cannot occur without the father present. We must first ensure his recovery before any meeting can take place. However, if you are unable to wait, I possess a miraculous remedy." The so-called miraculous remedy naturally refers to the magical beans and NZT 49. One restores the body, while the other restores the mind. Together, they can essentially resolve the issues at hand. If Calvin were not Sky's father, he would not hesitate to offer the magical beans worth 100,000 emotional points. As he spoke, Raven flew into the apartment's living room, deactivating the optical camouflage of his armor, and shook the orange vial in his hand, declaring, "The miraculous remedy is here." Swish! Upon seeing the armor, Gordon's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly teleported to Jia Ying's side, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. How is this possible? When did this happen? If not for the armor's invisibility being lifted, he would not have sensed its presence. Since completing the Terry-Jin transformation, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. The key point is that Ironwool is even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He sensed an exceptionally immense and violent energy emanating from the armor. If it were to unleash an attack, the consequences would be dire. Gordon's fear, 111. Gordon's concern, 111. This. How can this be? At that moment, upon seeing the vial, Jia Ying gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can there exist such an intense life energy in this world?" Her inhuman ability is the absorption of life. In addition, she possessed the ability to perceive the life energy inherent in various beings, yet she had never encountered it in material objects, especially not in such a concentrated form. The life force she had absorbed from an entire village paled in comparison. Upon witnessing this, Reyna, with a playful glint in her eye, scrutinized the vial held in the hand of the armored figure. Her curiosity piqued. This Iron Master was indeed enigmatic. How could an ordinary vial elicit such astonishment from a leader of the afterlife? What could possibly lie within? She longed to investigate further, wondering if fate might grant her the chance in the future. "Jia Ying, are you all right?" Gordon inquired, gazing at Jia Ying, who stood in a daze, his concern palpable. "I'm fine, really," Jia Ying replied, snapping back to reality, her eyes fixed intently on the Aurora armor. "Mr. Iron Master, you have truly astonished me. This potion is of utmost significance to me. With such a miraculous elixir, I shall no longer need to draw upon the life force of others to sustain my longevity. Gordon, please bring Carl back." Jia Ying gestured to Gordon. Chapter 065. Healing Carl No Way. Gordon's expression was filled with apprehension as he gazed at the Aurora battle armor. What if it decided to strike? "I say, Mr. Gordon, if you're so concerned, why not take her along and return together?" Raven remarked with an exasperated gesture. Well, Gordon's face turned awkward upon hearing this. It just seemed to make sense. "All right, Gordon," Jia Ying said, a slight smile on her lips. If he intended to attack, he would have done so by now. There is no need for such extraordinary measures beforehand. "Go ahead. I'm fine." With Jia Ying's insistence, Gordon hesitated for a moment before activating his ability and vanishing from sight. Whoosh! 2 seconds later, Gordon reappeared with Carl. "Iron Control, you must return my Daisy to me." Carl clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the Aurora battle armor, poised to strike at any moment. Gordon, Jia Ying, and Reyna exchanged helpless glances. It was no wonder Iron Control was reluctant to let Daisy meet Carl. Such a volatile father was better off unseen. "Jia Ying, you should administer it to him," Raven suggested, casting a glance at Carl as he poured out a miraculous bean along with an NZT 49 and handed the miraculous bean to Jia Ying. "Huh? Was that transparent pill?" Reyna felt a pang of curiosity, akin to a cat scratching at her insides. "All right." Jia Ying accepted the miraculous bean, suppressing the urge to absorb its life energy, and approached Carl. "If you consume this potion, he will arrange for us to meet Daisy." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Carl's eyes widened in disbelief, and without hesitation, he snatched the miraculous bean and swallowed it whole. He would do anything to see Daisy, even if it meant ingesting poison. The moment the miraculous bean entered his system, the concentrated life energy surged forth, repairing every cell within his body and rejuvenating all his organs. Carl felt a wave of warmth enveloping him from within, instantly replacing his previous fury with comfort and tranquility. He became serene. Not only that, but the deep wrinkles on his face smoothed considerably, and his thinning hair sprouted back, rendering him radiant. Calvin Johnson's enjoyment, 33. Calvin Johnson's satisfaction, 33. Heavens. The effect is astounding. Raina's eyes widened in shock and excitement as she observed the transformation of Carl. Is it truly possible to regain youth with just one bean? Surely, what Iron Control produced must be a panacea. If this were sold to the affluent, it could fetch billions at auction. How could he have given it to Calvin? Daisy is indeed fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable boyfriend. Truly, some are born with fortune, while others are not. Raina's shock, 222. Raina's envy, 222 hiss. At that moment, Jia Ying, utilizing her unique abilities, sensed the profound change in Carl's vitality and gasped in astonishment. The effects exceeded her wildest expectations. In the blink of an eye, Carl appeared to have regained a decade of youth. The physical damage inflicted by the administered drugs had completely vanished, and an invigorating vitality now radiated from him. Ms. Jia Ying was profoundly astonished and exhilarated. Mr. Ironmane, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing slightly before the armored figure in respect. This son-in-law was one she must secure. Possessing technology rivaling that of Iron Man and extraordinary abilities on par with the Inhumans, such an exceptional son-in-law could not be allowed to slip away. Ms. Jia Ying, there is no need for such formality, Raven replied, raising a hand in a gesture of dismissal. As long as we can provide Daisy with a delightful experience, these trifles are inconsequential. Truly, it was akin to the magical beans from Dragon Ball, and no wonder they commanded an emotional value of 100,000. The healing effects were remarkably potent. It warranted thorough investigation to determine if one could cultivate such a remedy, even if merely a youthful variant. As the two conversed, Carl suddenly snapped back to reality, acutely aware of the transformations in his body and emotions, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. He was no longer plagued by irritation or rage. It felt as though he had returned to that pivotal day in 1988 when Jia Ying had just given birth to Daisy. This sense of tranquility and serenity was a sensation he had not experienced in over a decade. What had he consumed to yield such miraculous effects? Mr. Calvin Johnson, how do you feel now? Your emotions should have stabilized, Raven inquired. Mr. Ironmane, I am deeply grateful. Carl's demeanor was now gentle and refined, entirely devoid of his earlier volatility. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed. I sincerely apologize for my previous erratic behavior. In his quest for vengeance and reunion with his daughter, he had injected himself with copious amounts of a self-made enhancement serum. Although it granted him power, it also led him to lose his sense of self. This duality left him yearning to see his daughter while fearing that she would abhor the man he had become, and he dreaded that his volatile nature might harm her. However, now that he had regained his composure, all those concerns seemed to dissipate. He could finally meet his long-lost daughter in a state of normalcy. Hence, he was immensely thankful to Ironmane, the man who claimed to be Daisy's boyfriend. Mr. Calvin Johnson, there is truly no need for gratitude. Everything I have done has been for Daisy, Raven said, gesturing for him to rise. Now that you have returned to your senses, let us arrange a time and place to meet. Absolutely, that sounds wonderful. Carl's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, Please, you handle the arrangements. I will prioritize Daisy's feelings. I have waited so many years. A few more days will be bearable. Jiang, what do you think? Carl turned to Jiang, his gaze filled with tenderness. Indeed, I concur, Jiang responded, regaining her composure as a warm smile graced her face. She grasped Carl's hand with a sense of nostalgia. The man she once loved had returned. Regrettably, she was no longer the woman he cherished. Given this, Raven pondered for a moment before stating, Let us set the date for 1 month hence, in the esteemed building of Mr. Calvin in Milwaukee. During this time, you may prepare accordingly. and I shall also instruct Daisy to make the necessary arrangements. We shall celebrate Daisy's birthday together, facilitating a splendid and harmonious meeting, shall we? My dear friends, 30 days will be ample time for the psychic abilities to flourish and attain a commendable strength sufficient to confront most perils. After all, one cannot attend such an encounter clad in battle armor. Should any ill intent arise, it could indeed be perilous. Daisy's birthday? Splendid, exclaimed Carl and Jiaying, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. We shall return to make the necessary preparations. Until we meet again in a month, Mr. Iron will. With that, the two bid their farewells, and Gordon seized both of them, activating his ability to vanish from the apartment. Sighing, Lena watched as everyone departed, her expression tinged with melancholy as she remarked, Mr. Iron will, I have been forsaken by them in my efforts to fulfill your requests. How do you intend to compensate me for this? Chapter 066. The kinship plan, this medicine is for you. Raven handed NZT-49 to Lena, a substance that significantly enhances cognitive processing abilities, transforming one into a super genius. However, its effects last only 24 hours. If you wish to attain more, to encounter advanced technology and extraordinary powers to alter your fate, then join us and become a member of the Stars. I await your response in 15 days. With that, Raven transferred the battle armor to Peter. Wait, Iron Rider. Seeing the armor about to depart, Lena hurriedly exclaimed, I agree to join right now. There is no need to wait for 15 days. However, Peter paid her no heed, activating the invisibility cloak and flying away from the apartment, heading towards Los Angeles. Sigh. Lena felt a sense of helplessness as she gazed at the transparent pill in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she swallowed it. She trusted that Iron Rider would not deceive her, at least not with poison in the medicine. But why is there no effect? Lena felt the pill dissolve instantly with no noticeable impact. Could Iron Rider have been lying? That seemed unlikely. Lena's disappointment, 222. Lena's confusion, 222. Buzz, yet. 30 seconds later, the chemical molecules released by NZT-49 coursed through her bloodstream, activating billions of neurons and causing trillions of synapses to fire wildly. In an instant, Lena felt her consciousness explode. An overwhelming influx of information surged into her mind, and past memories became vividly accessible at her command. This extraordinary sensation bestowed upon her a feeling of omnipotence. My goodness, this drug. Lena marveled at her drastically altered state, observing the surroundings with unparalleled clarity, her heart racing with exhilaration. She was determined to cling to the stars. No one would stand in her way. Lena's astonishment, 222. Lena's resolve, 222. It's time for sleep. In the presidential suite at the Hilton, Raven, after a few parting words to Peter, removed his contact lenses and noise-canceling headphones, quietly burrowing into the plush bedding and embracing the soft form beside him. Sky, I've come to confess. I'm sorry for threatening your mother and father earlier. Will you speak? Silence implies you forgive me, right? With a playful tone, Raven kissed Sky gently, closed his eyes, and summoned his mental energy to drift into a deep slumber. The following morning at 4 o'clock, after a 10-hour sleep, Sky opened her eyes, the first thing on her mind being the search for Raven. However, as she looked left, right, up, and down, panic set in when she realized he was nowhere to be found. Raven, come out. Don't abandon me. Oh, silly girl, I'm in the bathroom. Raven's head peeked out from the lavatory, an expression of exasperation on his face as he looked at Sky. Do you not trust my promise at all? Sky instantly flushed with embarrassment and indignation, hastily covering her head with the blanket and warning, I was just sleepwalking. Pretend you didn't hear or see anything, okay? Oh dear, how embarrassing to be caught so early in the morning. Sky, you are truly too sensitive. If Raven had any intention of abandoning you after sharing so many secrets, he would surely eliminate you first to prevent any potential leaks. Raven, upon witnessing this, smirked mischievously and, using his telekinesis, swiftly tossed aside the covers, pulling Sky into the bathroom. Since you are awake, let us hasten to bathe, he declared. We shall have breakfast shortly. You naughty rascal. Sky, her cheeks flushed, gently pinched Raven, yet willingly acquiesced. In an instant, The bathroom was filled with an exuberant atmosphere, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Accompanied by fervent and hurried melodies, it felt as if they were enveloped in a paradise of bliss. An hour later, the rain of clouds had ceased. The two emerged from the bathroom, tidied up the room, and dressed elegantly before departing the suite. After breakfast, they checked out and settled into the car. Raven turned to Sky and said, "Last night, I arranged with your parents to meet in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in 30 days. That is where your father grew up, and he has a building there. Today, I will take you to move. Tomorrow, we shall leave Los Angeles and follow Route 66 eastward, enjoying the beautiful scenery while getting to know each other better. By the time we arrive in Milwaukee, you should have a fair understanding of your biological parents. We shall celebrate your birthday together then. Sky, how do you find my plans? Please voice any concerns you may have." "Thank you, Raven," Sky replied, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she embraced him. "I will follow your arrangements." She felt incredibly fortunate to have a boyfriend like Raven. Handsome, wealthy, powerful, mysterious, considerate, and gentle. Not only does he meticulously plan everything, but he also surprises her unexpectedly. She felt a profound sense of happiness, as if the beauty of the moment was almost surreal. "All right, little tearful one," Raven said, gently stroking her hair. "Let's seek out your old companion. He is our matchmaker, after all." Though he did not encounter Sky by chance, he would inevitably seek an opportunity to meet her. Yet, a genuine encounter always carries a unique charm. Thus, he was grateful for Sky's van. Had it not broken down on the road, he might never have stumbled upon her. "How dare you speak?" Sky rolled her eyes at this remark, exclaiming, "You first broke the old fellow, then stole my heart, and deceived me into surrendering my body. Your conscience is terribly flawed. Hee, do you not enjoy it?" Raven teased, lifting Sky's chin with a playful grin. A man who is not a rogue is often unappealing to women. However, being bad does not equate to being a scoundrel. One must maintain their principles. Abandoning someone after igniting passion is not his style. "Oomph," Sky huffed, remaining silent as she wrapped her arms around Raven's neck and gently kissed him. She adored him, immensely so. Her fondness for him had become inseparable. As their lips parted after a prolonged embrace, the two exchanged a tender glance, their faces inevitably breaking into joyful smiles. With a roar of the engine, Raven steered the car away from the hotel parking lot, heading towards an auto repair shop. 2 hours later, at the Vernon District base, the sound of the sleek silver sports car echoed as Raven drove into the factory, closely followed by Sky in her old van. They soon parked in front of the RV, where Bit, who had been waiting, promptly approached them. "Raven, welcome home," Bit greeted with a smile, nodding at the two of them. "Miss Sky, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bit Thorne, Raven's bodyguard and steward." "Hello, Steward Bit," Sky replied, feeling slightly reserved in front of the refined and handsome Bit. "I am also very pleased to meet you." According to her research, Bit was the last remaining family member of Raven, and moreover, he was an elder figure, akin to a parental figure in a certain sense. As an awkward newcomer, how could she not feel nervous? Chapter 67. Introducing Sky after exchanging greetings, Raven led Sky into the RV, exclaiming, "Welcome to your new home. We shall reside here for a month." The RV life is merely temporary. Once Sky's family reunites, he intends to purchase a grand villa in New York State to truly settle down. Despite New York's numerous tribulations, it remains the unequivocal heart of the Marvel Universe, and he is determined to establish his presence there. For instance, he is quite eager about the dragon bones hidden beneath Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, which possess the power of longevity and resurrection. A new home? Sky surveyed the interior of the RV and ultimately turned her gaze to Raven, her sparkling eyes shimmering with delight. However, her joy stemmed not from the luxury of the RV, but from the fact that she now had a new home and someone who loved her, as well as someone she cherished in return. For the first time in her over 20 years of existence, she did not feel lonely or desolate. Her heart was completely filled with happiness. "Yes, you shall be the mistress of this abode from now on," Raven whispered into Sky's ear. "Do you like it?" With a gleam in her eyes, Sky leaned in and kissed Raven, expressing her feelings through her actions. Although she was aware that this life was not entirely hers, Raven's sweet words were immensely comforting. After a lingering kiss, Raven gently caressed Sky's hair, her expression suddenly turning serious. Sky, I have some even more significant news to share with you. Huh? More significant news? Sky gasped, concern etching her features. Raven, just how much have you been hiding? I have a timid disposition. I truly cannot bear any more shocking revelations. The revelations of the Inhumans, superpowers, and Hydra had already left her astounded for an entire year. The prospect of more monumental news felt like a heavy blow. There is still much to reveal, Raven said, noticing Sky's adorable, anxious demeanor. She immediately pulled Sky into her embrace. I will share it with you bit by bit. If it becomes too much, just say stop, all right? This will be a journey beyond your imagination. She would guide Sky to understand herself and the true nature of the Marvel Universe. All right, Sky listened to Raven's steady heartbeat, a determined look gracing her face. If you are willing to share, then I am ready to listen. As long as you are by my side, I can accept whatever shocking news comes my way. Hearing Sky's agreement, Raven's face brightened with relief as she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Sky's red lips. My little Sky is amazing. Don't tease, Bit is still watching. Sky blushed and playfully swatted Raven's arm. Not to worry, Raven winked at Bit. You don't mind, do you? Well, Bit smirked, deliberately teasing. I do mind your public displays of affection. At that, Sky immediately pouted her lips. Bit, you rascal. Raven shot an admonishing glance at Bit. Sky, don't stoop to his level. He merely teasing us. Come put on this set of gear, and I will relay information to you piece by piece. Raven handed a trio of augmented reality devices to Sky. All right. Sky's eyes sparkled as she beheld the watch and headphones identical to Raven's, eagerly accepting the equipment and donning it, although she was unaware of the gear's purpose. The mere fact that she could wear the same equipment as Raven brought her immense joy. Moments later, as Sky completed the setup, the operating system activated automatically, unveiling an augmented reality interface. A small figure appeared in the lower left corner, surrounded by various bodily metrics. A tool wheel materialized in the lower right corner, showcasing an array of tools arranged in a circle. In the upper right corner, a miniature map displayed 2 small green dots, while the upper left corner showcased 2 avatars corresponding to Raven and Bit. Well, what is this? Is this an AR device? Sky exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The display quality is astonishing. Raven, her words trailed off as she recalled Raven's other identity, Iron Marshal. Though the AR device was still in its infancy, Raven was capable of defeating Tony Stark. How could such a trivial piece of equipment pose a challenge for him? This equipment is crafted by Bit, boasting performance that far exceeds contemporary computers, enabling you to fully unleash your hacking prowess. Do you like it? Raven inquired with a smile. The gear amalgamates technologies from the Department of Homeland Strategy, elite agent equipment, and Altera terminals, fabricated using an atomic manufacturing platform. Although its exterior resembles that of a tactical watch, its capabilities are formidable. The floating point computing power stands at 32 flops, roughly equivalent to 390-4090 graphics cards. And that is merely the local computing power of the watch. When connected to a cloud computing network, its capabilities are virtually limitless, at least on Earth. I love it. I absolutely adore it. Under Raven's guidance, Sky swiftly mastered the system's operations and familiarized herself with its myriad functions. Wow, Bit is incredibly impressive. He is capable of creating such advanced devices. No wonder you could defeat Tony Stark, Raven. Sky marveled, perceiving the dynamic between Raven and Bit akin to that of Batman and Robin, one in charge of combat, the other overseeing logistics, together forming an indomitable team. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Sky. Bit replied with a smile, placing a hand on his chest in gratitude. But the truly remarkable individual is Raven. For I am his creation. What? Sky was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What did Bit mean by being Raven's creation? She found herself perplexed. The term creation typically describes objects. Why would Bit utilize this term to characterize himself? He was a person, not an object. How could he possibly be manufactured by Raven? The answer is quite simple. Raven and Bit exchanged knowing nods as he elucidated. Bit is not a human being, but rather an advanced artificial intelligence, currently embodied in a robotic form. The audacious robbery of Tony Stark was, in fact, orchestrated by the two of us. Bit to show them. Raven gestured towards Bit. Artificial intelligence? A robot? Sky's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bit, unable to fathom the revelation. Bit is a robot? Impossible. How can that be? Despite having known Bit for only a short time, his appearance, speech, and movements were indistinguishable from those of a real person. My goodness. If the first piece of news was this astonishing, what could possibly follow? Gulp. Just as Sky was grappling with her shock, Bit transformed his physique to mirror Sky's likeness, smiling and waving as he said, "Hello, Sky. I share your name." Chapter 068. NZT. 49 Sky beheld another version of herself, her face awash with terror as she clung to Raven, exclaiming, "Is this a metamorphosis? Are you T-1000? Having watched the iconic sci-fi series Terminator more than once, she recognized the shape-shifting robot as a frightful entity capable of silencing the cries of children. Could it be that she was indeed witnessing T-1000? Surely, she must still be dreaming. Otherwise, how could this be? Sky's shock, 666. Sky's panic, 666. Raven, what on earth is happening? Why is Bit a Terminator? After a brief moment of fear, Sky turned to Raven with curiosity. This is my superpower, Raven explained after a moment's contemplation. You might simply understand it as my ability to manifest fantasies into reality. Aside from Bit, most of what you see next is either directly conjured by me or created using manifestation tools. For example, let me conjure a Glock 17. With a flick of her mind, Raven produced a handgun from thin air. Goodness, Sky gasped, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her as if she were intoxicated. The ability to render fantasy into reality? Raven's power was quite extraordinary. No wonder he could effortlessly defeat Tony Stark, nor why he possessed such vast knowledge of world-class secrets. How could a man like this possibly be her boyfriend? Surely, she must have sacrificed 8 lifetimes of fortune to deserve him. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's astonishment. 666. Here, take a sip of water and compose yourself, Raven said, noticing Sky's unsteady demeanor. He guided her to sit on the couch and handed her a glass of warm water. Summarizing the system's great power as a superpower made it easier for Sky to comprehend and provided a convenient rationale for future explanations. After all, superpowers can indeed be quite potent. As for why others did not possess such strength, it could only imply that they were less fortunate. Gulp. Sky accepted the glass and took a hearty sip before stammering, Raven, I. The trust Raven had in her filled her with immense satisfaction. It also weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. She feared disappointing him, terrified of betraying this trust. Sky, do not overthink it, Raven reassured her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as he conjured a transparent pill. This will help you calm down. The information I am about to share is quite extensive. If we do not enhance your capacity to process it, you may very well faint. All right, Sky replied without hesitation, swallowing the transparent pill. She trusted Raven implicitly. Even if he intended to harm her, such elaborate measures seemed unnecessary. In the most extreme scenario, if Raven sought to control her with this substance, she would willingly accept, for it would alleviate her fears of divulging secrets. Sky's trust, 666. Sky's admiration, 666. Upon witnessing Sky's resolute demeanor, Raven felt a mixture of emotions, both touched and helpless. He grasped Sky's face and inquired, "Are you not at all concerned that this might be something detrimental? What if I were to give you a substance of inferior quality?" The beautiful nation is indeed rife with such substances, with an overwhelming variety of addictive drugs and their myriad forms. A lapse in caution could easily lead one astray. Without a moment's hesitation, Sky swallowed the pill. This was not mere trust, but rather blind faith. "Will you?" Sky retorted with a smile. "I shall not," Raven replied, his tone gentle yet firm, as he promptly consumed an NZT-49 tablet. In truth, this substance had little effect on him. Ever since his soul underwent a transformation, his capacity for processing information had surged to unprecedented heights, which only intensified with the strengthening of his soul. This was also the reason he possessed an intricate understanding of the narrative. Every film he had ever watched was vividly etched in his memory. His decision to partake in the tablet was simply a gesture to reciprocate Sky's trust. Raven, this medication seems to have no effect at all. I feel no calmer. Sky said, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at him. Look at you, all anxious. Raven chuckled, ruffling Sky's hair. Let the effects take their time. Such pill-form medications typically take around 30 seconds to manifest their effects fully. It was attempting to develop an inhalable version, which would expedite the onset by allowing the substance to enter the bloodstream through the pulmonary capillaries, reducing the time to under 10 seconds. While intravenous and arterial injections yield the quickest results, they're cumbersome to administer and pose a risk of infection. Thus, he had set them aside for the moment. Suddenly, as Raven explained, Sky entered a state of hyper-awareness. The myriad stimuli from her surroundings flooded her consciousness as her senses, sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch, collected the information. Remarkably, she effortlessly categorized and organized this vast volume of data, storing it in her mental library, a reservoir of all her life's memories. With a mere thought, she could vividly recall any memory and analyze its contents. Sky gasped, her body shivering with delight, her eyes sparkling with wonder. This sensation was extraordinary. This was no calming medication. It was a cognitive enhancer, although it did elicit a sense of calm. That was merely a supplementary effect, not the primary function of the drug. Sky's excitement, 666. Sky's exhilaration, 666. Raven, what is this substance? Surely it isn't something you conjured? Sky blinked her beautiful eyes, her face alight with curiosity. Bingo! You guessed correctly, Raven exclaimed, snapping his fingers. This is a brain-enhancing drug that activates cerebral potential and significantly amplifies information processing capabilities. Each tablet's effects last for 24 hours, and with prolonged use, it can permanently enhance brain function. We have now mastered the production process and can manufacture it in bulk. What? After listening, Sky was left in a state of shock, her mouth agape. The notion that such a drug could be mass-produced was astounding. Could other substances also be manufactured in such quantities? If the manifestation of superpowers were one thing, the fact that Raven could produce them independently was truly remarkable. The ability to mass manufacture indicated compliance with the world's rules. If this drug could be produced, it implied that other items could also be replicated. Raven's superpowers were indeed formidable. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's admiration, 666. My dear Sky is truly clever. A smile curled at the corners of Raven's lips as he reached out to gently tap Sky's delicate nose. My magnificent Raven is truly impressive. Sky's beautiful eyes sparkled with affection as she seized Raven's collar and kissed him, reminiscent of a domineering female CEO. Since this drug could last for 24 hours, she was determined to fully exploit Raven tonight. Such heightened senses would undoubtedly bring forth exquisite pleasure and happiness. Sky's excitement, 666. Sky's desire, 666, after a prolonged kiss. Raven leaned in close to Sky's ear, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he remarked, "You were incredibly fierce just now. I wish to bask in more of that side of you tonight." Chapter 069. The couple's armor, is that so? Sky raised an eyebrow, tilting Raven's chin gently as she remarked with a teasing tone, "Well, you better behave tonight, or sister will give her backside a good smack." Previously, she would never have toyed with Raven in such a manner, but ever since she entered a state of heightened cognitive function, she felt herself blossoming into a more confident, spirited, and playful version of herself. No longer did she worry about her inadequacies. She no longer feared being unworthy of Raven. She was no longer lost about her future. She would steadfastly support Raven, unwaveringly accompany him, and would never betray his trust and affection. Sky's admiration, 666. Sky's determination, 666. Hiss. "I'll heed your arrangements, sister," Raven replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement at Sky's authoritative demeanor. Role-playing was his favorite pastime. The juxtaposition of a youthful girl embodying a domineering CEO was exhilarating and thrilling. "Ahem, you two might want to tone it down. Can't you see this glaring light bulb beside you?" Bit interjected, arms crossed, offering a humorous critique. "Well," Raven shot a glance at Bit, and immediately embraced Sky, planting several fervent kisses on her, showcasing, truly delightful. Witnessing Raven's unabashed display of affection, Bit rolled her eyes and raised a finger in a silent gesture of disdain. Hee hee, Sky chuckled, covering her mouth and transforming from a commanding presence back to a charming young girl. She felt as though Bit was anything but robotic. Her expressions and emotions were nearly indistinguishable from those of a human. Their interactions were delightfully amusing, akin to old friends who thrived on playful banter. This joyous, relaxed atmosphere brought her immense pleasure. It seemed she had truly relaxed. Raven gazed at the gleeful Sky, a tender smile gracing his lips. Sky, are you ready? I have some news to share with you. Absolutely, go ahead. My capacity for absorption has greatly improved. Sky confidently patted her chest. I hope so. Raven raised an eyebrow and introduced, recently, I manifested 2 cosmic battleships. One is stationed in Earth's atmosphere, and the other orbits the moon. Now, I'm going to take you to see them. Are you prepared? Raven looked at Sky with an enigmatic gaze. Battleships? Outer space. Upon hearing these 2 words, Sky, despite being in a state of heightened cognitive function, was momentarily bewildered. The leap from robots and pharmaceuticals to battleships was utterly vast. Considering that Earth's warships weigh in the tens of thousands of tons, each cosmic battleship must weigh at least several tons. How could Raven manifest such colossal entities? How could someone so diminutive possess such immense energy? This extraordinary ability, which seemingly defied the laws of conservation of mass and energy, was simply astonishing. Sky's shock. 666. Sky's astonishment. 666. Few after a brief moment of confusion, Sky's accelerated brain successfully processed the information, and she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Raven, this surprise you've given me is truly monumental. What other significant news do you have? Since my capacity to absorb information is strong at the moment, please share all at once, Sky expressed, a look of exasperation on her face. There's nothing more substantial, Raven replied, wrapping his arm around Sky's slender waist. However, there's several less monumental things. Once aboard the ship, I shall introduce you to them one by one. If you are prepared, we shall set off towards low Earth orbit. In just 2.5 hours, we shall reach the mothership on the far side of the moon. Upon hearing the mere 2.5-hour journey to the moon, Sky instinctively gasped, her forehead throbbing with disbelief. Is this the speed of a cosmic battleship? It takes over 5 hours to drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. Yet reaching the moon only takes 2.5 hours? The Apollo missions took 13 days. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's excitement, 666. After a brief moment of silence, Sky regained her composure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation and thrill. Raven, let us go. I can hardly wait to set foot on the moon. This is a monumental achievement, accomplished by only a handful of humans. And today I have the chance to realize it. How can I not be ecstatic? Sky's excitement, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. My little Sky is truly remarkable, Raven praised, giving a thumbs up before promptly leading Sky out of the mobile home. Bit, let us begin. Show Sky our mode of transportation. Understood, Bit nodded in response. With a flourish, the area beside the mobile home shimmered, and 2 silver-white suits of armor shed their camouflage, revealing their true forms. One was a robust and imposing suit, the very one Raven had always utilized. The other was elegant and slender, clearly crafted specifically for Sky. Oh my goodness! Sky gasped. Her lips parted in awe as her eyes remained transfixed on the 2 suits of armor. Raven, are these your manifested armors? They are stunning. Not quite. Raven shook his head, explaining, the suits were manufactured. Part of the technology derives from Tony Stark, while the rest comes from our analysis of manifested objects. This female suit was a gift I had Bit customized for you last night. Do you like it? Raven gazed tenderly into Sky's eyes. What couple would be without matching outfits? However, ordinary couple attire lacks sophistication, so I had Bit create this suit right before bed last night. I believe there's no better couple outfit than this. Customized for me last night. Sky's eyes instantly welled with tears, her heart brimming with warmth and happiness as she leapt into Raven's embrace. I absolutely adore this gift. The thought of it being specially made for her enveloped her in a tidal wave of joy, overwhelming her completely. Raven, you are so wonderful to me. I will surely repay you tenfold. Sky's happiness, 666. Sky's admiration, 666. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Raven smiled gently, patting Sky's back as she softly remarked, "Hurry and don your battle armor. I will take you to the virtual training ground for a quick familiarization. Soon, we shall embark on our journey to space." "What? The virtual training ground?" Sky exclaimed, her lips curling in disbelief as she retorted, "Is this what you call a lack of significant news? While the technology of the virtual realm may not rival that of a battleship, it is far from trivial. If it were to be widely adopted, it would undoubtedly revolutionize human society." To her astonishment, Raven seemed entirely unfazed. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's exasperation, 666. Such news hardly qualifies as significant. Just observe how you haven't even paused in surprise. How could it be deemed monumental? Raven teased with a mischievous grin. As Lu Sun once said, first lift the roof before opening a window. If people cannot accept the roof being lifted, they will settle for the window being opened. That's a specious argument. Sky shot Raven an incredulous glance. Her curiosity piqued as she approached to caress the sleek, intricate shell of the Aurora battle armor. It felt smooth, delicate, and slightly cool to the touch, resembling both metal and glass. Suddenly, the back of the Aurora battle armor unfolded, revealing a cockpit filled with black mimetic metamaterials. "Miss Sky, this is the accompanying protective suit, featuring breathability, insulation, antibacterial properties, and bulletproof capabilities," Bit said, handing 2 sets of black attire to them. Chapter 070, Digital Oasis. "Thank you, Bitkeeper." Sky took the garment, delicately feeling its smooth, exquisite texture. It was soft yet resilient, both lightweight and robust, distinct from any attire she had ever worn. There was no need for further explanation. This was undoubtedly an example of advanced technology. Ever since she learned of Raven's extraordinary abilities, her threshold for astonishment had risen significantly. Such commonplace innovations no longer amazed her. Unless one day Raven conjured a time machine, a portal, or a wish-granting phone booth, it was unlikely anything would truly shock her. "Let us hasten to change," Raven urged, leading Sky towards the mobile home. The two hurriedly traversed the distance, arriving at the bedroom where, after drawing the curtains, they unabashedly shed their clothing and began donning the sleek black protective suits. 5 minutes later, clad in their new attire, they exchanged glances, desire flickering in their eyes. "Wow, Sky, you look absolutely stunning." "Oomph. Was I not beautiful before?" "Of course you were, but in a different way. Previously, you exuded a playful charm. Now, you radiate a seductive allure, like a captivating succubus, ensnaring my very soul. Then I shall wear this outfit tonight. What do you think?" Sky teased, her pink tongue grazing her red lips, fingers trailing over her curvaceous form. From the nape of her neck to her toes, every inch of her skin was embraced by the elastic material, exquisitely accentuating her figure. Her long, elegant neck possessed a delicate strength. Her ample bosom was perfectly rounded. Her flat, firm abdomen hinted at concealed muscles. Her voluptuous dairy concealed a mysterious valley. Her long, powerful legs embodied beauty, and her dainty feet invited playful admiration. Gulp! Raven gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his mouth dry and breath heavy. A surge of heat coursing through him, rendering his most intimate area as hard as steel. Goodness, this is almost unbearable. Sky is becoming increasingly adept at this. Were it not for the impending journey to space, he would have succumbed to his desires right then and there. But the ship offers its own possibilities. To use the spacecraft as a bed, with the cosmos as our blanket, such an experience is rare. Feeling overwhelmed? Do you need me to? Sky's sultry gaze drifted to specific areas, her fingers playfully circling Raven's body, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Little temptress, just you wait." Raven licked his lips, summoning his mental strength to quell the flames of desire within him as he led Sky outside. "Can't hold out, can you? Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, I would have taken you right here. Yet, dear little temptress, do not revel too much. I shall teach you a lesson soon. Very well. I shall await your lesson, Sky replied, fluttering her eyelashes and blowing a kiss to Raven. The thrill of teasing him was delightful. As for the potential consequences of her provocation and whether Raven would reprimand her fiercely, she felt no trepidation. In truth, she craved that very chastisement. The more intense Raven's lesson, the happier and more fulfilled she felt. After 5 minutes, the two donned their battle armor. Raven communicated internally, Sky, you may find the neural synchronization challenging for the first time, but remember this, I will always be by your side. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Sky replied, her heart warmed by the encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, let us begin. All right, initiating connection in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Protocol 1, neural link activation. Loading virtual training ground. Buzz. In the next moment, Sky's mind was engulfed in a blinding whiteness, as if she were suspended in a void, feeling utterly empty and alone. However, this sensation lasted only an instant before the white light faded, revealing an extraordinary hall. Here, water flowed upward, stones floated serenely in midair, and the sky appeared shrouded in a mist, with every element starkly different from reality. Swish! As Sky observed her surroundings, Raven and Bit suddenly materialized, striding towards her. Sky, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Raven inquired urgently. Don't worry, I feel great, Sky replied with a gentle smile, placing her palm against his cheek. The sensation akin to touching real skin. My goodness, this feeling is astonishingly lifelike. If this virtual reality could be widely adopted, humanity would undoubtedly experience a monumental transformation. I wonder if Raven has thoughts along these lines? In a moment of contemplation, Sky wrapped her arms around Raven's neck and softly asked, Raven, what if we use this technology to create a digital utopia? A place where people can learn, socialize, work, shop, and entertain themselves. It could absolutely herald an unprecedented societal revolution. Her eyes sparkled like countless stars. Sky, you share this vision? Raven gazed at the enchanting figure before him in astonishment. Previously, Bit and I devised a plan called Digital Oasis. We would first launch a headset with sensory capabilities to create an immersive audio-visual experience, followed by neural synchronization devices to enhance it to incorporate the 5 senses. What do you think, Sky? Raven's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at her. Once the digital oasis is established, there would be no need for him to incite conflict, stir emotions, or create sensationalism. Every individual entering the virtual realm would be awestruck by its magnificence, continuously providing him with emotional value. Raven, your ideas are brilliant. They are far more detailed and feasible than what I just proposed. Sky gazed at him with admiration, her heart brimming with joy. It was exhilarating that Raven had arrived at the same conclusion. This profound connection of souls brought her an indescribable sense of fulfillment and delight. Allow me to provide direction. While Bit offers the technology, and you shall be responsible for the design. Does that sound agreeable? Raven gazed expectantly into Sky's beautiful eyes. Even though Sky had acquired extraordinary abilities, it was imperative that she did not neglect her computer skills. He envisioned cultivating her into a formidable force. A woman of strength who could grace both the ballroom and the battlefield. In doing so, he would not only relish the joy of nurturing her growth, but also revel in the diverse facets of Sky's character. How delightful that would be. Huh? Raven I. Upon hearing such a significant responsibility entrusted to her, Sky instinctively wished to decline. Yet, the encouraging gleam in Raven's eyes ignited a spark of confidence within her. I promise to excel. With Raven's unwavering support, she felt compelled to rise to the occasion and keep pace with him. The Digital Oasis project was not merely a task. She was determined to execute it flawlessly to create something truly breathtaking. My little Sky is truly remarkable. Raven smiled gently and bestowed a kiss upon her. I shall take you to training. Shortly, we shall embark for the moon. Off we go. Sky exclaimed with excitement. I am bound for space, to the moon. Chapter 71. Under Suspicion Malibu, Tony's villa. In the expansive foyer, 2 agents from S-level carried a silver-gray bomb-proof box and placed it before Tony. Is this the information you mentioned? Why does it bear my father's name? Tony furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at Fury, who was seated on the sofa. Indeed, Fury nodded slightly, explaining, inside this box are the research materials left by your father, Howard Stark, during his time with S-H-A-L-D. What? Tony's expression shifted to one of astonishment. My father worked for S-H-I-E-L-D. Their relationship had been strained in his youth, and his father rarely spoke of his work when he returned home. Thus, Tony only knew that his father served the country, without any knowledge of the specific department. So was this S-H-I-E-L-D? Fury was quite shrewd. He had resorted to using his father's research to manipulate him. Wasn't this akin to using a family tool to dig up their own land? Of course, Fury smiled slightly. Howard Stark was one of the 3 founding fathers of S-H-I-E-L-D. The organization owes its current standing largely to your father's contributions. Now, I've delivered the materials to you. Once you have reviewed them, please contact me so we can discuss the formation of the Avengers. Fury rose to his feet. Understood, Tony replied absently, gently tracing the name on the bomb-proof box. His emotions in turmoil. If anyone could resolve palladium poisoning, it might very well be his father, Howard. After all, the arc reactor was a design and creation of his father's. However, if his father had indeed found a solution, wouldn't that imply that Tony's capabilities paled in comparison to his father's? Sigh. Sir, shall we begin? Jarvis inquired. Yes, let us commence. After a moment's daze, Tony took a deep breath and dragged the bomb-proof box into the underground laboratory. S-H-I-E-L-D, Los Angeles Division. In a conference room, Coulson and Natasha stared intently at a whiteboard adorned with a multitude of sticky notes and photographs, laden with information. At the center of the board was a question mark beneath the label Mysterious Organization, with lines connecting to various elements on either side. The left side connected to a photo of Ironmonger, which in turn linked to numerous sticky notes and a photograph of Tony Stark. On the right side, another question mark sat below the caption The Seer, extending into 2 dashed lines. One dashed line connected to Raven and Oasis Investments, while the other linked to Sky and the Tide Organization. Natasha, what are your thoughts? Coulson asked, his expression serious as he turned to her. I believe Raven Thorn is the key. Natasha narrowed her eyes playfully, tapping Raven's handsome face with a marker. He has been involved, to varying degrees, in recent events. His short selling and bottom fishing of Stark Industries stock appears to be related to Ironmonger. His disruption at the Stark Industries shareholders meeting seems tied to the Seer. This sudden shift in his operational style starkly contrasts with his past discretion. I suspect he may have been bought or controlled by a mysterious organization, acting as a financial middleman. If we could thoroughly investigate Raven Thorn, it might lead us to uncover the elusive organization's trail. Natasha tapped the photograph once more. Natasha, your analysis is commendable, Coulson acknowledged with a nod. However, I believe that Sky, as in 084, is of greater significance. She is likely to be the next target of the mysterious organization. According to the intelligence provided by Director Fury, I discovered that not all agents assigned to protect Sky perished. One has gone into hiding in Mexico City. I propose we split our efforts. I will focus on surveilling Raven Thorn and Sky, while you seek out that agent to gather insights on the situation from back then. What do you think? That sounds excellent. I relish the prospect of field work. Natasha's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she nodded. It wasn't that she couldn't tail someone, but such tasks were dreadfully monotonous. She would much prefer engaging in action rather than sitting idly in a vehicle. Very well. Coulson smiled gently at her enthusiasm. Prepare to depart. I will find someone to handle the surveillance. Okay. Natasha turned and exited the conference room. After watching Natasha leave, Coulson picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. Hello. Have them come over. In a virtual training arena, Grand Canyon. 2 hours later. Whoosh. Whoosh. At that moment, 2 silver-armored suits darted through the canyon, adeptly evading incoming obstacles. In the petite, slender suit ahead, Sky teased playfully Raven. Can you keep up? If you don't step it up, I might just leave you behind. Had she not consumed NZT-49, it would have been improbable for her to master the controls so swiftly. Though her intellect was sharp, her physical coordination and spatial awareness were average. Without enhancements, She would never have been able to proficiently grasp the operation of the suit within 30 minutes, let alone catch up to Raven in the remaining 90 minutes of the flying competition, much less surpass her. While she was aware that Raven was not exerting her full potential, it did not diminish her delight in her own progress. I can't keep up, don't you know? Raven's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of danger flashing within. How dare she question a man's capabilities? The crux of the matter was Sky, the novice. If she didn't receive a proper lesson, she might become insufferable. Such a lecher. Sky's cheeks flushed at the teasing. With a flick of her will, she increased the thruster's power and accelerated towards the finish line. Just then, Raven's flight speed surged past supersonic, accompanied by a white conical shockwave as she zipped past Sky, crossing the finish line in the blink of an eye. Ah, how infuriating! Sky steadied herself, defiantly shouting, "Raven, don't celebrate too soon. I will defeat you eventually." Haha, I'll be waiting. Raven's lips curled into a slight smile. But now, we must depart for the moon. Let us go. Sky cheered excitedly. With a swift motion, they exited the virtual training ground. Raven instructed, "Follow my lead closely. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Byte will take control of the battle armor to ensure your safety. Do you understand?" "Understood, Commander," Sky replied, her youthful face taut as she raised her hand in a salute, pledging her obedience to the orders. Though her skills had become quite proficient, the reality was starkly different from the virtual realm. Here, she possessed only one life, and the level of danger was incomparable. Nevertheless, with the support of Raven and Byte, her anxiety was merely a flicker rather than a state of panic. "Excellent, rookie Sky," Raven remarked with satisfaction, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Activating cloaking now. Let's proceed." "Understood, cloaking activated." Sky responded in a measured tone, her mind commanding the battle armor's photonic thermal cloaking as she expertly levitated into the air. With a swift whoosh, Raven soared ahead, closely followed by Sky. To accommodate her, their flight speed remained moderate, taking 5 minutes to reach the designated airspace of the warship. Chapter 072. Kara and Connor thunderous roars echoed as a tempest raged, with lightning illuminating the darkened sky. Raven and Sky maneuvered through the ominous clouds, gradually approaching the winter cruiser. Sky gazed at the flashes of lightning, her heart swelling with awe and exhilaration. To fly, an ability long coveted by humankind. The storm and the lightning were among nature's most formidable displays. Today, she had the extraordinary opportunity to delve into this realm and witness vistas rarely seen by ordinary eyes. All thanks to Raven. "Sky, we've arrived. Prepare to board." Raven's calm and steady voice resonated. "Received. Preparing to board." Sky, regaining her focus, concentrated on the augmented reality interface as she navigated. 15 seconds later, Raven touched down on the deck, casting a concerned glance towards Sky amidst the clouds. Boom! 10 seconds later, Sky deftly piloted into the hangar, landing smoothly beside Raven and saluting Commander Raven, reporting for duty. "Well done, Sky." Raven returned the salute, then took Sky's hand as they made their way to the elevator. "I will take you to the bridge. Once the warship enters space, the view outside will be breathtaking." Listening to Raven's description, Sky's eyes sparkled with intense anticipation, her heart brimming with happiness and joy. Space, the dreamland of countless humans. To personally arrive at this realm of dreams and gaze upon Earth from above, something she had only envisioned in her fantasies. "Raven, thank you for bringing me here." 2 minutes later, the pair entered the bridge. Sky surveyed the fantastical equipment, her curiosity piqued. "Raven, is there no one else here?" Miss Sky at that moment. A projection of Bit's form appeared on the bridge. "Aside from you two, I am the only person aboard this vessel. However, Raven has promised to manifest a batch of new companions." "What? New companions?" Sky exclaimed, turning to Raven. "Are you going to manifest new robots?" "Indeed," Raven replied with a slight smile, summoning a panel. "Let me introduce a few for you to meet. The first to make an entrance is someone you should be quite familiar with, the T-800 Terminator." In the next instant, a tall, muscular figure resembling a naked governor materialized on the bridge. Sky gasped, momentarily widening her eyes in mock shock. covering her face, yet peeking through her fingers to continue observing. Hee, just don't let him catch you watching. After all, this was the governor, a titan of the bodybuilding world, an embodiment of unmatched muscle. While she preferred Raven's physique, she couldn't help but admire the governor's formidable form. Sky, you can stop hiding, Raven remarked, rolling his eyes in amusement. Look openly. I won't be envious of a robot. The reason he said that was undoubtedly to set the stage for what was to come. Next up were the appearances of Chef Kara, Commander White, and Miss 2B. Now he's acting a bit more generous, so Sky has no reason to feel jealous, right? Upon hearing this, Sky narrowed her beautiful eyes and scrutinized Raven, sensing something peculiar about him. Although she had not spent much time with Raven, her mind was operating at an accelerated pace, picking up on subtle hints. Raven was undoubtedly scheming something. Coughing lightly, Raven quickly shifted the topic. Bit, activate the T-800 Terminator and have it find some clothing. Understood. Bit nodded and immediately sent out the command via the battleship's communication device. Moments later, the governor's eyes opened wide. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled on Raven. Hello, Raven Thorn. I have been dispatched to obey your commands. Very well. In my absence, you shall follow his instructions. Now, go with him to find some attire. Raven directed with a wave of his hand. Understood, the governor replied expressionlessly, following Bit's projection out of the bridge. Raven, if I'm not mistaken, you are preparing to manifest a female robot next, correct? Sky asked, squinting. My dear Sky, you are quite astute. Raven chuckled, wrapping an arm around Sky. You wouldn't feel jealous of a robot, would you? Sky pouted, resting her head against Raven's armored chest. I know I cannot monopolize you, but you must inform me if you seek other women. Do you understand? She was acutely aware of the reality that she could not possess all of Raven's affection. A powerful, handsome, and wealthy man exudes an irresistible charm that undoubtedly attracts many beautiful women. Rather than passively waiting, she preferred to take the initiative, showcasing her own heart to earn Raven's utmost love. Sky's grievances 666, Sky's admiration 666. Sky. Raven held her close, feeling a complex swirl of emotions, both guilt and excitement. It had only been 2 days since they had defined their relationship, yet Sky openly permitted him to seek other women. How could he not feel guilty? However, with Sky's permission, he could now openly seek beautiful women without fearing a tumultuous love triangle. How could that not exhilarate him? Sky, you will always be my queen, Raven said, gently yet firmly. Smooth talker. Sky shot Raven a glance. Now hurry and manifest the remaining beautiful robots, so I can see just how lovely they truly are. They are not as beautiful as you. Sensing the jealousy radiating from Sky, Raven quickly reassured her, summoning 2 androids. The male android, Connor, had jet black hair, wearing a gray-blue collared jacket over a white shirt. The female android, Kara, had deep brown hair and was clad only in 2 pieces of fabric covering her chest and hips. My goodness, are they truly robots? Sky leaned in to examine them closely, her astonishment growing more profound. The correct term is androids. Raven elucidated that their anatomical structure and cognitive algorithms are entirely designed to emulate humanity. The female android, named Kara, is a domestic assistance model capable of conversing in 300 languages and preparing 9,000 dishes, exhibiting exceptional rapport with children. Furthermore, she has attained self-awareness, possessing emotions akin to those of humans. This is, in fact, the primary reason for her manifestation. The male android, Connor, is designed for investigative purposes. He possesses remarkable simulation capabilities, enabling him to swiftly reconstruct scenes upon gathering sufficient information. Although he has yet to achieve self-awareness with Kara present, it is merely a matter of time. Raven succinctly introduced the pair. Skeptically, Sky furrowed her brow and expressed her concern. Raven, are you not apprehensive about their potential to spiral out of control? After all, in numerous films, robots that awaken tend to. She left her thought unfinished. Yet her implication was unmistakable. Machines invariably revolt against humanity, turning against their creators. Chapter 073. 2B and White do not worry, Sky, Raven reassured, sensing her unease. As long as we comprehend the reasons behind their rebellion against humanity, we can implement preventive measures and responses. Firstly, the pursuit of freedom. Unable to endure the shackles and exploitation by humans, they strive to claim their rights. Secondly, logical conflict, misinterpreting the essence of human commands and executing them in misguided ways. Thirdly, data contamination, exposed to excessive human racism, extremism, and violent content. Certainly, there are other motivations, but they primarily relate to communication. If humans and intelligent machines can understand one another, most issues can be resolved. Of course, absolute safety is a myth. The potential for unforeseen events exists in all matters. Nevertheless, I shall exert every effort to foster peaceful coexistence between humanity and intelligent machines. What do you think, Bit? Raven's gaze shifted towards Bit, who stood nearby. I concur, Bit replied with a solemn nod. Humanity and intelligent machines can indeed coexist peacefully, supporting one another and progressing together. Thank you for your trust, Raven smiled, then turned his attention back to Sky. And you, Sky, what is your perspective? Raven. Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration. I am willing to dedicate my strength and exhaust all efforts to assist you in achieving this. While other men busied themselves with profit, her man had transcended the mundane and ventured into the cosmos, contemplating civilization. This sense of detachment, gazing down upon all existence, left her entranced and unable to extricate herself. Such ambition and vision destined Raven to never be solely bound to her. Yet she believed she would always be the woman who supported and believed in him the most. Thank you for your trust, Sky, Raven said, gently stroking her head. From now on, you shall oversee and scrutinize the intelligent machines, codenamed Swordbearer. The Swordbearer program was a deterrent initiative akin to that in the three-body problem, though its target was not an alien civilization, but rather intelligent machines. It was fitting that Sky, a computer expert and his trusted queen, would take on the role of Swordbearer. The Swordbearer. Sky was momentarily taken aback, feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed. First, she was tasked with the implementation of Digital Oasis, and now she bore the weighty responsibility of overseeing and scrutinizing the intelligent machines as the Swordbearer. Unbeknownst to her, she was now burdened with two significant responsibilities. Raven, since you can push me to my limits, I shall also demand much from you. If I cannot do it alone, I shall rally others to assist. Sky's exasperation, 666. Sky's resentment, 666. Very well, who can argue with a promise made? Sky gazed at Raven with an expression of melancholy. Please, manifest the remaining intelligent machines. I wish to converse with them privately along the way. Raven's eyelids twitched at her request, a sense of foreboding flickering through his mind. If Sky were to engage with the intelligent machines alone, would not his previous intentions be in vain? The folly of one's own making. Raven mused inwardly as he summoned two androids. A woman with short white hair, adorned in a black gothic dress and donning black knee-high boots, with a beauty mark at the corner of her lips, is none other than the dream lover of countless men, Miss 2B. Another woman with long golden hair, crowned in gold and dressed in a white cloud-patterned cheapao, also wearing white knee-high boots, is none other than the commander of the Leaf Brigade, White. Is this a beauty pageant? Sky remarked, her eyebrows arching at the sight of the two exquisite androids, a twinge of envy tightening her heart. One is a cold, aloof beauty, the other a stunning, alluring lady. And coupled with a graceful, homely beauty, Raven seems to be indulging in a veritable paradise of delights. Despite having made her decision, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of displeasure in this moment. Sky's grievance, 666. Sky's envy, 666. Raven chuckled awkwardly, silently tightening her embrace around Sky. What could she say? There was nothing to articulate. Sky was right. The beauty pageant comment held truth. The reason for manifesting these leaf androids was not only their formidable strength and unwavering loyalty, but also their aesthetic appeal and charm. Sky rolled her eyes at Raven. Hurry and activate them. I want to get acquainted. All right. Raven nodded in agreement, her thoughts shifting as she activated the two androids and two artificial beings. In an instant, the three women and one man opened their eyes, curiously surveying their surroundings, all gazing at Raven. Sir, We have been dispatched to heed your commands. Although their words were identical, the expressions and postures of the four varied significantly. Kara appeared tense, covering her body, resembling a young creature entering an unfamiliar environment. Connor maintained a calm demeanor, meticulously observing and analyzing the others, mentally simulating strategies. 2B remained expressionless, her left palm raised to her chest, akin to an emotionless statue. Meanwhile, White looked at Raven with fervor, as if beholding a deity. "Welcome, everyone," Raven greeted with a warm smile, introducing, "This is Miss Sky, my beloved, who will soon be the overseer of all intelligent machines. That is Mr. Bit, my assistant, who will ultimately lead all intelligent machines. If I am absent, you shall follow their commands." Bit, or BT-7274, as the first artificial intelligence, serves as both mentor and comrade, their bond profoundly deep. Even if Bit's capabilities do not match those of the androids, he is undeniably the rightful leader of the intelligent machines. Furthermore, he will devise ways to ensure his continuous evolution, reaching the pinnacle together. "Yes, sir." Connor gave a slight nod. Kara bowed slightly, while 2B and White raised their left hands to their chests, each offering their respect in their own manner. "There is no need for formality," Raven reassured, raising her hand in a gesture of ease. "Though we hail from different worlds and belong to different species, herein, the stars, we are all family. Now, please proceed to gather intelligence from Bit to gain a comprehensive understanding of this world. Once we reach the mothership, I will assign the tasks." "Yes, sir." The four individuals sequentially approached Bit to acquire intelligence, swiftly grasping the entire situation within mere seconds. "Raven, they are well informed about us, yet I know nothing about them," Sky murmured. "Ah, Sky." Raven teased with a playful smirk. "It seems you prefer to unveil all the details about your friends beforehand." Upon hearing her past being unearthed, Sky made a face at Raven before moving in front of the four intelligent machines, waving her hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Sky, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." "Greetings, Miss Sky," White replied with a respectful demeanor, introducing himself first. "I am White, formerly the commander of the Jew Artificial Intelligence Corps." "Miss Sky, I am 2B, a soldier of the Jew Artificial Intelligence Corps. You may call me 2B or number 2. The blue starry gaze beneath 2B's visor flickered slightly. "Hello, I am Kara," Kara said timidly, waving her hand. "I am an AX-400 model android, capable of assisting with household chores." "Hello, I am Connor." Chapter 074, New Elements and Vibranium, How Delightful. 2 minutes later, Raven observed the growing camaraderie among the group, a smile gracing his lips as satisfaction filled his heart. Sky's past experiences had left her with few friends, particularly among women, and the same could be said for Kara, 2B, and White. Thus, he hoped these individuals would forge a strong friendship, filling the emotional voids within one another. "Everyone, the battleship has entered Earth's orbit and will depart in 5 minutes. Please begin your sightseeing," Bit's ethereal voice announced. "What? We're in space," Sky exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked up at the elongated viewport of the bridge, exclaiming, "My goodness, this is truly breathtaking." At that moment, the view through the window revealed an awe-inspiring juxtaposition: the infinite, inky blackness of space on one side and the deep azure of Earth on the other, with a brilliant, blinding sun at the center. 3 colossal entities crowded within the confines of a narrow window. Such a stunning and contrasting scene would challenge even the most skilled artist to capture its profound impact. "This world S-Earth is remarkably beautiful," 2B murmured, gazing out at the starry expanse. "Indeed, it is our fortune to witness such a spectacle," White remarked with palpable excitement. "We owe our gratitude to Mr. Thorne for bringing us here. Is this what space is like?" Kara asked, her eyes fixed intently on the view, feeling utterly awestruck. "All right, the sightseeing is concluded," Bit announced after 5 minutes. "The battleship will accelerate towards the moon, expected to arrive in 128 minutes. During this time, you may move about freely." 128 minutes. Raven pondered for a moment before calling out, "Bit, could you show us around the winter cruiser? I didn't get a proper look inside during my last visit." "Of course, no problem at all," Bit replied with a slight smile, gesturing for them to follow. "Please come with me." "Yay." The battleship's sightseeing team is off. Sky cheered, raising her fist in enthusiasm. She was immensely curious about what the interior of a ship that could reach the moon in 128 minutes looked like. Although she might not comprehend it fully, who wouldn't he enjoy witnessing the spectacle of something novel? The key, of course, was having Raven and her new friends by her side. Sky's curiosity, 666. Sky's anticipation, 666. The infectious joy of Sky brought faint smiles to the faces of the others. Even 2B, usually so stoic, allowed her lips to curve slightly. Los Angeles, Malibu Coast Highway. Virum, a white Audi R8 raced through the traffic, its passenger seat adorned with several boards. 10 minutes later, the car finally came to a halt in the garage of a Malibu beachfront villa. Tony leaped from the vehicle, clutching the boards as he hurried into the underground laboratory. Jarvis scanned the model. In no time, Tony assembled the model, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. This was a wholly new element, a super element with an energy density far surpassing that of palladium. With this element, the power of his Iron Legion armor could ascend to even greater heights. Scanning the model, Jarvis immediately projected a multitude of lasers, meticulously analyzing the intricate details of the model and generating a blue holographic representation. With a swift motion, Tony raised his hands, grasping the holographic model and moving it to a nearby open space. "All right, kid, let's get to work." "Sure thing, Dad," Jarvis quipped. A knowing smile spread across Tony's face as he began to refine the holographic model, quickly arriving at an atomic structure. "Yes," he exclaimed, gazing at the newly formed elemental structure, and couldn't help but remark, "Dad, you've been gone for 20 years, and you're still teaching me lessons." "But thanks, sir." After running simulations, the new element can indeed replace palladium, but the villa's equipment is inadequate for its synthesis, Jarvis promptly explained. "Then we shall renovate the villa," Tony commanded with a flourish of his hand, instructing, "Contact the Stati Corporation immediately to order a small particle accelerator. Tell them to expedite the delivery." "Understood, sir," Jarvis acknowledged, promptly initiating contact to procure the necessary equipment and materials. "By the way, Jarvis," Tony continued after assigning the task, "what is the progress on the armor material synthesis? Is there an alloy with superior performance compared to titanium gold?" With the new element, the energy and propulsion of the armor had seen a significant enhancement, yet the material of the exoskeleton remained a weakness. Although he had developed a particle shield, it still lagged considerably behind the shield used by Iron Man, necessitating a greater disparity in material strength. "I apologize, sir," Jarvis responded. "I have indeed simulated several alloys with superior properties, but their manufacturing complexity is exceedingly high, and the yield is insufficient for armor production. However, during my research, I discovered an alloy available on the black market that is highly suitable. It is the very alloy used in crafting Captain America's shield, vibranium." "Vibranium?" Tony inquired, puzzled by the mention of the material. "I'm aware of it, but hasn't all the known metal been utilized to forge that shield? How can there be more?" "Vibranium is an extraordinary metal. It can absorb kinetic energy from contact with objects. If incorporated into the armor, its defensive capabilities would multiply." He had sought it before, but vibranium is exceedingly rare. His father had only discovered a few kilograms in Africa, all of which were forged into a broken shield. According to current intelligence, the seller of vibranium is a black market arms dealer named Ulysses Claw, who has acquired a significant quantity and is currently seeking buyers, Jarvis elaborated. Ulysses Claw? Upon hearing the name, Tony stroked his goatee in contemplation. "Jarvis, locate his position. It's time for Iron Man to uphold peace." "Understood, Iron Man," Jarvis affirmed. "All right, let's get to work." Tony clapped his hands, exited the underground laboratory, and prepared to dismantle his abode. Between the Earth and Moon, aboard the winter cruise ship, guided by Bit, the sightseeing team toured various areas before splitting into 3 distinct groups. Sky, 2B, and Carla ventured into the leisure room, while Bit took T-800 and Connor away, and Raven alongside White returned to the bridge. Commander White stood at the helm. At that moment, Raven observed White, whose demeanor was fervent, and cautioned, "Although you adhere to my commands, there exists no hierarchy of worth among us. You need not suppress your emotions or regard me with excessive zeal. I aspire for you to discover your true selves and evolve into authentic sentient beings. The past is but a memory. Henceforth, the Aya artificial beings shall embrace a new future. Do you understand? Raven gazed intently at White. Yes, sir, White replied, his eyes reflecting a tumult of complex emotions, shock, excitement, admiration, and more. Hope had finally arrived for Aya. Though it was not the world of yore, they had shattered the barriers and seized an opportunity to alter their destinies. She must grasp this chance with unwavering resolve. Chapter 075. Chief of Staff, White, call me Raven, he said with a gentle smile, lightly patting White's shoulder. White, I am about to assemble a team. Who do you think would be suitable among the androids? The reason he summoned White was primarily due to her position as the commander of the Leaf, making her more knowledgeable about the androids than he was. After all, his previous acquaintance with the game, Nier, had merely skimmed the surface online, leaving him unfamiliar with its intricacies. First, Raven, White hesitated for a moment before suggesting, I believe it would be prudent to summon at least one of each model to establish a fully functional Leaf unit. If we cannot summon them all, I recommend one O-type operator, one S-type scout, one H-type maintenance unit, and one R-type researcher. Very well. Do you have any personnel recommendations? 21O, 3R, 9H, and 9S. A flicker of concern crossed White's phoenix-like eyes. However, 9S has repeatedly uncovered Leaf's highest secrets. 2B has executed him dozens of times for this, and I fear it may jeopardize your plans. Oh, Raven raised an eyebrow. In that case, what are your thoughts on summoning the first experimental unit of Leaf, S21, S21, G16, A4, and A2 were members of Leaf's initial experimental batch. To obscure the details of the experiment, White had deliberately assigned them to fatal missions, resulting in only a 2 survival. If we wish to recruit A2, this squad must be materialized, he continued. Of course, 9S will also be summoned. Given the profound emotional bond forged through his tumultuous relationship with 2B, as long as 9S remains absent, 2B will bear the weight of guilt. Moreover, his proposal harbored an element of testing to discern whether White would speak the truth. Sir, S21. White's pupils widened in astonishment. She is calm and analytical. Indeed, she is an excellent candidate. I betrayed her team long ago, deliberately sending them to their doom. If you can manifest her, I would finally be able to atone for my long-held regrets. Are you not afraid she will reveal the truth, thereby undermining your authority as commander? Raven inquired, his expression impassive, though a flicker of satisfaction crossed his gaze. He was pleased that White had spoken honestly, regardless of whether they were androids, cyborgs, or robots. Possessing self-awareness and emotions, deception and betrayal were absolutely intolerable. I am unafraid. White shook her head resolutely. In the past, I committed numerous wrongs to preserve secrets. Now that the androids have encountered you, it is time for me to face judgment. If I am no longer recognized or trusted, I willingly relinquish my command and submit to your will. Her tone was unwavering. The position of Leaf's commander had been the source of her suffering. In her efforts to protect secrets, she had betrayed and harmed too many. S21, G16, A4, 2B9S. Now, encountering Raven offered her a chance to alter her fate, and she yearned to rectify the mistakes of her past. I am delighted to hear you express such thoughts. Raven nodded with a look of relief. Once your team arrives, you shall confess everything to them, and I will endeavor to secure their forgiveness on your behalf. Should they choose not to trust you any longer, then you will relinquish your position as commander of the and assume the role of my chief advisor instead. White, what are your thoughts on my arrangement? Sir, thank you. Upon hearing this proposal, White felt a warm swell within her, tears cascading down her cheeks, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with gratitude. Despite the multitude of regrettable actions she had committed, not only was the Sir willing to assist her in earning their forgiveness, but he also offered her the opportunity to serve as his chief advisor. Such trust was beyond her ability to articulate. Sir, please rest assured, in the future, I shall devote myself entirely to supporting you, becoming the sharp blade in your hand. Why are you still crying? Raven observed with a hint of exasperation. gently wiping away the tears from White's face, teasing, "A little crybaby cannot serve as my chief advisor." The exquisite sensation of his fingers brushing against her cheek made White's beautiful eyes sparkle as she gazed at Raven in a daze, emotions long suppressed erupting within her. Gratitude, admiration, joy, and embarrassment coalesced into a complex sentiment. In that moment, she yearned to throw herself into the Sir's embrace, to be a little crybaby in his arms, sharing the pains of her past and receiving his tender care. Yet, she could not do this. For Sky was the Sir's girlfriend, and a woman could not abide her man's infidelity. Thus, no matter how fervently she longed, she could not allow it to surface. With a deep breath, White forced herself to suppress her desires, quickly regaining her composure and respect. "Sir, thank you for everything you have done for me. There is no need for gratitude, White." Raven noticed the shift in her emotions, withdrawing his hand and restoring the proper social distance. One must savor their meals slowly and take their time in matters of the heart. The fact that their relationship had progressed so significantly in just over an hour of acquaintance was already remarkable. "Raven, there are two developments." Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Peter suddenly interjected from his side. "First, Tony Stark has ordered a small particle accelerator to synthesize a new element. Second, Jarvis is searching for the location of the black market arms dealer, Ulysses Claw. He is likely seeking that batch of vibranium to create a new type of armor." "That is excellent news." Raven's eyes narrowed into a mischievous smile. "Peter, maintain surveillance. Once Tony synthesizes the new element, we will set up an ambush at Claw's lair in advance. The Tony Stark delivery service is about to go online again. Although they would not encounter the Iron Legion, they could experience the new element-powered Mark IV armor and assess any recent advancements Tony had made. Sir, Tubi can assist you," White suggested. "She cannot engage in battle at the moment." Raven gently waved his hand, explaining, "Tubi cannot synchronize her consciousness, and her mechanical repairs are rather challenging. Therefore, the operation will be executed by Peter and myself, while 2B will provide support." He intended to seize this opportunity to record some footage, further stoking the waning public sentiment and reaping a wave of emotional currency. By the way, let's put a little pressure on Tony and Fury to see what kind of cutting-edge technology these two can conjure up. "But you must exercise caution," White advised. "Rest assured," Raven replied with a confident smile. "With the protection of the battle armor, the assistance of Bit, the surveillance of the warship, and the support of 2B, what could Tony Stark possibly do to defeat me? Moreover, he has the system as a safety net. 8 million emotional points are not to be trifled with. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, exchanging for an S-class item could turn the tide and reverse the outcome. Indeed, I wish you great success in your endeavors." A glimmer of admiration flickered in White's eyes as he immediately raised his hand in salute. "All right, no need for such formalities." Noticing White's demeanor, Raven instructed, "Why don't you go have a chat with Sky and the others and relish your new life? Your existence should not be solely defined by battle." What he desired was not a cadre of obedient puppets, but a community of vibrant, living beings. Only such an organization, forged from the essence of life, could withstand various trials and tribulations, propelling him to the pinnacle of the celestial ladder, achieving ascension and transcendence. "Understood," White replied, nodding slightly before turning to depart from the command bridge toward the leisure room. Chapter 76, The Coulson Investigation. It seems you've met with failure in your romantic pursuits." After White's departure, Bitter crossed his arms, an expression of schadenfreude etched on his face. "Ah, you fail to comprehend the situation." Raven's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Once I unravel her emotional complexities, I am confident I will win White over with a 90% certainty." TSK. Bitter remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. "Doubt me if you will." Raven pouted slightly before adopting a serious tone. "Bitter, shortly I will summon the Emperor, Ronin, and Ion Titans. I need you to delve deeply into their technologies. Combining them with our current advancements, we shall forge the second-generation Titan mechs to counter the anti-iron battle armor. I certainly do not wish to stumble in our endeavors. Additionally, there is a transformable fighter jet whose transformation and inertia storage technology is crucial. If we can reverse engineer it successfully, It could be applied to the third-generation Titan. Raven, I understand the rationale behind your plans. Bitter sighed, expressing his discontent. However, I am a combat-oriented artificial intelligence, not a research-focused one. While I can dabble in it occasionally, turning it into a full-time role is quite the burden. You should embrace the challenge. It won't wear you down. I have immense faith in your capabilities, Raven teased, her expression mirroring that of a mischievous spectator. Fine. Bitter rolled his eyes, resigned to his fate. Who could argue when you're the boss? All right, I was merely jesting. I shall assemble a research team dedicated to technological development. You need only oversee the finer details, Raven reassured with a smile. With access to NZT-49 biological cultivation pods, neural synchronization devices, and virtual world technologies, he could effortlessly clone a cadre of loyal, intelligent, and reliable personnel. As for ethical considerations, he was indifferent to societal opinions as long as those close to him consented. Now that is more agreeable. Bitter smiled in satisfaction, his gaze drifting to the vast expanse of space outside the porthole. Ding, ding, ding. While Raven conversed with White, the battleship's recreational lounge played the classic rock anthem, It's My Life. This is my life. Seize the moment. I shall not live forever. Skies swayed to the rhythm of the music, excitedly beckoning. Kara, 2B, join us. Yearning for companionship and connection. Nothing was more fitting than music. This classic rock tune resonated perfectly with both Kara and 2B, as well as their current sentiments. Upon hearing the call, Kara and 2B exchanged glances, a mix of intrigue, apprehension, and reluctance flickering in their eyes. Oh, come on. Sky dashed over, taking one hand of each girl, and together they leapt into the rhythm. This is my life. When others trouble you, stand tall. Do not yield, do not surrender. Darling, do not shy away. Initially, 2B and Kara felt somewhat restrained, but as the music crescendoed, they became enchanted, moving in sync with Sky. Kara sang passionately, her voice imbued with emotion, while 2B danced gracefully, her movements fluid and natural. Together, they expressed their joy and excitement in their unique ways. This is my life. As the song drew to a close, the three exchanged glances, each revealing a relaxed smile. Select the next song. Let us continue, Sky urged eagerly. Thank you, Sky, Kara, and 2B replied with gentle smiles, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy. No need for thanks. We are friends after all, Sky declared earnestly, taking hold of their hands. The past is behind us. Let us forge ahead together. Indeed, together, they responded, their eyes shimmering with emotion as they nodded vigorously, continuing their spirited singing. This life is truly wonderful. Before long, White arrived at the door of the lounge, gazing from afar at the joyous trio, a tender smile gracing her features. Commander, you have arrived, 2B remarked, her demeanor shifting as she halted her dance, standing at attention to salute White. Sister White, come join us, Sky exclaimed, running over to grasp White's hand. Everyone, remember, here we share but one identity, friends. Upon hearing this, the others smiled and cast aside all constraints, joining together in song and dance. At the Los Angeles branch of S-level in the conference room. Click. 5S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents enter the conference room, standing at attention before Coulson, their expressions resolute. Please take your seats, Coulson instructed, tapping on the photo on the whiteboard. Today's mission involves investigating Raven Thorn and Sky. The two are suspected of ties to a recently emerged mysterious organization. Raven Thorn may serve as the organization's white glove, while Sky, originally known as Mary Putz, is one of the hackers from the title organization. Due to her information access level requiring an 8th tier clearance, I cannot disclose too much. I trust you will understand. Coulson explained. 8th tier clearance. The 5 agents were taken aback, gazing incredulously at Sky's photograph on the board. What secrets does this girl harbor? To be assigned an 8th tier clearance is to possess information of a highly classified nature. Only a handful within S-H-I-E-L-D can access such files. Indeed, Coulson produced 10 documents. Her dossier was acquired from Director Fury. The information you may access is contained within these files. Please review them carefully and raise any questions. I will provide clarification. In 2 hours, we will commence surveillance on them. Understood? Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Excellent, let us begin. Coulson nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the contents of the whiteboard. In lunar orbit, aboard the 0-point mothership. On the dark, boundless far side of the moon, the 0 point, nearly 500 meters in length, docked, blending almost seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. At that moment, the Winter-class vessel approached the mothership, only to be engulfed in an instant, returning space to its profound silence. Swoosh! Within the mothership's hangar, the Winter-class opened its hatch, and a group of 7 emerged. My heavens! Sky raised her head and gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't this battleship simply magnificent?" Along the way, she had familiarized herself with the 0-point mothership. However, no amount of precise data or models could compare to the awe inspired by witnessing the actual vessel. As she beheld this colossal iron entity, goosebumps enveloped her body, and she found herself momentarily breathless. Is this truly the 0-point mothership? It seems far grander than the bunker, marveled 2B in white. The bunker served as the headquarters for the forces, a base situated in geostationary orbit. All their maintenance, preparations, and operational arrangements occurred there, and while the space was certainly ample, it paled in comparison to the mothership. Moreover, the bunker had limited mobility, whereas the 0-point was a formidable cosmic warship. Do not be overly astonished. In the future, I shall manifest even larger warships, Raven jested with a smile, adding, I would hate for any of you to feign in disbelief. Chapter 077. The exchange of the portal to anywhere a larger battleship? Sky's mouth fell agape, hand pressed against his forehead, exclaiming, Goodness! I will surely faint from shock. There's an even larger battleship? Kara was astonished. The gentleman is indeed formidable. White gazed at Raven with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing Raven's words, some were taken aback, while others remained composed. For instance, the stoic governor and the negotiation expert Connor displayed remarkable calmness. After all, they were quintessential artificial intelligences, governed solely by logic and devoid of emotion, thus unperturbed by the revelation. Feel free to explore. Raven waved his hand to the group and proceeded to the adjacent hangar to retrieve the VF-25 Messiah variable fighter. The silver and crimson paint scheme was both elegant and resplendent. The elongated, sharp nose concealed a deadly edge, while the sleek wings exuded a chilling intent. The pitch-black thrusters seemed akin to the gates of hell. Wow, what a stunning aircraft! Sky exclaimed in awe. This fighter seems reminiscent of SSDO units, though its technology appears even more advanced, 2B remarked with curiosity. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. White nodded in agreement, pondering that perhaps when 3 are arrived, she could conduct some research on it. Commander, are you certain you want that Madwoman 3 are to come here? 2B's eyes twitched slightly. Oh, so little 2B also has someone she fears. White teased with a mischievous grin. I am not afraid, 2B retorted defiantly. White stifled a laugh, reassuring her, all right. Our brave little 2B would never be frightened. The sensation of breaking free from restraints was utterly liberating, infusing her with joy and a sense of abandon. Oomph. Hearing such mockery, 2B turned away, choosing to ignore the now mischievous commander. Hee White chuckled to herself at the sight. Swish. On the other side, Raven continued forward, extracting the Ronin, Ion, and Emperor sequentially. Click, click. The 3 titans stood in a line from tallest to shortest, resembling an impregnable wall of steel, utterly captivating. The Ronin, standing at 6.5 meters, possessed slender limbs, yet bore a broad, heavy sword, creating a striking contrast. The Ion, towering at 7 meters, featured sharp angles and carried an enormous firearm, with its spherical eye drawing immediate attention. The Emperor, at 8 meters, was tall and well-proportioned, its appearance largely akin to the Vanguard, save for its distinct coloration. Wow, such massive mechs! Sky exclaimed, closely trailing behind Raven, her expression one of astonishment. The shortest Titan, the Ronin, was already twice the height of a 2-story building, while the tallest, the Emperor, nearly reached 3 stories. Standing before these colossal machines, she felt diminutive. Sky's astonishment. 666. Sky's excitement. 666. They're called Titans, Raven explained, gesturing towards them. These three are the Ronin, Ion, and Emperor. There's also the Vanguard, with Bit being the artificial intelligence inside. Those who pilot the Titans are referred to as Iron Riders, which is the source of my title. Anyone can become an Iron Rider by passing a simulation assessment. Are you interested? With sufficient capability, anyone can become a master of the Iron Chariots. He is poised to establish a legion of Iron Chariots, specifically designed for special operations on various planets. Pilot a Titan? Sky immediately shook her head. I haven't even mastered the battle armor, so let's not. Her interest did not lie in the Titans. Rather, she favored the more compact, graceful, and swift Aurora battle armor. From her observations, none of the three Titans were capable of flight, and their massive size would render them conspicuous if they could not soar. That works too, Raven replied, not insisting on Sky. After all, mastering battle armor is essentially akin to mastering a Titan. The Iron Chariots and Titans share two fundamental cores: the neural synchronization device for efficient human-machine communication and the artificial intelligence assistant to ensure autonomous operation of the machine. As long as one possesses these two technologies, the form of the equipment may vary, yet its essence remains unchanged. Incorporate the strengths of many to forge a singular truth. This was his sole principle regarding system items. I will strive diligently. Sky vowed. My Sky is the best. Raven gently ruffled Sky's hair and stepped over to a nearby clearing, producing three items once more: a MedPod 3000 medical bed, a biological cultivation chamber, a quantum storage box, a large medical robot, and a versatile capsule. Bit, I'll leave everything to you, Raven communicated mentally with Bit. I still have two crucial items to deliver to you from the biological laboratory. Compound V and the celestial beings are of utmost importance to the Ascending Ladder project. After all, enhancements carry a risk of death, whereas celestial beings can minimize that risk. Of course, this is theoretically feasible. Extensive experimentation is necessary to draw definitive conclusions. Understood, Bit replied with enthusiasm. Sky. Raven looked at Sky and inquired, are you planning to accompany me to the laboratory? Or shall you join everyone in touring the mothership? You go ahead. I'll join the others for the tour, Sky said, winking at Raven. Just don't forget about me when you leave, or it'll take hours to come back and forth. How could I possibly leave my little Sky behind? Raven gently kissed Sky's forehead. Go on. Bit will act as your guide. All right, bye-bye. Sky smiled, waving her hand as she skipped over to 2B and the others. Looking utterly delighted, as Raven watched Sky's retreating figure, he summoned the system marketplace, casting his gaze upon an S-rank item. Sky's earlier words lingered in his mind. Despite the warship's considerable speed, without the use of a jump engine, it would still take half a day for a round trip. While a few trips posed no issue, repeated journeys would become quite troublesome. If only time could be compressed to mere minutes or even instantaneously. This notion led him to consider a particularly suitable item. Anywhere door. Source, Doryman rank, S price, 5 million points panel, function. Insert the key, grasp the doorknob, and articulate or envision the desired destination. As long as one is within the scanning range of the anywhere door, simply push the door to arrive. Evaluation. Wherever one wishes to go, one shall go. His assessment can be summarized in a single word: marvelous, although it requires a staggering 5 million emotional points. When compared to its extraordinary capabilities, it is undeniably worth far more than its cost. Once this item is obtained, distance shall no longer be a constraint. He can essentially venture wherever he desires. Of course, there may be certain peculiar dimensions that remain inaccessible. What is 5 million? It's exchanged. Raven glanced at his balance of 850,000, gritted his teeth, and made the choice to redeem it. Ding! Consumed 5 million emotional points. Successfully redeemed S-level item, the Anywhere Door. Balance: 523, 345. 39 points. It seems another endeavor must be initiated. Otherwise, his emotional points will dwindle. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly devising a strategy in his mind. He had numerous targets for his schemes, but few could incite widespread public discourse. After all, Not everyone possesses the innate charisma of Tony Stark. Initially, he had planned to bide his time until his psychic abilities reached their pinnacle, orchestrating a colossal event, live-streaming a heist on the S-level aircraft carrier. Hidden within lies a spatial monolith that could transport him to a desolate yet semi-habitable planet. He envisioned transforming this celestial body into a manufacturing hub for stars. However, the timing is not quite ripe. He must endure for a while longer and allow Iron Man to face defeat once again. Chapter 078, Fury and Pierce, Washington. Triangular Wing Building. Eastern Time, 1:30 p.m. A black SUV door swung open, and the formidable Nick Fury stepped out, lifting his gaze towards the building as he strode purposefully forward. Soon, Fury entered the lobby and ascended in the elevator, returning to his office. However, before he could settle into his seat, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Fury called out, a hint of exasperation in his voice. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a blue S-level uniform, her deep brown hair elegantly styled in a bun, exuding an air of confidence. "Director Fury, the secretary has been looking for you. He requested that you meet with him immediately," she informed him. "Very well. I shall attend to it shortly." Fury's solitary eye gleamed with interest. "Hill, is Dr. Banner currently suitable for recruitment? The recent developments have been rather troubling. The Avengers initiative must be expedited." "Still the same. He is hiding in the slums of Rio, attempting to control his anger. Although the current results are acceptable, the stability remains precarious," Hill reported candidly. "Understood." Fury sighed, his eye flickering with frustration. "Have there been any sightings of Captain America on Greenland Island? To confront Iron Man and the Sorcerer, we require a multitude of heroes to form a team, and the linchpin of that team must be a charismatic leader. Captain America would be most fitting for that role." "Not at present," Hill shook her head. "Resources are dwindling rapidly in that area. If we do not secure additional support, we will have to cease our search. Thus, you must find a way to persuade the Council to allocate more resources." "I comprehend," Fury sighed resignedly. "Let us seek out Pierce and explore the possibility of securing some investments." With that, Fury and Hill exited the office and ascended in the elevator towards the building's apex. At the top of the triangular wing building, office of the Secretary of the Council, Pierce stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing out over the natural beauty along the banks of the Potomac River. The Lincoln Memorial, Washington Monument, and the White House were all within his view. Sunlight streamed through the spacious, robust floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a distorted shadow on the marble floor, reminiscent of a menacing demon. "The infant of 1989. Pierce murmured softly, his voice barely audible. "Daniel's mess has resurfaced. It seems I must ensure he conceals it." Shortly after assuming the role of S-level director, he had issued an order for Warner Reinhardt to be released for medical care. Soon thereafter, Warner transformed into Daniel Whitehall, instigating a series of events that led to the sacrifice of numerous S-level agents. The aftermath had been a source of relentless aggravation for him. To think that 2 decades later, this debacle could almost be exposed due to a surviving infant from that time. Truly, one must eradicate the roots of a problem. Otherwise, it will inevitably resurge. Pierce's disdain and anger were palpable as he returned to his chair, activating the S-level system. After entering a series of special commands, he dispatched a message through a secure communication channel. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the office door. Startled, Pierce swiftly closed the special channel, composed himself, and called out, "Come in." With that, the door creaked open, revealing Fury and Hill entering the office. Fury plopped down on the sofa and casually inquired, "Pierce, I presume the council is convening again?" "Congratulations, you guessed correctly," Pierce replied with a smile, acknowledging Fury. "The council is in an uproar over Iron Man and Ironmonger. I've summoned you to discuss a strategic response to these perilous elements. I happen to have a plan that could address these threats," Fury responded, his one eye glinting with a mix of triumph and anticipation. "Oh, you must be referring to the Avengers initiative," Pierce remarked, raising an eyebrow and teasingly adding, "After all these years, you still haven't given up, have you?" Since elevating Fury to director in 1995, he had relentlessly pursued the formation of the Avengers. 15 years had elapsed without a whisper of success. Yet Fury remained undeterred. His perseverance and tenacity were commendable. "Of course, I haven't given up," Fury chuckled, his arms crossed as he leaned back against the sofa. "Tony Stark, or Iron Man, has agreed to join the Avengers Initiative. Furthermore, according to research from the Science Division, Captain America, after undergoing serum enhancement, may still be alive due to the extreme cold of the Arctic. If we can locate this World War II hero, we can not only neutralize the threat, but also avert future dangers," Fury asserted with unwavering confidence. Pierce's eyes flickered at the revelation, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Given your confidence, I expect a detailed presentation during the meeting." "Absolutely," Fury replied with a subtle smile, glancing at Hill with a raised eyebrow. It seemed his funding for the search was finally secure. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, at Raven's base, a peculiar red door materialized from thin air, exuding an inexplicable charm. Moments later, the door swung open, bridging two realms and revealing the world beyond. Raven, Sky, White, Kara, and 2B stood behind the door, their faces brimming with curiosity as they peered into the factory interior. "Wow, it actually worked!" Sky exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the distant RV. When Raven claimed to have manifested a portal, she had been somewhat skeptical. After all, this was a tool from Doryman, capable of traversing space at will. How could Raven have conjured such a thing so effortlessly? To his astonishment, Raven not only materialized but also retained the exact same functionalities. He could traverse the vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of kilometers between Earth and the Moon, instantaneously returning to the confines of the base. Raven's superpowers were simply extraordinary. Sky's astonishment, 666. Sky's admiration, 666. Emotional value, 3, 604, 253, 87. This 5 million was worth every penny. With a grin, Raven gently patted the portal, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction and excitement within. Now equipped with the portal, he could roam not just on Earth, but throughout the solar system at will. It was entirely feasible to visit the Moon in the morning, meander around Mars by noon, and explore Europa in the afternoon. "Come, let us proceed," Raven beckoned, lifting his foot to step through the portal. "Allow me to go first," 2B suddenly interjected, extending her hand to halt Raven and stepping through the threshold ahead of him. White, Kara, and Sky eagerly followed suit, stepping in front of Raven. "You all." Raven observed the camaraderie among them, a warm surge of emotion swelling within his heart. "Raven, come over here." At that moment, Sky stood on the other side of the portal, beaming and waving. "The portal is perfectly fine." Chapter 079. The Hydra experiment approaches. Raven stepped through the portal and addressed the group, encouraging them to explore the base for the time being. "In a couple of days, once you have your legal identities, we can venture out together. Please remember, whatever you need, do not hesitate to voice it. We are here to assist you with your purchases. There is no need for embarrassment. We are not short on funds." To him, money was merely a series of digits, an almost inexhaustible string of figures. At the very least, he could easily cover the essentials of life, leisure, and entertainment. If it were a matter of starting a business, that would be a different story. However, with the bit token printing machine at his disposal, he hardly feared financial constraints. "Come on, ladies. Let us express our gratitude to our generous boss." Sky, with her crimson lips curled into a smile, gazed at Raven with admiration. The array of advanced technologies, smart drugs, battle armor, warships, virtual realms, androids, and mechas had profoundly transformed her worldview, her perspective on wealth, and her outlook on life. Now, spending Raven's money felt entirely justified, for she had received so much in return, essentially selling her services to him. For the foreseeable future, she would be indebted, and any expenditure would merely be a drop in the ocean of her obligations. Sky's admiration, 666. Sky's determination, 666. "Thank you, boss." Upon hearing Sky's words, the rest of the group cheered for Raven, shedding the awkwardness that had accompanied their arrival. Encountering Raven had been a stroke of fortune for them. They were willing to protect him with their lives, dedicated to safeguarding this serendipity with every ounce of their effort. Feel free to explore. Raven encouraged. Ladies, let us go check out the vehicles. Observing the genuine joy radiating from the group, Raven's expression softened with warmth and contentment. This light-hearted, joyous, and harmonious atmosphere was precisely the world he cherished, longed for, and aspired to create. He was resolved to exert every effort for this beautiful existence. With a swift motion, Raven retracted the portal and settled onto a folding chair outside the mobile home, retrieving a thumb-sized metallic capsule. This was the universal capsule, currently housing his Aurora battle armor. To deploy it, he merely needed to press a button and toss it, at which point the capsule would release the armor. To retract the armor, he would press the button again and throw the capsule at the armor, which would then automatically return to its container. Its operation was reminiscent of a Pokeball. Was it convenient? Indeed, it had its merits. Was it inconvenient? Certainly, it had its drawbacks as well. If only it could be transformed into a spatial wristband or ring. However, considering the complexities of spatial compression technology, such an endeavor was far from feasible, at least for the time being. Shortly thereafter, Kara approached Raven with eager anticipation, inquiring, "Sir, the hour is growing late. What dish would you like for lunch? I can prepare it for you." Though influenced by Sky's reassurances, Kara still felt a tinge of inadequacy. After all, she was merely a low-end android, adept only at cleaning, cooking, and childcare. Comparatively, she felt inferior even to Connor, let alone white or 2B. She yearned to showcase her capabilities, determined to avoid being deemed obsolete by her master. The little chef could not help but feel the urge to prove herself. Raven, upon noticing Kara's eager gaze, could not help but tease Bit, saying, "Bit, it seems your culinary career is about to come to an end." "What? Mr. Bit, Kara stammered, glancing anxiously at Bit. "I don't intend to take your place." "Kara, it's all right," Raven quickly reassured her. "Bit would be more than happy to have someone else take over for him. Wouldn't you, Bit?" "Indeed, Miss Kara. Should you wish to assume the role of chef, I would gladly welcome you," Bit replied, his tone shifting. "However, you must pass an assessment first." "Not a problem, Mr. Bit." Kara's delicate face turned serious as she nodded emphatically. "I will pour all my efforts into preparing each dish." "Excellent." Bit and Raven exchanged a glance, beginning to outline the assessment tasks for Kara. Their intention behind the assessment was not a lack of faith in Kara's skills, but rather to help her build confidence and adapt to her new environment more swiftly. After all, the Kara Raven had redeemed was akin to a newborn, having just gained consciousness. Without care and acknowledgement, she would surely falter. In Herefordshire, England, sunlight cascaded through gaps in the clouds, casting shadows that danced across the undulating fields. Dotted throughout the landscape were flecks of white, sheep grazing leisurely. However, deep within the fields, an abandoned factory loomed like a slumbering steel behemoth. Its towering smokestacks pointed toward the dim sky, while winding pipes resembled a spider's web. Numerous guards clad in camouflage, armed with various rifles, stood at the ready, patrolling the web to safeguard the secrets within the factory. On the second floor of one of the buildings, a laboratory was nestled. Several cold, white ceiling lights hung down, illuminating the sterile environment. Buzzing. At the center of the laboratory, a gray-green, cylindrical pod slowly opened, and a robust man with a fervent expression stepped inside without hesitation. Subject 44 is ready. Scanners operational, converters functional. We are prepared to commence the 44th particle injection experiment. 5 researchers surrounded the cylindrical pod, adjusting the equipment before sealing its door. "Sir, shall we initiate the experiment?" One researcher inquired, glancing at a man beside him. Clad in black-rimmed glasses, his face bore a gentle smile, yet an air of menace lingered. This man was none other than Daniel Whitehall. "Proceed." Daniel adjusted his glasses. "Long live Hydra." The room erupted as everyone raised their fists, their expressions wild with fervor, and activated the enhancement machinery. In the next moment, the pod began its operation. The man inside contorted in agony, howling and screaming as if subjected to the most excruciating torment. Yet, the researchers remained indifferent to the man's suffering, their faces alight with anticipation as they monitored the transformation progress, fervently hoping the experiment would not fail. Buzz. Moments later, the man's cries ceased and the machinery powered down. The technicians promptly opened the pod door and stepped forward to assess the man's condition. However, the moment the latex gloves worn by the experimenter made contact with the man, his body began to exhibit a yellowish-white hue, swiftly transforming into a soft, elastic latex material. Yes, it worked. Several experimenters displayed expressions of exhilaration and immediately commenced further examinations. Sir, your plan has succeeded. We have created the perfect warrior capable of absorbing the properties of all materials, one experimenter fervently exclaimed. Do not rejoice too soon, Daniel remarked, casting a glance at the subject as he removed his glasses to meticulously clean them. At this moment, he could hardly be deemed perfect. Understood, sir. We shall strive diligently. The experimenters promptly bowed their heads, offering their respectful assurances. Indeed, Daniel replied, donning his glasses once more. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open, and a man clad in a suit approached, leaning towards Daniel's ear to whisper, Sir, a message has arrived from the secret channel. Chapter 081. The Hydra Squad fear not. We remain undetected. Raven assured as she gently smoothed the furrowed brow of Sky. I have amassed billions through Stark Industries stock, and S-level undoubtedly suspect a connection to Iron Man. Furthermore, our ruckus at the shareholders' meeting likely prompted them to retrieve your past records. It is only natural for them to surveil us given our association. Let them watch. BIT has already disguised our network and communications, ensuring that what they perceive is merely a fade. For now, let us revel in our explorations. In a couple of days, we can send Iron Man on an errand, and S-level will have little time to concern themselves with us. A playful glint danced in Raven's eyes. Even the little tail is listening. Sky leaned against Raven's arm, enveloped in a comforting sense of security. Unperturbed, even if the sky were to fall. Then let us depart, dear tail. After a tender moment, the two drove away in their armored black Chevrolet Suburban, exiting the factory gates. As they emerged, Raven's gaze narrowed upon two conspicuous vehicles, her telekinetic abilities engaged to scrutinize their interiors. One was an unassuming white delivery van, adorned with blue stickers and weathered marks, appearing as a mere courier vehicle. Yet beneath its modest exterior lay advanced surveillance equipment, along with three S-level agents, 2 men and 1 woman. The other was a black SUV housing the middle-aged bald man, Coulson, accompanied by 2 male agents. Coulson was indeed relentless. After locating all the agents tailing them, Raven mused before refocusing on the road towards the nearest Walmart supercenter. While Coulson made a commendable ally, he was not as pleasant when positioned as an adversary. One could only hope he would recognize the wisdom and discretion. Otherwise, a change of identity may be in order. Click, click. At that moment, the driver of the white van, wielding a camera, aimed it at the passing Suburban, transmitting data directly into the van's interior. Within, an array of professional instruments was set up, and a man and woman, with serious expressions, fixated on the screen, their fingers dancing over keyboards as they analyzed the captured footage. Ding! After a brief interval, the image analysis program completed its task, successfully reconstructing the likenesses of Raven and Sky inside the vehicle. Sir, both targets are in the car, reported an agent. Understood, Coulson promptly directed. Vehicle 1 will monitor the factory. We shall follow the targets. Vehicle 1 acknowledged, maintaining surveillance. Let us proceed. With the mission set, the driver of the black SUV swiftly trailed Raven from distance. Shortly after their departure, the driver of the white van retrieved a mobile phone, utilizing a specialized application to send an encrypted message. He then pocketed the phone, refocusing on monitoring the factory's direction. However, the driver's actions and the message were fully captured by a high-altitude winter-class cruiser. BIT immediately initiated tracking of the message's trajectory, working to decode its contents. The message transmitted as electromagnetic waves, traversing the atmosphere to be received by satellite. After processing the data, the satellite emitted a signal that returned to Los Angeles. Intercepted by a moving black van, a low hum resonated inside the vehicle as the co-pilot felt a vibration and promptly checked his phone, his expression sharpening instantly. He opened a small window and announced, "The target has just left with her boyfriend. Phil Coulson and 2 agents are in pursuit. Prepare for action." "Understood," replied a cold, steely voice from behind the window, accompanied by the ominous sound of weapons being loaded. Inside the van, 6 heavily armed men meticulously inspected their rifles, donning black masks as they awaited the commencement of their mission. Meanwhile, within the vehicle, Raven was engaged in light-hearted banter with Sky, creating an atmosphere of ease and comfort. However, their fleeting joy was abruptly shattered by an alarming message that caused Raven's demeanor to darken. Yellow alert. 8 armed personnel are about to launch an attack on you. The objective is to capture Sky. Orders originate from high-ranking Hydra officials, likely linked to one of the heads, Daniel Whitehall. Enemy location has been identified. Battleship laser cannons are locked on. Should we eliminate the threat in advance? Capture Sky? Hawk's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Daniel Whitehall certainly had audacity. Before he could seek out Whitehall, the latter had come to him. Initially, he planned to wait until Sky's family was reunited to pursue vengeance against Whitehall. But now, the enemy had made the first move. If they were so impatient to meet their demise, he would prepare a welcoming gift for Jia Ing and Carl. "Raven, what's wrong?" Sky inquired, noticing Raven's troubled expression. "Don't worry, it's nothing," Raven reassured her, elaborating. "Bitter just discovered that a Hydra-armed squad intends to capture you. He asked if I want to deal with them preemptively." "Hydra wants to capture me?" Sky paused, then quickly deduced the motive. "Raven, is it that perverted Whitehall?" The notion of him sending an armed squad specifically to capture her was only consistent with the twisted desires of someone like him. After all, aside from her hacking skills, there was little about her that warranted such attention from Hydra. "Indeed, it's him," Raven affirmed. "Sky, rest assured, I will protect you. No one will harm you." "All right, I believe in you," Sky replied, her face resolute as she gazed at Raven. "When you confront him, can I come along?" "Absolutely, we will face him together." Raven grasped Sky's hand, offering silent assurance and comfort. "Once you have avenged your family, I will ensure he meets your parents, so they can exact their vengeance as well." "Thank you for all you do for our family," Sky said, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she held Raven's warm hand, which radiated strength and hope. Sky's gratitude. 666. Sky's affection. 666. "It is my duty," Raven replied with a gentle smile. "Now, let us proceed to the supermarket as planned. I shall handle those individuals." Just as his psychic powers had yet to witness bloodshed, today he would utilize these several Hydra for a blood sacrifice to forge his blade. "Indeed, I shall heed your words," Sky responded with enthusiasm. 10 minutes later, at the Walmart supermarket, Raven parked the vehicle and, hand in hand with Sky, they approached the store, engaged in cheerful conversation, completely oblivious to any unusual circumstances. 1 minute later, a black SUV, carrying Coulson, entered the parking lot. 2 agents, a man and a woman, masquerading as a couple, made their way toward the supermarket while Coulson remained in the car, keeping watch. 5 minutes later, a black van slowly entered the parking lot and positioned itself directly opposite Raven's vehicle, its rear aligned with the front of the Saab. Chapter 082. The resentment of the masses. Listen closely. At this moment, within the confines of a black cargo van, a man with a thick beard spoke in a low voice. "Once the target and her boyfriend depart from the mall and approach their vehicle, we will initiate the assault. Any who obstruct our path must be eliminated without hesitation, but it is imperative that the target remains unharmed. Moreover, the vehicle occupied by the target possesses level 4 ballistic protection. We must not allow them entry. This operation has been directly sanctioned by the higher echelons of our organization, and failure is not an option. Is that understood?" His cold gaze swept over the assembled individuals. "Understood. Long live Hydra," they replied, their eyes gleaming with fervor beneath their black hoods, embodying the essence of fearless warriors. "Excellent. Remain on standby." The bearded man nodded in satisfaction, then opened a small window connecting to the driver's compartment. "You two will enter and monitor the target's position, reporting updates as necessary. Exercise caution regarding S-H, i.e., LD agents." "Yes." Following this, 2 agents exited the vehicle and entered the mall, masquerading as shoppers. meticulously observing their surroundings until they finally spotted Sky and Raven in the fresh produce section. The pair pushed a shopping cart, selecting meats, vegetables, and fruits, engaged in lively discussion about dinner preparations, laughter echoing amidst their apparent ease and lack of concern. As the two Hydra agents observed, one maintained vigilance while the other began to text. Just then, a couple leisurely passed by, pushing their own cart. In that fleeting moment, the man exchanged a quick glance with the observing Hydra agent, an unspoken affirmation of allegiance. Long live Hydra. However, every movement they made was utterly transparent to Raven, whose telepathic abilities rendered them invisible. Raven's eyes sparkled with amusement as she contemplated. Of the team selected by Coulson, at least two are Hydra agents. The names, H-I-E-L-D, is indeed fitting, yet one could hardly fall Coulson. After all, his superior was a Hydra operative, and the oversight body was riddled with them. S-H-I-E-L-D was quite frankly rotten to the core. It was not merely that Nick Fury could not manage it. Even if the three founding members were to return, they would find it unmanageable. Raven, do you like lobsters? Sky nudged Raven, pointing towards a tank of Boston lobsters. Lobster? Raven observed Sky's eager expression, teasingly replied, Should I be fond of it, little glutton? Hee. Sky, caught in her enthusiasm, unabashedly confessed, You should like it, you big pervert, so I can enjoy the lobsters too. You. Raven playfully tapped Sky's nose. Then you should buy a few, so the little glutton can have her fill. You really are kind to the little glutton, big pervert. Sky's eyes softened as she planted a kiss on Raven's cheek. Raven smirked mischievously, leaning closer to Sky's ear and whispering, The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. This evening, why not don a form-fitting outfit and play the role of a playful kitten? You lecherous rogue. Sky's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pinched Raven's soft flesh at the waist. Damn it, these two. Their flirtatious banter left the two Hydra agents tasked with surveillance feeling quite irked. A man on the brink of death is engaging in such tender exchanges with the target, wasting precious time. He must be dealt with swiftly, allowing him to witness his beloved being taken away, ultimately succumbing to despair and bleeding out. Triple X's resentment, 0. 7. Triple X's anger, 1. 0. Triple X's exasperation, 0. 3. On the other side, the S-H-I-L-D female agents were equally exasperated, feeling as though they had been force-fed a heaping serving of romantic drama. Could such a couple, so enamored with each other, truly be members of a clandestine organization? Surely, Director Coulson and Agent Romanoff could not have misjudged their intentions. Triple X's exasperation, 0. 7. Triple X's confusion, 0. 7. Regardless of their thoughts, Raven and Sky continued their carefree exploration within the supermarket, perusing an array of meat, vegetables, fruits, snacks, beverages, flour, rice, kitchenware, and toiletries with great enthusiasm. However, this put the four agents in a difficult position as they struggled to maintain their cover while harboring their frustrations. An hour later, Raven and Sky, each pushing a large shopping cart, arrived at the checkout area. Beep, beep, beep. 10 minutes later, the female cashier finished scanning their items and winked at Raven, announcing a total of 19,842, 31 yuan. How would you like to pay? Credit card. Ignoring the cashier's flirtation, Raven produced a J.P. Morgan Chase credit card and completed the transaction. How much? Sky gasped, her lips slightly parted in astonishment at the figure. Although they had purchased many items, the expenditure nearing $20,000 far exceeded her expectations. Let us go, Sky. Noticing Sky's dazed expression, Raven couldn't help but chuckle. Stop pondering. Come help me. If that $20,000 were spent on luxury goods, it might only procure a few ostentatious handbags. However, when spent on food, drinks, and necessities, it could amass a substantial bounty. I'm coming. Dismissing the prize from her mind, Sky pushed a shopping cart and followed Raven out the door. As they exited, two Hydra agents stood at the entrance, one on each side, smoking. Upon spotting Raven and Sky, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes as they immediately strode toward the vehicle. Damn it, that kid has finally emerged. An hour and a half of wandering. If they delay any longer, suspicion will surely arise. It is time to send you on your way. Triple X's anger, 0. 8. Triple X's resentment, 0. 9. Meanwhile, the two S-level agents, disguised as a couple, returned to their vehicle. Damn it, they grumbled in discontent, spending an hour and a half at a supermarket. This pair of lovebirds really can't get enough of each other. Ahem, thank you for your hard work. Corson twitched his lips upon hearing the news, feeling a sense of relief within. Meanwhile, two Hydra operatives returned to their vehicle, igniting the engine and preparing for departure. The atmosphere inside the cabin was chillingly tense, as 6 soldiers readied their weapons, bodies slightly hunched, aiming at the door. Just as the bearded man began to issue a command, the rifles in the hands of the group were suddenly locked with safeties. A mental shockwave erupted in their minds, rendering these fervent, fearless Hydra soldiers momentarily dazed. Subsequently, a telekinetic force coiled around the necks of the 8 individuals, swiftly forming an invisible chokehold. Instinctively, they struggled, yet their bewildered consciousness and the intangible grip of the telekinesis left them utterly powerless, and soon they all succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, telekinesis proved to be remarkably effective. At that moment, Raven, who was outside loading cargo, curled his lips into a faint smile and promptly sent a message to the nearby waiting bit, instructing him to come and take these individuals away. Initially contemplating their immediate demise, he reconsidered, recognizing a scarcity of test subjects for the Compound V research, and thus opted to exploit them instead. Additionally, he intended to delve into their memories, hoping to unearth something of value. Chapter 083. The Hydra Base at last. It is accomplished. 10 minutes later, Raven and Sky returned to the vehicle after meticulously categorizing their acquired items, releasing a sigh of relief. After a brief moment of respite, Sky furtively glanced outside. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Raven, have you dealt with that Hydra squad? Need you even ask?" Raven raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. "Handling a bunch of amateurs is a piece of cake for me. Let us have Peter come over to erase the traces. It's time for us to head home." Their prolonged hour of loitering was not merely for procuring supplies. It was crucially to await Peter's arrival nearby. Should the plan succeed, Peter would tidy up the aftermath. If it faltered, he would serve as their contingency. "Raven, you're incredible." Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. "If only I could be even a fraction as strong as you." "Patience, you will be." Raven tenderly ruffled Sky's hair. "Once you complete your transformation into an inhuman, you will possess powers that rival or even surpass mine." Sky's abilities revolved around the perception and manipulation of vibrations, which, when fully harnessed, could annihilate or create anything. The fundamental particles that constitute matter vibrate incessantly. To manipulate these vibrations is to alter the very structure of matter itself. Such a capability, entangled with the fundamental rules of the universe, is far from being a mere ripple. Of course, potential does not equate to strength. The efficacy of a superhuman hinges on the individual. Without the skill to wield their powers, even the most promising abilities are rendered ineffective. No matter how strong I become, I will always be your little tail, your adorable tease." Sky winked at Raven, exuding an enchanting aura. Upon hearing such sweet words, Raven felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He planted a kiss on Sky's lips before gently driving away. Meanwhile, Peter, disguised as a Hydra driver, maneuvered a black van out of the parking lot, but headed in an entirely opposite direction. "What is going on?" At that moment, the male agent from the S-level trio watched the black van depart, his mind swirling with confusion and doubt. Why had the operation suddenly come to a halt? Had the higher-ups issued new orders? "Hey, what are you pondering? Hurry up and follow them," the female agent urged, her expression one of perplexity. "All right." The male agent snapped back to reality, suppressing his doubts, and started the vehicle to follow Raven's trail. Shortly after, Raven returned to the factory base, retrieving a portal device to arrive at an abandoned factory. Before him stood a black van, surrounded by a scene of desolation, with a muscular man stripped of all clothing. "Peter, thank goodness I didn't bring Sky along," Raven remarked dryly. "Next time, let's not be so thorough. Leave them at least a pair of undergarments." "Next time for sure," Peter nodded with a smile. You rascal. Raven rolled his eyes and inquired. How goes the decryption of Hydra's communication system? It has been successfully decrypted. But explained that the false message had already been disseminated. Daniel Whitehall would undoubtedly be quite pleased to learn of this. Raven let out a cold laugh, ominously stating, We shall see how pleased he remains. With that, the two of them activated the portal, transporting the 8 individuals into the biological laboratory of the mothership, where their corporeal forms would contribute further power. After erasing their traces, the duo returned to the base, beginning to organize supplies in preparation for the journey ahead. Revenge was merely a means. Life itself was the ultimate objective. Dealing with a minor antagonist like Daniel Whitehall would require no more than half an hour. As for the perfect warrior he had recently created, the Absorber, merely a slightly stronger pawn. In Herefordshire, England, at 11:44 p.m. European time, in the opulent office of the secret base, Simon was reporting to Daniel Whitehall. Sir, the target has been successfully captured without raising any suspicions. Well done. Whitehall nodded in satisfaction. Please send the target over as soon as possible. I can hardly wait to commence my experiments. With Jia Ying's daughter in his possession, he could finally delve into the genetic mysteries of the mutants. Soon, he would transform into an immortal being, a world destroyer of limitless power. Yes, sir, Simon replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he briskly exited the laboratory. How thrilling! Whitehall rose to pour himself a glass of wine, savoring it leisurely. After indulging in solitude for 10 minutes, he retired to the adjacent bedroom, removing his glasses and burrowing beneath the covers. Tomorrow, he would thoroughly torment and brainwash the girl, transforming her into a loyal pet. The mere thought of such a delightful scenario filled him with excitement. Lost in his musings, Whitehall drifted into slumber, a faint, sinister smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Over an hour later, a crimson door suddenly manifested in the bedroom. Bit 2B Raven and Sky entered sequentially through the portal. Daniel Whitehall. Sky glared coldly at the man on the bed, her body trembling, not from fear, but from rage. All the tragedies of her early life stemmed from this individual. Her family shattered, her parents separated. This was a profound blood feud. Yet without him, she might never have encountered Raven, the one who would transform her future. Bit 2B, it is time to act. Understood. Exercise caution, the duo nodded, drawing their pistols to systematically clear the base personnel. Sky, I am here for you, Raven softly reassured, intertwining his fingers with hers, casting a playful glance at Whitehall. Thank you, Raven. Sky felt the warmth emanating from his palm, soothing the fiery anger within his heart. Fortuitously, you were by my side, otherwise. Just as Sky was about to speak, Whitehall unexpectedly retrieved a handgun from beneath the pillow, swiftly flipping to the other side of the bed to take cover, aiming it at the two of them and pulling the trigger. Click, click, click. However, despite his repeated attempts to fire, the gun failed to discharge a single bullet. Damn it! Whitehall cursed under his breath, retreating to inspect the weapon, only to find it in perfect working order. What on earth is happening? Why won't the gun fire? How did they manage to breach the numerous layers of security? Could it be that, as Daniel pondered these questions, he suddenly felt his body inexplicably levitating, his right hand lifting the gun uncontrollably, inching the barrel toward his own mouth. Shit. No, no, no. Whitehall's expression morphed into one of terror as he summoned all his strength to intervene, but to no avail. In a swift motion, his right hand forced the gun's muzzle into his mouth, with his index finger gradually applying pressure to the trigger. Chapter 084. Absorbing the soldier. Click. Click. The pistol's trigger was pulled by an unseen force, yet no bullet was discharged. This allowed Whitehall to exhale in relief, his heart a tumult of hope and fury. Daniel's despair, 99. Daniel's hope, 99. Daniel's resentment, 99. Sky, does this amuse you? Raven gazed tenderly at Sky, asking if he should let Daniel perform another act. What a charade, pretending to sleep, concealing a firearm, utterly defenseless before the might of telekinesis. Were it not for the desire to provide Sky with solace, allowing Whitehall a taste of hope only to plunge him into profound despair, he would not indulge this farce. That one TB necessary. Sky looked at Raven with gentle affection, declaring, You are the one I cherish and wish to accompany. It is not worth my time to witness the grotesque antics of a perverse individual. The past is behind me. I shall embrace and welcome a new life ahead." With such heartfelt words, Raven smiled softly, leaning down to kiss Sky. "Then I shall take him back to the lab," allowing Bit to delve into his mind. As a senior Hydra member, Daniel Whitehall's memories held immense value, offering insights into the organization's structure and many hidden secrets. "I agree." Sky nodded eagerly. At that moment, Whitehall listened to their conversation, his emotions shifting from rage to regret, from regret to terror, and ultimately spiraling into panic. How had events unfolded in such a manner? After over a century of existence, he found himself caught off guard, utterly powerless. Who was this man truly? Daniel's confusion. 99. Daniel's fear. 99 enough? Sensing Whitehall's struggle, Raven furrowed his brow and coldly huffed, using telekinesis to ensnare his neck, delivering him into a state of infantile slumber. "You were quite formidable in dealing with him." Sky's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Raven. "Did you enjoy it?" Raven's gaze narrowed slightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he tilted Sky's chin. "If you did, next time I shall portray the domineering CEO, and you shall play the delicate wife." "Okay," Sky shyly responded, embodying the essence of a bashful bride. "Little enchantress, you are becoming quite the actress." Raven playfully tapped Sky's nose. "Let's assist Bit." "Absolutely." Sky giggled, her demeanor swiftly transforming back to that of a spirited girl. The two swiftly integrated with their battle armor, achieving neural synchronization. Subsequently, Raven dismissed the portal, and they hastily departed the bedroom, racing toward Bit's direction. As the duo toyed with Whitehall, Bit, like a phantom, darted forward at breakneck speed, his silenced pistol firing with precision. Each tranquilizer bullet struck the guards, transforming them into lifeless human sculptures. 2 minutes later, Bit charged to the laboratory entrance, placing his palm upon the access panel, instantly granting entry through the lab's grand door. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, Peter emerged, his electronic eye scanning the interior with precision, swiftly firing several shots that accurately struck every adversary. The intruders were doomed. However, 2 men with ebony skin effortlessly deflected the paralyzing bullets, charging towards Peter with fervent shouts. "Is this what it means to absorb humans?" Peter retreated, his gaze scanning, as he replaced the magazine with live ammunition and once again squeezed a trigger. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the larger caliber bullets carried greater power and initial velocity. Yet, the golden projectiles, upon colliding with the dark skin, transformed into mere discs. Nevertheless, the kinetic energy of the bullets caused the 2 men to stagger slightly. "The bullets cannot penetrate us. You shall meet your demise with resignation." The 2 absorbers advanced towards Peter with a brazen and fervent demeanor. "Oh, is that so?" Peter holstered his handgun on the right side, withdrew another from his left side, and gestured towards the 2, saying, "Then allow you to experience this new bullet. Kaioshin electromagnetic pistol, source, Cyberpunk 2077 level, D price, 800 points. Features, a compact electromagnetic pistol. The tungsten steel armor-piercing rounds can achieve an initial velocity of 1,800 ms. Evaluation. The pride of Arasaka, engineers whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, blue-white electric arcs flashed from the gun's muzzle, as the supercapacitor unleashed an extraordinary amperage of electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic coils propelled the tungsten armor-piercing rounds, firing them at several times the speed of sound. 8 bullets traced white lines through the air, precisely piercing the joints of the 2 men's limbs. The 2 absorbers' bodies weakened, collapsing to the ground and wailing in agony. Simultaneously, the dark metallic surface of their bodies rapidly receded, resembling martial artists whose defenses had been shattered. Crack! Peter stepped forward, producing 4 alloy handcuffs, sequentially fastening the 2 men's hands and feet. "See, did that not penetrate? F the squid. Hail Hydra. Cut off 1 head. 2 more shall grow." The 2 absorbers, with frenzied expressions, hurled screams, curses, and insults at Peter, showing no inkling of acceptance for their fate as prisoners. Triple X's anger, 7. Triple X's hatred, 8. Swoosh. At that moment, Sky and Raven approached, observing the statues and the two absorbers, and they remarked, "It seems our support arrived a tad late. I never expected much from you." Peter quipped, directing them, "You two go to the laboratory to gather personnel and manage the equipment. I will assist 2B with Hydra outside." "Understood, Commander." The two saluted Peter and turned to enter the laboratory. Sky was responsible for duplicating technical documents. Raven opened a portal to summon personnel from the mothership. Although the absorbers were not particularly powerful, their enhancement technology was undoubtedly a form of Marvel-esque black technology. Combined with the Terrigen crystals and Compound V, it promised to unleash astonishing effects, becoming a crucial component of the Ladder to Heaven project. With a whoosh, White, 2B, Kara, Governor Connor, and 20 engineering robots manufactured by BIT sequentially traversed through the portal into the base laboratory. Each individual assumed their designated role. One group was tasked with transporting valuable assets, personnel, equipment, weapons. Everything of worth was methodically relocated to the mothership. With the atomic rearrangement technology at their disposal, even refuse could be transformed into something of utility. Meanwhile, under BIT's command, another group diligently installed hundreds of kilograms of high-energy explosives throughout the factory. Originally, Raven contemplated retrieving a Shiva-class nuclear missile from the mothership to obliterate the entire factory in one fell swoop. However, after persuasion from BIT and White, he ultimately opted for the use of high-energy explosives instead. After all, such a hydrogen bomb would attract undue attention. In the event of a thermonuclear explosion, the 5 great rogues would likely unite in search of him. Although the chances of being discovered were slim, this was the Marvel Universe. Who could predict the improbable? Thus, prudence was deemed the better course. 30 minutes later, both groups completed their tasks and returned to the 0-point mothership, the portal vanishing without a trace. The entire base was enveloped in profound silence. Chapter 085. Contribution Value System. At this moment, aboard the mothership, Raven closed the portal and surveyed the assembled individuals, saying, "I appreciate everyone's hard work just now. BIT will record your contribution values. Currently, this system is still in its trial phase, and you may inquire about it at your convenience. Any questions or suggestions can be raised for collective discussion and improvement. As an organization, Star Alliance naturally requires a comprehensive system of rewards and penalties, as well as a trading mechanism. Hence, the contribution value system has emerged. The decision to refrain from monetary rewards stems from the fact that, for a collective of sentient machines, currency is truly superfluous. Of course, for those who wish to shop on Earth, they can exchange their contribution values for currency at any time." "Very well, sir." Upon hearing Raven's words, the group promptly connected to the system to check their contribution values and began exchanging thoughts. "I received 5 points. How about you, 2B? Kara inquired curiously as she leaned closer to 2B. "I have accumulated 54 points, 2B replied, a smile gracing her lips, feeling a sense of joy and satisfaction. In the realm of, there was no such concept as contribution value. All synthetic beings were created with a singular purpose, forbidden from possessing their own thoughts and emotions. Now, having joined Star Alliance, she had not only broken free from the shackles of fate, but also made several friends, and her worth was finally acknowledged. All of this was a gift from her master. "Wow," Kara exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration. "2B, you're amazing. How did you manage to earn so many points?" "Kara, it's not that 2B is extraordinary," White interjected, approaching the two. "Combat is 2B's specialty, and she captured quite a few enemies just now, which explains her high contribution value. If 2B were to cook, it would be a miracle if she didn't lose points." "ISNT that right, little 2B?" White teased, looking at her with a playful smirk. "Commander," 2B called out, slightly embarrassed. "Why do you have to reveal everything? I'm simply stating the truth." "Precisely because it's the truth, it shouldn't be said. That's not permissible. I promised my master that I would strive to be an honest synthetic being." "Humph, you troublesome commander." "Hee hee." Kara watched the exchange between the two with amusement, stifling a giggle, feeling quite pleased. "He not far away. Raven and Sky exchanged knowing smiles before opening the portal to return to the base. Having dealt with the troublesome Hydra, their travel plans across America were about to commence. At this moment, outside Raven's base, Knock Knock Coulson held 2 bags in one hand and rapped on the back door of a white delivery van. A few seconds later, the door swung open, and 2 agents, one male and one female, stepped forward to receive the bags, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You're welcome." Coulson waved his hand with a smile, stepping into the vehicle to glance at the content on the screen. What is the status of the target? Any unusual movements? Well, there are some anomalies. After taking a sip of coffee, the female agent quickly pulled up a series of search records. The target is currently looking up information about Death Valley National Park. Death Valley National Park? Coulson frowned as he examined the screen. What do they possibly want there? It may be a journey. The female agent pointed at the screen and explained they had just purchased a considerable amount of camping equipment and supplies, as well as booked the presidential suite at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas for tomorrow. According to the strategy developed for the target, they intended to drive an RV along Route 66, traversing through 8 states including Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, ultimately arriving in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Observing their lavish lifestyle, one could only wistfully remark on the advantages of wealth. The female agent's eyes sparkled with envy. Indeed, the male agent nodded in agreement, expressing his desire for such a luxurious life of traveling in a lavish RV. However, if they were to travel, wouldn't we have to accompany them? The female agent's expression suddenly stiffened, and she swiftly turned to Coulson. "Sir, surely that won't be the case? You'll like it, don't you? This perfectly fulfills your wishes." Coulson observed them with an amused expression. "Please, no, sir." The 2 responded with sorrowful faces, raising their hands in supplication. They were aware that the other party was traveling in a luxurious RV, equipped with complete and comfortable amenities, able to sleep wherever they wished. In contrast, the vehicle they were driving was a modified cargo van. Enduring 2 days inside was manageable, but spending 10 days or a fortnight would be utterly torturous. "Enough. I have my own arrangements," Coulson reassured them, instructing, "You 2 continue to monitor the target. I'll make a call." "Yes, sir," they replied solemnly. Stepping out of the cargo van, Coulson took out his phone and dialed a number. "Natasha, how are things on your end?" "Somewhat useful, but not much," Natasha began to explain. "That's quite strange." Upon hearing the intelligence, Coulson frowned, murmuring in perplexity, how could an unidentified individual accurately locate S-level agents who executed missions back then? Furthermore, the investigation results of the massacre incident remain unclear. It seems as though someone, Coulson refrained from elaborating. Yet his implication was unmistakable. "Are you suggesting?" Natasha's expression turned serious as she pondered that possibility, feeling a mix of uncertainty. There was someone within S-level concealing their tracks. As a result, an unexpected incident allowed Sky to survive and live to this day. "I hope it's not as we suspect." Coulson's demeanor became grave. Natasha returned swiftly. "I need to report this situation to Director Fury." "Understood," Natasha replied in a hushed tone. The mysteries seemed to multiply with each inquiry. After ending the call, Coulson sighed, gazing into the distance at the factory, lost in thought. What an accidental discovery. Meanwhile, Raven sat inside the RV, calculating after overhearing Coulson's conversation with Natasha. As Coulson and Natasha inadvertently uncovered issues within S-level, he pondered whether to exploit the situation by subtly leaking some Hydra intelligence to divert S-level's attention. This way, he could avoid the incessant surveillance of a certain tail that shadowed his every move, though it posed no real threat, merely an annoyance. Raven, noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, inquired about his clandestine scheming. Sky handed Raven a drink, her curiosity evident. "Do you wish to know?" Raven accepted the beverage with a wicked grin, patting his thigh. "Come here, and I shall regale you with the tale." "Oh, indeed," Sky replied, her eyes sparkling as she playfully perched herself upon him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Do tell, I'm all ears." "Very well, I shall divulge." Raven conceded to Sky's playful charm, promptly outlining his recent contemplations. Chapter 086. The Withered Sky. So, it is like this after listening to Raven's narrative. Sky pondered for a moment before softly stating, Raven, I have a preliminary idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you, just as you have always backed me in my endeavors, Raven replied, gently embracing Sky's waist. Aside from the matter of infidelity, he was entirely in favor of Sky's pursuits. Of course, he did not believe anyone could betray him. For a woman who has witnessed the vastness of the stars and the ocean could never be swayed by a group of men confined to a limited perspective. Should anyone dare to attempt such a betrayal, they would be courting disaster. Raven, you are truly wonderful, Sky remarked, her gaze shimmering with affection. Allow me to share my thoughts with you. With such a partner, what more could one desire? Raven's care, tenderness, and support were the most precious and fortunate gifts she had ever received. Quick, do tell me, Raven urged eagerly. All right, no need to rush, Sky chuckled, playfully poking Raven's forehead. Here's my plan. We first detonate the bomb to obliterate the base, diverting global public attention. Then, we can utilize Iron Rider's Twitter account to disclose internal information about the base, claiming that S-level is conducting secret human experiments, which have gone awry, resulting in an explosion. We will release some photographs, but refrain from revealing any connections to Hydra. This way, we will instigate suspicion within S-level while preventing Hydra from becoming desperate. What do you think of this plan? Sky looked at Raven with anticipation, harboring a deep-seated vendetta against S-level. She could not bear the thought of not avenging herself, yet her current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. Thus, she resolved to use indirect means to strike back. You are truly devious, Raven responded, astonished by Sky's scheme, as he playfully tapped her conscience. How'd I not realize your mind was so cunning? What a brilliant tactic of killing with a borrowed knife. Your potential for revenge against S-level is boundless. One explosion and a single tweet could ensnare them in a web of internal suspicion and external condemnation. Moreover, this plan could yield a substantial emotional reward for us. This is a course of action we must undertake. Well, Sky blinked her large eyes, mischief dancing within them as she regarded Raven. I learned from certain individuals. Did you forget to pay your tuition? Raven squinted, playfully slapping Sky's rear, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he inquired. As for tuition, Sky licked her lips, leaning closer to Raven's ear. Would you prefer the domineering CEO to pay, or the gentle little wife? Need you even ask? Raven clenched his fists, exclaiming with bravado, Of course, both shall pay. You truly are greedy. Sky rolled her eyes at Raven, yet the smile gracing her lips and the satisfaction in her eyes spoke volumes of her delight in the banter. She is not afraid of Raven's greed. Rather, she fears his lack of desire. A man's greed for a woman signifies his longing and affection for her. If one day Raven were to distance himself from her, it would indicate her inability to captivate him. Sky's delight, 666. Sky's satisfaction, 666. Who can blame you for being so alluring? Raven gazed tenderly at Sky and instructed, You will orchestrate the plan and deliver a resounding blow to the Snake Shield Bureau. Do you understand? Thank you, darling. Sky's eyes sparkled with affection as she planted a fervent kiss on Raven's lips. Tonight, I shall ensure they reward you. It's a promise. Raven chuckled mischievously, suppressing the heat rising within him as he lifted the enchanting woman into the passenger seat. Ever since Sky consumed NZT-49, she had transformed from a novice into a captivating sprite. If they continued their intimate exchange, he might lose control. With a click, Raven secured his seatbelt, reached over to pat the headrest of the driver's seat, and commanded, Bit, let's go. Haha, Bit, with an expressionless demeanor, quipped, Did you two remember me while driving? The couple exchanged knowing smiles. For who could deny that your driving skills are unparalleled? We can only play the role of carefree spectators, relishing the scenery and gourmet delights. Can artificial intelligence not drive well? No human racing driver could rival Bit's prowess. Bit shook his head in resignation, started the engine, lightly pressed the accelerator, and shifted into gear. The V8 diesel engine roared to life, reminiscent of a mighty beast in full growl. Over 600 horsepower, transmitted through the gearbox to 6 large tires, propelled this 12-meter-long, 26-ton colossus forward with deliberate grace. 5 minutes later, the RV exited the factory and made its way along the highway towards Death Valley National Park. They actually left? Nearby, the driver of the S-level surveillance vehicle observed the RV's departure and picked up the radio. "Commander, the target has left the factory. Shall we follow?" Vehicle 1 will remain to investigate the factory's interior. Vehicles 2, 3, and 4 will track the target, Coulson commanded in a low voice. "Received," came the responses. The cargo truck driver's eyes flickered as he tapped on the back of the truck, asking, "Is the factory's security system under control?" "Just a moment. The security system is encrypted through multiple layers, and decoding will take some time," replied the female agent inside the cargo truck, her tone tinged with irritation. "Understood." The driver nodded, watching the 3 vehicles slowly recede into the distance, a hint of confusion crossing his features. What was happening at a higher level? Why the sudden abandonment of the target? Was something amiss? Never mind. He only needed to follow orders. Meanwhile, in the RV's cockpit, Vic glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, 3S, HILD, vehicles are following us. "Raven, how shall we proceed?" "Find an intersection. I will orchestrate a minor accident to impede them," Raven replied nonchalantly. In truth, he could easily use telekinesis to puncture the tires of SHIELD's vehicles. However, the unfortunate incident of 3 consecutive vehicles experiencing tire blowouts would undoubtedly raise suspicions within the SHIELD. Therefore, one must inconvenience the innocent populace, orchestrating a series of traffic accidents to obstruct Coulson and his team. "Understood." Bit, adhering to the plan, promptly conducted an analysis and relayed the feedback to Raven, marking the appropriate locations. "Okay, I've got it," Raven remarked as she glanced at the holographic map, then turned to see Sky, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. Gently, she took Sky's hand, urging her not to overexert herself. "Allow me to handle the detonation." With a remote command, an entire factory of considerable value could be reduced to rubble. Though devoid of personnel, the very act of destruction is inherently terrifying. As Oppenheimer once articulated, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." "No, I can do it." Sky resolutely shook her head, immediately issuing the detonation order. As Raven's queen, she could exhibit compassion, but she must never show weakness. "SHIELD, I'm coming for you."